as the one and only supreme emperor in the world. You woke up to find only 3 rooms left in the entire world: your sleeping palace, the grand dormitory where 100 civil and military officials reside, and the Golden Long Hall where you are currently. This is your whole world as you know it, with only 101 people. No, one God, including yourself. In the depths of your memory and that of your civil and military officials, there was once a 102nd person. He educated you all on matters of age, respect, language, and punished those who did not adhere to the order of the world. Once you all learned how to stay content in your respective positions, that deity disappeared. In the next 10 or so years, 101 people lived in this world composed of 4 windowless stone chambers. Food consisted of 2 rolls that rolled out from behind an iron plate on the wall each day, a gift from the heavens, along with water seeping from the stone walls. The original owner had only basic language skills, with very few words at their disposal. Their daily routine was extremely monotonous: eating, going to the Golden Palace to announce court sessions, sitting quietly, taking a short rest, continuing to sit quietly, and then sleeping. What's even more deadly is, according to the original owner's memory, you are quite certain that the 102nd person, that God, has been observing this small world called day from beginning to end. Moreover, in the past year, he has started killing everyone here. Even now, he should be somewhere watching himself. You gently exhaled a breath, keeping your eyes in a foolish daze, while slightly shifting your body and quickly scanning every corner of the stone chamber with your gaze. The dried bones in front of you almost all perished from killing each other. Since a year ago, the divinely bestowed food has been gradually decreasing, with only occasional dumplings and water found in the emperor's room. The former master was a bit smarter than his officials, and the divine hierarchy in their hearts played a role. Therefore, after everyone killed each other, only the emperor survived. The former owner seemed to have a limited understanding of the concept of death. He rearranged the bodies on the Golden Palace, letting them decay, while continuing to repeat what he had been doing every day for over a decade. Until a month ago, no more food rolled out of his room. The former owner must have starved to death like this. In recent days, you have intermittently speculated about your situation. Initially, you thought it might be a large-scale social experiment. In your original world, there were ancient kings who wanted to understand if language would spontaneously develop, so they placed infants in isolated environments, prohibiting any communication with them to observe the outcome. But no one has ever been so crazy as to lock up 101 people in such a small space, and keep them locked up for over a decade. It is also for this reason that you feel the world where these 4 stone chambers are located may possess supernatural powers. The evidence is another bun you still hold in your hand. You pretend to want to take another bite, lowering your head to look at it. It seems steamed, with a terrible texture and taste. Occasionally, you bite into small stones, and the meat and vegetable fillings inside vary in size. But it is this very thing that allows over 100 teenagers who have long been trapped in dark rooms, lacking light and fruit, to grow relatively healthy into their teens. This means that this food can provide extremely balanced nutrition. Supernatural powers and extremely high technological levels can achieve this, but the food produced by the latter will absolutely not be as crude and completely disregarding of taste as it is now. Another piece of evidence is the wall. You cast your gaze upon the wall and the ground. The rough stone wall still bears obvious chisel marks, but in the world you came from, this kind of stone could already be cut quite smoothly and evenly. However, there is still one question remaining. Why did the gods choose your identities, establish hierarchy, and make you form a bizarre and peculiar small society, only to train you to repeat the same life patterns day after day? This is completely contrary to the purpose of a social experiment, but rather more like, you tense your body slightly, take a gentle breath, and a thought inexplicably springs from the depths of your disturbed memory, a kind of sacrificial ritual. The dripping of the water clock in the northwest corner of the Golden Long Hall rang 12 times, signaling the end of the morning court. You let out a sigh, uttering, "Dismiss." Then, rising from the throne, you slowly made your way to your sleeping quarters. This body had once been starved to death before, and as you inhabited it now, you could feel its extreme weakness, constantly on the verge of collapsing again. However, just then, behind the iron plate on the wall of the sleeping quarters, 2 steamed buns rolled out, allowing you to survive. You speculate that the sudden resurrection of someone who was believed to be dead has piqued the interest of that deity, prompting them to observe further and see what unfolds. This is good news for you. A person who can conduct an experiment or ritual lasting over a decade with 101 children must possess an extremely twisted and cruel mindset. But now he showed curiosity, which meant that the god was not completely insane, and still had a little humanity. This is your only hope of escaping from here. You walked back to the wooden bed and sat down cross-legged. placing the remaining bun in front of you. It should be around noon, and you were very hungry, but you restrained yourself from devouring it, just staring at the food. The profound memories left from cruel punishments during infancy made the original owner and his officials strictly adhere to the daily routine. Eating was allowed in the morning and before sleep, but consuming food or water at any other time would result in unimaginable suffering. So Li Wuxiang slowed his breathing and allowed himself to sit quietly, focusing his eyes on the dark mass and waiting. The original owner was weak, foolish, and essentially indistinguishable from a smarter animal. But this life also called upon him to have one great advantage: focus. Typically, excluding eating, going to court, sleeping, and defecating, he spends the rest of his time in bed meditating. His warped worldview prevented him from imagining anything other than these 4 stone chambers, so the vast majority of the time he spent awake and staring, or rather, extremely focused on letting go and meditating. Li Wuxiang inherited this advantage, and could therefore sit motionless on the wooden bed for 2 hours, just as the original owner had done, and gradually hear the sound of his own heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing, the subtle sound of air flowing through the cracks in the stone, and footsteps. The footsteps were long in the memory of the original owner, slight, slow, like a thin sheet of paper falling on a stone surface. Years ago, when the 102nd person had disappeared, he would occasionally hear these footsteps in the evening, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and took the footsteps for granted as a natural phenomenon, just as the never-ending wick in a long light lamp might make a by-peeling sound, or the sound of air moving in the cracks of a wall. But Li Wuxiang realized that this should be that 102nd person. He might not have really left all this time, and was observing everything here in another unseen way. The footsteps stopped in front of Li Wuxiang, and he smelled an extremely faint odor, similar to the fresh scent of bamboo. A normal person would never be able to capture this kind of smell. Only someone like the original owner of this body, who had been in a single smell environment for a long time, would notice the slight difference in the air. He controlled his breathing to keep his composure. The person, or thing, standing in front of him had come close to observe him 7 times since he had regained his senses, and this time was the closest. He felt as if the other person had almost come face to face with him, as if he could grab him with a single reach. But Li Wuxiang restrained this impulse. He didn't know the other party well enough yet, and he didn't even know if he would realize that what he grabbed was just air once he reached out his hand. He had to further arouse the other party's curiosity so that he could look for more clues. When God wanted to kill everyone, the emperor was left to the last. Which means that the emperor was far more important than the 100 officials. This means that the emperor is far more important than the 100 officials, and it is even possible that they serve the existence of the emperor completely. On the other hand, God did not seem to care whether the emperor was smart or stupid, weak or healthy, but only wanted him to keep repeating the things that could symbolize the identity of the emperor for more than 10 years. This means that the identity of the emperor, the symbol, should be far more important than the emperor himself. Li Wuxiang felt that he could be more certain that this was a ritual, a sacrifice. He didn't know who the object of the sacrifice was, but felt that the only key to saving his life and even getting out of here was the symbol of the emperor. Since he couldn't find any way to get out of here, he had to try to spice up the symbol and see if he could tear a hole in the invisible brick wall. The idea had been vaguely brewing for a few days, and now it was ready to be tried. So he suddenly tilted his face up, slightly opened his mouth and frowned, as if he had suddenly heard a sound. After pausing for a moment, he immediately turned his face to the left and right, looking as if he was searching for the source of the sound. Next, he let out a loud cry, backed up quickly on the wooden bed, and leaned against the corner of the wall. Li Wuxiang felt that, for the original owner, such a thing as hearing unexpected voices was equivalent to having his entire worldview turned upside down. So no amount of panic could be too much to ask, and such a reaction only serves to set up this next step. He called his expression suddenly relaxed, shifted from one of overwhelming horror to one of doubt and confusion, and then, in a slurred tone, whispered, I. It was as if some unseen person was teaching him to speak. Li Wuxiang took advantage of the gap between the change of air, took a few deep breaths. He couldn't hear the footsteps of the god now, but the faint smell of bamboo was still there. At first, when he retreated to the corner of the wall in fear, he retreated a little farther, as if he was scared by his reaction, but now the smell came closer, as if the other party came closer, trying to find out what he was going to say. So he slowly said, I am the most honored in the world. Then it was repeated more clearly and coherently, I am the supreme ruler of the world. The smell of bamboo was distant at once, and for the first time he felt a subtle draft of air and far more slight footsteps than usual, as if the man who had come close enough to observe him had been startled at once, and had instantly retreated farther away. and was still deliberately creeping on tiptoe. This reaction was completely unexpected by Li Wuxiang, so he immediately closed his mouth and blinked blankly, as if he had completely forgotten what exactly he had just done. Before sitting back down on the edge of the bed again, he thought there was a possibility that the other party would come closer to observe him again, but the house also remained quiet until half an hour later, and neither the smell of bamboo nor the sound of footsteps reappeared. The other side left. Based on his previous reaction, was he scared away? Li Wuxiang gently exhaled, telling his heart not to beat too fast. Now, he felt that his hope of getting out of here alive became a little bit bigger. Now he knew that whatever it was, though, God would be afraid. In the process just now, the god first kept his distance, then came forward, then retreated again and disappeared. This means that the mysterious, powerful and majestic impression that he had left in the original owner's mind immediately collapsed, and it also means that the unseen god may have suffered substantial injuries, and was not a phantom, a spirit, or something else that could not be touched, because he would stir up air currents when he moved quickly. Li Wuxiang slowly reached his hand to the edge of the bed and gently touched it on the bottom board. There was a sharp strip of wood embedded there, originally a diagonally cracked piece of a bedboard that he had broken apart a little bit during the other day. The footsteps of the god usually appeared after the funnel had dripped 12 times again, and after the emperor and the 100 officials had gone to sleep. So if he could not resist his curiosity and return to the bedside again this night, if he could not resist the curiosity of returning to his bedside again tonight, Li Wuxiang decided to try to subdue him by striking him with a violent blow. For in the 11 days since his return from the dead, counting today, water has been supplied only 3 more times, and at longer and longer intervals. 2 hours later, he ate the second dumpling and lay down on the wooden bed as usual, waiting for the arrival of the god. He listened to the subtle sound of air currents and the dripping of the leaky pot, and simulated over and over again in his head how, once he heard the footsteps reappear, he would roll over to the edge of the bed in the smoothest possible way, pull out the wooden bar, pounce on the god, and then plunge the bar into his body. But after another hour or so, nothing extra rattled. Resurrection from the dead and prolonged starvation called for his body to become quite weak, so his sanity was gradually defeated by physiological drowsiness, and Li Wuxiang's eyelids began to close in an unstoppable manner. Just between half asleep and half awake, he suddenly heard a voice, muffled, as if it came from the narrow passage where the donut rolled out of the wall. "Wake up! Hey! Wake up!" a female voice said eagerly. "Are you an external evil?" Chapter 3. Help! Li Wuxiang instantly came to his senses. His body tensed up, wondering if what he heard was not a dreamy murmur. The room was silent, but after a while the voice reappeared, and this time Li Wuxiang could hear it distinctly female, not too old, and in a suppressed voice, "Hey, wake up, now he's not there, come on." Several thoughts flew through his mind, probably someone trapped somewhere as well, but isn't it a bit too much of a coincidence that I heard this person speak immediately after I showed an unusual behavior? No, if it was a trick of God, he would have taken this into consideration. No, maybe he took this into account. Li Wuxiang still sat up. Even if it was a trick, it was exactly what he wanted. A god who tried to communicate with himself was better to deal with than a silent observer who didn't know whether he was happy or angry. "Who are you?" He stopped his disguise and whispered as he looked at the tiny piece of iron plate on the wall. The female voice asked almost immediately, "Which way does the moon rise?" Li Wuxiang was slightly stunned, and immediately understood. In the concept of the original owner, there was no such thing as the moon, and the other party wanted to know whether he was no longer the original owner of his body. But he wasn't sure if this was the world he came from, nor was he sure if the moon rose in the west and set in the east, so he only said in a low voice, "Anyway, it's different from the sun. And who are you?" This answer did not seem to satisfy the female voice and she asked again, "Tell me something I don't know." "Anything." The word external evil popped out of Li Wuxiang's head again. What does outer evil mean? A traveler? There are often travelers like me in this world, and they're called outer evil? So she's asking me to tell her something she doesn't know so she can confirm my identity? That's not true. The identity of traveler will not make God nervous to the point of fear like before. Foreign evil must mean something else that people are afraid of. There really are supernatural forces in this world. Li Wuxiang thought for a moment and changed his tone to one of displeasure. "You've got some guts." Only after a slight interval did the female voice open her mouth again. The first few words in a slightly higher tone, as if she had just been trying to suppress her excitement. "You really are an external evil. I am Zhao Xi. Don't be angry. Anyway, you don't have anything to be afraid of now. You are now not much different from me. You may not know as much as I do. Then do you want to escape? I can help you." Not a word should be taken lightly, but one has to go along with her words. Li Wuli said to himself. How to escape? You have to think of killing him. He also knows that you are an external evil, so you don't need to pretend to be the original one anymore. More than 10 days ago you weren't right. He found out a long time ago, but you still scared him just now, and he definitely won't come to your side tonight. You surely have a way, don't you? But you can't see him over there, but he certainly won't make a move on you first. You're his baby now. The words were incoherent, but this called for Li Wuxiang to find her slightly more believable. He interrupted her. Stop. Who is he? Why did you lock me up here? Zhao Xi hesitated slightly. I'll tell you only if you kill him. I'll tell you how to get out only if you kill him. Her voice suddenly paused, then lowered. He's coming. Remember dash. Li Wuxiang immediately asked. How do I kill him? You spit him. Ah. After a cry of alarm, Zhao Xi's voice came to an abrupt end. Li Wuxiang immediately rolled over to the side of the bed and held the wooden thorn on the wooden board in his hand, hiding it under the tattered sleeve of his robe. There was no more sound coming from behind the iron plate. Li Wuxiang waited for a moment, took a deep breath, got up, walked to the door, and gently lifted the iron plate. Blood immediately flowed down the wall from behind the iron plate, dripping onto the floor. He was slightly startled, but did not let go of the iron plate, instead staring at the stream of blood. After a dozen or so breaths, the blood stopped flowing down from above. He then put down the iron plate, reached out and dipped his hand in a little bit of blood on the ground and tasted it. That's right, it's blood. God found Zhao Xi talking to himself. Killed her? By this point, however, Li Wuxiang felt less and less afraid. The trapped woman, the murder, these were not good things, but at least they were within the scope of his understanding. And if it was really a god who had found out that Zhao Xi was talking to him and killed her, it would mean even more that he was a human being and not a god. Without further hesitation, he ripped off his tattered dragon robe and quickly tore it to shreds before wrapping it around his feet and palms to make improvised shoes and gloves. As he did this, he felt that he was quite skillful in his movements, but he just couldn't remember how his old self had learned to do this. Then he walked out of the room with the wooden spikes in his hands, and first went to the doors of the 2 chambers where the 100 officials lived to have a look inside. After his resurrection, he had been strictly following everything that the original owner of his body had done, so his impression of this room was limited to a long time ago, and now when he looked at it carefully with his own eyes, he didn't see any difference. It was similar to his chambers, and both looked like square stone houses hewn out of the mountain. Similar to his chambers, it was like a square stone house carved out of the mountain, with a grain outlet, a cistern, and no doors or windows. So he quickly retreated to the golden palace, walked to the back of the 2 rows of 100 officials. In the row on the left side of the throne, the penultimate third person's figure is taller. Withered bones on the robe is also better preserved. The most important thing is that he is in the stone wall on the edge of the range of the light of the lamp, is difficult to be seen. Li Wuxiang uncovered his clothes and piled all his skeletons onto his robes before dragging the large bundle into the 4th room, the restroom. The toilet that had once been used by 101 people had long since lost its obvious odor, leaving only the 2 rows of squats lined up along the sides of the wall. In the original owner's memory, the bottom of the toilet was so deep that it almost meant the end of this world, and Li Wuxiang had also entertained the thought of escaping from here. Now he dragged the dead bones in, picked up the cranium first, pitched it through a crouch, and listened in silence. After a while, until he thought he might have missed a sound, there was a slight thud. This meant that the bottom was indeed deep, and there was no way he could escape from it, so he threw in the rest of the bones, then draped the robe over himself, walked back to the golden hall, and stood where the skeleton had been. In the current situation, there was really no foolproof plan. If what Zhao Xi said was true, then the previous 11 days were entirely due to the curiosity and indecision of the god, so he had enough time to regain his sanity. If Zhao Xi was also a part of some trick or trap, then there was even less need to disguise himself now. Li Wuxiang waited patiently, gradually adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, telling his outbreath sound to gradually align with the sound of air flowing through the gap in the wall. Just so past a dozen breaths of effort, the golden palace is still as silent as usual, but the flavor has changed. That very faint odor of bamboo was back. Li Wuxiang knew that God had come. This time, God deliberately concealed his footsteps. His odor first appeared behind Li Wuxiang, as if it was from the stone wall to pass through silently. Then, the odor swept past the 2 rows of 100 officials and went straight to the bedchamber. His speed was fast, and with no footsteps to localize him, Li Wuxiang didn't find a suitable opportunity to grab him or pounce on him, so he could only continue to wait and estimate his opponent's reaction. He mentally counted 6 times before the scent of the god disappeared completely, which meant that he had walked into the bedchamber. After another 5 counts, Bamboo scent hurried past him from far away. It should have realized that no one was in the chambers and immediately went to check the other 2 rooms. Then, after 3 more counts, Li Wuxiang heard undisguised footsteps of the kind that seemed to land on thin paper, heading straight for the restroom. The god didn't find anyone in the other 3 rooms, and thought the emperor might have jumped down from the toilet. Now, Li Wuxiang thought that he could roughly figure out his location. The speed of the god when moving was no different from that of a normal person, which meant that he might be a human being whose form had been hidden by some kind of spell. He was a person who had been hidden by some kind of spell. Li Wuxiang's current position is on the opposite side of the toilet, separated from the god by a row of dead bones. He slowly took a deep breath, letting the smell of bamboo deeper into his nostrils, at the same time counting the sound of the other side's footsteps, and then pounced on it. The dead bones separating him from the god were swooped down by him, dry bones crackling and spilling forward, hitting something in mid-air. A thought flashed through Li Wuxiang's mind with a hint of joy. He could indeed be touched. Then he hit the other side, but the touch was strange. The god's body wasn't as heavy as he thought it would be. It was light and quite soft. He had intended to wrap his arms around his opponent, fall down together, and then quickly stab him a few times on the ground. However, while the first step succeeded, he accurately held the god's torso. The second step went wrong as he was about to fall down with the other. The god suddenly became incredibly slender and lightly slipped out of his body. In this instant Li Wuxiang wanted to reach out and grab the other party's arms or legs and feet with force, but his weak body couldn't keep up with his reaction, and he could only touch the air just as he stretched out his right hand. He immediately rolled on the ground, trying to locate the other man by scent and footsteps, but with the bones still rolling on the stone floor and the stench of decay emanating from them, his ears and nose were completely out of whack in the moment. So he reached out at once and grabbed the dead bones on the ground. First into his hand were some short broken bones, which he threw around, but they didn't hit anything. Once more, a leg bone, which by now he had propped himself up into a half-crouch, was used to slash around, but it didn't hit anything either. A thought popped into my head: God has run away. But the next moment, he suddenly felt his left arm cool down a bit, like being blown by a trace of wind. From among the chaotic memories in his mind that had been messed up by the original owner, an incomparably clear thought popped up again. This was a cut by an extremely thin and light blade, and the other party's movements were extremely fast, but not far away from himself. Instincts from the depths of his memory took over his body in this instant, and he quickly twisted his hips and turned around, first using the leg bone held in his left hand to block the second attack that the opponent might launch, and then using his right leg to launch his right hand to stab the opponent in the chest position with the wooden thorns held in his right hand. But it fell through. There was nothing there. Li Wuxiang immediately charged forward, turned around, and let his back rest against the stone wall. Several thoughts flew through his head. Something wasn't right. That strike just now shouldn't have fallen short. He still couldn't remember exactly what he used to do, but his reaction just now was extremely fast. Even if a person prepared in advance and then made those movements, the speed was just like that. According to his own observation and estimation of the god these days, it was impossible for him to retreat so quickly. Looks like we'll just have to let him get away this time, but at least it's good to know he's not. There was a sudden coldness in the neck, followed by the right side of the chest. This time the god is closer. Li Wuxiang immediately jumped forward to embrace the other party, but still jumped in the air, did not touch anything. He immediately shrunk back, clinging to the wall. It seemed that the other party did not intend to leave, and was even teasing himself. He glanced quickly at the 3 wounds on his body and realized that the cuts were extremely smooth, and only then did blood slowly begin to seep out. Is he a human being or not? Li Wuxiang recalled the touch when he touched him just now. Light, soft, as if it was a mass of. There was another coldness in the neck, followed by the shoulders on both sides, but at that moment, Li Wuxiang threw the leg bone and wooden thorn in his hand, leaped upwards, and grabbed with both arms. I gripped something thin and light, and it felt exactly the same as the first time I touched God. He's in over his head. This time Li Wuxiang didn't give him a chance to slip away again. With both hands, he clutched the part he had grabbed tightly and pulled it down violently, then bent, fell, rolled, and wrapped the thing around himself in a death grip. His torso immediately became sore and itchy, and he could feel something like extremely sharp claws, clutching a few blades, scratching frantically at his back and the backs of his thighs. He completely ignored the damage he was taking, instead focusing all his attention on what he was gripping, sensing the lightness, the softness, any movement that tried to slip away, and then adjusting his firing just in time to make sure that he held it tightly, all the while still tumbling towards the wall, until he slammed his back hard against the stone wall. The sharp pain in his back was gone, supposedly by him and the wall against it. But the situation did not become a little optimistic. Along with the flow of blood, Li Wuxian felt that he was getting weaker and weaker. The god that he grabbed, although light and soft, but the skin is extremely tough. Even if he used his fingernails to buckle, only chipped his fingers raw pain. If he continued for a little while longer, he would lose control and be slaughtered due to exhaustion. Then he remembered Chouyi's words. You spit on him. He hadn't been sure if it meant what he understood it to mean, or if it was the other 3 words, but now he didn't have time to think. Ugh! He spat hard on the thing he was holding. Chapter 4. The Original Form. A cloud of colors opened up in front of him, and God took shape. At the moment he saw his face, Li Wuxian almost let go of his hand. The god looked like an extremely twisted person, like an extremely thick python, entangled with himself. His face was completely elongated and distorted, his eyes and mouth wriggling and trembling at the same time, as if it was an extremely abstract painting. Li Wuxian spat on the left side of the god's face. His spittle was like deadly acid to the god, and the silent thing immediately screamed. At the same time, the whole face began to melt, dripping down to the ground in a sticky mess. Useful! Li Wuxian immediately grabbed him and started to spit madly again. After spitting a few times he felt that his mouth was completely dry, so he simply bit down directly on the other side and started tearing. At the same time he felt a burst of coldness and itchiness on his back, which should have been scratched by something sharp over and over again. His blood flew along with the violent movements. His vision was blurred, his ears were ringing, and he felt as if he had been submerged in deep water. He didn't know how long he had been gnawing at the god before it gradually stopped struggling and making noise. But when he regained his senses and fell helplessly to the ground, he realized that his mouth was full of something sticky and astringent. He turned his face and snapped the contents of his mouth out, noticing that it was all spit-soaked, color-stained confetti. Under his body, a paperman with a twisted face had been flattened and torn, and the edges of the torn paper were still stained with blood. Li Wuxian took a hard breath and smelled a faint bamboo fragrance from the paper. This is bamboo paper. God is a paperman. Or maybe the paperman is an alter ego of God. But whichever it was, Li Wuxian didn't have the strength to move anymore now. He could only lie on the ground gasping for air, waiting for someone to suddenly appear again and pick himself up from the ground or kill him. And after waiting like this for a while, he fainted. When he woke up again, he was still in the Golden Palace, still lying on the stone floor, surrounded by silence. Because the wound wasn't too deep, the blood flow stopped, and it hurt like hell just to move his body slightly. But for Li Wuxian, still being able to lie here was already the best news. He slowly propped himself up to sit up, then moved to the side again. Judging from the extent of the wound scabbing, at least 2 hours had passed, but no one had come down. It's possible that God is really this paperman. He scrutinized the thing on the ground, which was soaked with his own blood. It was made of several layers of thick bamboo paper tied together, with eyebrows and eyes drawn in paint on the surface in a lifelike manner. But it looked distorted at the moment because it was crumpled. What the hell is this? Painted skin? Thinking for a moment, he picked the thing up off the floor, rolled it up, and dropped it into the pit of the toilet. Then he took a robe from a dead bone and put it on himself, slowly moved back to the bedchamber. The blood that flowed out of the wall dried into a black patch. Li Wuxian lifted the iron plate and shouted at the narrow stone path where the ball rolled out. Zhao Xi? Zhao Xi? There was no reply from there. Li Wuxian then walked to the side of the pool, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then began to grope and push along the wall. Bit by bit, there must have been a door that could send in 101 living people and a paperman. The biggest possibility is that there is a passage of some kind under the toilet, which sends people in and then masonry them to death. No, if the entrance is there, why would there be a need to build a toilet over there? Before he crossed over, the 101 children had been completely domesticated. There was no need to hide the entrance and exit under the toilet. As he thought, he felt around. The 4 rooms weren't that big, but it took him a full half-hour of effort to just touch the left side of the golden hall. And considering that the paperman had floated above his head during the previous struggle, there was also the possibility that the exit was on the roof. If it's really on the roof, and Zhao Xi has been killed, and the god has been killed by me, Li Wuxian thought with a gasp, then I'll really have to try to jump from the toilet. His legs had begun to tremble as he felt his way to the south side of the Golden Palace, the wall directly across from the 9-dragon imperial seat. If this really was a tiny palace, then this should be where the real door was. But now, when Li Wuxian pressed his hands hard on it, his body suddenly leaned forward. With a slight scraping sound of stone, his hands pressed empty, the stone door slid open and he fell through it. Beyond the door was a small compartment, still with stone walls, with a narrow stone staircase going upwards, and a long light burning in the corner. Li Wuxiang stood up holding onto the wall, keeping still and listening with his sideways ear. Nothing sounded, so he put his back against the wall and slowly walked down the steps. After a turn, light gradually appeared at the top of the steps, supposedly from another long lamp. But there was another door. It was no longer a rough and cold stone door, but a wooden door that opened in pairs, which made Li Wuxiang instantly feel the scent of a living person. He walked to the door with trembling legs and tried to reach out and push it. The door opened. Behind the door was still a stone room. The same stone walls, the same long lighting lamps, but the difference was that there was only one big room here. In the middle of the room, there was a furnace whose surface was blackened by smoke and fire, with flaming lugs on both sides. Looking at its exposed shiny metal material, it should be a copper dan furnace, about half a person high, but the surface was uneven. It seemed that the workmanship was quite rough, and as if it was intentionally made to rise and fall. Next to the furnace placed a small wooden bench, originally should have been painted. At this time most of the peeling, behind the bench, stacked against the wall with 2 sacks full of things, next to more already empty, messy thrown aside. On the other side of these sacks, there is a pile of broken charcoal. These were able to be illuminated by the long lighting lamps in the room. At the edge of the light range, Li Wuxiang could see a screen-like object dividing the stone room into 2 parts, front and back. He adjusted his breathing and focused on sniffing, smelling the smoky, heavy blood odor emanating from the dan furnace. Zhao Xi? He said in a deep voice as he walked over to the dan furnace and copied the small bench. Are you still alive? No one said anything. Li Wuxiang held the bench and slowly walked to the edge of the screen, paused briefly, darted his head, and shrunk back before stepping out from behind the screen. Seeing Zhao Xi, the layout of the furnishings behind the screen was also very simple. Next to the screen was a long cabinet table filled with sundries, and against the opposite stone wall was a wooden couch. Zhao Xi collapsed by the side of the wooden couch. She was wearing a short white dress. There was a long wound on her chest. The blood that flowed out dyed half of her body red, and she was tilting her head, her face facing Li Wuxiang. Her life had not been broken. Her eyes were open and her eyelids and lips were trembling slightly, but she looked to have no strength at all to speak. Li Wuxiang's gaze fell to the other side, 4 or 5 paces away from Zhao Xi. Another man sat against the wall, his head hanging slightly. This was a man who appeared to be about 40 or 50 years old. His upper body was naked, short and withered, and a knife was deeply embedded in his chest. The blood flowing from the wound had similarly soaked half of his body, and white spots had appeared on his eyeballs, so he was obviously dead through and through. Behind the body was a half-open iron plate, and it appeared that the blood coming out of the orifice was his, not Zhao Xi's. Zhao Xi suddenly let out a slight sigh, as if she was trying to say something. Li Wuxiang followed the sound and looked over, at first feeling that her eyeballs were trembling and spasming, but then realized that she was trying to look in one direction, the cabinet table behind the screen. Li Wuxiang first walked to the man's corpse, kicked him in the head, and held the hilt of the knife in his chest and stirred it vigorously, pulling downward with force. It should be stuck by the sternum. The blade of the knife only slightly downward cut a not too deep cut, and then could not be pulled again. But the blood and flesh rolled in that cut, and one could tell that it was indeed a human being, not a paper man. He then walked over to the counter table. There were quite a few things strewn about the table. There were black and tiny broken bones, dried branches and leaves, several piles of or crumbs of various colors, several empty bamboo and clay jars, saucers filled with various colors of paint, and several brushes. Among the pile of miscellaneous items, a white, pot-bellied porcelain vase stood out, corked with a red cloth-wrapped cork, about the size of a fist. Li Wuxiang picked it up and looked at Zhao Xi. This? Zhao Xi's eyeballs immediately stopped trembling. Li Wuxiang uncorked the bottle and fanned it with his hand, smelling a strong medicinal fragrance. Tipping the mouth of the bottle on the table, he poured out 5 pills, black, red and round, each about the size of the belly of the tail finger. As soon as he saw it, a thought jumped out from the depths of his memory again. Fu Yuan Bao Shangdan, an external elixir specializing in treating internal and external injuries, not particularly precious, but by no means a big-ticket item either. It's so strange. Li Wuxiang couldn't help but think, how do I know everything? What did I do before? As soon as the thought came to him, disjointed fragments of memories jumped into his mind, stirring him like a man just awakened from a fitful sleep and beginning to remember what had happened before he went to sleep, causing his eyes to swell and his forehead to bruise. But now is not the time. He let out a breath, not thinking about those fuzzy memories for the time being, and instead twisted up a pill, but didn't rush to feed it to Zhao Xi, instead leaning back and sitting on a chair by the table. His eyes had already fully adapted to the dim light of the back room, so he saw that there were still a few pieces of clothing hanging on the wall behind the wooden couch. Most of them were men's clothes. the size and length of which fit the body of the one on the floor. And there were also 2 pieces of women's clothes, which also fit Zhao Xi's body, but they also looked worn out. Then, he should be the god who drove the paper man below, and Zhao Xi may also be the same fate as the following more than 100 people, was locked in, but another use. Therefore, Zhao Xi also follow the god to learn more things, behave more like a normal person. Still, he'd have to wait before feeding her. The difference between putting the elixir into her mouth immediately and sitting in the chair like this, looking down at her as if thinking about it, is that the former would make you look like an ordinary person, while the latter would make you look more cold, and should be more similar to what she called external evil. Only after 3 breaths of effort did Li Wuxiang return his sight to Zhao Xi. She gasped sharply, blinking her eyes spasmodically as she stared deathly at the elixir in his hand. So Li Wuxiang went to Zhao Xi and bent down in front of her, broke her mouth, and sent the elixir into her mouth, then lifted her upper body up. Zhao Xi's throat slowly wriggled, and it took a while before she could barely swallow the elixir. Li Wuxiang carried her to the wooden couch and once again broke open her mouth to make sure that the elixir indeed did not remain in her mouth before he took a pill for himself as well and pulled the short sword out of the corpse's chest and sat beside Zhao Xi with the sword in his grip. The medicine came on after a few breaths. He first felt a hot stream emerging from his stomach, like drinking strong wine. Afterwards, the heat slowly dispersed throughout his body, like drinking a cup of hot water in the cold winter. The warmth vaporized the pores of his body. Originally the back and thighs are left with countless small wounds. Long ago the pain is unbearable. At this time the warm current won too, although there is still a sense of pain, but the pain are beginning to converge, and cold the wounds produce a wisp of itch. Li Wuxiang gripped the hilt of his sword slightly, not calling for any change in his face because of this painful itch, and only stared stoically at Zhao Xi's face. The elixir should have taken effect in her body as well, from the beginning when her chest barely rose and fell, to gradually being able to ho-ho gasp for breath. And then when her upper body violently tightened, she tilted her head and spat out a mouthful of black blood, and her entire body breathed smoothly all of a sudden. Li Wuxiang then turned sideways and used one of his arms to slowly raise her upper body, making it easier for her to breathe and for himself to send a knife into her heart. After a short while, she coughed twice and tried to open her eyes to look at Li Wuxiang. "You are the external evil?" Without nodding or shaking his head, Li Wuxiang only asked, "The one over there is the one who locked me in?" "Yes." "You killed him?" "Yes." "Were you the one talking to me before?" I also asked you about the moon. How do I get out?" He had observed it just now, and it was still doorless and windowless, all stone walls, with only a small room in the corner that was partitioned off as a toilet. Zhao Xi froze and blinked, as if she thought his question was very strange. "Out? Where to?" I think I was right in assuming that Zhao Xi had been imprisoned here since she was a child. Although she looks like an ordinary person, she must have a different worldview and not be able to understand the concept of getting out. But without waiting for Li Wuxiang to give her an explanation, Zhao Xi gave another "You don't know even if you are an external evil? What? Extinct? Long ago extinct." She blinked her eyes and said with difficulty, "Outside, the world of man, has long been a sea of fire ruins. Now there are only 2 of us alive in the world." Chapter 5, Outside the Door. Li Wuxiang stared at her for a moment, then nodded. It also made sense. Unlike the 101 beastly teenagers underneath, Zhao Xi had been a long-time companion of, what's his name? Zhou Puppet. Accompanied Zhao Puppet. Surely it was necessary to give her a slightly more reasonable explanation. But extinction and ruins of the Sea of Fire? This reason was just too perfunctory. Li Wuxiang laughed a little and released her. At this time, Zhao Xi seemed to have regained some of her strength and was able to lie on the couch by herself with her arms propped up. She looked at Li Wuxiang with her eyes wide open, as if she wanted to see his expression clearly. "What are you laughing at? Have you gone out to see it?" Li Wuxiang asked her. "Did Zhao Puppet take you out to see it? Or is it all his word? Have you personally seen the ruins of the Sea of Fire you speak of?" Li Wuxiang sighed. It was not sadness or sorrow, but a sigh of relief. Zhao Xi should indeed be a victim like himself, and this place should have been built somewhere out of sight and out of mind by now. On the contrary, he was in no hurry to go out. Because of the original master's muddled sanity, most of his memories about who he was had been stirred up, and right now he knew nothing about this world. Although Zhao Xi was not a normal person, he knew at least a little bit more than the original owner, and he decided to ask everything first, at least know what kind of situation he would face after leaving this place, before talking about getting out. "Tell me about Zhou Puppet first. What's going on with these kids and what's going on with you?" According to Zhao Xi's words, Zhao Puppet was a chi refiner who was about to reach Dan, and this kind of cultivation was already very rare in the eyes of ordinary people. and belonged to the stream of immortals. Of course, this could be Zhao Puppet bragging about himself. About 10 years or so ago, there was a cataclysmic event in the human world, when the sky collapsed, fire and rain fell, and in a few months, all living things in the world came to the end of their lives. And Zhao Puppet happened to find an ancient immortal's cave, this was it, and spent a lot of effort to tell the cave's prohibitions to work again, and then got 102 children. What Zhao Puppet thought was that since the human world was at its end, it would be better to utilize this place to preserve some seeds of life for the earth. On the other hand, he also wanted to utilize these children to refine Tai. Zhao Xi was not sure what Tai Chi was, while Li Wuxiang felt that his memory seemed to have some relevant knowledge somewhere, but he could not recall it for a while. However, this point confirms his previous suspicion that the 101 children were part of a ritual or sacrifice. Zhao Xi had served Zhao Puppet so well for more than 10 years, and Zhao Puppet felt lonely from time to time, so he would occasionally disclose some things he knew, so that Zhao Xi would not be as muddled as those children underneath. Zhao Puppet originally thought that after most years, there would be surviving masters to clean up the earth and eliminate the fire of extinction, but he didn't want to wait for 11 years until the food was about to run out, and the fire was still not extinguished. Therefore, 1 year ago, he cut off the diet of the 100 officials underneath and starved them to death, while the most important emperors survived because of the secret protection of the paperman. However, after another year, the fire outside still did not stop, so Zhao Mu could only stop the food for the emperor. After that, he realized that the emperor seemed to be different, so he told Zhao Xi that when refining the Tai, there were very occasional circumstances that would attract foreign evils, and he had only heard the Grandmaster say that, but he never thought that it would really happen, so he became suspicious and uncertain. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Tired of talking, Zhao Xi lay flat on the couch again, but his breathing was already smooth, and his face was no longer pale. He was always torturing me. She was wearing short clothes, which were also worn out, and was naked in many places. Li Wuxian looked at her torso. The young girl was at the age of 15 or 16. Her appearance wasn't really pretty, but her skin was snow-white and delicate, and there were no other injuries other than the knife wound on her chest. There are no other injuries on you. No, it's worse than beating me. He's torturing me like this. Zhou Hai flexed her legs. Like this. Li Wuxiang waved his hand. Alright, then what? Then I thought, if I go a while longer without food, and he still wants to keep that outside evil, which is you, then he'll cut me off. I've been able to eat a little bit only for 2 days now. Since you are an external evil, you might be able to kill him, so I'll ask you to kill him. At that time he was refining pills. I thought he couldn't hear me, but he did, so I fought with him, and I was going to be killed by him, but I cried and begged him that I knew I was wrong, and he came over to help me, and I stabbed him to death. Isn't he a Qi alchemist who's about to form a Dan? Zhao Xi frowned. A Qi refiner who is about to form a Dan will die even if he is stabbed in the heart. Li Wuxiang nodded. It seemed that the cultivators in this world were not the kind of monsters that were ridiculously strong, but rather were very much like the Taoist priests from the ancient legends. He thought for a moment. Did he ever tell you what it was like out there before the demise? It doesn't seem to be very good. I remember when I was a child. At the beginning of those years he even said to me that it's not bad to be extinguished, so that I don't have to suffer from the 8-part Xian sect and be driven into the wilderness. Otherwise, the medicinal effect of Fu Yuan Bao Sheng Dan was extremely strong, and after such a short while, Zhao Xi was already looking as normal, and even rolled over, resting his arms under his head. What's the point of you asking? Zhao Puppet said that an external evil like you, your sanity will definitely be affected a little bit by the original owner. Aren't you having a hard time listening? And outside are already a sea of fire and ruins, and we can't get out. But you look much smoother than Zhao Puppet. Thinking about it this way, you're a good external evil. Zhao Puppet was all scaring me before, saying that external evils can make people go crazy, but you saved me. While she was saying this, Li Wuxian walked to the front room with his sharp-edged short sword in his hand and examined the 2 sacks that were still left, and found that they were indeed filled with food and herbs that had been roasted extremely dry. It looked like the kind of pills they ate down there were made from these things. Those the 2 of us can still eat for months. Zhao Xi got off the wooden couch and held onto the screen, looking at Li Wuxiang worriedly. I eat little. Just give me a little a day. Li Wuxiang turned to look at her. You don't need to worry about this in the future. Tell me where the door is and how to get out and I'll give you a surprise. It's already on fire out there. Li Wuxiang knew that although Zhao Xi looked quite normal, in reality, she was no different from the original owner of this body, but she was just trapped in a slightly larger illusion. He didn't want to put in the effort to convince her, and only looked at her in silence. Zhao Xi was scared by his stare and shrunk behind the screen, then pointed toward the east side of the wooden couch. There. Li Wuxian walked to the stone wall on the east side, reached out and pushed, feeling the wall slide outward a little. This should be the same as below, a door hidden within the wall. He added a little more force and heard a slight rubbing sound. The stone door had a tendency to open. Maybe what Zhao Puppet told Zhao Xi was true, and that this was indeed some kind of immortal's cave that he had found. So he didn't know how to lock the door. Li Wuxian sidled up and looked at Zhao Xi, who was also looking at himself as he held onto the screen. Look and see if it's a sea of fire and ruins outside or not. With another push of his arm, the door was indeed pushed open a crack. A powerful wave of heat rolled back in, almost blowing him back, and the room was suddenly reflected in a fiery red color. Li Wuxian turned his head in shock. Beyond the door was the cliff, and the door seemed to open somewhere at the very height of the crag. He saw a sky of flaming clouds, countless huge trees that had tumbled and burned bright red on the distant land, and the sea of fire and fury that filled the sky and the earth. Chapter 6, The Impasse. Li Wuxian's arm retracted, and the stone door was immediately slammed shut heavily by the waves of air from outside, the ringing sound echoing several times in the empty chamber before fading away. But the roaring in his head continued. Is it true what Zhao Puppet said? It's a real fire out there. He rushed back into the front room, picked up an empty sack and went back to the door again, pushing the stone door open a crack a second time with a jerk of his arm and tossing the sack out. After falling out 10 feet away, a shimmering light suddenly rose from the sack, like it had passed through an invisible wall, and then it was violently swept up by the air currents, instantly rising up in flames and turning into flying ash. He retracted his hand and took a few steps back, sitting down on the wooden couch and sighing. Zhao Xi looked at him timidly. Now you believe it, don't you? Don't want to believe it at all, but have to accept the reality and think about it for afterward, like, say, sitting on a wooden couch and sighing like I am now. Li Wuxian wanted to use this action to hide his shock while giving himself a little time to think quickly, because, maybe Zhao Xi hadn't realized it yet, but she would sooner or later. The two were about to get into a brutal deathmatch. She was still acting a bit scared of herself. I don't know how Zhao Puppet described external evil to her, but this kind of fear wasn't enough. She had been afraid of Zhao Puppet before, yet after realizing the chance to kill the other, she hadn't hesitated to take the risk. She might not be a person who knew a lot, but as a result, she seemed to have the temperament and instincts of a wild beast. You told me to spit on him, so he taught you some skills? Li Wuxian turned his face to look at Zhao Xi. Tell me about it. Zhao Xi immediately opened his mouth. With a bit of ingratiating meaning, he taught me how to eat less, so I eat a little bit of 1 or 2 days on the line. Zhao Puppet said that this is called the valley, but said that I do not have enough fire, and only learn to solidify the root, but also have to draw added to pick up the complementary. Is that it is still necessary to eat a bit of food? Li Wuxian listened as he got up and slowly walked over to the cabinet table. There are 4 drawers on the cabinet table. He pulled them all open and inspected them. 2 of them were empty, and one contained some porcelain vases, many of which had signs of knocks and bumps, and appeared to have been used for some years, but they were basically all empty. The other drawer was piled up with minerals of various colors. There were also some pigments on the desktop. Li Wuxian guessed that these were also used to make pigments. As for the use, Zhao Xi was talking about this. Zhao Puppet was a chi refiner who was about to reach Dan, but was neither a disciple of the Xianmen sect, nor did he have any famous masters, so he only knew unimpressive spells, and the paper puppet technique was one of them, taking thick bamboo paper to tie into a paper figure, then carefully tracing it with paint and applying magic. It became the thing that he killed underneath. This kind of paper people seem to be wonderful, but the essence is the genus of ghosts, the most afraid of the saliva in the mouth. As long as the dip, the spell will immediately break. But Zhao Puppet hadn't taught this method to Zhao Xi yet. This called Li Wuxian slightly relieved. He didn't have any thoughts of harming anyone, but he knew that if the fire outside didn't stop, and Zhao Xi gradually realized that he wasn't the kind of external evil that she and Zhao Puppet feared, then she would almost certainly do something about it. She previously had a horrible wound on her chest, but after taking the elixir in just 2/4 of an hour, she was now able to cover her chest while speaking with a steady breath. She said that this was because Zhao Puppet had taught her a little bit of chi refining, telling her to strengthen her body and waste less food. In that case, the extent of what she had learned was much more than just strengthening the body, but she herself was not aware of it yet, and this body of his, not seeing the sunlight for a long time, and having been starved to death not long ago, would never be a match for the recovered Zhao Xi if he were to really fight him, so he had to find a means of self-preservation sufficient to protect himself while Zhao Xi was still fearful of himself. If Zhao Puppet, the chi refiner who had formed the Dan, was really as powerful as he himself said, then there might be something here, the Book of the Way or something like that. The word popped inexplicably out of the middle of his memory again. He rattled the oars away, and under a layer of stone dust of varying colors, he really did feel something. It was a thin, thread-bound booklet wrapped in a piece of burlap. Li Wuxian removed the hempcloth and saw 3 words written on the booklet, Guan Cicada Z. He flipped the booklet over and confirmed that it was a book of Taoism. The content of the text inside was difficult and obscure. At a cursory glance, he would think that it was only about moral articles, philosophical and metaphysical talks, but upon further scrutiny, he felt that it seemed to have a deeper meaning. After his return from the dead, he saw this kind of thing for the first time, but the chaotic memories called him to know what this book is called. And what is the mystery? This kind of Taoist book is recorded in the gas refining and cultivation of the law. The author of the book, in order not to call their own secrets by others to easily peep, writing more in code, but also similar to a kind of password, that is called it's called the Tao decision. Knowing the Tao decision, one could only know that all the human feelings, good and evil retribution mentioned in the book could be referring to the circulation of qi and blood, the surplus and deficit of essence, and so on. Otherwise, even if a person was given a supreme classic, it would be extremely difficult to understand it. Li Wuxian then took this pamphlet and waved it toward Zhao Xi. Has he read anything in here to you? Zhao Xi was talking about how Zhao Puppet taught her how to use charcoal to make fire in the Dan furnace, and she was very excited. When she saw the broad cicada seed in his hand, she immediately stared at him with wide eyes. Don't touch this. This thing will suck human blood. If you touch it a few times, you'll get sick. He said that to you? Zhao Xi froze and frowned. He lied to me? So smart. Li Wuxian felt a little pity because of this cleverness of hers. He nodded. He lied to you. Come on, tell me in detail again what you said before. Those qi refining and grain removal that he taught you. Zhao Xi hesitated for a moment and whispered. I actually don't remember much. She had gradually started to realize that she wasn't as clueless and ignorant as she appeared. Li Wuxian smiled and threw the booklet to her side. What's written here should be Zhao Puppet's qi refining technique. Zhao Puppet taught you some skills and taught you to dispel the grain, but you haven't learned it yet, right? So now I'm going to eat it too. And you're going to eat it too. And sooner or later this is going to run out. When that day really comes, the two of us might not be able to talk in peace like this. Li Wuxian weighed the short sword in his hand. I am an external evil. Zhao Xi swallowed. He said that an external evil like you isn't very scary now. Li Wuxian sat down on the chair beside the cabinet table, made an interested face and narrowed his eyes. Oh, what did he say? He said that an external evil like you, at first, can't be very scary. There's no difference between it and an ordinary person, and the possessed person might even get help in practicing cultivation, but after a long time, when you suck the cultivator's essence, blood, and divine qi, you'll make the cultivator crazy, she said while observing Li Wuxian's expression. Then it becomes a devil and kills people on sight and so on, she said while observing Li Wuxian's expression, and then become a devil, killing people on sight or something like that, so you must not let external evils suck the essence of a cultivator. Li Wuxian smiled at her. Listen, you yourself said a long time but now we can't eat our stuff for a long time at time. Besides, what he said was also a lie. My kind of external evil only harm Zhao Puppet kind of virtue deficit cultivator. You helped me find a way to deal with him, and helped me kill him. How would I harm you? Zhao Xi hesitated. So Li Wuxian added, if he really wanted to harm you, why did he bother feeding you the elixir before? Tell me how he taught you. You can't read, can you? When I learn it, I'll continue to teach you, and we'll be able to live here as long as we want. Zhao Xi twisted his hands together before saying, then you keep your word. This has to be put away from me. Outer evil never lies. So she told Li Wuxian what Zhao Puppet had taught her before, how to store what to think about, where to sense the throbbing in her body, and how and when to adjust her breathing. She didn't say much, just a dozen or so sentences, and as she spoke, she took the booklet and showed him the first page. Li Wuxian froze as he listened. It wasn't that he didn't understand what she was saying, but rather, it was quite easy to understand listening to what she was saying while comparing it to the words in the Tao book, gradually finding correspondences. As a matter of fact, what Zhao Xi had said was too little, and he shouldn't have been able to comprehend the book based on that alone. But his condition, as if in a long time ago had long read this book, or at least similar, after many years of flipping through and rereading, a time to find the clues, but once Zhao Xi made a slight reminder to him, immediately like seeking a piece of thread, stumbling all at once to figure out most of it. In that case, he wasn't confused about the Tao book, but he was a bit confused about himself. At the bottom, he was quite sure that he was a traveler, because at that time he didn't have any impression of this world he was currently living in. but now that he gradually came into contact with more things, he realized that he seemed to be quite familiar with quite a few things in this world as well, at least once. What exactly am I? Could it not really be a foreign evil? Chapter 7, The Broad Cicada. In the following days, Li Wuxiang practiced the Broad Cicada Sun. The Taoist book obtained by Zhao Puppet was not complete, and many of the pages were mutilated, but Li Wuxiang followed the main idea of the book and his own speculations, and did not encounter any major problems. He felt that what was taught in the early stages of this book was not very profound, and that it mainly taught one to refine one's body, and that it was of a particularly biased kind. In his intuition, quenching the body should be a more balanced process. The skin muscles, the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, should be gradually strengthened, and even said that it is between the internal organs should be the root, as if maintaining the health of the internal organs, endocrine system, the whole person's physiological condition will naturally improve. However, the Book of Guancicada Z emphasizes the refining of the skin and flesh, and even the way of qi and blood operation, which tells people to collect the vitality of the internal organs to feed back to the carapace and skin. Li Wuxiang therefore guessed that this book may be a lower level of qi refining method, and also imagined the situation of the author of the book in an extremely dangerous environment, facing life and death every day, and therefore must be practiced first to overdraft the source of the way of refining the skin so as to survive, and then slowly consolidate and cultivate the essence of the body. And he is currently in a very similar situation to the author of the book at the time. In such a few short days of work, Zhao Xi seemed to have recovered as before, and only then did Li Wuxiang realize more and more that he had completely underestimated her previously. Although there weren't many things on the second floor of this cave, from before, Zhao Puppet and Zhao Xi didn't pay attention to the tidiness of the interior, so the floor was full of ashes, charcoal residue, and slightly some food residue left over from before. An ordinary person might not feel uncomfortable in this kind of environment, but these days, he took a pill of Fu Yuan Bao Sheng Dan every day and practiced Guang Cicada Z diligently, so his body had gradually gotten better, and his 5 senses had become sharper. As a result, this body, which had been living in an extremely clean environment for a long time, became more and more unable to tolerate the clutter and various odors of the second floor, so it called on Zhao Xi to properly organize the house. The ashes on the ground and in the furnace, the tiny carbon residue, the dead bones in the first floor stone room, were all loaded into the sack first, and then mentioned to the door and thrown into the sea of fire outside. And so heavy a sack, Zhao Xi hands a carry on the back, carry 4 or 5 times only need to rest once. Facing such an uninitiated, yet beastly intuitive companion, Li Wuxiang realized that the current cultivation method of Guancicada Z might really be the most suitable for the situation at hand. He had to tell himself to become as strong as possible, in order to be at ease with his plans. And speaking of cleanliness, Li Wuxiang remembered water. On the second floor where Zhao Puppet and Zhao Xi originally lived, there was also a stone-built pool in the corner, in which fresh water similarly seeped out from the walls. Zhao Xi said that the sea of fire outside will change from time to time. In the past few days, the sea of fire was still relatively calm, but in a few days, the sea of fire would surge, and there would even be more giant trees collapsing from the high sky, which would help the fire even more. But in the process, the water seeping out of the walls would instead become more, from the usual slow drop by drop, to a trickling stream. For more than a decade she had taken all this in stride, considering it part of the laws of the world. But Li Wuxiang listened to all this and realized that all this seemed to represent that the world had not really been extinguished. Is it possible that they are in the middle of a war between the gods? Listening to Zhao Xi's description, it was like the gods were still fighting furiously in the high heavens. As the fire flourished, more water seeped out instead. Could it be that a fire god and a water god were struggling? Then, could other places have not been affected yet? Li Wuxiang told Zhao Xi about this speculation, but she didn't look very excited, perhaps also because she had absolutely no exact idea of what it was actually like outside. But Li Wuxiang has already begun to prepare for a long trip. When Guang Cicada Z was kept in Zhao Xi's hand, he asked Zhao Xi to show him the back of the book, wanting to see what other useful magical powers were there. However, he didn't know what to look at, but only realized that the book of the Broad Cicada Z was far more evil than he had imagined. At the current stage of cultivation, the essence of the internal organs to feed the skin has been considered unusual. However, then read the back, only to realize that this book of the Tao simply did not want to tell people to quench what internal organs, but will have to abandon them. Now he is practicing the first stage, called hair true seed, is to borrow the essence of the internal organs to strengthen the skin bag. The second stage is called solve the 9 elements, is to stay in the skin bag in the god's thoughts. Step by step will be all the body off in the skin bag. To this point, the internal organs have begun to fail, and the skin bag is more and more pure and complete, can be described as the authentic gold and jade outside of it, the flotsam and jetsam in it. Then to the third step called Fai Jin Xia, is the 3 souls and 7 souls are also refined into the skin, and then combined with other rituals, completely abandon the other parts of the body, which is equivalent to the other door of the Jidan. Up to this point, this Guansakata Z has been considered to be a great success. People can only stay in such a skin, the wind to travel, change thousands of things, and pick up the spirit between the world to consolidate their own. If one can learn some other spells, according to the book, one will become a green bag immortal. This book made Li Wuxiang frown straight away, thinking that in all likelihood, this thing belonged to the evil code of some evil sect, otherwise it shouldn't be so weird. But after pondering for a while, he still decided to practice this thing. Even if there is another what Taoist book at this time, he still have to practice this thing, because this door cult has an advantage that he can't refuse. According to Zhao Puppet's words, any cultivation method must require a large amount of resources for the cultivator to consume. For example, in these few days, thanks to the 3 Fu Yuan Bao Shangdan, he was able to gradually regulate the turbid qi and disease in his body, so that his body was barely able to enter a state suitable for cultivation. However, if one proceeds in the future, if it is a side dharma, one will need more and more resources to aid in the cultivation. And although this broad cicada Z also needs to consume, the consumption is more than 10 years to gradually grow, containing a person's innate air of the essence of the viscera in the current situation, almost even if it can be self-sufficient. In this way, after another 10 days, Zhao Xi's attitude towards him also slowly changed. At first, he was not close to him, and he was still a bit wary, but then he gradually became relaxed and easygoing, and gradually asked Li Wuxiang about the origin of the external evil. And after the two of them had cleaned the stone room together, every day, they would build a fire in the furnace, and show him how to use the leftover ingredients to refine the marching pill that he had eaten down there, making the room smoky and smoky. Marching pill, causing the room to be filled with smoke and fumes, causing him to furrow his brow. When he waited for another month, Li Wuxiang knew that the first step of the book written in the broad cicada Z had been accomplished by himself. According to the water dripping from the leaky pot, it should be early in the morning. Li Wuxiang was following the Taoist book's record of exhaling and regulating the breath, thinking about the slight golden aura around his body, and telling the breath to be inhaled from his nostrils, traveling through the heavenly protrusion, the jade hall, the middle court, and falling into the lower dantian. After that, he did not ask the breath to travel again to complete a complete circumference, but thought that the breath would disperse from the dantian along the veins to all the limbs and bones, and then be transformed into the skin. When Li Wuxiang usually exhaled in this way, he still needed to exhale his breath slowly after thinking, but at a certain point in time, he again saw that when he thought, but suddenly felt the chest, abdomen, a slight stagnation, and then the body is a light, a cool, as if the former blocked the chest and abdominal cavity of the many passages, all of a sudden all the way open, his breath inhaled into the lower dantian. His own skin is slightly hot, and will be the breath all the way out. He moved in his mind, and then adjusted the breath 9 times, has felt the skin around the body loose fast and smooth, and the chest and abdomen empty, seems to have the sound of thunder, will know that has been to the wide cicada in the said, throughout the hair of the true seed, 9 palace vacuum realm. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Zhao Xi said that Zhao Puppet had told her that to reach this step, ordinary people need at least a year's work. Even if the qualifications are excellent, it is only a month or so faster, and he is directly this month or so. Perhaps it was because the original owner of the body had been taking the marching pills for a long time and there were already some precious herbs in them. Although he was starved to death before, his body was weak, but his physique was extremely pure, and he has been living in a muddle for a long time, but his mind is also pure. The two complemented each other, plus what he had speculated. Nowadays, there might be gods fighting outside, and the aura between heaven and earth was full, in order to be able to fasten to such a point, right? The stone room had been rearranged. During the last cleaning, he pushed the screen back from its original position and moved the wooden couch to the front. So Zhao Xi slept on the couch and guarded the marching pills being refined in the furnace, while he used the robes of the 100 officials and the empty sacks to make a bed for himself on the floor, on which he now sat. Li Wuxiang slowly opened his eyes, and with a little force from his coiled legs, he immediately bounced lightly off the ground. At this moment, he felt as light as a swallow, and couldn't help but want to find an open place to run wildly, or quickly do a few punches, which was the effect of Guang Cicada Z's fate true seed realm. Not only his body, even his 5 senses seemed to have become sharper at this time. However, This was not something for him to be happy about, because Zhao Xi had been refining the marching pill for the past month, and even at this moment when he was falling asleep, the Dan furnace was burning with slightly reddish charcoal residue in order to warm the unprocessed pills, so the room had always had a smoky smell, and at this moment it was even more pungent. Usually at this time, he would go to the door and push the stone door slightly open a crack and take a breath, although there was a sea of fire outside, and from time to time there were huge trees falling from the dense fire clouds in the sky. But it seemed that because of a layer of restrictions outside the cave, the wind that blew into the door was not dirty except for the warmth. Li Wuxiang then walked over to the door again and pushed the stone door easily open a crack to breathe a few times before closing the door behind him and walking over to the screen again. Now that he had been able to completely dispel the grain, from today onwards, he intended to teach Zhao Xi the complete method of vomiting in the realm of hair true seed according to the agreement. At this moment, the girl was sleeping on the wooden couch, curled up, as if she was afraid of something in her dream, but kicked the thin quilt made of sacks aside. Li Wuxiang smiled, intending to walk over to cover her with the quilt, but just as he was about to take a step, he stopped, and after a moment's lull, he felt a coolness leap from his back all the way to the top of his head. He smelled an extremely faint odor, an extremely light and faint, bamboo aroma. Chapter 8, The Trap. He slowly retracted his feet back into the shadows, then calmly walked back to his bunk, sat down, covered himself with an unwrapped sack as he always did after his practice was complete, and pretended to start sleeping. That's right, that kind of bamboo fragrance. That kind of bamboo fragrance from the paperman that he had gotten rid of, came from Zhao Xi. Before he entered Broad Cicada Z's hair true seed realm, he couldn't smell this kind of flavor, because it was too faint, and also because Zhao Xi had been refining pills these days. Hey, isn't he human? He slowly inhaled a breath, telling the qi to emanate out from around his body. Cultivating to the realm of hair true seed, his internal organs were already vaguely failing, and more essence and blood began to nourish his skin and flesh, which in turn called his heartbeat to be less rapid and less tense. He slowly began to recall every detail of what he had experienced over the days. When I first met Zhao Xi, she had blood on her body and a bloody odor. After that, she dried the blood on her body, but at that time, there was quite a lot of odor in the room, and there was nothing unusual. Then he couldn't stand the clutter of the place, so he cleaned up with her. But after cleaning up, Zhao Xi began to refine the marching pill every day until today. All of this made sense, but what if the explanation was that she was just deliberately masking the smell of bamboo paper on her body? She realized that she was relying on scent and sound to orient herself down there? If Zhao Xi is also a paper person, then she was also transformed by Zhao Puppet with the paper puppet technique? And where was the real Zhao Puppet? Li Wuxiang could be sure that the Zhao Puppet that died before was indeed a flesh and blood person. When he came to the second floor, he was afraid that Zhao Puppet hadn't died through, so he used his knife to pull downward a little bit in the wound, and although it was stuck by the ribs, he also pulled open a not-so-shortcut. When he threw away the body, he used the knife to widen the wound a little more, until he saw the organs inside, afraid that the dead one was a double. Wait a minute, organs? Zhao Xi said that Zhao Puppet was a chi refiner who was on the verge of attaining Dan. If he practiced this Guan Cicada Z, then he was already in the realm of solving the 9 palaces and was about to cultivate wearing the golden haze. In the Broad Cicada Z, it is said that when you cultivate to the realm of solving the 9 palaces, your internal organs will have been exhausted and withered, and will gradually be like being dried by the wind. But Zhao Puppet's organs are not any different from those of an ordinary person. Then what he practiced wasn't the Broad Cicada? Then this Broad Cicada Z, it's purposely reserved for practicing on your own. Li Wuxiang let out a light breath, first telling his mind to let go for a very short moment, then discarding all distracting thoughts. He focused on recalling the cultivation methods in the Broad Cicada tree. That's right, this gong method itself should be fine. Li Wuxiang had never seen any other cultivation method, but this gong method itself was logically self-consistent, and it did bring him considerable benefits if he hadn't reached the realm of the hair true seed, and his 5 senses were even more acute. He wouldn't have been able to smell the extremely light and faint bamboo fragrance on Zhao Xi's body. So there's something wrong with the results achieved by the feats? It does call for the failure of one's organs, but then it does call for a great increase in one's qi, even without drinking or eating. This is an evil gong method, but there were too many clues. If he had been asked to make up a story with these clues, paper puppets, skin bags, dead people, emperors, he would have been sure to tell it brilliantly. But now it was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't be sure of any of the inferences and conjectures. A thought, or some sort of impression flew through his mind and quickly faded away. Li Wuxiang tried to grab hold of that thought, but it was like a person trying to remember something they had remembered alone. Long time ago, the harder they tried to think about it, the less they could grab hold of it. Who the hell was I? What the hell do you know? Li Wuxiang forced himself to meditate a few more times, emptying his mind and trying to enter a state similar to meditation, hoping to rediscover that fleeting thought from just now during the process. However, after a long time, he was unable to remember that thought just now, as if his memory was an ocean, and something had just leapt out from the deep water, only to sink again. He frowned, intending to reach out and take hold of the short knife that had been hidden under the sack, when he suddenly felt a palpitation. Then, he felt his entire body go into a violent trance, and his brow seemed to be clutched by an invisible force. Then, he felt an aura as if it existed extremely high and far away, or both of these were not enough to describe it. It was as if one was facing a vast and deep body of water, not knowing what kind of existence was hidden underneath, and it was also like the feeling of oppression when standing under a towering and magnificent mountain, not knowing when it would topple over from the sky. However, neither of these two feelings called Li Wuxiang to feel fear. On the contrary, in this grand and empty atmosphere, he also perceived some subtle eagerness and desire. His breathing paused briefly, and then the feeling disappeared. But something else stayed, an unmistakable notion of certainty. He didn't know what exactly Zhao Puppet's purpose was in bringing 101 children into this cave, in telling them to play the role of the emperor and the 100 officials, and how it related to his current situation. But now, an unmistakable and certain notion appeared in the center of his mind, as if fished out of the depths of his own memories by the same kind of power that had just been used. Cultivating the broad cicada into the realm of the golden haze is almost the same as cultivating oneself into a human skin with a divine mind. And what is the difference between this human skin and paper skin? Zhao Puppet was telling himself to use the broad cicada to refine himself into a human skin puppet for his soul to take over. This thought gave Li Wuxiang a creepy shock, but he forced himself to calm his mind, grasping this incomparably clear realization in his mind and continuing to think about it, fearing that it would suddenly dissipate. Capture the shed. Capture the shed. Capture the shed is not an easy thing, although the human shell and soul is relatively independent of the two things, but its connection is also unusually close. An unusual person. The spirit and flesh unity. The heart is the body of the Lord, the body of God, the body of God. The shell has supreme authority. Even if the genus of the gods and immortals cannot be in the case of a person's mind, his sound will be taken away from the body, and after practicing Guan Cicada, the 5 viscera withered, the 9 palace vacuum. Living in the 5 viscera in the 5 Tibetan gods will be followed by the demise of the 900 sections of the gods will also be extinct, and at this time, then the matter of seizing the body, it will be a breeze, but the matter of seizing the body, for the person who want to seize the body is also very dangerous. The human inshin is extremely fragile after leaving the shell, and needs to be protected by various means in order to ensure its safety, so it is necessary to have a possession. His thoughts came to a screeching halt, like a man suddenly interrupted while concentrating on his thoughts, and then unable to renew them once he came back to his senses. Li Wuxiang tensed his body, no longer able to remain calm, half because of his own extremely perilous situation, and the other half because of the memory itself. These days he was always confused about where he came from. He was sure he had come from another world, and he possessed all the common sense memories of that world. But on the other hand, he seemed to have some knowledge of this world after coming into contact with the Fuyuan life-preserving pill and the Taoist books. He was able to know what exactly these were, and outside of that common sense, his self-awareness was such a mess that he couldn't even remember what his name was or what age he was. But now he realized that perhaps there was still the possibility that the external evil that Zhao Puppet had spoken of really existed. It came into the body of Li Wuxiang together with itself, but for some reason, it dominated the body. Those chaotic, hidden, from time to time floating lights and shadows in the depths of memory generally leap out into the mind. Is the memory of the outer evil? And just now the kind of horrible empty breath that one feels in the middle of the meditation, is precisely the outer evil that one has inadvertently awakened, and therefore also obtained from it just now that section of the crystal clear and incomparable memories and concepts. He remembered what Zhao Xi had once said. At first, the external evil may even help people cultivate, but it will eventually drive people crazy. Does crazy mean having the control of one's body taken away by the external evil? I don't think so. What exactly is an external evil? At that moment he heard Zhao Xi waking up, yawning, and getting up and down. She walked over to the screen and peeked out half of her face, which was illuminated by the firelight of the long lamp, making it look three-dimensional and gentle, hiding all the original flaws in her looks. Are you asleep? I heard you gasp just now. Li Wuxiang lifted his eyelids. I'd be in trouble if I didn't gasp for air. I just had a dream. Are you going to add fire? Aha! Zhao Xi nodded and yawned again as he tied his own sash. Zhao Puppet said that there's a faster method of refining medicines, but he didn't teach it to me. Otherwise I would have finished it long ago. You go to sleep. I'll get it done in a while. Li Wuxiang gave her a crooked look. It's a pity that he died. Zhao Xi smiled. It's better to be dead. Chapter 9, The Sea of Fire. Then she retracted her head, and behind the screen resounded the sounds as she opened the door of the stove, shoveled the broken charcoal from the sack with a spade, and fiddled with the bottles and jars. Li Wuxiang listened quietly for a moment, stood up slowly, stuck the knife under the bunk into his own back, and walked over to the screen to look at her as she had just looked at herself. Zhao Xi was fiddling with the broken charcoal, turned her face to look down at him, wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, and shook off a few strands of fine hair from the front of her face, smiled at him, and returned her face. You're not going to sleep? I couldn't sleep, thinking about something else, Li Wuxiang whispered while slowly walking behind her. He looked at her neck, slender and snow-white, with a very fine layer of fuzz reflected by the light of the long lamps on the stone walls, exactly as he remembered the young girl. He tried again to recall what he had seen when the two of them had been together for the past month. There was nothing unusual about Zhao Xi's every move. And even if he now asked himself to think about the possibility of another person's soul hiding in the middle of this body one step beyond his eyes, he couldn't recall any incongruity at all. But that smell was real. The closer he got to her, the more his now keen sense of smell picked up that bamboo paper aroma she had. He then took another step forward, almost sticking behind Zhao Xi. He saw Zhao Xi's body tense up all of a sudden and immediately tried to turn her head, but Li Wuxiang frowned slightly, took a deep breath, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and pressed his face against the side of her neck. I was thinking that we're the only two people in the world, aren't we? Zhao Xi took a step forward and tried to break away, but in front of her was the Dan furnace, so her body only swayed and her voice trembled. Li Wuxiang, what are you doing? I think you smell good. Li Wuxiang quickly lowered his head and pursed the side of Zhao Xi's bare neck with his lips, smearing saliva on her skin. Zhao Xi shuddered, let out a shriek, and desperately tilted his body to the side, which allowed Li Wuxiang to clearly see the place where he had just spit on it, on the snow-white skin. A dark patch like white paper wet with water was rapidly spreading, while at the same time in the center of the dark patch, the skin that should have been taut was becoming uneven, and then collapsed downward, just like the paperman he had subdued below. She really is not a human being. At this time, Zhao Xi forcefully flicked his hands, wanting to immediately break free. But the reason why Li Wuxiang chose this position was because of the Dan furnace in front of him. Although Zhao Xi's strength was a little bit greater than his, but she only took half a step forward before being blocked by the Dan furnace, and instead almost fell on that Dan furnace, and by the time she wanted to turn around and forcefully pushed Li Wuxiang away, he had already with one hand. When she wanted to turn around and push Li Wuxiang away, he had already grabbed her hair with one hand, and with the other hand, he pulled out the short knife at his waist behind him and stabbed into her back. This knife was like stabbing into a soft bucket that was extremely flexible and strong, at first feeling a large and soft resistance, and then a sudden lightness, as if it had stabbed into a hollow at once. Li Wuxiang remembered the lesson he learned from dealing with this kind of paper puppet down below, and after stabbing into it, he did not retreat, but quickly retracted his right hand that was gripping Zhao Xi's hair, and gripped the hilt of the knife together with his left hand. Zhao Xi lost his grip and immediately fled forward, so Li Wuxiang took the opportunity to press the hilt of the knife downward. He heard a sound like tearing extremely thick cloth. Zhao Xi's entire back was dragged out a long gash by the short blade, and only ran forward 3 or 4 steps before his legs became soft and light, as if something had been drained out of them, and he collapsed to the ground with a plop. Li Wuxiang immediately wanted to go and make up for it a few more times, but Zhao Xi grabbed half a bag of charcoal dregs on the side and flung it away. The thing came fast and furious. Li Wuxiang only had time to dodge to the side, and he heard a rumbling sound behind him. The charcoal bag smashed through the screen, and shattered the wooden table behind the screen, and landed on the floor with a bang, splashing the charcoal dregs into a torrential downpour, and in a split second, it left countless clusters of black spots on the floor and the wall. Li Wuxiang immediately took 2 steps backward, no longer moving forward, and gently exhaled. You are Zhao Puppet. However, he saw Zhao Xi's eyes open, and the look on her face was both terrified and helpless. She seemed to only have arms that could move at this point, and the part of her back below the incision had all become limp, as if her bones had been drained away. She used one hand to prop herself up against the wall, and used her other hand to grab her waist, as if trying to close the wound. But as she moved her body, more and more things leaked out of her back. It was something that was wrapped in densely packed white threads. When it leaked out of the body, it looked like fresh, steaming innards, but as soon as it saw the wind and fell to the ground, it quickly turned into a shriveled, wrinkled, folded up thing made of yellowed bamboo paper. She endeavored to stuff these things inside her body, but with the slash in her back and her moving her body, those things soon intertwined and weaved into a large mass. It was more than impossible to put them back. When she finally moved to the wall, she was able to grab these viscera-like things while trembling her lips and glaring at Li Wuxian. Why I've already eaten very little, and I'm still refining medicine for you. Why Li Wuxian looked at her calmly, asking me to use the broad cicada seed to refine myself into a human skin so that I can be taken over by you. Do you think you're very clever, Zhao Puppet? Since you know that I am an external evil, do you know that this method is just a child's trick in my opinion? Why? Because I'm tired of playing it. Zhao Xi stared wide-eyed. The piece on her right shoulder that was soaked with saliva was collapsing, which called her right arm also gradually became sheepish, and could only droop on one side of her body. So those internal organs that were originally grasped by her right hand that were refined with bamboo paper were scattered again. She opened her mouth, looking like a person who was about to die, breathing spasmodically while trying to grab those internal organs with her other hand, but couldn't reach them. I'm not Zhao Puppet. I'm Zhao Xi. Please, save me. It was Zhao Puppet who killed me and took me. I'm not trying to cheat. Me. Li Wuxian carefully observed her every movement, adjusted his breathing, and tried to relax and tense his whole body, so that he could use his strength at any time. Now he had a clear picture of what was going on. Zhao Puppet was originally going to use the children underneath to refine Tai, but after realizing that the original owner was possessed by an evil spirit, he immediately made an unbelievable decision to kill himself, and then transfer his soul into the paper puppet, Zhao Xi, to trick himself, the evil spirit, into practicing Guanxicangzi. But after realizing that the original owner was possessed by an evil spirit, he immediately made an incredible decision to kill himself and transfer his soul into Zhao Xi's paper puppet, tricking himself, an evil spirit, into cultivating Guanxicangzi. This means that the external evil, this thing in the eyes of Zhao Puppet, extremely dangerous, and even asked him to not hesitate to self-destruct his body to set up a game. But he should know that after practicing Guanxicangzi will be called the five senses of the people sharp. Did not think of this situation now? At this time, Zhao Xi no longer speak, but motionless, staring straight at him, as if still asking silently why. Li Wuxian let out a cold laugh and slowly approached him. Zhao Puppet, if I were you, I should realize that I won't believe every word you say right now, much less lie here pretending to be dead. You want this outer evil skin of mine? Then I'll give you two choices. Either I open the door and jump into the sea of fire outside, telling you to give up your flesh but get nothing, or, you stand up now, and the two of us talk it over. As he spoke, he was already only 2 steps away from the wall, but Zhao Xi was still motionless. At the same time when the word talk came out, Li Wuxian quickly stepped, changed from pacing to rushing, swung his arm fiercely, and chopped down the head of Zhao Xi, then jumped on the body and swung his sword fiercely, until he chopped the puppet's body. Surface was full of a white mouth that turned out. Before withdrawing 2 paces backward, he was only 2 steps away from the wall. Withdrawing 2 steps, the body still didn't move. Zhao Xi's head rolled down a short distance away, still in its original form the moment he looked at it, but soon, becoming pale, stiff, and eventually transformed into a lifelike shell. Li Wuxian stared at the head in silence, then at the corpse on the ground, and slowly inhaled a breath. Zhao Puppet, Zhou Puppet? 2 breaths later, he slowly stepped forward and plucked at those ragged cuts in the corpse with his short knife underneath the blossoming strips of slashes. There was a faint pale gold color. He squatted down, reached out and tore the wounds open, brushing away those white threads inside the body, and realized that it was a thin net woven with extremely fine and thin copper wires and buried under the surface of the body. It was also at this time that he suddenly noticed that the touch of this corpse's body surface was completely different from the golem he had killed underneath. It is much tougher, as if it were made of thin leather. Li Wuxian let out a breath, cut off a piece with a short knife, and stepped back to the side of the fallen furnace. The charcoal fire that Zhao Xi had just started had not yet been extinguished, and through the light of the fire, he saw the fine lines on the surface of the thin skin. He threw this thing into the charcoal fire. A burning smell rose, and the thin skin quickly turned into ashes. Li Wuxian stood up holding his short sword, looking at the corpse on the ground, remembering her words just now. It was Zhao Puppet who killed me and put me. I'm not trying to cheat. It was Zhou Puppet who killed me and made me into a puppet. I'm not trying to trick you. Is that what it means? Li Wuxian held his sword in the darkness and firelight, looking at the leather bag on the ground for a moment of silence, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. What? Do you want to tell me to feel remorseful and guilty towards Zhao Xi, and then leave this skin here as a reminder? and then continue to cultivate Guan Cicada Z next until you've really cultivated yourself into a skin? As he said that, he walked over to pick up Zhao Xi's light head, and when he picked it up a ball of crumpled bamboo paper fell out of it. Then he went to the door and threw it open, and the hot air gushed in, and he dangled his grasping head outside. I guess that's when you'll come out of the skin and take my shelter. Now talk to me, or I'll throw you out. On the empty head, the pair of out-of-focus black eyes stared at the floor of the chamber in silence. Li Wuxiang raised his hand violently, and the head was thrown into the distance, through a layer of fleeting clear light, and immediately turned into a ball of flame in mid-air. He walked back with big strides and dragged Zhao Xi's headless corpse to the door as well, and shouted sternly, "Speak to me, Zhao puppet, or else I'll throw you out now as well." Throw them all out. But this light puppet's body swayed limply with his movements, and its drooping arms were blown up by the hot wind outside the door, as if it was still thinking about the pills it hadn't finished refining today. Li Wuxiang stared at it for a moment, slowly leaning against the stone wall by the door and letting go. The headless corpse landed at his feet with a plopping sound, as if a heavy coat had fallen to the ground. Outside the door was still a world of fiery red. Thick clouds of fire rolled overhead, making the zenith look as if it was solid. In the distance, countless giant trees were in flames, twisting as far as the eye could see because of the heat. Looking up and down into the sides from the door, one could only see a rough, slash-and-burn rock wall, its surface covered with a thick layer of white ash. The whole world didn't look half alive. Li Wuxiang sighed, sat down facing a burning world in the distance, patted the pair of skins on the ground, and after a slight silence for a moment, whispered, "Well, if you're really Zhao Xi, dying at my hands isn't really that tragic. To have to stay in a world like this, to live in a small hut with the knowing that you're going to be alone until you die is what's more tragic. But that's one thing, and me killing you by mistake is another." "What then?" Li Wuxiang stood up and took a step forward. "Just take my life to pay for it." But just as his body was about to lean forward, the headless hide behind him shuddered violently, and then the piece of thin netting made of fine copper wire under the skin flew out with a buzzing sound and swooped down on him. A sharp pain. As soon as this copper net was on his body, it immediately drilled into his flesh, as if it wanted to take root under his skin just like it did in Zhao Xi's skin bag. Only a moment's effort. Li Wuxiang's upper body will be a red. Tiny columns of blood splattered everywhere, and then a moment later, this copper net has been completely buried into his skin, seems to be wrapped in muscle, bone, forcing him to raise his right hand, thumping death grip on the side of the stone doorplate. At the next moment, the pain on his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Li Wuxiang only felt a numbness and itchiness under his skin, and then he felt a coolness in his body, as if he was practicing Guangxicangzi, and the essence in his internal organs was constantly converging to his skin, but this time the speed was countless times faster, as if the copper net that had not been inserted into his skin was helping him to cultivate, to quickly repair him into a human skin. It was at this time that Li Wuxiang finally determined that Zhao Puppet was indeed attached to that body, but not to the skin, but to this copper net. He immediately laughed out loud and used his left hand to climb the wall beside the door, his legs to power up and pull himself outward. "Zhao Puppet, you like to play, don't you? I like it too. You want to get on top of me? Then I want you to die together." He leapt outward, but his left arm also went violently numb under the skin, completely out of control. What was meant to be pulling himself out had become a death grip on the stone wall just like his right arm. Copper net under the skin is still crazy, sucking internal organs' essence. Li Wuxiang immediately, in accordance with the wide cicada in the method, called their own essence retrograde. This move actually saw the effect. Although still can copper net still in his skin fast growth, gradually control the legs of flesh and blood, but it grows the speed but also greatly slowed down, so that he can once again call his body forward. By the time he had completely lost control of his torso, a dangerous equilibrium had been struck. He held himself like a frozen human stone statue about to fall off a cliff through a doorway, but his arms braced against the edge of the door, his legs stomping on the doorframe, and the warm wind blowing in through the door called him to stay in place, staggering as if the next moment he would continue to fall, or fall backwards into the door. His sanity began to blur, his mind drifted off, he could no longer adjust his internal breath, he only felt countless wisps and strands extending out from the copper mesh, which were drilling into his internal organs. His limbs began to gradually loosen up, and he felt his muscles firing, slowly pulling his body backward, as if a person was beginning to push a huge stone ball resting on a slope, and once it rolled, victory or defeat would be revealed. But just then, he seemed to hear a sigh, if anything, like Zhao Xi's voice in the wind that passed through the Dan furnace. So the warm wind that whistled in through the doorway also suddenly became smaller for a split second, and Li Wuxiang swayed slightly and fell into the fire. Chapter 10. Cook Stoves. In the second half of the night, Shwebaobazi dazedly heard a bang in the yard, startled her with a jolt. Sitting up in bed and listening to the ears out, but nothing else, only the threshold of the outer room and the crack of the crickets slowly chirping again, she went back to sleep, thinking that perhaps the wild boar from outside the town arched the door. It was only when she yawned and opened the back door of the compartment at dawn that she realized it was the stove that had burned down. The compartments were open from front to back, and she usually went in through the back door in the yard to carry some firewood and foodstuffs, and when it was late, she took apart the 4 front doors and set them up with small stools, which became the 4 tables used by guests when they came to eat at the Shwes store. The cooker is plated on the right-hand side of the entrance to the compartment. When she was over 3 years old and could just remember, her parents were still around. At that time, the business of Shwes store was not bad, and the stove was not on this side, but on the left-hand side of the door. One day, her father opened the door in the morning and saw a Taoist priest sleeping outside the door. Unkempt, with sores on his neck, he carried the Taoist priest back home, and took good care of him for a little more than half a month, feeding him some homemade sugar water and herbs, and finally brought him back to life. After the Taoist priest recovered, he claimed to be worshipping the Sifu Jinjuan, commonly known as the Zhaowang. At first, it was to see that Shwes store was a food store, and the worship must also be Zhaowang, before collapsing outside the door to ask for help. In order to thank her father for saving his life, he helped her family to look at the stove fire, and then instructed her father to start another set of stoves, that is, the one that is here now. Taoist priests say that when people worship Zhaowang, they often throw some food and live animals into the stove to offer sacrifices, which is actually not very useful. The real offering is to keep the stove fire burning, so that the incense can penetrate the 9 heavens and reach the wonderful realm where the god of life is located. Therefore, after the new stove was installed, the stove fire in Shwes store never went out. This naturally cost a lot more firewood, but business was really good, and when Shwebaobao was 6 years old, the family rebuilt the house. The green-tiled room with the east and west rooms and the double-ear room where she now sleeps was built at that time, but the good times didn't last long. Her father fell ill with lung disease after the new house was built, and soon her mother was infected as well, dragging more than half a year, exhausting the family's money. Both died. Fortunately, Jinshuwei town in more than 30 years ago had a period of troubled Xian religion. Now the town's empty house is quite a lot, so no one coveted her family town east of this set of remote mansion. She will be on their own to support themselves, stumbling to grow up to 17 years old. Shue Baobian remembered her father's words before he died. Her father said that the Taoist priest said that making offerings to the Zhaowang master and keeping the incense burning is something that is good for the present and for future generations, and that even if a person dies, his heavenly soul can go with the incense to the wonderful realm above the 9 heavens. But this kind of offering cannot be easily interrupted, or else the soul of the sky halfway to heaven. The stove fire suddenly extinguished. Then it is not up and down, no landing, to be subjected to the astral winds of the 9 heavens above for eternity, shall not be reincarnated. So Shwebaobaozi continued to keep the stove fire burning for more than 10 years, until today. A corner of the stove collapsed, and broken bricks and yellow soil were scattered on the ground. Because of the large opening, the firewood that could have been simmered all night had long since gone out, and the white ash was lifted out from the heat, as if snow had fallen on the ground. She stared blankly for a moment, slowly leaning back against the door, hugging her knees and sitting down on the floor, wondering if her father and mother had gone off to the wondrous realm above the 9 heavens by now. It was another moment before she wiped the corners of her eyes and stood up, heading over to the stove to gather up the broken bricks. Of course she wouldn't be able to open the door today, but she thought just now that she wasn't going to be able to do so going forward. Before her parents died, they didn't teach her any skills, and it was only 3 years ago that she felt that the stove was still burning. So she put up the Shwe's shop board again, but she only knew how to cook some melons, vegetables and so on, and even the noodle soup can only make dead noodles. Think add some more meat, oil and water will be more flavorful, but she herself have to rely on occasional chaff, vegetables to satiate their stomachs. Meat and oil and water naturally cannot be supplied from time to time, so only some merchants from abroad by chance will come here to mix a belly full. The local people are lazy to patronize. Since the collapse also collapsed, it would be better to go outside the town to cut firewood to sell, perhaps living better than now. She just sneezed as she picked up the broken bricks and then saw something in the white dust. It was shiny gold, the size of a soybean grain. She initially thought it was burnt copper, but after twisting it up from the ashes and blowing on it, she realized it was more like a tiny cocoon. The outside of the cocoon, which had once appeared to be covered in a skin, had burned in the fire, revealing a bit of gold color underneath. She held it up to the doorway and looked at it in the light of the rising sun, so she could see the exposed layer of gold clearly. It seems that underneath the leather, there is another layer that is woven with extremely fine and thin copper or gold wire, and further inside, it looks like stuffed fine silk threads. Xue Baobao froze, wanting to take this thing to the water tank to wash it, but at this time the front door was not removed. The house was still a bit dark. She accidentally tripped over the firewood on the ground by the water tank, and when she reached out to prop up the stove, this little thing fell into a small pot of male pheasant's blood with a thud. She was busy fishing it out, placing it in the bowl, and scooping some more water in to try and wash the thing off. When the water was filled in, the chicken blood stained on this thing rippled out at the bottom of the bowl. Xue Baobao was about to use her fingers to rub it clean, when she suddenly realized that those wisps of blood that rippled out were sucked in by the small ball through the gaping hole where the copper wire was exposed. She froze for a moment, but just such a moment of concentration, and saw the small ball sucked twice in a row, like a fish sucking water, like the blood silk all swallowed. It's a living thing. Xue Baobao took a few light, quick breaths and turned to sit slowly on the stovetop, looking sideways at this little thing in the bowl. She thought of her parents, the yard when she was a child, the April acacia blossoms, the red hearth, the hot steam and talk in this room once upon a time, and then the wishful thinking that this little thing, whether it was a moth's cocoon or some other little bug, might have been given to her as a companion by her parents in trust of the stovekeeper. Thinking this way, she felt a little relief in her heart, so she slowly cleaned up while looking at the little thing soaking in the water. Seeing that the blood at the bottom of the bowl had all been sucked into it, she bent a branch over the wood fire and dipped it in some chicken blood and dripped it in. Just like that, when the house was about to be cleaned up, she noticed that the thing seemed to have risen slightly. Where it had been burnt, the black color became lighter, and the breach that had previously revealed the golden threads underneath was covered with a very thin layer of pink skin, as if a newborn skin had emerged. At the same time, she also knew why the hearth had collapsed. She ended up picking up a green brick in the pile of ash, which seemed to have been carved with some runes or something on the outside, while the inside was hollow and divided into two layers, making it look like a small room. Only whatever else had been inside was now burned away, broken in half. Xue Baobian think this may be the Taoist priest instructed parents to set up another stove when placed inside, as if the usual people when the house is renovated will also be buried in the beams or foundation to ward off evil spirits and ghosts and other charms. Only this brick is hollow, may therefore not fire resistant. Burned for more than 10 years, finally exploded, but also collapsed the stove. So instead of piling the two broken bricks with the broken ones, she carefully carried them back into the house, as did the bowl of water, and set them on the windowsill before going out into the yard to fetch water. After a few moments, light waves rippled in the bowl, and a bubble emerged from the small thing. Li Wuxiang exhaled. He was disoriented. His consciousness was like a ball of tucked-up muslin. He knew vaguely that he was free of the prison and the fire, but he couldn't be sure exactly where he was. The only thing he could be sure of was hunger. A hunger that transcended everything, beyond reason. So few drops of blood did nothing to alleviate the hunger. He wanted more flesh and blood, but another voice and will suppress that instinct, telling him to curl up again for the time being, waiting impatiently for the chance to grow and feed. Chapter 11, The Old Man's Reward. After that, Shrebeobeozi did not go out for 10 days or so. Now is the late spring, is also not enough time, but fortunately, once upon a time she had to go to the town of Bishan every day to cut firewood, always harvest some fungus, mushrooms, sour fruit, mountain ginger, and so on, and when the luck is good, will be like the other day, will also be like a few days ago. To catch a pheasant by the eagle chatted injured neck, and she is a long and thin girl. The small appetite developed over the years. These food can be air-dried, slowly stored. Therefore, in the past 10 days or so, she was lying on the window, watching the daylight shining through the window in the bowl of water, watching the skin of the tiny cocoon inside gradually healing, becoming white and smooth, and gradually sending out tiny buds of flesh, as if it was going to grow arms and legs. She rejoiced at every change in it, drinking some well water when she was thirsty and eating some dry food when she was hungry. As for what to do when all that was gone, she didn't want to think about it. With the hearth collapsing, and no need to do what she'd been doing for over a decade, she didn't want to do anything. But by the 15th day, she changed her mind, not voluntarily, but semi-voluntarily. Feeding to the 3rd day, she felt that the chicken blood began to stink, so she used a pot to roast the chicken blood, and then finally ground into powder, a little to feed. But the other day it rained, a fine oxhair rain, but it stretched for 2 or 3 days, and when she opened the small jar containing the blood powder again the next night, she could only smell a foul odor. She tried throwing a little to feed the cocoon, but instead of eating it, it moved as if dead after a few twitches. She panicked now, experiencing a familiar and unfamiliar sense of fear, like when her parents had breathed their last and she had stood alone in an empty room brightly lit by the sun. She hurriedly changed the water for the small bowl, and pricked her own finger to drip a few drops of blood into it. After a long time, the cocoon slowly twisted its newly grown, tentacle-like limbs and ate up the few drops of blood, but it was still one, as if it hadn't had enough to eat. It was only at this time that Xue Baobao was as if she had just woken up from a dream, knowing that she had to go and get some food. Otherwise, she was afraid that this little thing that her parents had sent to accompany her would starve to death. She pulled open the small drawer at the head of the bed and took out a mahogany box inside. This box was originally the corners of the copper, pinched silver wire, is one of the dowry mother saved for her, and now those copper and silver have long been gouged down, leaving only a plain box. She will open the box, take out the only remaining inside as silver earrings. 10 days for the first time out of the courtyard. Shuijiadian is facing the Jinshui River. Along the river is a residential area, 80 to 90% of which is empty. She walked slowly along the river and saw that the big willow tree by the river had already drawn many new branches, and along the river there was also new grass drilling out from under the soil. But the grass didn't seem to have much life. It wasn't very green, only white and miserable buds. She walked slowly past the 3 houses, eventually stopping in front of the door of one at the end of the bridge, holding onto the stationary stump in the doorway to catch her breath for a while before she felt her head not quite spinning, so she knocked hard on the door panel. A moment later, a tired, muddy male voice was heard inside. "Who is it?" A few shuffling footsteps approaching. The door creaked open a crack, revealing a young bald man with hanging eyes, short and chubby, dark skin, very strong. Seeing the outside standing is Xue Baobao, full of impatience only slightly convergence. "Oh, Xue's sister ah, what is the matter?" Xue Baobao looked at the corner of his eye. It was a mole, so it was the second of the Wang family's twin children, Wang Wu. She pinched the earring in her hand, raised her hand and compared it to her left earlobe, then to her neck, then to her fingers, and finally drew a circle in front of her body. Wang Wu opened a door and leaned against the doorframe with his arms wrapped around him, grinning with a squint and peeking halfway across his face. "What did you say? I can't hear you?" Xue Baobao stared at him in silence. She was talking about the earrings on her earlobes, the necklace around her neck, the rings on her fingers, and many silver ornaments that she had brought to the Wang family one after another since she was 6 years old to replace what should have been her dowry. The Wang family is a hunting family. When father and mother were still alive, the Wang family would supply meat to the Xue family store, and the two families were considered familiar with each other. On the day her parents died, Xue Baobao cried until she was hungry. Then she remembered the Wang family. She does not remember the events of that time, only remember that his family came to the people, moved out of the body, wrapped in a mat buried hastily, and then Wang's father and son in the family search for a good while, do not know what have taken away, only to her that is the funeral expenses. 6-year-old child ignorant, only thought the family is a good man, and then whenever the hungry cannot stand, will take the family's things to go to the king's family for some food. At first a silver bracelet can still be exchanged for enough to eat 3 or 4 months of fine chaff, and then a ring, a necklace, an earring, can only be exchanged for a few pieces of dried meat, roasted and crispy broken bones only. The Wang family said, they have to be fair, but now years of famine, the mountains of birds and animals are not good to fight. Then first recorded as debts. They also said, one size fits all. For example, the ring brought last time has been recorded as a debt, then this time to bring the necklace, naturally, is the second yard, in exchange for a piece of jerky, it will be recorded as the second debt. In this way, until she was 9 years old, and slowly realized that the uncle and brother of the Wang family is not as he thought, then no longer do anything stupid. Until today, Wang Wu was not happy with the look in her eyes, and he restrained his smile and frowned, and was about to slam the door. At this time, a hand poked out to hold the door open, and his brother Wang Wen poked his head out. Seeing that it was Xue Baobao, he immediately frowned and asked Wang Wu, "What's wrong?" Wang Wu grunted. The little mute has come to rehash old scores. Wang Wen glared at him. "What do you mean by old accounts? Old accounts are not accounts anymore? We Wang family members do things in a clean and fair manner. Do you still want to disown the account?" Wang Wu told him to grunt but did not dare to attack, kicked the door plate, ran into the yard. Only then did Wang Wen walk out the door and sighed. "Didn't Sister Xue open your store again last year? Are you in trouble again?" "Alas, yes, these years, not to mention the crops are not good. Even our hunter family is also difficult. Bishan animals have learned to be more sophisticated. You go to the set up a clip. After a few days to see, nothing to get. A few days ago, I clamped a deer. but the town master said that the master loves to eat venison, and I have an account here, and I took the whole thing, so do you think this kind of account is still going to come back? Shui Baobao just stared at him. Wang Wen then scratched his head, so our family is also difficult nah. Alas, but our two families are old friends. This way, we are one size fits all. Do you still have any gold or silver jewelry there? I'll exchange some dry goods for you first, and wait for a few days. If the Xinjiang side opens a fair, I'll go to the fair again to exchange your stuff for rice and noodles, and bring it back to you, okay? When Shui Baobao had already thought that it would be this kind of talk, also thought about whether there are other ways to get some food, but that cocoon only eat flesh and blood. These days, she also caught some worms, earthworms and so on to feed it. But after the Xian sect, Jinshuwei town near the ground has not been restored. Not only the crop's sickly recession, is the small insects in the soil are pitifully small. Now that summer is about to start, except for some dried bacon, she really doesn't know how to feed it all the time. She sighed and displayed the silver stud in her palm. Wang Wen smiled and walked down to the doorstep, pinned the earrings up from her palm, and that's when he saw her thin wrists, white and clean, through the blood vessels underneath the light green color. Palm callus, but the palm root finger belly are permeated with youthful girl's unique redness. Even the long-term hunger cannot be erased. Wang Wen then slightly drifted off, took the earrings and then retreated to the doorsill, and then seriously surveyed her for a few eyes, only to realize that the little newt of the Shui family had drawn stripes over the years, and that some of the shorter clothes were going to be unable to hide the slender body underneath. So he smiled. Maisie, wait a moment. He turned around and went through the door, and when he came out again he was carrying half a wind chicken and a bunch of dried cakes in his hand. Walking up to Shui Baobao, he smiled and wanted to pinch her face. Shui Baobao immediately dodged and frowned at him. Wang Wen laughed twice. Sister is raw. Didn't I hug you when you were little? Here, take it. These years we are really separated, and do not walk around much. When I have time to go over to see, you have what is bad and rotten there, brother, to get you a get, to ensure that you have a comfortable life. If it is really one size fits all, a silver earring cannot be exchanged for these. Shui Baobing felt that his words called her difficult, as if she understood something, but did not understand. She simply do not want to think about it. Grabbed something from his hands, back away 2 steps, slowly moved away. After returning home, she first tore off a piece of meat from that air-dried chicken, soaked it in water, chopped it finely with a knife into a mush, and then sprinkled it into the bowl. As soon as the minced meat hit the bottom, the cocoon immediately wriggled, and Shui Baobao saw a small opening in its front, as if it was its newborn mouth, sliding its 4 tentacles to move around the bottom of the bowl, quickly eating. Her heart also fell to the bottom, which made a bowl of well water, while sipping the water, while a little bit of nibbling cakes. When she finished eating a palm-sized one, the bowl of meat mush was also eaten clean by the little thing, bulging and swollen. All of a sudden 2 or 3 circles, hanging in the water motionless, but it seems to be newborn inside a small heart, one by one, beating, looks as if asleep. Shui Baobao then also lay down by the window. The long-lost feeling of fullness called her to feel that she was beginning to be sleepy, and the sun that was beginning to slant in the west shone into the window, warming her body, and without realizing it, she also fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was already dark. The room was dark, and there was no light outside the window. Shui Baobao raised her head, wiped a handful of drool, and fumbled her fingers into the small bowl as she always did. The tiny cocoon moved around her fingertips, and only then did she slowly get up, to move herself to the bed. But after 2 steps in the dark she stopped. There is an aroma in the house, the kind of meat smell that comes out after fresh meat is put in water and cooked with just a little salt, a piece of onion, and a piece of ginger. Her lips quivered as she took small steps backward to lean against the windowsill, feeling for the fire folders that rested there. The small fire rose, and she saw a large porcelain bowl resting on the low cabinet at the head of the bed, and in the bowl was a piece of full spine meat with sinewy fat, still slightly steaming, and there was Wang Wen sitting on the edge of the bed, smiling and looking at her, a horizontal line of flesh on his face reflected by the firelight. Chapter 12, Meat. The fire shivered, and Shui Baobao leaned back, glancing toward the door. Wang Wen laughed, stood up and carried the large bowl to the windowsill as well. Setting the bowl down, Shui Baobian tilted her neck and looked at him sideways. Wang Wen in her because of the tight and appear extraordinarily smooth and delicate neck and looked a few more eyes. Sister, do not blame brother. After you left, I thought, you are alone and lonely. It looks like there is a lack of meat and oil, and it's a good time to draw strips. How can this be? So I brought you some fresh meat. Your door was unbolted, and I didn't want to call out to you because I saw you were asleep. He pushed the large bowl toward Shui Baobao. Eat, don't be polite. Top quality wild boar meat. Another glance at the small bowl on the windowsill. Yo, you can still see tadpoles in these days? Haven't heard a frog call in a couple years. Xue Baobao waved her hand, leaning against the wall and slowly backing away. Her mother died early and didn't tell her about things between men and women, but she just vaguely knew that Wang Wen wasn't trying to rob her or kill her. But what he was going to do must be even more horrible than both. But just as she took a step back, Wang Wen picked up the large bowl and a loop of his arm, trapping her against the wall. He stared at her and gasped, grabbing the spine meat from the bowl and bringing it to her mouth. Taste it? Sister, don't let down your brother's good intentions. Xue Baobao's lips trembled as she opened her mouth and bit a piece, swallowing it after only a few chews. Is it good? She nodded hurriedly. Do you want to eat it every day? He came closer, almost to her forehead, then put the meat back in the bowl and set it down on the windowsill again. You listen to your brother and you'll eat it every day from now on. Xue Baobao suddenly threw the fire discount in her hand to the ground, and darkness instantly descended. At the same time she flew out of Wang Wen's arm and immediately ran towards the door, but a large, rough and powerful hand violently grabbed her arm and dragged it backward, and Xue Baobao immediately fell to the ground. Her mind was dazed, her ears buzzing, not knowing whether she was standing or lying down. The next moment, she felt a coldness in her chest, and then she heard a snorting sound. Wang Wen grabbed a handful of her chest, and rode on top of her, one hand pinching her neck, and one hand pulling her pants. Hush, hush, sister, don't make a scene, save some energy, this side of the river is our two families, what do you have to make a scene? Be good, a little bit comfortable. Xue Baohua bent her leg with force. Wang Wen ate the pain and let out an ah. Xue Baohua took the opportunity to turn around and climbed on the windowsill with both hands trying to pull herself up, but the bushel-like slap thumped on her head, and her body lurched, her hands picking over the small bowl on the windowsill and slamming it back to the ground. She received a few more heavy slaps immediately afterward, and her head went foggy for a moment. Her ears were a sea of long, sharp chirps, and her whole body lost its strength, feeling like an animal being manipulated on all fours. But now all she could think about was one thing: the water in the bowl had spilled on Wang Wen, and the little thing her parents had sent to keep her company had probably been crushed to death. Immediately after that she heard an odd sound, a little familiar. She tried to distinguish it, until after taking several more breaths she realized that she had been pressed by no one. The ringing in her ears gradually receded, and that sound became clearer and clearer. Wang Wen had shrunk to the side of the window, and was grunting. That sound was almost exactly the same as when his parents died, because his body was suffering extreme pain, but he couldn't move at all, and he didn't even have the strength to scream out loud, so he could only grunt in such a dying manner. Trembling on the ground, Xue Baobao froze and immediately backed up on her hands and knees, feeling for the fire folders on the ground. After withdrawing a few steps, her hands trembled, and she tried several times before blowing out the flame. Wang Wen did sit against the wall, cocking his head, but his head was so crooked that it looked like it was completely snapped off, drooping over his shoulders and shaking like sifting chaff. He rolled his eyes, and his eyeballs were trembling rapidly, filled with dense red blood. Blood was pouring out rapidly from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears, and just at this moment when Xue Baobao bottle wiped the flame, what came out of his nose was no longer blood, but a large amount of transparent snot-like liquid. She didn't know if it was brain matter. She looked dumbfounded. Then Wang Wenkai used all his strength to raise his hand towards her, his lips trembling like a wind, as if to ask her for help, but the next moment, only heard a wave sound. His two eyeballs fell out all of a sudden, attached to the back of the silk hanging on the face. Just this instant, Xue Baobao bottle saw a flash of golden light behind his black eye sockets, as if there was a thing woven with extremely fine and very fine gold threads, and swam in his brain. Her body tingled all of a sudden, and she immediately rushed out of the house, out of the gate, and into the night by the Jinshui River. She darted in the direction of the Wang family, wordlessly opening her mouth wide, but unable to make a sound. She stumbled a dozen steps, tripped and stumbled over a mound, and only managed to keep herself from falling by using her hands and feet. Then she stopped and took a moment to catch her breath in the deep darkness, turning to look in the direction of home. After another moment, she clenched her fists and took one step back, bolting the gate and walking across the small yard to the house. There was no longer the low wailing of Wang Wu in the house. In the darkness, she heard the sound of something slimy sliding and writhing in the mud, as if once upon a time her parents were mixing juicy, soft stuffing with their hands. The stench of blood so thick that it melted away made her want to vomit, but she gasped deeply and closed the door with a trembling hand, then slowly slid down against the wall to sit on the floor, hugging her knees, and looked in the direction from which the sound came in the darkness. I don't know how long it took, but the last bit of noise and the last hint of blood faded away, and the room became quiet again. But Xue Baobao knew that something existed and grew in this darkness, watching itself. Then she heard the wind, and then she felt the thing disappear. All at once she panicked, stood up, straightened her arms, groped eagerly into the darkness ahead, opened her mouth wide, and made a low ah-ah sound. A piece of soft, warm skin pressed against her palm. Xue Baobao stopped for a moment. "My name is Li Wuxiang." She heard an excellent male voice, like the color of the moon spilling into the sparkling Jinshui River, peaceful and quiet. "What's your name?" The sense of awe was fleeting as such a sound was replaced by sheer amazement, which then transformed into a defiant curiosity. She flexed her fingers, wanting to experience more of the touch of her palm, but Li Wuxiang had retreated back into the darkness, so she rushed to open her mouth and exhale a choking-like stream of air in an effort to make a sound. The last time she made a sound was when she was 6 years old. She hadn't wanted to speak since that day when she had cried herself hoarse, and again, she didn't know when it had become impossible to speak. She tried to recall distant memories of how to quiver her voice, and after a long time, finally made a hoarse sound. "Hi, Su, 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 Shay, oh, Shui." Xue Baobao took a long breath and nodded heavily. The being in the darkness was silent for a moment. "Okay, Miss Shui, don't be afraid. My name is Li Wuxiang. I was trapped in your hearth by a demon. Thanks for saving me." Chapter 13. Approaches. The night was long, but after half an hour, through the few words that Xue Baobao had known, the one or two syllables that took great effort to exit, and Li Wuxiang's very patient deduction and guessing, he finally roughly figured out the environment he was currently in. Jinshui Town, named because of the Jinshui River. But Xue Baobi has never left Jinshui. Her parents are also local households, so she does not know where Jinshui Town is located, nor does she know where the Jinshui River originates from, where it flows to, and even more so, where Jinshui Town is actually under the jurisdiction of. This last is not unknown to the higher administration of Goldwater, but, rather, pressed, when it comes to things like emperor, court, and dynasty. Xue Baohua showed quite a bit of bewilderment, but fortunately, her parents were from a rich family. She was also smart when she was a child, so she could vaguely know that a long time ago, 2 or 3,000 years ago, there was a person called emperor, and there is also an industry dynasty. The rules and etiquette of the world today, and even the names of most of the mountains and lakes, were all established at that time. But after the fall of the Yi dynasty and the disappearance of the emperor, the world only knew that many areas of the world were under the control of the 8 metaphysical cults. The largest immortals in the myriad realms passed down their immortal laws, and those who practiced them were called Taoist priests or Qi refiners. Mere mortals don't know if they've really seen the immortals, but they've heard that within the Xian sect's jurisdiction, the world is a bit more prosperous than outside the sect. After asking a few times, Li Wuxian realized that outside the sect was actually a geographical concept. The 8 sects of the Xian cult control many areas of the world, but there are still more areas that are not under the light of the Xian cult, and are only under the jurisdiction of the city and town lords of each place, much like the former warlords of his place. You and I, fighting back and forth. The city changed the flag of the king, and Jinshui Town is such a town outside the church. More than 30 years ago, Jinshui Town was still very prosperous. At that time, the Jinshui River was much wider than it is today, so there were merchant ships passing through the town, giving rise to a prosperous atmosphere. But then there was the Xian sect. The Taoist priests of the Xian sect clashed with the Qi refiners who were stationed in Jinshui Town in the past years, and the fight killed many people in the town. And since then, the Jinshui River has been slowly depleted, and gradually, only a few small boats can go through the town, and the town has been declining. The east side of the town where the Xue family is located was originally the most prosperous area of Jinshui Town, because there used to be a small wharf here, where many passenger and cargo ships had to be moored. After the blockage of the Jinshui River and the Xian cult, the newly moved families went to the west and east of the town, because it was closer to the main road to the nearest Xinjiang city. Therefore, as Wang Wen said earlier, nowadays, there are only 2 families, Wang and Shui, living in the mansions along the river by the east bridge of the town. Xue Baobao was unable to move out, while Wang's family was different. His family has been hunters for generations, and in recent years, the new town master has a taste for wild game, and the east side of town is closer to Bishan, so his family has stayed. In that case, a man of honor in the town died here tonight. Xue Baobao heard Li Wuxiang's voice in the darkness. Her hearing was excellent, and she had been trying to hear exactly where Li Wuxiang was talking before, but his voice drifted, as if he was across the street one moment, far away the next, and behind him the next, and the law of this golden water town. Looking at all by the town masters say, if pursued, I think you will become a murderer criminal instead. These two words like a pot of cold water. All of a sudden called Xue Baobian calmed down. Only just really realized one thing, her family died a person. And this person also has a fierce hunter brother and father. She took a few sharp breaths and tilted her head back into the darkness, struggling to make a sound. You do nothing. She heard Li Wuxiang say, you don't know anything. Xue Baobao wanted to make some more noise or write with her hand on the dark floor, when she suddenly heard a thud in the courtyard, followed by Wang Wu's voice, open the door, open the door. Xue Baohua shuddered and immediately turned her face into the darkness and twice, but she didn't hear a response, as if Li Wuxiang had already disappeared. Then a loud clunk was heard. This door bolt of her house has been used for more than 10 years, and there is always continuous rain in Jinshui town, so it is already rotten. Wang Wu tapped the door a few times and didn't see anyone open it, so he lifted his leg and kicked it, immediately kicking the door open. He rushed into the courtyard, carrying a bow and arrow, a double-stranded hunting fork in one hand, and a torch in the other, and angrily yelled, didn't we agree to come and play together? You're doing this behind my back? What? Brother? Brother! Come out quickly, don't fucking play. The Taoist priest invited by the town master wants fresh tiger bones, and he wants them now. The courtyard was dark and gloomy. No one responded, so he went straight to the main house. Xue Baobian was in a panic, not knowing that she should listen to Li Wuxiang's don't do anything, but she did not know that she should listen to Li Wuxiang's don't do anything. Still, she went to put the door of the house against it, but a ball of light was already reflecting in through the doorway, followed by another bam, and she saw Wang Wu's face illuminated by the torch. Xue Baobao backed up 2 steps, leaning against the wall and closing her eyes tightly, knowing that Wang Wu would see the mess inside the house, the blood on the floor, and the corpses in the next moment. But after a slight interval she heard Wang Wu's voice and smelled fishy breath. Where's my brother? Where is the man? Xue Baohua froze and opened her eyes. Wang Wu was against her. She quickly glanced to the side. Through the light of the torch that Wang Wu was holding, there was nothing on the ground, just a piece of tamped down dirt. The blood, the corpse, and even the bloody clothes were all gone, as if everything that happened half an hour ago was just a dream. Ask you, where's my brother? Wang Wu grabbed her face and shook it, glancing around the room again to see the bowl and the meat inside it resting on the windowsill. Xue Baobao raised his arm and pointed outward. He's gone? When did he leave? Xue Baobao stared at him, tilted her face, and didn't say anything. Wang Wu frowned as he surveyed her and saw her collar. The button had fallen off. It was torn open. He then suddenly grunted and laughed twice. Alright, Sister Xue, when I'm done with this I'll come and play with you. I'll show you who's better between me and my brother. After he finished, he threw Xue Baobao's face violently, lifted up his hunting fork, and rushed out of the door with great strides, shouting as he rushed, Brother! Brother! Wang Wen, where are you? See if father won't beat you to death. The courtyard door was kicked open with a clang and slammed back. Xue Baobao slid to sit on the ground at once, gasping for air, trembling, crawling to the window to grab the flint on the ground, blowing several times before blowing brightly, and through that bright light to look carefully at the ground. Still nothing, not even the smell of blood. She gritted her teeth and jerked the fire up to look up into the beam. A few pieces of rags hung fluttering on the beams, and there was no bloodstain, but she could be sure that it was the clothes Wang Wen had been wearing before. Li, she struggled to make a sound, but extreme nervousness called her voice choked, and she could only write with her fingers in the darkness, as she had done a moment before. You eat people? She didn't know if Li Wuxiang was still there, but a moment later, she heard a voice from behind her. I don't think so. With a short, slight gasp and a moment's silence, Xue Baobao wrote again with trembling fingers. What to do? His brother knows he's been here, so he'll always end up running back to ask for you again. If it was at my place, they might not be able to do anything about you, but this is Jinshui, so whether it's to vent his anger or something else, he should come to you often in the future. She heard Li Wuxiang chuckle behind her. Then there are 2 ways. One is for the 2 of us to hurry up tonight and get out of here. Xue Baobao immediately shook his head. Well, that's the second one. Let's go kill his whole family tonight. Then no one will suspect you. Do you think that's a good idea? Xue Baobao froze, but after a moment, she clenched her fists and made a slight sound. Ho, good. Then I need you to do me a favor. Go ahead and turn around. I'll be right behind you, but don't be afraid of anything you see. Ready? Chapter 14, Evil Sneaks. Xue Baobao turned around. The moment she saw what was behind her, her pupils dilated, her scalp tingled, and she took 2 steps backward before wordlessly standing still. She had expected to see perhaps a ghost with a green face and fangs, a demon with a beast's head and body, or any of the evil spirits that had been spoken of to frighten her when her father and mother were still alive. But the reality of what she had seen was even more evil than those evil spirits. It was like a papier-mâché figure, but extremely delicate, with a lifelike nose and eyes and mouth. However, it was the kind that had been accidentally dipped in water, muddied in color, and deflated and wrinkled. A human skin with a distorted face stood not far from her, propped up in some places, deflated in others, with its feet fluttering, seeming to stand on the ground, and seeming to float in midair. Its 7 orifices were empty, but many white threads poked out of them, waving gently in the air like tentacles, as if they were replacing the role of those original organs. And when he moved gently, there was a dense undulation underneath that human skin, as if countless worms were wriggling and driving his movements inside. She leaned back and gasped several times before swallowing and lifting her hand shakily to write. Help with what? Her reaction was perfectly in line with expectations, and Li Wuxiang felt very satisfied. After observing her over the past 10 days, he had realized that it wasn't a time of peace and material abundance, and that people living in such a world should be overwhelmingly obsequious and tired and numb. At first he thought that Xue Baobao was like that, but then slowly realized that all the tiredness, bewilderment, and numbness she displayed seemed to be due to the childhood of her parents' early deaths as well as the long-term psychological depression caused by her puberty. Once she had discovered a little thing my father and mother sent to keep me company, she was left with the feeling of being a little thing my father and mother sent to keep me company. Once she found a little thing that my parents sent me to keep me company, she immediately became paranoid and focused. Li Wuxiang also knows that the vast majority of people are crushed after a similar childhood and adolescence, becoming timid and cowardly, fearful of rejection, and happy to please. But Xue Baobao went to the other extreme, endowing herself with super defensiveness combined with a potentially self-destructive streak. It was still a rather morbid mental condition, but if he had fallen into the hands of any less morbid 16 or 17-year-old girl 10 days ago, he probably would have been thrown into the fire and burned. It was quite hard to maintain the current state, but Li Wuxiang still tried his best to maintain his appearance as a human being in his former voice, so that Xue Baobao could alleviate a little bit of fear through this voice. Do you have scissors at home? The girl nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she sidled over to the bedside table and took a pair of black iron scissors with a red wire wrapped around the handle out of the drawer. Li Wuxiang exhaled, so his skin immediately flattened lightly on the ground. Come here and cut me open. With her mouth half open, Xue Baohua froze for a moment before slowly walking over, holding the clippers, and summoning up enough courage to touch the skin. She let out a hard voice. Huh? Cut my legs off first. Xue Baobao frowned, staring at Li Wuxiang's skin, thinking for a while, and heavily dropping the scissors. It was far easier than she had imagined. This skin of Li Wuxiang's was like a slightly thicker, water-soaked cloth, and when the shears hinged over, there was a rustling sound, and the legs fell down. Pretty good. Keep cutting. Cut my head in front open. Cut it into clothes, said Xue Baobao. Yes, cut to look like a dress. A few breaths later, Li Wuxiang was dissected and spread out flat on the ground. It looked like a hooded cloak, and it was leather with gold silk embedded inside. He originally had countless writhing white threads underneath this leather capsule, and at this time, they were all peacefully and quietly adhering, as if they were velvet inside. Now roll me up, backwards, leaving the golden thread exposed. Then I want you to go out and find a way to throw me inside the king's yard. Xue Baobao immediately did as she was told, and the look on her face was much more relaxed, no longer fearful and intimidated like earlier. One is because Li Wuxiang's upper body after being cut into a cloak doesn't look as scary as before, and the second is because she feels that he speaks very kindly. In addition to father and mother, no one has spoken to himself, slowly and gently like him over the years, not rushing, not scolding, even if she had just accidentally cut his eyes open. So even if he was a cannibalistic demon, she was happy to send him on his way. Xue Baobao took a hemp rope and tied Li Wuxiang's skin, then clamped him under her armpit. She didn't go through the front door, but went out through the small door at the back. It had been a long night, and it was still dark behind the house, but she had memorized all the roads in the neighborhood, where there were mounds, where there were old tree roots, where there were piles of broken tiles. All of them were firmly imprinted in her head. Between her home and the Wang family is still separated by 5 families of the remnants of the house. She walked silently and gently in the darkness, and so around an old acacia tree, can be seen from afar when the Wang family is still lit. Xue Baobao said in a low voice, Hey sh, why did you help? She heard the human skin in her arms say. She nodded in the darkness, and helping myself. You see, I was a human being once upon a time, and an orphan, fatherless and motherless, seized by the bad Taoist priests and sealed in the hearth of your house. Bad, bad. Shuebao Baozi compared it to his own face. Looking at 40 or 50 years old, Li Wuxiang recalled Zhao Puppet's appearance. Dry and thin, 5 glancing beards, deep eye sockets, and a long chin. Shui Baobao slowly let out a breath. The Taoist priest that Dad had saved more than 10 years ago might have been a bit younger, but it was the way he said it was. Thanks to you saving me, I'm the way I am now, but I may have to stay in your house for some more days, so I can't tell you to be okay. I have to think of ways to make our days peaceful. The young girl had originally held Li Wuxiang tightly, and when he heard these words, Li Wuxiang felt her arms loosen. He knew that this meant that the words told her to feel slightly more at ease. She didn't care much that she was on her way to killing her entire family, but cared more about whether the ugly human skin in her arms would leave her. This girl is really sick, Li Wuxiang thought. After passing through a section of the remnant wall again, we arrived outside the Wang family courtyard wall. This is a newly painted wall. The wall is covered with green tiles. It looks very grand. Shui Baobing, even if he jumped up, he couldn't reach the tiles on the wall. At the bottom of the wall stood down. Is heard on the other side of the wall someone talking. The voice was a little far away, but very angry. Shui Baobao knew that it was the voice of Wang Peng, the father of Wang Wen and Wang Wu, who seemed to be angry because the younger son did not find the older son, while Wang Wu was coy, arguing a few times and then did not dare to make a sound. After another moment, the sound was gone. It was time for the two to head towards the inner courtyard, and Li Wuxiang immediately said, "Throw me in, drop me where they can see me in a moment, and wait for me outside." Shui Baohua then walked forward along the base of the wall to the outside of the Wang family's main gate and cast in Li Wuxiang, who was bundled into a bundle. Then she walked to the corner at the bottom of the wall and touched a stone held in her palm, waiting quietly in the darkness. Chapter 15, The Siege. In a little while, the shouting and cursing inside the Wang family's mansion resounded again, and 2 figures walked towards the courtyard door. When the first to stout some, is Wang Wen Wang Wu, 2 brothers, father Wang Peng. 2 unproductive things, that little pussy when to play with can not? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. When I was born, I should have drowned you. It's better than being angry with me. Not wait for him, on you. He walked and cursed, almost to the door and then stopped. Do not curse, and stared at Wang Wu. Wang Wu, carrying a bow and arrow, carrying a hunting fork, hanging rope and iron clips on his waist, hurriedly stopped, calling his father to stare at him in a marvelous way. After a while, only to hear Wang Peng angrily asked, "You have brought all the things?" He hurriedly and sheepishly looked toward himself. "I brought all of it, ah." Wang Peng split his hand and gave him a slap on the face. "You brought all of it." Wang Wu covered his face, listening to the voice to cry, "I brought all, ah? Where is the oil paper?" Wang Peng slapped him again, causing him to stumble. "Are you going to hold the tiger bone in your hand and deliver it to the town master?" "Ah." Wang Wu immediately trotted towards the compartment. Only then did Wang Peng poo-poo, huffing and puffing, striding towards the door, then saw a bundle of things lying on the ground. He furrowed his brow and eeped, reaching out to kick it and noticing that the object glinted a bright metallic color in the moonlight. He froze slightly and leaned down to pick it up, then couldn't help but eek again. This thing is light, but it is quite pliable in the hand, and it is lined with a layer of copper wire, but touching soft, and like gold wire. He immediately went to the front door and pushed the door, found that the door is still chained, and looked down at the things in his hand, hurriedly striding back to the house. Will be in the main hall of the oil lamp lit up. The oil lamp was not very bright. Wang Peng brought the thing in his hand closer to the firelight to look at it carefully, only to see that the copper or gold wire was extremely fine and dense, like a layer of cloth, but it did not know what kind of beast's skin was used to make it, and there were some long white whiskers in it, which looked like white wires again. He then drew the short dagger at his waist, and with the tip of the blade carefully scratched on a gold wire, but found that not even a single scratch was left. Then this is neither copper nor gold or silver, and yet for all the softness, it would never be iron either. Wang Peng's heart jumped and he couldn't help but venture a guess. This kind of unusual thing, could it be from that Qi refiner beside the town lord who wanted tiger bones? Jinshuwei town is not a big town, but also not too small, and from time to time with the neighboring towns have some disputes. In the past few years, the town master has been unable to find high people around the offerings, has long been anxious. Only a few days ago there is a traveling 4 sides of the Qi refiner pass through here, promised to temporarily live for some time. Wang Peng had seen him from afar before, only know as a young man, called Zhao Xi. He was also thinking, mouth hairless, not firm, this person looked not much Taoist, but now is not a person. Do things even so atmospheric? Because of his sympathy for his own in the middle of the night hard for him to hunt tigers? With that in mind, he shook the thing open. It was surprising to see that it had 2 gloves attached to the cuffs, and another hood with holes to show the eyes, and it looked as if it had been stripped intact from the body of some ape. Wang Peng is a short and stout figure. This sleeve is a little narrow. He tried to explore his arm in, and found that this thing is extremely flexible, immediately by their own arm to support, and then taut on top, as if it is their second layer of skin, and the touch is warm and hot. Inside those soft white lines and slightly separated a layer of empty space. Does not call people feel very uncomfortable, but rather quite comfortable. The anger he was filled with from not being able to find his boss calmed down a lot at once, and he instantly took off his singlet and carefully put the thing on. It fit just right, as if it had been customized for him. Wang Peng couldn't help but let out a laugh, and was about to pace around the house for a few steps to walk, but suddenly felt a tightness in his body, followed by a sharp pain in his upper body, as if there were countless spikes drilling into his flesh. He cried out in agony and immediately tried to take it off, but when he grabbed the lapel on his chest with both hands, he realized that it had already sunk tightly into his flesh. He only screamed out in agony and then couldn't scream anymore because it hurt so much that his muscles tightened up and even his throat choked. He gouged his fingers dead center into his chest, finally snapping them into the gaps in the leather, and his body slammed backward and into the wall, finally lifting some of the 2 pieces of leather off his chest. Seeing those things that he thought were white threads before, at this time has long been connected with his own flesh and skin, still madly wriggling to drill into his body, originally all white, at this time has turned into blood red. Wang Peng was scared all over the body, trembling, rushed forward to crawl a few steps to grab the short dagger fell on, also do not care whether it will not hurt themselves, violently to the front of the chest and ruthlessly zapped a few times, but the surface of the layer of skin was cut open, underneath the golden net but cannot break. He also wanted to zap a few more times, but he felt that his body's strength flew away. Only a few more breaths of effort. He suddenly felt his throat itchy, completely blocked by a large mass of things, and the back of the cold, thumping fell to the ground. Below the lumbar spine cannot feel anything, can only be like a fish that has fallen to the ground, taut and spasmodic. But at that moment, Wang Wu also heard the sound in the house and immediately kicked open the door with his hunting fork and rushed in. Through the light cast from the table, he saw his old man fall straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth, a pair of blood-red eyes staring straight at him. Trembling as he raised a hand, he immediately shouted, "Father, what's wrong with you? Father!" He screamed as he rushed forward, to bend down, but suddenly he gathered his feet, shut his mouth tightly, and darted back 2 more steps. Wang Peng's eyes widened, and the hand raised in midair trembled as if it was being flung around, but Wang Wu took another step back and gritted his teeth. "Bah! Good, old thing. Isn't it going to drown me to death? I've told my brother many times, when you're too old to move, let's see how we'll screw you over. Ha ha, the good times have come early. Where do you hurt? Ha, it hurts." When Wang Peng heard this, his eyes opened even wider, the corners of his eyes almost cracked, and his body jerked up as if he was about to jump up. Wang Wu called him so scared that he took another step back, but then realized that his old man only had his face and the horizontal flesh on his neck still quivering madly and trying to open his mouth, as if he was going to curse something again. Only then did Wang Wu gasp violently for a few breaths, carrying a hunting fork for his own courage, walked to Wang Peng's side and squatted down, glaring viciously at him, cursing. "What else do you want to say? What else do you want to curse? Old undead, zzzzz." Wang Peng made a sound from his cackling mouth. Wang Wu then gave a sardonic laugh and deliberately put his head in front of his face. "What did you say? I can't hear you. Go." Wang Wu froze. "Old undead you say sh." It was then that he saw, by the light of the flickering oil lamp, that his old man's body was tightly strung with a layer of skin. He subconsciously blinked, wanting to come closer to observe. Wang Peng's body suddenly spasmodically straightened, mouth opened, a large mass of white beard wrapped in blood had gushed out, snapped and wrapped around Wang Wu's face. Chapter 16, Painted Skin. Wang Wu's strength was surprisingly a bit greater than his old man. After a scream was smothered in his mouth, he used both hands to tear the white whiskers on his face while struggling backward, and surprisingly, he really broke away, but the entire face skin was stripped off raw, leaving only a bloody face. His eyes were about to go blind. Screaming miserably like a headless fly, he circled around the house, hit the wall with a thud, couldn't find the door, and then stumbled straight to the east room. It was at this time that Li Wuxiang peeled off from Wang Peng's body, sucking up enough blood called those white whiskers to become even thicker and denser, and with this half of his human skin unfolding and his tentacles dancing, He swept up into the air in an instant and chased after Wang Wu. At this time Wang Wu fell into the east room. Do not go to find anything else to defend themselves against artifacts, but instead groping to pounce on the side of the wall against the mountain wall, such as touching a niche, and immediately screamed and shouted, Zhao Wang master help. Li Wuxian also chased into the house at this time, and saw the Zhao Wang in the niche. Shui Baobian home is also enshrined in the Zhao Wang master, but only a yellowed paper due to age and smoke. The image above has been blurred, but the one in the niche of Wang Wu's house is a gold-plated figurine of a small man sitting in the niche with a round and fat head. His eyes are slightly closed, as if in the closed eyes to rest, but a mouth but grinning to the ear, mouth and fine sharp teeth, looks out of place with his appearance of this golden body. Very bizarre. At this moment, Wang Wu then used his bloodstained hands to grab the statue of Master Zhao down, holding it with both hands and shaking it in front of himself towards Li Wuxian while putting his back against the wall. Master Zhao save me. Master Zhao save me. Evil spirit ah. Evil spirit ah. Li Wuxian did not have eyes. All he saw was to rely on those white whiskers, which called his vision has always been a little blurred. Look at the surrounding scenery, as if everything is hidden in the fog. But now he took a look at this statue in the hands of Wang Wu, but he felt that it is exceptionally clear, and stained with the blood of Wang Wu, as if in its body gradually open, and around it into a red mist, as if it has become its cloak. Li Wuxian was slightly startled in his heart, so he didn't dare to immediately pounce on him, and in the next moment, he seemed to see Master Zhao's originally slightly closed eyes snapping open and glaring at himself. Heart palpitations. He felt the familiar palpitations, like the first time he felt the external evil within him, unspeakably hollow and grandiose. This thing really works? Manifested? Or is it some kind of evil too? However, in the next moment, the momentary sensation disappeared, and the Zhao Wang in Wang Wu's hand reappeared as a tiny gold-plated statue, as hazy and blurred as the things around him. Li Wuxian no longer wondered why and immediately lunged at Wang Wu. The muddy sliding sound resounded again, and after it had lasted a quarter of an hour, a figure slowly stood up on the window paper, which was illuminated by an oil lamp. He raised his hand and touched his face, then with a slight giggling sound, he tore off his head, put it in his hand and rubbed it gently, then dipped some black ash from the oil lamp calabash and traced it carefully. Eventually, the head was reattached and Li Wuxian in the room let out a long breath. Once again, he had a human body, albeit only seemingly. Before that, his perception of his body was very dull, like a person's whole body was numb, and he could only barely manipulate it, but couldn't do many fine movements. Now that the two people's flesh and blood essence fed it, Li Wuxian even developed a slight but clear sense of pain, and was still able to manipulate the piece of copper mesh to extend and grow, reconfiguring the lower half of his body and bulging into an exoskeleton hidden under the skin suit by instinct. Thin white tentacles fill the empty eye sockets, melting into two eyeballs by instinct, not unlike a normal human unless you look closely, calling many more white whiskers across the top of his skull. He then had a full head of white hair again. Li Wuxian searched the Wang family's house naked for a while, found a dress for himself, and hastily tied his hair, conscious that he should not be able to frighten that little girl dumbfounded as before. Then he found a piece of wrapping skin, and wrapped all the gold and silver belongings he could find, and a portion of the air-dried bacon. Then he tied all those hunting gears that father and son had just brought with them on their backs before blowing out the oil lamps, setting up the statue of Master Zhao Wang, righting the tables and chairs, and immediately going out the door. He was still a bit limp, walking with a deep and shallow walk, and it took him a while to slowly make his way to the wall. Hey! The little girl responded almost immediately. Ah! Seemingly afraid that his voice was too low, he threw another small stone in. Back away! Don't smash you! Li Wuxian heard two rustling sounds outside, and threw the bag containing gold, silver, soft and dried meat over, then found a wooden pier in the yard, a little bit moved to the wall, and then stood on it and lifted the heavy and long hunting fork up to the wall, and then let go of his hand when it was hanging down, and then the hunting fork fell down, inserted into the soil, and only gave out a slight thud sound. He also put the rest of the geyser in accordance with the law to get out. He climbed up the wall a little bit, saw Shui Baobing eyes wide open, tilted his face, should be nervous to death, even if it was 3 evil people that were killed. Sucking out essence and blood and corrupting flesh and bones was not something that screamed comfort. However, sitting here now, Li Wuxian saw a deep and vast darkness, quiet towns, and thin clouds overhead that were slightly fluorescent by the moonlight, and knew that he was finally completely free from the prison that he had previously hidden in his hearth, and that this world, though not friendly and cozy at all, was in the end a genuine expanse that had not been destroyed. He also had a slightly more decent body once again, which meant that with enough care he would still have more than enough time to figure out everything that had happened to him and to master this amazing power that he now possessed that was not available in the world he had come from. This called for him to change his mood a bit, so he sat on the wall and smiled slightly. How about it? Do I look like an evil spirit or a human being to you now? At that moment the thin clouds in the sky parted for a split second, and with the moonlight pouring over him, Xue Baobao took in his face completely, and felt her heart skip a beat in that instant. She still remembered that horrible and weird appearance of Li Wuxiang not long ago, but now what she saw was a single thin figure sitting on the wall, lined with moonlight, a teenager about the same age as herself, and his face, the face that was gently brushed by a few strands of white hair that fell from his forehead. She thought she had never seen anything or sight so beautiful. She exhaled softly, not realizing that her heart had become light and warm and her throat loose and clear. I think you're like a god. Li Wuxiang jumped down from the wall and landed lightly, giving her a smile. Let's go home then. Chapter 17, Aftermath. It was still late at night, and all was quiet. Li Wuxiang carried his hunting gear on his back and carried the parcel with Xue Baobao, so as not to leave drag marks on the ground. Now his eyesight and hearing have become better, so he can see that the girl beside him always seems to want to take advantage of the darkness to see more of herself, but always a little side of the face and then turned away again as if in a state of weakness. When you can see the back door of Xue's house, the sky is thin clouds chasing the moon, floating misty rain, this is even the traces of footsteps do not have to worry about, and so on into the door, about to reach out and close the door. Xue Baobi suddenly froze, stood in place, violently covered his mouth with his hand. Well, she stared at Li Wuxiang with wide eyes, but hesitated to let go of her hand to speak, as if afraid that her voice would run away. You just said it very well. Li Wuxiang took the package, pushed the door shut, and said softly, and don't be afraid now, let me guess. You've been thinking you've been sick with something, so you've broken your voice and can't talk? Xue Baobao nodded. Li Wuxiang then carried the parcel and slowly walked towards the house. But in fact, you probably don't have any disease. If you have to say there is one, it may be a heart disease. You suddenly experienced a very difficult thing before. There is something wrong with your heart. Listen carefully to my words. Generally speaking, this kind of situation, there is no need to take medicine or needles. What you need is an opportunity, or your town master told the Wang family to go hunting what? Fresh tiger bones, Shepherd said through her fingers. Li Wuxiang looked at her with a smile, and Xue Baobing froze for a moment before reacting, dropping her hand with wide eyes and inhaling a short breath. Fresh tiger bone, fresh tiger bone, fresh tiger bone, fresh. Don't worry, take your time. You just have to remember that you can talk, and you can talk well, and everything can go slowly. Xue Baobao bit her lip and nodded, watching him drag the bag into the door of the house as he spoke, and suddenly realized something. She had just helped him kill 3 people, while knowing almost nothing about him, and not even knowing if he was an evil spirit or a human being. But just now, when talking to him, she took everything for granted, as if she had already been together for a long time had been. She couldn't quite remember what it was like to stay with her parents, but she knew what she was feeling now for a long time. The miserable clouds of sorrow and sadness that had always been pent up in her heart now seemed to have been blown by the breeze from the heavens, blowing open a tiny slit. So she slowly moved her feet and followed him in as well, leaning against the door with her back and watching him for a moment. What the hell are you? You? Li Wuxiang was unpacking his bag and laying those things he had searched on the ground. After hearing the question he stopped, thought hard, and looked at Xue Baobao. The Taoist priest who passed by your house before is called Zhao Puppet. He's not a good person. He captured me and more than 100 other children, used demonic magic to seal us in the burnt-out brick of your hearth, and used other reasons to trick your family into keeping the fire burning. Then all the other children died, but I defeated him, stole some skills from him, and came out of your family's hearth. You saved me. He laughed a little. Xue Baobao froze, immediately a little face, a moment to forget to continue to ask him what in the end. So, how long are you going to be here? For, how long? Li Wuxiang looked at her. If you're afraid of me, I'll leave in a while. No, I'm not afraid of you. Xue Baobao grabbed the doorframe with her hand behind her back. You saved me too. She thought for a moment. Well, otherwise, we could all, go. Li Wuxiang inclined his head slightly and continued to sort the contents of his bag. It's a good idea, but not right now. You see, their entire family died and you disappeared into thin air. People will immediately suspect you. The road outside of Goldwater Town isn't very traveled or peaceful, is it? Xue Baobao nodded. So the tigers you have here, they're the beasts that look like cats, right? Xue Baobian froze. Yes, where the tiger does not look like a cat. That's good. That's how it is. Li Wuxiang stood up and looked at the things he had sorted out on the ground: 2 double-stranded hunting forks, 2 pairs of bows, 2 jugs of arrows totaling 23 arrows, 3 short daggers, 2 belt knives, a pair of cast-iron animal clips, 5 sets of change of clothes, a silver bowl for silver wine goblets, roughly 4 or 5 pounds of silver, more than 20 pounds of air-dried meat, 3 sacks of wine, 3 land deeds, and a knife of oiled paper. Your town master told the Wangs to get fresh tiger bones and said they wanted them tonight, but the 3 of them knew that it was a matter of life and death, and after thinking it over, they thought it would be better to sneak away before it was too late to save their lives. Anyway, they had hunting gear on them, and they were 3 strong men, so they could make a living on any mountain, so why fight for their lives? So they left. But if the town owner's people were smarter and a little more responsible, they would have come and asked you. That's why you'll have to sleep in a while, so that you can be refreshed tomorrow and tell people to know that this has nothing to do with you. Li Wuxiang thought for a moment. This is our last hurdle. When someone asks you something tomorrow I won't be afraid. No, you have to be afraid to do that. Act how you feel in your heart. You'll be scared when you're questioned. You'll be happy to hear that their family is gone. You can do whatever you want. Just don't say anything. Shui Baobao thought about it and nodded. Li Wuxiang then tore the bag into strips of cloth, used it to tie those hunting tools into a bundle firmly, and then threw them all into the Jinshui River. The river was once deep and wide, leaving a lot of silt on both sides, and the iron tools were plunged into the silt and soon disappeared. When he returned to the house, Shui Baobao also wrapped those dried meat with oil paper and buried them in the corner of the house, and shrunk himself into the quilt, only showing a head in the darkness to look at him. He stood in the doorway and didn't go in, thought about it, and started asking serious questions. Have you seen any other Taoist priests besides Zhao Puppet, or Qi refiners? The previous town master also offered a few Qi refiners. Shui Baobing thought about it. I also listened to my father and mother say that they had seen other Dao masters before, but it seems that they don't call themselves Dao masters, all called Qi refiners. And have you ever seen or heard of their skills? Let's say making a ball of fire, changing gold and silver, or flying around or something like that? Would you? No, that I haven't seen either, and it seems that not many people have, but they all know how to juggle swords, and my father says that he has seen it, and that it is juggled. It's very beautiful. One person can beat several people. Li Wuxiang nodded and thought again. You said that this place was haunted by the Xian cult before, so how did those people fight? Then, I heard my father say, so fight to fight. They also everywhere dig things, dig to. Digging the Jinshui River above are diverted, but also rushed into the town to kill. So, have you heard of anyone in the neighborhood losing a child? I mean over 10 years ago. Shui Baozi reached out from the comforter and scratched his face. Well, I don't know. Well, get some sleep. Go over there tomorrow and you'll have nothing to worry about. Li Wuxiang stepped inside, closed the door, and jumped up gently, his hand reaching the beam of the room. He pulled himself up. I'll sleep here. You don't need to be afraid. After a while, he heard Shui Baobao said, I am not afraid. Big deal. Well, you eat them all. Li Wuxiang raised an eyebrow in the darkness. I don't like that, and I won't in the future. But Shui Baobao did not speak again, and her breathing became steady and long. Chapter 18 Considerations. Li Wuxiang slowly exhaled, feeling complete silence around him. He let his head empty for a short while before listening to Shui Baobao's breathing. Like he thought before, this girl was really sick inside. It was probably impossible for any person to sleep as peacefully as she did after what she had experienced tonight, but Li Wuxiang felt that he could understand her. This understanding stems from his memory. He can't remember who he is, but he remembers certain experiences from a former time in another world. He had met many people who were extremely sad, angry and fearful, and was even a senior member of that group himself. When parting from them, he would listen, comfort, and make sure they had no regrets, or at least no particular regrets. And so he learned how to read a person's heart. So he knew that a little girl like Shui Baobao, who had lived for a long time in a depressing and embarrassing situation, and felt all the implied hostility, and at the same time looked forward to her own future, and neither her personal endeavors nor her surroundings were able to bring her any bit of hope, that as long as the slightest bit of goodwill and change appeared in her world, she would throw herself on trust, and did not call upon herself to consider what consequences this kind of consequences of that trust. As far as she was concerned, she had absolutely nothing to lose, I guess, and one has a lot to think about right now. First of all, This world seemed to be slightly different from what he had imagined. When he was trapped by Zhao Puppet, he was exposed to concepts such as external evil, the last days, cultivation, and alchemy. What he saw was a paperman being manipulated by spells, a strange net in his body, a soul that wanted to take over his body, and even he himself had entered the threshold of cultivation after only a month or so. So he thought, in this world immortals and elves may be everywhere. A little inattention may see flying swords like rainbows, meteoric fire like rain. But now, according to Xue Baobao's statement, the Qi refiners don't seem to show too many powerful means in front of people, and even the disaster that once made the vast majority of the inhabitants of this small town die, most of the time it was just two groups of people fighting. With unusual swords, this seems to mean that the transcendental mundane power of this world doesn't seem to be any big road goods, but it also means that one situation becomes a little more dangerous. He once thought that Zhao Puppet, the soon-to-be Dan Qi refiner, was just some unimpressive cultivator, but now, from the various miraculous means he has shown, Zhao Puppet might be a big person. The big shots were bound to be inextricably linked to other people, and more than likely, they would have a number of obedient subordinates. Another piece of news that I got from Xue Baobao was that there hadn't been any cultivators in Jinchuei town for a long time, but just a few days ago, a Qi refiner named Zhao Xi came to the town. A few days ago, and surnamed Zhao. Li Wuxiang is hard to ask himself to believe that this is a coincidence. The wiser course of action would have been to leave the place at once, but that involved the second troubling matter, his own present condition. In his previous life, he had heard of some Taoist healthcare, cultivation and other things, and could not figure out whether they were true or not, but he knew that there was a saying that it was quite dangerous to practice on one's own, and that one had to have a teacher to guide and teach him. When he was trapped, the one who secretly guided him should be Zhao Puppet, and those marching pills might be the herbs to assist in cultivation. Thus he had smooth sailing, and now he had to rely on his instincts, and then he realized that the instinct thing wasn't very reliable. He first sucked up Wang Wen's essence and flesh according to his instincts, and then propped himself up into an erratic human skin, and just now, in order to solve the problem as soon as possible, he sucked up Wang Wu and Wang Pang, and now he has a human form, and has become a little bit stronger, but the problem is that it seems to be too much support. When he was in the stove, he had already practiced to the realm of hair true seed and felt that the breath in his body was smooth and pure, but now he felt that his body had become congested again, as if it was overgrown with weeds, and after trying to exhale several times, he felt that his qi and veins had become the same as they were when he was practicing just now, as if he was going to have to start all over from the beginning. Maybe there are more things in the three mortals' bodies that should be discarded and excluded in the cultivation process besides essence and blood, but he swallowed them all. Or maybe the Taoist book Broad Cicadetsu can't be cultivated anymore without Zhao Puppet's secret guidance and auxiliary medicines. Or maybe it's because of Jinshuwei Town's thin spiritual qi or something like that. But whichever of them is the case, Li Wuxiang decided not to change his current state so easily. Li Wuxiang decided not to change his current state easily. He felt that he had to imagine himself as a patient with high blood fat or high uric acid, and everything had to be done carefully and in moderation until he could figure out what he was now and what he should do about it. So he had to stay here. First, he had to make sure that Zhao Qi was really one of Zhao Puppet's disciples, and if so, he had to think of ways to get more information out of him, and even if he wasn't, he could still gain quite a lot of general knowledge about cultivation, especially about external evils. He was in the dark, and the qi refiners of this world were not the kind to move mountains and seas, so it was worth the risk, and it would even be interesting. But the little girl's heart disease called her temperament a little evil. Li Wuxiang can clearly feel her heart suppressed to fire. He didn't think he could turn her into a playful, carefree girl, but he knew where to direct this fire so that she wouldn't burn herself. After all, in his scattered memories, his past life seemed to be not far removed from hers. And Zhao Xi, was it her ghostess sigh that was heard in the moment before she fell into the middle of the fire? Was it she who pushed herself? If it is, Zhao Puppet is already dead. I don't know if it is considered to help her take revenge. After thinking this way for a while, he began to try to meditate in order to relax himself, but finding it difficult to do so now. He tried another method from his previous life, no matter how much pain and worry there was, and what kind of dangerous situation he was in. He just told his mind to go on its own way, and naturally thought of the most relaxing and comforting thing, grabbed hold of it, and then calmed down. He breathed in, feeling those tentacles inside him softly oscillate, gradually falling into the same rhythm. Then he listened to the long, light breathing of the little girl, felt the air currents in the house, the slightly damp earth floor, the timidly rechirping crickets, the gurgling of the Jinshuwei River outside the courtyard, the raindrops pattering down from the eaves of the house, and his body slowly deflated into a soft, human skin that drooped over the beams of the house. Chapter 19, Dinner. The next day the rain hadn't stopped, washing the slate in the courtyard. The two men waited until noon and finally found two town soldiers knocking on the door of Wang's house. After knocking for a while and seeing that the door did not open, one of them took the other's hand to send him over the wall. But the dirt on the ground is slippery. Fell twice before barely climbed up to open the door from the inside. A little while later, the two mud monkey-like town soldiers kicked open the door and hurriedly left. After about half an hour, a dozen or so town soldiers surrounded by another white-shirt person to the door of the Wang family. At this time it is not good to go out to see. Li Wuxiang will be an eye out to the doorframe edge of the far look, but cannot see the appearance. The white-shirt man told the town soldiers to stay outside the door, and walked into the Wang family, after a quarter of an hour's work before coming out. He said a few words to the town soldiers, and one of them made a move to come over to the Shui family's side, but he stopped them. The group then braved the rain and walked away again. While their faces could not be seen, Li Wuxiang could roughly make out their clothing. The town soldiers wore navy blue cloth clothes, and many of them had patches on their elbows and knees, in different sizes and colors, so they were not original. In their hands they all wore sticks, but the ends were clad in iron, which set them apart from the common peasantry. The man surrounded by them was dressed completely differently, in a white shirt, although the hem was stained with mud due to the muddy weather, but he still showed an air of superiority among the town soldiers. Shui Baobao said that the Golden Water Town Lord was in her 50s and only had a daughter that was similar to her age, so this person should be the qi refiner named Zhao Xi. When the group of people walked away, Li Wuxiang withdrew his eyes and turned to Shui Baobao, saying, "There shouldn't be anyone coming to ask you." Shui Baobao cowering behind him. "Ha, should be a smart person," Li Wuxiang said while gently closing the gate. "Just as I thought." After entering the Wang family and turning around, I knew that they were afraid of hunting tigers on the mountain and absconded during the night, so I didn't even need to come over and ask. Smart people, especially confident smart people. This is a good thing. Shui Baobao froze for a moment before taking a breath and looking at Li Wuxiang. "But you're smarter than him." "You can't say that. It's just that we're in the shadows and we're intentionally counting. It's good to deal with smart people though. It means everything is manageable and predictable. Let's get on with our own business then." Li Wuxiang paced the courtyard for a few steps, frowning as he turned back. "But there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Our family doesn't have any rice or noodles, and we don't have any meat or oil. So how did you manage to open your store before?" The word "our family" caused Shui Baobao to drift off for a moment. She hadn't heard anyone say that in a long time. Then she scratched her chin. "That is, will, take your time. Don't rush." Shui Baobao took a deep breath and waited for a moment. "There will be guests coming down from the river, on their own, with food, and I'll make it for them," and added shyly, "But it's not good." None of them liked it much. Li Wuxiang nodded. "It's not a big problem, so it's good, but we have to rebase the stove today and open the store as soon as possible to keep everything normal." So they spent the entire afternoon repanning the stove, using the old bricks Shui Baobian had picked up earlier and yellow clay mixed with straw. Li Wuxiang also built back the hollow brick that had once imprisoned him. He still had a hard time imagining that Zhao Puppet even had that kind of magical power, being able to stuff and feed more than 100 people for more than a decade. The kind of magical power he also wanted. The two of them worked and talked while the rain outside gradually got heavier, knocking on the door panels and crackling. Once the stove was repaneled, Li Wuxiang talked to her about Zhao Qi and his future plans. So I guess he could be a disciple, a friend, or an enemy of Zhao Puppet. He slowly washed the yellow sludge from his nails in the basin of water. "I need to figure something out from him. I need to figure out how to get close to him, to know what I am now in this position on my own, and what to do going forward. But that starts with fixing who I am, calling for me to be able to walk around town for the right reasons. He paused and looked at Shui Baobao. The little girl was squinting at the damp firewood, trying to toast the new stove, but listening intently. When she gave a heavy Li Wuxiang smiled. "It's a bit dangerous. It might involve you." "I am not afraid," Shui Baobao said immediately, and then carefully looked at Li Wuxiang's face, and gathered enough courage to make a small joke. "You were raised by me yet, and you were implicated as early as possible, and Zhao Puppet also told me to burn the fire for many years for nothing." "Good. Well, does the Goldwater River break its banks and flood a lot over the years?" Shui Baobao blinked in surprise. "Yeah, how did you know?" Because she had said that the upper reaches of the Jinshui River had been rerouted when the Xin cult was raging decades ago. In his world, even at the peak of the ancient dynasty's power, the flooding could not be completely solved. Not to mention that here, there was no unified regime at all. It was all independent cities and towns. and it was unlikely that there would be a well-maintained embankment in such a situation. Moreover, he observed that both sides of the Jinshui River, which flows through Jinshui, have obvious traces of erosion, which means that the Jinshui River may be flooded year after year. But he only smiled. I counted. You said I'm a god, what month is it about? It's June. I can't remember what day of June it is. Li Wuxian nodded. In previous years it would have started raining at this time? Aha. The mountain near Jinshui is called Bishan, not a separate one, but a long stretching mountain range, and the sky of Jinshui has never cleared up these days. The sky has been suppressed with cloudy clouds, and there is always a thick fog drifting in the mountains, which called him to think of a city called Jingguan in that world of his. He remembered that he had lived there for a long time. So a rainy, hilly, river that had been forcibly diverted and was unlikely to have strong levees. Another flood or high water may not be too far away, and that's his chance to gain legitimacy in Goldwater. By the time the sky was overcast and a fire needed to be built to light the way, the rain had not stopped and was getting heavier and heavier, calling for a white mist of water to rise on the courtyard's green stone slabs. Xue Baobian heated up the stove, and fetched the piece of venison that Wang Wen had brought last night, and also stripped a strip of dried meat from the corner of the wall, and set the pot on the stove to get some food for the two men. Li Wuxian moved a bench to sit by the wall and watched as she added water to the pot, intending to throw the meat in and cook it in a brain. When she was cooking, she pulled up her sleeves, and when she was walking around in the courtyard earlier, she pulled up her pant legs, revealing her slender arms and legs and long neck. He just watched her for a while in the water mist, and suddenly felt that he was indeed hungry as well. But as the feeling arose, he knew that he was not looking at venison or jerky, but at Xue Baowai. The young girl's bare skin oozing with fine beads of sweat called to him to feel soft and delicate. Only a moment's lapse of concentration. He felt that what he was looking at was not the skin of a human being, but more like a piece of cheese, cream, or something else that after entering the mouth could give him a strong stimulation, and felt that the whole mouth was filled with a warm slightly fishy smell of blood, meat at same time, marrow. Li Wuxian stood up and exhaled deeply. I'll do it. Xue Baobao was straining to cut the hard jerky with a kitchen knife, blinking in surprise. Can you? I'm a fairy. I know a little bit of everything. He took the chopper from her. You ladle the water in the pot first. I'll use it later. And bring me a small bowl. Xue Baobao was skeptical about this and wanted to tell him that you can't just throw the meat directly into the pot. It will get mushy. She couldn't remember how her parents cooked, but had the impression that they had always boiled the meat in a large pot of water and then processed it slowly. But she thought about it, smiled inwardly, and picked up the ladle and dutifully scooped up the water. It had been many years since she had had anyone to cook and eat for her, and she felt quite happy no matter what she made of it. While she scooped up the water, Li Wuxiang began to process the deer spine meat that Wang Wen had brought on the chopping board. When there was a lack of nutrition, people liked to eat fatty meat, and this piece was no different. The fat and lean sinewy bits were interspersed, but there was slightly more fat, so he didn't know which part of the deer it was. He sliced off a little bit of the fat, slightly interspersed with some lean, into a pile. When the residual water stains in the pot to collect clean, the fat meat thrown in, told them to settle down and refine for a while, and when the oil, and then a little turnover. By this time the jerky had been soaking in warm water for a while and the surface had softened, so he used a rag to carefully wash away the surface stains, then used a kitchen knife to slice into thin slices and told them to remain soaking in the hot water, and then picked up a spatula to continue refining the oil in the fatty meat. The smell of oil fills the whole room, and it gets even better when you try to sneak out, only to be trapped back in the pouring rain. Xue Baobao was originally squatting to burn the fire, but at this time, he couldn't help but stretch his head up to look at the pot, and then he looked at Li Wuxiang's side face that was illuminated by the light of the fire, so he swallowed his saliva a little bit. Li Wuxiang smiled at her sideways and used a wooden spatula to scoop up a slightly smaller piece. This small piece of fat meat was almost refined into oil dregs, a light yellow color, and the bit of lean meat part attached to it was a deep yellow. He held it up and blew on it to cool it a bit, and the drippings became more crispy. Then he handed it to Xue Baobao. Here, I'll give you one to eat first. Xue Baobao didn't reach out to pick it up, but instead came over to her mouth and bit into it. The oil residue was still slightly hot, but she only inhaled into her mouth instead of exhaling, fearing that the flavor would escape, and her eyes narrowed. Is it good? Aha, there's still more. In a while you'll eat half of it and keep half to soak in the oil, and I'll teach you how to make oil dregs noodles next time you have guests. Xue Baobao nodded once and lowered her head to the fire again. The newly added firewood was still damp and gave off smoke, choking her and causing her to quickly wipe her eyes twice. The pot had accumulated a large pool of oil, so Li Wuxiang wrapped his hands in a rag and brought the pot to the stovetop, scooped the oil into a porcelain bowl and filled most of the bowl. Then he took out the oil residue, soaked half of it in the oil, and set it aside in another small bowl, this time only in the hot water soaked meat out, all into the pot, giggling as sound. Up a good high stream of oil smoke, see Shui Baobao bottle while burning the fire while inhaling the flavor. He stir-fried a few times, scraped out the salt from the bottom of the damp salt shaker, dipped his tongue and tasted it, then added a little more, stir-fried a few more times in the pot, and then started the pot and served it on a plate. The pan was still oily, then he broke the spine into 3 pieces and threw them in, stir-frying until the surface of the cooked meat was slightly golden, then added water, and as soon as it began to bubble, he also started the pan, and served it in a large wooden bowl with the creamy white broth. Then the 2 men sat by the stove, each holding a bowl of meat and soup by the light of the dark red fire in the hearth. The door to the room was open, and the rain outside was rattling, letting in moist vapor with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Halfway through the meal, the light from the remaining fire in the stove slowly dimmed, leaving only a melting warmth. When Li Wuxiang heard Shui Baobao sniffing a few times in the darkness and heavily replacing a few breaths, he took his elbow and gently touched her. In the next 2 days, let's go to the mountains to dig up some wild onions. They'll be even more delicious. Aha! If it stops raining tomorrow, you'll have to go out for a walk to the more crowded part of the side past the bridge, and ask to be seen for what I'm going to do next. Eat this piece, which has a little more leanness, and refines it to be crisper. Shui Baobao said with a nasal voice. Good. Chapter 20, The Flood. But the next day the rain didn't stop, but got heavier. However, in the pouring rainstorm, Li Wuxiang saw a group of town soldiers wearing straw raincoats and hats, passing by the Shui family's front door like a chicken in soup, and going up to Bishan Mountain. Earlier, when the Wang family said that Zhao Xi wanted fresh tiger bones, he thought that it was for brewing wine to nourish the body or something like that, and that was why the town master was attentive and eager to rush it. But now he saw that there was a real emergency, and he didn't know if it was for alchemy or for curing someone's illness. By noon on the 3rd day, the rain stopped a little, from a heavy rainstorm to a drizzle, at which time Shui Baobao went out the door. The Jinshui River had grown so large that the muddy water rolled down with withered leaves and broken wood, and was only 4 or 5 feet high from the bank, and the road beside the river was full of puddles and rotten mud, almost impossible to get down. Shui Baobao walked carefully along the slightly higher ground at the base of the wall, but still splashed half of her body with mud, almost sinking her shoes into it. She slowly crossed the bridge, and finally saw that there were other people in the town who had left the house, most of them in a hurry. They should be heading to the grocery store run by the town's owner's family to pick up some things in case they were really flooded in the next few days and were stuck at home. Li Wuxiang told her to think of ways to be noticed. This method she did not need to think. Originally a well-off family, only one daughter, but both parents died many years ago due to illness, and the family belongings were emptied by the wine hunter's family. This kind of thing is naturally an excellent topic of conversation in the town, and can be recounted for many years in the after-dinner conversation, not to mention the fact that the 2 families lived alone in the east end of town, and one of them was a famous villain with 2 young and strong sons that everyone avoided, so it was inevitable that many more unpleasant speculations would arise. So she only lowered her head and turned around, and gained a lot of eyes and vaguely unclear words, and then make shy and flustered look, and turn around and slowly back to the house. By the 3rd and 4th days, Shui Baobao went out 3 more times in the rain, and went as far as Chen's store in the west of the town, exchanging a pair of celadone bowls for a bag of worm-eaten millet. By the 5th day, the opportunity Li Wuxiang wanted came, and it was far more tragically shocking than he had anticipated, but also far more sensible. As soon as the morning rain became lighter, there were floating corpses in the river accompanied by building debris. The townspeople of Jinshui were not alarmed by this, and many of them braved the rain and went out, carrying long bamboo poles with hooks at the end. At first, Li Wuxiang thought that they had prepared tools to save people because of the continuous flooding, but then he realized that his guess was wrong. A considerable number of people ran to the east end of the town, as it was closer to the upper reaches of the river, and then began to use bamboo poles to hook floating bodies in the river, and after hooking them to the shore, they went to scavenge for any possessions that they might have on their bodies, and even if they did not have any gold or silver or anything like that, they would still strip off the better clothes, and then pushed the bodies into the river, and allowed them to go down the river. No one seemed burdened by the whole process, and would even argue over a floating corpse or two that looked in good shape, as if they were fishing. Li Wuxiang had been lying in the muddy water by the river just before these floating corpses drifted down, only tying a piece of tattered cloth around his waist, smearing his hair and face with silt, pretending to be stranded in the river, and lying on the bottom of the bridge. There were quite a few people coming and going, and some spotted him, but most of them took a hasty glance at him and looked for another target, as there was really not much oil in his almost naked corpse. At this time Xue Baobao also out of the door. People saw her, but will not be surprised, for several days of rain, so that has always been living out of sight of people's little girl starving in the town wandering around. Take the broken bowl for a mouth to eat. At this time to run out of the dead man's fortune we feel that everyone is also a matter of course. Xue Baobao walking slowly along the river. In the eyes of others just want to take a chance, but have neither tools nor guts appearance. Inevitably caused some ridicule. Then she reached the bridge and saw Li Wuxiang, who was stranded. She squatted down on the shore, staring at Li Wuxiang carefully look for a while, immediately stood up to the people not far away waving a breath before someone noticed her, only to the bottom of the bridge to see a glance on the realization. Shouted from afar, see, still breath. You want to save him ah? You can't even feed yourself. How can you save him? Go down to the bottom. Maybe you can pick up some rotten fish and shrimp. This caused a burst of laughter, and then no one paid any more attention to her. So Xue Baobao slowly slid down the river bank, and it took a few tries before she found a slightly firmer place and grabbed Li Wuxiang's hand. She made a gesture of dragging hard to the bank, but in fact, Li Wuxiang at this time is light and does not use much effort. After a while of working hard in the muddy water, there were people nearby who saw her, but they didn't help. Waiting for about a quarter of an hour. Look enough, Li Wuxiang only made a breath of life. He can still make a little bit of strength look. With Xue Baobing was dragged ashore. Xue Baobian grabbed one of his hands, slowly dragged towards the house, causing people on the side of the road to look at her. Some cursing bad luck. Some said she was out of her mind. When she dragged to the front door of her house and pushed the door open to enter, Li Wuxiang slightly loosened his clenched hand, and 2 small pieces of broken silver leaked out from the cracks of his fingers. Xue Baobian pretended not to notice and brought him through the door, and one of the men outside had sharp eyes and immediately saw a flash of bright color in the mud, and immediately pounced over and grabbed it. Xue Baobian hurriedly closed the door and tethered it. Almost at the same time, outside the door then resounded thumping knocking, shaking the bolt clattered, and heard someone shouting 7 times, "How is the person ah? Are you okay? Open the door. All folks, tell everyone to go in and help." Xue Baobao immediately put her back against the door, biting her lip and not saying a word, and waited a moment for her thin body to be shaken by the door panel, before she heard the people outside whisper a few curses, followed by a burst of cheering from further away. Pigs! There are several pigs there. Sheep! The man at the door then immediately walked away. Xue Baobao slid against the door and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Li Wuxiang also sat up from beside her and wiped the muddy water from his face. So in the eyes of these people, those 3 people from the Wang family are still considered evil people that everyone dares not mess with? Xue Baobao Li Wuxiang smiled. Oddly interesting. Corpses from the morning float to the afternoon. There are nearly 100 more. There are some pigs, cows, sheep, chickens and so on, and some driftwood, broken door panels and window panes, as well as some people breathless screams. Li Wuxiang do not need to think about what is that person. This is called outside the townspeople do not care to think about being Xue Baobao bottle dragged into the home of Li Wuxiang. Think perhaps the hand originally clutched a little bit of silver. Think not much. The 2 of them washed their bodies with well water, and Li Wuxiang got black ash from the stove and dyed his hair. It was admittedly not as effective as the hair dye on his side of the family, which only called for his hair to become patchy, but who could say that there was anything unreasonable about a teenager who had suffered a flood, lost his home, and escaped death being patchy overnight? On the 6th day, the rain stopped. There were still thin clouds in the sky, and the sun covered the sky, only occasionally shedding light that barely reflected the shadows. Yesterday when it rained most of the people out were industrious, but today when the weather got better, the lazy and the old and infirm of the town went out as well. They walked along the river, picking up things that could still be used from the pieces of garbage that had been washed up along the river's edge, such as old clothes, splinters of wood, broken wooden bowls and plates, and, if they were lucky, a nail or 2. Shuejia is the end of the river bank. Further upstream is a piece of silt beach, this time also rose water. People cannot go down. These people pick up tired, in the river under the big willow tree rest. When he saw the first person walking this way from afar, Li Wuxiang asked Xue Baobao to unload the door panels in front of the 2 compartments, and Xue Baobao boiled water on the stove, while Li Wuxiang moved a bench to sit against the doorframe, making a sickly look and surveying the group of people under the tree. He's looking for a target. Chapter 21, Soft Underbelly. These people were looking at the river and chatting at first, But when Xue Baobao walked back and forth in front of the entrance to the compartment twice, they threw their eyes over and stared at Li Wuxiang. A dry and skinny woman stared at Li Wuxiang's face straight, as if she wanted to pluck off his face. Li Wuxiang smiled at her, and the woman immediately turned her mouth away and turned her face away, looking at him with slanted eyes while saying to the people around her, "Look at this, the little mute has recruited a son-in-law for himself this time. No father, no mother, don't know anything, don't know shame, yesterday just dragged up, today two people racked gang, TSK, no eyes." Beside her was an old man with missing teeth, who was slowly drinking water from a wooden bowl he had found. Not paying much attention to her, she waited for her to read a few more sentences before she hummed a few times. "The house is quite clean." Clean? Yes. The woman turned her eyes to look into the compartment. The stove had been repaneled, the floor swept clean, and there was little ash in the doorway, not to mention the weeds and moss. Clean would be a shame for this mansion. It was renovated when her parents were still alive, and it's considered our town's. If you know what you're doing, you should marry a man from the town. If you know something, you should marry the town. How can you pick up a wild boy home? I look at that face. You say shameful? Li Wuxiang didn't care much about the stares of these people, since it was unlikely that anyone would find it rude to keep staring at people in a place like this. Nor did he care much about what the woman said, even though they were only 4 or 5 steps away from him. What he cared more about was the woman's status among the group. As far as he could see, this group of people called this woman Big Sister Chen, and when she was picking up things just now, she was walking with 2 other silent women around her, which meant that she didn't belong to the lazy, but belonged to the old and feeble, and her clothes were old but neat. This means that she has a normal family in town, and a lot of family and friends, so she wouldn't be the target she was looking for. At this time another person while staring at the busy Xue Baobao in the compartment, while taking over the words, "You do not worry, she is a woman, surnamed Xue. Xue's family is a foreign household, which picks up the town above." The 2 people in Jinshui cannot stand. "Hey, say you, what is your name? Where are you from?" He spat in Li Wuxiang's direction, and the spittle landed at his feet. Li Wuxiang looked at him and didn't say anything. This person should belong to the lazy man. Not thin, taller than the Wang family, long face, light eyebrows, hair hastily pulled a bun, clothes dirty but not broken, picking up things alone, occasionally robbing others. Most of the people robbed muttered a few words and walked away. In the town is not much of a family and friends, was called Chen Sanbite. Li Wuxiang thought he was more suitable, but it would have to wait. Chen Sanbite glared down and spat again. "Are you a little mute too?" The crowd let out a low laughter, but Chen's sister seems to be not very happy that everyone's attention is shifted to others, so she gave Chen Sanbite a blank look. "Sanbite, to count up to 5 generations, I'm still your mother. You look at the Xue family, this family, and then look at your family. You don't want to talk about a daughter-in-law? Other people cannot find. You might as well find the Xue family, this little muted. I also saw her as a child. Her parents taught her to read and write it. Bottle, come on, you come out. Big sister to say a few words to you." Xue Baobao walked to the door and glared at them. She had already wanted to close the door a while ago, but because of Li Wuxiang's instructions, she just took the ladle and stirred the millet that had been lowered into it vigorously in the pot, telling herself not to listen so clearly. Now when she walked to the door, she felt those gazes focusing on her like knives. The crowd became less noisy, and the voices lowered, with a few tsk sounds. After that night with Wang Wen, she knew what that sound probably meant, and she instantly turned red, but Li Wuxiang was sitting right in front of her, so she gritted her teeth and just glared at them. Chen Big Sister looked at her a few times. "Tsk mouth, look, so few years have not seen much. This little girl has grown. 3 bites, I think she is quite good. The Wang family are not gone. Did not say take her away. She with you is quite good. Who do not dislike who bottle. Ask Big Sister to come to your home to see. Hey, drink some water. I heard people say that you picked up this little mute, also brought some silver it? You child. Your parents renovated this house when everyone came to help. Did not say to scoop some water to drink." Xue Baobao shook her head, but Big Sister Chen ignored it. However, when she took 2 steps out, Li Wuxiang scooped up a pile of mud from the ground and flung it in front of her feet. She said, "No, and I'm not a dummy. If you want to drink water, there's plenty in the river." Big Sister Chen hurriedly withdrew her foot and glared. "Where are you from? Where are you from? Don't you know Jinshui's family name? Do you have parents? Oh, your parents are still in the water." But Li Wuxiang did not look at him, instead staring at Chen Sanbite. Chen Sanbite was upset by his look and stood up and flung his arms. "What are you looking at? If you want to stay in Jinshui, you still have to ask our surname Chen if he agrees. Don't you have some silver?" Take it out. Send it to the town master. Maybe I can give you a nest egg. Where are you from? You're flooded. How many things have been washed down? The West Bridge was almost broken by your broken bricks. Will you pay for it? I think it's going to fall on you. Don't you think so? There was a roar of approval from the crowd. Not just because of his words, but because of the just and proper reasoning that had been found. A few of the lazy men who had been crouching under the trees stood up, while some of the old men hurriedly stepped back. Chen Sanbite sneered, striding towards Li Wuxiang. Come on. I will help the guys rummage around. Rummage around to see where that dirty silver is. If you don't have it on your body, go to her home and look for it. The time had come now. So Li Wuxiang reached under the bench and drew out the half-broken bricks left over from the plated stovetop. Chen Sanbite was walking up to him when he stood up, and seemed to think that this action of him standing up was due to panic, and that the stoic expression on his face was mostly due to bewilderment. So he reached over and grabbed him by the collar. Li Wuxiang raised his hand quickly, and half of the broken bricks slapped on top of his head with a thud. Chen Sanbite froze in place and stood still, looking a little confused. The few people behind him who were about to walk over also froze. Waiting for the blood to drip out of his hair, he reacted, touched it with his hand, looked at it again, and was about to open his mouth when Li Wuxiang had already grabbed him by the collar, and gave him a blow on the head. Relying on those memories from his previous life, he knew what angle he should use in order to create a larger opening at the top of his head, calling the scene gruesome, but without actually hurting the inside of his head. And so the effect was quite good. Blood immediately smeared half of Chen Sanbite's face, and this lazy man screamed that the blood scared him senseless, and his legs went limp as he fell to the ground. Li Wuxiang then put him down, leaned down and grabbed him by the collar, but looked up at the dazed men a few paces away and gave him a third blow on the head with a broken brick. The men still acted shocked and bewildered, not moving a muscle, like a flock of stunned sheep, so he stared at them expressionlessly and came back with a fourth blow. Only then did Chen Sanbite let out a scream, and this scream and Li Wuxiang's expression instantly called for them to react, backing away in a haste and falling over several times. Only then did Li Wuxiang let go of Chen Sanbite's collar and walked over to Big Sister Chen. The thin woman's mouth was open, her lips trembling, and Li Wuxiang stared down at her for a breath of time before releasing his hand and telling the bloodstained brick to fall at her feet. Big Sister Chen sat down in the mud all of a sudden, while he turned around and walked to the door, resuming his seat on the bench. My name is Li Wuxiang. He tilted his head to look at Big Sister Chen. This big sister is right. My father and mother's relatives are gone. So you guys ponder over such a thing. What is the most frightening thing about a person who is unattached? No one answered him, and the ones that were closer to the river behind the willows sneaked down the embankment and hurriedly slipped away. Li Wuxiang then laughed a little. The answer is to not be afraid of anything. Seeing blood today is also considered an open door. So I'll wish you a prosperous day. Who said they wanted water just now? The two lazy men, cowering and bowing, reached over and dragged Chen Sanbite back. Only a little while, under the willow tree went clean. No one left. Chapter 21, The Lazy Man. These people were looking at the river and chatting at first, but when Xue Baobao walked back and forth in front of the entrance to the compartment twice, they threw their eyes over and stared at Li Wuxiang. A dry and skinny woman stared at Li Wuxiang's face straight, as if she wanted to pluck off his face. Li Wuxiang smiled at her, and the woman immediately turned her mouth away and turned her face away, looking at him with slanted eyes while saying to the people around her, "Look at this. The little mute has recruited a son-in-law for himself this time. No father, no mother, don't know anything, don't know shame, just dragged up yesterday. Today 2 people racked gang, TSK, no eyes." Beside her was an old man with missing teeth, who was slowly drinking water from a wooden bowl he had found, not paying much attention to her. She waited for her to read a few more sentences before she hummed a few times. The house is quite clean. Clean? Yes. The woman turned her eyes to look into the compartment. The stove had been repaneled, the floor swept clean, and there was little ash in the doorway, not to mention the weeds and moss. Clean would be a shame for this mansion. It was renovated when her parents were still alive, and it's considered our town's. If you know what you're doing, you should marry a man from the town. If you know something, you should marry the town. How can you pick up a wild boy home? I look at that face. You say shameful? Li Wuxiang didn't care much about the stares of these people, since it was unlikely that anyone would find it rude to keep staring at people in a place like this. Nor did he care much about what the woman said, even though they were only 4 or 5 steps away from him. What he cared more about was the woman's status among the group. As far as he could see, this group of people called this woman Big Sister Chen, and when she was picking up things just now, she was walking with 2 other silent women around her, which meant that she didn't belong to the lazy, but belonged to the old and feeble, and her clothes were old but neat. This means that she has a normal family in town, and a lot of family and friends, so she wouldn't be the target she was looking for. At this time another person while staring at the busy Xue Baobao in the compartment, while taking over the words, "You do not worry, she is a woman, surnamed Xue. Xue's family is a foreign household, which picks up the town above. The two people in Jinshui cannot stand, hey, say you, what is your name, where are you from?" He spat in Li Wuxiang's direction, and the spittle landed at his feet. Li Wuxiang looked at him and didn't say anything. This person should belong to the lazy man, not thin, taller than the Wang family, long face, light eyebrows, hair hastily pulled a bun, clothes dirty but not broken, picking up things alone, occasionally robbing others. Most of the people robbed muttered a few words and walked away. In the town is not much of a family and friends, was called Chen San Bite. Li Wuxiang thought he was more suitable, but it would have to wait. Chen San Bite glared down and spat again. Are you a little mute too? The crowd let out a low laughter, but Chen's sister seems not very happy that everyone's attention is shifted to others, so she glanced at Chen San Bite, to count up to 5 generations? I'm still your mother. You look at the Xue family, this family, and then look at your family. You don't want to talk about a daughter-in-law? Other people cannot find. You might as well find the Xue family, this little muted. I also saw her as a child. Her parents taught her to read and write it. Bottle, come on, you come out. Big sister to say a few words to you. Xue Baobao walked to the door and glared at them. She had already wanted to close the door a while ago, but because of Li Wuxiang's instructions, she just took the ladle and stirred the millet that had been lowered into it vigorously in the pot, telling herself not to listen so clearly. Now when she walked to the door, she felt those gazes focused on her like knives. The crowd became less noisy, and the voices lowered, with a few tsk sounds. After that night with Wang Wen, she knew what that sound probably meant, and she instantly turned red, but Li Wuxiang was sitting right in front of her, so she gritted her teeth and just glared at them. Chen big sister to measure her a few eyes. Tsk mouth, you see, so a few years did not see much. This little girl has grown. 3 bites, I see her quite good. 3 bites, I think she is quite good. The Wang family are not gone. Did not say take her away. She with you is quite good. Who do not dislike who bottle. Ask big sister to come to your home to see. Hey, drink some water. I heard people say that you picked up this little mute also brought some silver it? You child. Your parents renovated this house when everyone came to help. Did not say to scoop some water to drink. Xue Baobao shook her head, but big sister Chen ignored it. However, when she took 2 steps out, Li Wuxiang scooped up a pile of mud from the ground and flung it in front of her feet. She said no, and I'm not a dummy. If you want to drink water, there's plenty in the river. Big sister Chen hurriedly withdrew her foot and glared. Where are you from? Where are you from? Don't you know Jinshui's family name? Do you have parents? Oh, your parents are still in the water. But Li Wuxiang did not look at him, instead staring at Chen San Bite. Chen San Bite was upset by his look and stood up and flung his arms. What are you looking at? If you want to stay in Jinshui, you still have to ask our surname Chen if he agrees. Don't you have some silver? Take it out. Send it to the town master. Maybe we can give you a nest egg. Where are you from? You're flooded. How many things have been washed down? The bridge to the west was almost broken by your broken bricks and tiles. Will you pay for it? I think it's going to fall on you. Don't you think so? There was a roar of approval from the crowd, not just because of his words, but because of the just and proper reasoning that had been found. A few of the lazy men who had been crouching under the trees stood up, while some of the old men hurriedly stepped back. Chen San Bite sneered, striding towards Li Wuxiang. Come on, I will help the guys rummage around to see where that dirty silver is. If you don't have it on your body, go to her home and look for it. The time had come now. So Li Wuxiang reached under the bench and drew out the half-broken bricks left over from the plated stovetop. Chen San Bite was walking up to him when he stood up, and seemed to think that this action of him standing up was due to panic, and that the stoic expression on his face was mostly due to bewilderment. So he reached over and grabbed him by the collar. Li Wuxiang raised his hand quickly, and half of the broken bricks slapped on top of his head with a thud. Chen San Bite froze in place and stood still, looking a little confused. The few people behind him who were about to walk over also froze. Waiting for the blood to drip out of his hair, he reacted, touched it with his hand, looked at it again, and was about to open his mouth when Li Wuxiang had already grabbed him by the collar, and gave him a blow on the head. Relying on those memories from his previous life, he knew what angle he should use in order to create a larger opening at the top of his head, calling the scene gruesome, but without actually hurting the inside of his head. And so the effect was quite good. Blood immediately smeared half of Chen San Bite's face, and this lazy man screamed that the blood had stunned him, and fell to the ground as soon as his legs went limp. Li Wuxiang then put him down, leaned down and grabbed him by the collar, but looked up at the dazed man a few paces away and gave him a third blow on the head with a broken brick. The men still acted shocked and bewildered, not moving a muscle, like a flock of stunned sheep, so he stared at them expressionlessly and came back with a fourth blow. Only then did Chen Sanbite let out a scream, and this scream and Li Wuxiang's expression instantly called for them to react, backing away in a haste and falling over several times. Only then did Li Wuxiang let go of Chen Sanbite's collar and walked over to Big Sister Chen. The thin woman's mouth was open, her lips trembling, and Li Wuxiang stared down at her for a breath of time before letting go of his hand and telling the bloodstained brick to fall at her feet. Big Sister Chen sat down in the mud all of a sudden, while he turned around and walked to the door, resuming his seat on the bench. My name is Li Wuxiang. He tilted his head to look at Big Sister Chen. This big sister is right. My father and mother's relatives are gone, so you guys mull over such a thing. What is the biggest fear of a person who is unattached? No one answered him, and the ones that were closer to the river behind the willows sneaked down the embankment and hurriedly slipped away. Li Wuxiang then laughed a little. The answer is to not be afraid of anything. Seeing blood today is also considered an open door, so I'll wish you a prosperous day. Who said they wanted water just now? The two lazy men, cowering and bowing, reached over and dragged Chen Sanbite back. Only a little while, under the willow tree went clean. No one laughed. Chapter 22 Buying. Li Wuxiang turned his face to look at Shuebaobao, and found her standing in the doorway, her chest rising and falling sharply, as if she had just had a fight of her own. Li Wuxiang looked at her, and then she let out a breath, and a trembling smile bloomed on her face, as if her face had been strained for too long because of the tension and excitement just now, but she didn't know what to say. Li Wuxiang then smiled at her. Sorry. Shuebaobao froze. Ha, I apologize for opening the door and asking you to hear those words. He sighed, lifting the wooden spade from the side of the compartment door and filling the bright red puddle of blood on the floor with wet mud. But it's the simplest and most effective method. There's no way to reason with bullies, and it's most straightforward to deal with them like you just did. But I also can't tell them to think I'm an unstable and dangerous person. Then maybe they'll go to the town master and try to find a way out. So I have to tell them to mess with me first, like just now, and then they'll know that I'm pretty bad. But until then, I'm harmless. Shuebaobaozi took a few more breaths before coming back to her senses. Then, will they go to the town master? Can you just enter the door of the town master's house? It doesn't seem to work. There are people guarding the gate. So, the three Wang family members from before, father and son, have they killed anyone in your town? Also, no. Why? Then there's nothing to worry about. I'm beating up an unaffiliated loafer. So who's going to sue? Even if I did sue, your town lord probably wouldn't bother. The Wang family's father and son can be the villains in your town that no one dares to mess with. They're even afraid of someone like that. So there's even less reason for them to come and keep messing with me. Li Wuxiang washed the mud off his spade in a puddle of water and looked up to give her a smile. That's what it's like in these chaotic times. When you want to be peaceful, you're always going to have bad luck. But if you want to be an extra-legal fanatic, then you'll find that everything goes smoothly. We're not going to be evil, but we're not going to be unlucky old men either. My parents used to tell me to be a good man. Shui Baobing thought slowly, but I think I do feel more comfortable with you like this. The first meal of the day for the two was a millet-thin rice meal, but it was not thin at all, and boiled all the remaining half-cupped millet. Shui Baobao ate the rice and Li Wuxian drank the soup. Shui Baobing sat in the doorway and ate 2 bites before looking at him in a rather difficult manner. Actually, I could really eat a little less. Li Wuxiang shook his head. Actually, I really don't want to eat rice either. You know I'm not human. Shui Baobao hurriedly held the bowl and looked around sheepishly. So I love meat more. I tried jerky the last few days and it was hard to eat, not very digestible like rice, and I just felt a little more comfortable in my body today. So we've got to get more meat. Well, we still have silver. Didn't you tell them to think you brought silver? That's our principle. We have other uses for it this afternoon. Don't worry, we should be able to make those more points. Li Wuxiang stared at the bloodstains in front of the door that he had filled in, taking small sips of rice soup. Tell me more about the town lord and his family, and his daughter. What's her name? Chen Xiao. I haven't seen her for quite a long time. The last time I saw her was last year. In the summer, she sat in a big wooden basin paddling from the river. There were still lotus flowers and rhombus horns in the river at that time. She was picking and salvaging rhombus horns in the river for food, and she came to me to beg for a bowl of water to drink, and she also gave me a handful of rhombus horns. So no maids or servants or anything like that either. So where does she usually stay? Any hobbies? Ah, her family did have servants, like several of them, to farm and feed the horses and stuff. And 1 year. Li Wuxiang stared at the blood that was slowly seeping out of the wet mud as he sipped his rice soup, listening to Shui Baobao tell him a little bit about what he had seen and heard. These days she was becoming more and more fluent, and when she wasn't in a particular hurry, it was almost impossible to hear that there had been a speech impediment, but only that she was a normal girl who liked to make small talk and spoke slowly, so he got a general impression of the town master's family. The town owner's name was Chen Xin, his wife's name was Lu Jiao, and his daughter's name was Chen Xiu. A family of 3. There were about 1 or 2 servants in the family, but they sounded more like long-time laborers doing rough work or something like that. It was not the kind of rich and noble family that Li Wuxiang had imagined before, but sounded more like a powerful landlord in the town. With more than 40 town soldiers, coupled with intertwined family and friends, it was enough to firmly control this town with a population of about 600. From the more details relayed by Shui Baobao, the family is not completely off the production. The town master occasionally still bring their own servants and some of the town soldiers down to the land to cultivate. The town master's daughter is also more like a big jade rather than a boudoir. The temperament is not because of their father's status and extraordinarily well-behaved and arrogant, and a little bit of gluttony. This information was quite helpful in what he wanted to do next. It was getting harder and harder for him these days. After absorbing the flesh and bone essence of the 3 members of the wine family, it was only until last night that he was able to finish digesting it slightly, and the qi and blood in his body were running slightly smoother. He tried practicing broad cicada Z again, wanting to completely exhale and refine the stray residue in his body, but after using the gong for a short while, he experienced an extremely intense hunger. Vegetarian food like rice and noodles could only bring a slight false comfort in the mouth, and things like jerky could only be slightly suppressed for a little while, and he was about to go crazy thinking about that hot, still pulsing flesh and blood, and felt like he was on the verge of turning back into a limp piece of human skin. There must be some way to solve this problem. Either it was to re-refine the kind of elixir similar to the marching pill, or there was some other means of assisting in a cultivation method like broad cicada Z's, all of which would require him to quickly determine if Zhao Xi and Zhao Puppet had a close relationship so that he would know if he could find a way from him. So after this meal was over, Li Wuxiang helped her board up the door, re-dyed her hair with pot-bottomed ash, and took out a few pieces of broken silver. Go up to the street, and see what kind of good food I can teach you to cook today. The 2 of them slowly walked along the road towards the west of the town, carefully avoiding puddles along the way. After passing through 2 small bridges, they saw more people gradually, and when they arrived at the west of the town, they found that the road on the street had become smoother, and some places were even paved with green stone strips. All along the way there were people looking at them, not as strangers, but with the kind of speculative glances one would expect from someone who had heard something long ago. But there were very few of the nakedly rude stares that they had been getting in the morning, and it was clear that, as Li Wuxiang had expected, in a town like this where there wasn't much news, what had happened not so long ago had spread rather quickly. Shui Baobao was uncomfortable by this kind of gaze, so she glanced at Li Wuxiang and found that he gave himself a quick smile. She subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to grab the corner of Li Wuxiang's coat, but reacted in the next moment and hurriedly pinched herself. Taking a deep breath, 2-story buildings began to appear in the busiest part of the western part of the town, and the street was slightly wider, able to walk 2 carriages. Some people set up stalls along the roadside, selling miscellaneous goods, most of which had mud traces on them, which should have been fished out from the river. This place is very similar to the ancient street scene in Li Wuxiang's mind, with wet stone slabs, low wooden houses, polished steps with fuzzy moss on the side, and thin and dry people. He saw a few stores selling cloth, rice, flour and oil, a food store that he didn't know if it was closed or not, and a few vendors selling vegetables and fruits by the side of the road. He stopped to look at them as if no one else was there, and the vendors didn't greet him, but looked them over carefully. There were very few varieties, some of which he could not recognize, but after seeing half a winter melon, he knew what he should teach Shui Baobao to do today. Further ahead to a diagonal T-junction, diagonally across the road is a store with a slightly larger face, open 4 door panels, the left side of a counter, lined up on both sides of the shelves, the door to pick a cloth sign, Chen Family Groceries. This was the property of the town's owner, Chen Xin, and the place he was coming to pick up today. By the wall of the store stood a few idlers, leaning against the wall, holding their arms and talking, and one of them was Chen Sanbite, now with a piece of cloth wrapped around his head that had been soaked in blood to a dark brown color. His eyes glared when he saw Li Wuxiang and he stood up and took 2 steps forward. Li Wuxiang also stopped and stared at him. The 2 stared at each other for a moment before Chen Sanbite spat on the ground and shrunk back. A few people around him said something to him and looked over together. Li Wuxiang smiled at them and lifted his feet to walk into the store. In the store is an old shopkeeper, tall and thin, standing behind the counter. When he walked in, he didn't stare at him like the others, but only glanced at him and continued to lazily dial the abacus. Li Wuxiang walked up to the counter, greeted politely, and fished out a thin wooden board from his sleeve and put it on the counter. Please help me find out if there are such a few things, an extra caddy of sugar, and I don't know if there's any lime. The old shopkeeper didn't stop with his hand, glancing at the thin wooden board. On it was Li Wuxiang's handwriting. He had already recognized the characters through that Taoist book when he was reading Broad Cicada Z. They were basically the same as the traditional characters where he had come from, with the difference being that certain characters were simplified like in the world he had come from. Many of the simplified characters that were popular where he was from were also ancient, and he couldn't tell if they were the same here. But it didn't delay the fact that his handwriting was beautiful. Although it was written with a charcoal branch, it was neat and slender, or at least not inferior to the store sign of the Chen family store. The old shopkeeper stared at his writing and couldn't help but look at him again before saying slowly, "White sugar and brown sugar? White sugar is the best. The white sugar is damp." Li Wuxiang smiled. "It's not a problem. I'll buy it at the market price." The old shopkeeper glanced at Xue Baobao again and nodded. "Just wait." He turned and pulled a few sheets of paper from under the cabinet, squinting away from it to check the count and put one back before slowly moving over to the shelves to get to his list of things to look for. While Xue Baobao went to hide behind the wall and waited, Li Wuxiang turned around and went to survey those outside who were also surveying him. Many details that were not worth noticing in the eyes of ordinary people contained a great deal of information for him. For example, although the people in the town were dry and thin, since they were curious about themselves and could scramble to the river yesterday, it meant that they felt that life in the town wasn't too bad at the moment, so it was evident that the rule of the town master here wasn't very harsh. The town has a single business, and the roadside is poor in vegetables and fruits, which means that this place is not very convenient for traveling with the outside world. Perhaps in this world, it is a remote place, so the 8 sects of the Xian sect in Xue Baobao's words can't rule over it. The town upstream of the Jinshui is Lijiawan town, inhabited by the Li and Xie families, but the continuous heavy rain first caused a flash flood in the upper part of Bishan Mountain, destroying half of the town, and then caused the Jinshui River to break the dike in one of the bays there, destroying the other half. A small town with a population of nearly 1,000. Nothing was left in 2 days. The people who had been staring at him and talking to each other were slowly getting a bit fed up with his interested look, or perhaps their curiosity had been satisfied and they gradually dispersed. A little while later, a town soldier approached him, dressed in navy blue cloth as he had seen from afar before, carrying an iron rod with 2 ends. This town soldier frowned slightly while taking 2 steps towards the store entrance, but suddenly froze, stopped, and retreated back to the curb, leaning on his stick and watching. Li Wuxiang also turned sideways and glanced inside the store as if he was surveying the goods. Before this town soldier was staring at himself, as if he was planning to come up to question him, but suddenly his line of sight skipped over his own shoulder and glanced inside the store, before walking back again. When Li Wuxiang glanced at this glance, he saw the curtain leading from the main hall to the inner room of the store gently swinging, as if it had just been put down by someone. Then he heard a slight clanking sound, as if some stone object or other had accidentally touched the door. By this time the sky had cleared, and the setting sun was pouring diagonally into the door, so he smiled at Xue Baobao, and slowly took 2 steps toward the door, standing himself in the slanting sunlight. So the only daughter of that town lord behind the door curtain had a completely clear view of Li Wuxiang through the gap in the cloth curtain. The side of this handsome young man's face was reflected by the golden sunlight, calling the contours of his features even softer, as if he had stepped out of a certain picture scroll. He wore a short cloth coat and cloth shoes, which were made slightly looser as the majority of people did, but his clothes were finely folded on both sides, and tied by a belt. Surprisingly, this kind of thing in his body to wear some elegant and simple out-of-the-dust atmosphere. Chen Xiu frowned slightly, sizing him up, recalling the words he heard from the townspeople at noon. A wild boy fished out of the muddy water, rude and impolite, like a desperately shrewish scoundrel. But none of these words could match the words of this young man now standing in the doorway. The young man now standing in the doorway. She had never seen anyone in town who spoke like he did, not too quickly, clearly and softly. Moreover, he could read and write well, or else shopkeeper Chen wouldn't have looked at him again after reading his writing. The new Qi refiner Zhao Xi, who recently supported his father as a group, is a bit like him, but Chen Xiu has personally seen that Zhao Xi cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it on the ground like no one else when he was eating. Moreover, Zhao Xi is cold and indifferent to people, completely unlike him like this. He smiled again and said several words while talking to Xue. Something. He won't be from an ordinary family. He should be some son of a family in the Li Jiawan above or something. It's so sad that his family is gone. His parents are gone, and he has to be bullied in Jinshui today. Chen Xiu just covered the bracelet, staring at him, until he heard the shopkeeper ask him, "What is this aniseed?" He turned his face, and then hurriedly took a step back. "De fennel. Is that kind of 8 horns? A spice. Anise?" Li Wuxiang said while glancing at the cloth curtain again and smiled apologetically. "Maybe your number is called differently. I should write it more clearly." "It's anise." Shopkeeper Chen nodded, holding some wrapped oil paper packets in his hand and walked over to the counter and put them down. Looking at him again, "Are you surnamed Li?" Li Wuxiang froze slightly and turned his left toe towards the door. "Aha, alas, I guess it's also the youngest son of the Li family from Li Jiawan." Big Boss Chen slowly sighed. "When I was young, I did an apprenticeship at your town's Hushingji. That's your family's property, isn't it?" Li Wuxiang turned his toes back. He originally had that faint and polite smile on his face, which was replaced with a bleak look, and only let out a soft breath. "It's good to be alive." The shopkeeper shook his head, nodded at him again, and slowly walked away to find quicklime for him. Li Wuxiang turned his face to look at Shuebaobao, and she also let out a soft breath. Chapter 23, Spring Thoughts. A little while later, Li Wuxiang had found everything he wanted. Even though what was listed on the wooden boards were all common spices and rice noodles, he was a bit surprised at the variety of this store. Chen shopkeeper did not dial the abacus, only calculate once reported 223 silver, causing 2 townspeople into the store to frequent side-eye, secretly stagger. "White sugar is damp, give you by 9 taels." Shopkeeper Chen looked at him and saw him really touch a handful of broken silver from his bosom before he slowly whispered again. "It's not like it used to be. I'm an old man with one more word of advice. The young gentleman should save a little, and also should keep his wealth to himself." Li Wuxiang smiled at him. "Thanks for mentioning it. It's like this, but it's not something I bought for my own use. Miss Xue saved my life and I want to partner with her for a living. This is all that's left." Shopkeeper Chen nodded, took the scale and weighed it, retrieved his 23 copper plates, and took a small broom to sweep the broken silver into the small bamboo basket. Li Wuxiang and Shuebaobao went out the door and walked back along the road. After staying at the Chen family grocery store and coming out again, there were fewer people staring at them. Chen Sanbite and a few loafers were still leaning against the wall with their arms wrapped around them, and when they saw that the town soldiers were also ignoring the 2 of them, they could only spit on the ground again. Li Wuxiang slowed down and stared at him, and Chen Sanbite immediately tilted his face and turned away. They passed the stalls selling vegetables and fruits, and bought half a winter melon for 2 boards, and when they came to the west side of the bridge in the town, they saw a few sickly fallen chickens for sale, so they spent another 20 boards on a small hen, and carried it all the way. It was only when the 2 of them walked to the bridge on the east side of the town that Shuebaobao took a long breath and glanced at Li Wuxiang several times. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? You're really the Li family of 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 the Li family?" "I don't think so. There are so many things I can't remember, but it shouldn't be from this neighborhood. With over 100 children, Zhao Papa definitely didn't catch them in this neighborhood, or else things would surely have gotten out of hand." Li Wuxiang thought for a moment, "But since the people in town feel this way, then I am now. Go back and you can tell me more about Li Jiawan. Let's go. I'll teach you how to make winter melon candy." As soon as the sky fell dark, the town master's home lamps and candles on the palm of the hand. But Lu Jiao found his own baby girl today is a little bit wrong, usually to the table when the dishes when she has already sat at the table, while setting the dishes a piece of chatter about the town. 3 or 4 days out of 10 days to go to Qingjiang City to play. But tonight she was quiet, resting her cheeks, staring blankly at the table without saying a word. When the meal is ready, Chen Xin also on the table. She is not busy pouring a cup of wine to his father, nor secretly sip a little sip, but continue to stare, as if lost soul. Lu Jiao then gave her husband a wink, but Chen Xin laughed and only poured the wine himself, waving his hand at her as if to say, "Come on, who knows what's going to happen later." The couple moved their chopsticks, and Chen Xin drank a cup of wine before asking, "Have you arranged all the food and wine for the Taoist master today?" "Aha, pick up all the contraindications, right?" Lu Jiao sighed, complained, "How dare not pick it? Onions, ginger, garlic and leeks." One did not put dishes also in the hot water several times. The chopsticks are new to take the bamboo split, but also boiled a few times it, for fear that he is not happy again. It's really hard to serve. Chen Xin waved his hand. Alas, alas. At this time, Chen Xiu suddenly sat his body up straight. "Father, mother, ha, I'm going to get married. You guys find someone to match me, ha." The two looked at each other. knowing that their daughter likes to talk nonsense, but also did not expect to talk crazy today to this point. Lu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You're not ashamed? Quite a big girl. Is this what your girl family says? Chen Xian hurriedly waved his hand at her and wiped his mouth again. Xiao, whose house do you want father and mother to go to for matchmaking? Xue family, the Xue family in the east of the town. Well, it is not the Xue family. Her family has a mute girl, that Xue family. Also, oops, it is the one that opened the food store before. Her family picked up a person. Chen big shopkeeper said it is the Li family of Li Zhaoan Li family's young son. I want to marry him. Lu Jiao listened to more and more confused. Simply threw the chopsticks to the table. This meal cannot eat. He also took his finger to Chen Xiu's head and pushed it hard, all day long. You've been idle and spoiled. Chen Xiu moved her stool a little bit toward her father's side and frowned. I'm talking serious business. Don't mess with me. Lu Jiao was furious and pointed her finger at her and then at Chen Xian, slammed her chopsticks down and walked away from the table. Chen Xiu hurriedly poured wine for her father and grabbed his arm. Dad, I'm serious. It's Li Zhaoan's little Dukely. He's very pretty. I saw him in the store this afternoon, and so did shopkeeper Chen. Don't believe me? Ask shopkeeper Chen. He's living in the mute girl's house. Go and propose a marriage to me. In case the two of them get married, go and propose to me. What if they get married? You'll never find such a good son-in-law again. Chen Xian lifted the arm that was grabbed by her and blocked it in front of his body. Well, don't shake Dad. You give Dad a good talk. Dad has asked you to get confused. What's going on in the end? Chen Xiu immediately sat up straight, took a sip of wine, and spoke cheerfully, waiting for a small half-hour to pass. Chen Xian also smiled, frequently twirling his whiskers and nodding his head, and then wait for Chen Xiu said tired. He said, good. You eat first. Father, go to meet Chen big shopkeeper. This person is even better. Marriage matters cannot be anxious. You look at you. Angry your mother meal also do not eat. Hide to get angry. You go to cajole her before. So you're going now? Ugh. Now go. Chen Xiu jumped up happily. Then I'll coax my mother to go. Chen Xian watched her run away before pouring himself another goblet of wine, drinking it slowly, and frowning. He was in his 50s, but this year he was already showing his old age, with 3 wisps of thinning beard, and at first glance, others would only think that he was an old farmer from a well-off family. But the reason why he was able to be the town lord of Jinshui a few years ago with more than 40 town soldiers was because he was cautious and thoughtful. Li Zhaoan's Li family he knows. In the past few years the two sides had a few conflicts because of the mountains and forests in the eastern part of the town, but he has backed down, and has not seen his family with his own eyes, but he knows that the Li family is prosperous, and the head of the family has 6 sons, and the youngest is indeed a teenager. Just now the daughter said this thing, sounds reasonable, but have to think about it, but also can say too coincidental. Li Zhaoan's people almost dead. How happened to live so only seedling, and happened to be to daughter correctly, the right family. Gentle, sensible good young man? Chen Xian rested the wine cup on the table, wiped his face, and walked out of the house. The courtyard of the Chen family was very large, with 4 rooms on the east and west sides. The 4 rooms on the right-hand side were occupied by the family's permanent servants, and the 4 rooms on the left-hand side were originally used for storing weapons and sundry items. But now the 2 rooms have been emptied to serve as Zhao Qi's bedroom and guest room. He walked outside Zhao Qi's bedroom, and seeing that it was lit up with a little light like a bean lamp, he coughed softly and whispered outside the door. True person Zhao, have you rested? It was only after a long while that I heard the person inside say, I have not yet attained Yangshan, and I cannot be called a true person. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly outside the door. Yes, Taoist dash. It is not the 8 canonical books that I practice, nor can I be called a Taoist priest. Chen Xian smiled with him. Yes, that. As I've said many times, just call me Immortal Master Zhao. The person inside the window reached out and pushed, and the window held up a small portion, revealing a thin face, long eyebrows, thin eyes, a slightly longer nose, and thin lips. If this face was shortened, it could also be called handsome, but only in Jinshui town. It was considered a first-class character. Zhao Qi frowned. Have you found the fresh tiger bone? I'm sorry Dao. Xianshi, hate that the Wang family left overnight. The town cannot find will fight the tiger. The other day called people to go to the mountain in the rain. The results of the tiger did not see, but fell broken too. Xianshi, don't be anxious. I've already called I have asked people to go to Qinghe to look for. Zhao Qi half closed his eyes and looked at him for a moment before he hummed. All the things I want are for the good of your Jinshui. As I said, these are to offer to Zhao Wang and get rid of evil spirits. If the evil spirits come one day and you don't have everything together, don't blame me for accepting your offerings but not doing my best. Chen Xian hurriedly bowed to him. Yes, but this is something else. Immortal Master Dial. Zhao Xi snorted a little. Redundancy? Yes. Immortal Master set aside some time to listen to me. It's like this. My daughter said that a few days ago, a teenager was washed into the town by the water, and when I listened to it, I thought it was a bit fishy. That teenager. Chen Xian told the matter in 10 or so sentences, and at the end said, I thought about it, and felt that it was a bit of a coincidence, but it also sort of makes sense. When Immortal Master came here, he had told me that any abnormalities in the town, no matter how big or small, should be told to Immortal Master, so I just don't know if this one counts. Zhao Xi was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, teenagers, came in the past few days? Yes, picked up by that girl from the Shui family. Zhao Xi thought again, nodded, and lowered the window. Okay, I know. Chapter 24, Ghosts and Goblins. In the dead of night, Li Wuxiang was lying in the woodshed. The firewood room is on the left-hand side of the Shui family's main house. A small room. Firewood takes up half. The remaining half can be arranged a straw store, and then the rest of the space to go in and out. Before moving over has been smoked for a while, snakes and mice and so on, even if there are, but also all run out, and then sprinkled with Xianghuang powder bought from the Chen family groceries. There is no fear of uninvited guests. Li Wuxiang told himself to breathe long and steady, like someone who was actually asleep. It wasn't easy. It was even considered a strain, because he was getting hungry, so hungry that he felt breathless in his body, and was close to not being able to maintain his current human form. It reminded him of a vampire, and he was now desperately craving for blood and flesh just like a vampire. He was even planning to wait until first light and slaughter the little hen, drinking the blood before eating the meat. The thought called his whole body to wriggle up under his skin, wriggling in the direction of the main house outside the door, where there was fresh blood and flesh, anointed and rich, far more than the little hen. The next moment he violently gathered his mind and took a slow, deep breath, telling himself to be quiet. There's sound, extremely slight, as if the sound of leaves falling on the stone slabs in the courtyard. If it was an ordinary person would never notice this kind of ringing. However, there were no trees in the Shui family's yard, and it wasn't raining tonight, and the sound, which was fast and slow, was making its way to. Li Wuxiang stared and listened. Is coming to the woodshed. Someone was visiting the Shui family at night, and this was exactly the result he wanted. All he had done in these days was to call attention to him, so that the news would reach Zhao Qi's ears and create opportunities for the two to come into contact with each other, so that he could figure out whether the appearance of this Qi alchemist surnamed Zhao and Jinshui in these few days was just a coincidence, or whether it was for the sake of Zhao Puppet. It was just that he couldn't decide who was coming now. Someone from the town master? To see if he, the youngest son of the Li family, the royal bloodline of the township, would cause any more trouble in the town? The voice stopped in front of the door, and Li Wuxiang opened his eyes slightly. There was a waning moon tonight, and only a little moonlight leaked in through the window, but it was enough for him. He waited for a few breaths of effort, but there was still no other movement, and was wondering if the man was not moving in front of the door, when he suddenly saw a huge black shadow enveloping the entire window. Then the wind picked up outside the house. It was whistling, blowing the door and window panels clanging and shaking. Li Wuxiang's heart was shaken, immediately wanting to get up, but realizing that he couldn't move a muscle, and his torso was completely out of control. The wind blew only slightly. The door and window panels were blown to open a gap. Then Li Wuxiang saw two huge palms. One climbed on the window frame, one climbed on the door frame, poked his fingers in. That hand is very big. A finger is as thick as his arm, like orange peel, shining with iron green light. Finger ends are borne with curved sharp black nails. The stench of the nose. 2 hands of a scratch on the doorframe and walls left deep scratches. Soil rustling down. And then Li Wuxiang saw the eyes of the thing outside, bull-sized blood-red eyes, from the window and door cracks were peeled open to look into the house. Found him immediately after, the pupils shrinking, staring at the dead. Then a sound like muffled thunder rang out, and this thing outside the door began to shout angrily, "Call me in, call me in." Li Wuxiang called the stench on the body of this ghost, almost fainted. For a moment in his mind there was no thought, only thought that must not agree to it, so he closed his eyes tightly, did not answer a word. The ghost outside the house seemed even more angry. His hands retracted from the cracks in the windows and doors, and then there was a rattling of the roof tiles and dust fell like rain, and the ghost blew violently on the roof again until it blew off several tiles and the thatch underneath before it looked at him again from the roof cracks and screamed, "Tell me to come in, call me in." Li Wuxiang still kept his eyes tightly shut and didn't say anything, and this big ghost tossed around the roof for a while, and seemed to feel tired, so he stopped picking at it with his hands, and instead ambled over there, bringing one big red-eyed eye close to the gap, and sternly asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Li Wuxiang instinctively wanted to tell it to leave quickly, and almost immediately blurted out, "I'm Li Wuxiang, I got it from," but just as the words were about to be uttered, a little confusion arose in his heart. Is the name Li Wuxiang the name of the owner of this body? Is it mine? And where did I come from? I don't remember much, at least not exactly which city, which. The next moment his heart fluttered, immediately realizing that his state was not right. Now it was as if he was half asleep and almost unconscious. This ghost must have been sent by Zhao Xi to find out his details. I didn't expect his methods to be so powerful. He wanted to tell himself to continue to keep his mouth shut, yet the smoky stench from the big ghost once again hit his face, calling his mind into a trance and almost immediately losing consciousness again. Never put words in your mouth. But his mouth no longer obeyed him, and the voice squeezed out of his throat. Li, can't say what to do. External evil. External evil. In this instant Li Wuxiang thought of the external evil that had possessed his body. After he got out of the trap, the external evil seemed to have disappeared, and he had been deliberately avoiding thinking about that thing, thinking that it might have been dispersed by the bowl of chicken blood together with the soul attached to the copper net by Zhao Puppet, and it was indeed safe and sound in the past 10 days, but right now he had to try to call out to it, outer evil, help me. In the next moment, everything around him suddenly faded into a trance, and Li Wuxiang once again felt that grand and hollow thing, as if it had been waiting for a call for a long time, and now it couldn't wait to appear. But after that, Li Wuxiang felt that it was just there, and neither left any common sense, concepts, nor any other reactions for himself like last time. With only a moment's thought, he realized such a possibility. Perhaps it was an evil god, or something else. Just like the people in Jinshui town worshipped Master Zhao, it also needed faith and offerings. As soon as this idea popped up, Li Wuxiang froze. It's not that the outer evil didn't give himself anything. This idea in his heart now should be what it left behind. So he immediately said in his heart, no matter what you are, after helping me this time, I can live in peace and stability, and I can think of learning some magic means, and I can offer you, to find tributes for you. What do you want? He knew the words lacked sincerity, as if they were empty promises, and was about to say something more when he suddenly felt a subtle sense of satisfaction and joy, and a greed that lay hidden behind it. The same greed he had experienced last time. Was it satisfied? Which words struck it? But he didn't have time to think more. Everything around him suddenly came back like a tidal wave. Li Wuxiang felt that his head was completely restored to clarity, and he immediately picked up the words that were spit out from his mouth with intermittent difficulty. I am Li Jiawan. Li. During the daytime he asked Shui Baobao what the name of that young son of Li Jiawan was, but she didn't know, and only knew that the town master of Li Jiawan was named Li Mao, which was also what a former customer had told her parents when he stopped by the store. He then said, Li Mao, my father, Li Jiawan, Bei. The big ghost heard him stammering, so he shouted angrily again. But now Li Wuxiang is not afraid of him. This thing is most likely bluffing, otherwise with its size, not to mention picking up the broken windows and doors, or even push the house is easy to do, but now can only roar outside the house, so it can be seen that there is nothing to be afraid of. He then made up his mind, only pretending to be delirious, stammering words such as Li Jiawan, Li Mao, parents and so on. After a while that big ghost finally roared again, and shrunk its huge blood-red eyeballs backward. The ghost was so confused that it was not able to see. Li Wuxiang sat up violently from his straw bedroll. The wind had picked up outside, snapping at the door and window panels. He wiped his face, and there was no mud and dust on his face. Then he looked at the walls and the roof, and they were all intact. Just now it was a dream. Li Wuxiang stood up and walked to the door to first listen outside before slowly pivoting the bolt and pushing the door open an inconspicuous slit. Immediately he saw that underneath the root of the wall in the doorway, there was a thin line of fire spreading rapidly over something, and in the smell of smoke and fire, there was also a faint scent of bamboo. He didn't walk out, only fixed his eyes to take a closer look. It was a paper-folded villain, with ink drawn on the villain's body, and a pair of eyes dotted with vermilion sand, which flew to burn out when he saw it. Li Wuxiang took a long breath, and smelled a more subtle stench, extremely similar to the smell emanating from the great ghost in the dream, calling for dizziness. So he slowly pushed the door shut and gently dropped the bolt. The big ghost just now should be this villain, and that kind of stink. Is the paper man sprinkled with some kind of ecstasy that can call people delirious? It seems that Zhao Xi is not as magical as he thought in his dream. However, there was one thing he could be completely sure of now: Zhao Xi was most likely Zhao Puppet's disciple or relative or something like that. And the bamboo paper he used was also bamboo paper. Now he was still hungry, but it was no longer the kind of hunger he felt when he was desperate and faced with a desperate situation, but more like the kind of hunger he felt when he was faced with a gourmet meal and began to savor it with aplomb. Chapter 25, The Ranshan Sect. When Zhao Xi returned to the Chen family's room, his shoes and ham were all wet with mud and water. This is not on the road wet, he has excellent light body kung fu, and tonight there is a hazy moonlight. The road of the mud puddles all see clearly, until the time to return to the Chen family outside the wall, but also only the sole of the shoes have a layer of slightly thick silt only. Bad is bad in this layer of sludge. When he went out, he left a window in his room for himself, and when he arrived at the mountain wall, he could jump from the window into the room with one leap and a little force on the wall, but when he used his strength, the layer of mud on the bottom of his shoes slipped, and he didn't fall on the ground, but he stepped into a puddle, and splashed his lower half of his body with mud and dirt. He hatefully took off his shoes and Dao robes and flung them on the floor, then sighed and kicked them all under the bed so that he wouldn't call the Chen family to find them. These days, he had been presenting himself as a transcendent master of the world, in order that the Chen family might not be able to understand the depth of his own skill, so as not to arouse contempt. So far he felt that he had done well. For example, this time, Chen Xin asked for help in the evening. Then tomorrow morning he could tell him that the young man named Li Jie was indeed the young son of the Li family and Li Jiawan, which he had deduced casually, which was the means of the immortals. But if they found the muddy shoes and robes, they would think, oh, Master Zhao also stepped into the mud? That's not too far from the rest of us mere mortals. Once they are told to have this kind of idea, it is inevitable that they will have contempt, no longer as obedient as before. These mountain villagers, the most do not know how to advance and retreat. Savage and difficult to deal with, this is all the master taught himself. He traveled all the way, has understood that the master said does make sense. When he thought of his master, Zhao Xi paced the room a few more times anxiously. He had traveled to Jinshui this time to look for his master, Zhao Puppet. 14 years ago, his master suddenly said that he had found the method of longevity, and that he would go down the mountain to find a treasure place to cultivate that method. He also lit a lamp of longevity and told his disciples to add 100 pounds of lamp oil to it every year, saying that if he cultivated it, the lamp would blossom, and if he died, the lamp would go out. And then he left Ranshan Mountain with the treasure of the sect, Golden Tangle, and he was only 16 years old at that time. The brothers had thought that their master would return in a few years at most in this world. Apart from the occasional hearing of someone from the 8 metaphysical sects lifting the xia and ascending to the heavens, among the remaining large and small sects, how had they ever heard of anyone living forever and becoming immortal? But who did not expect? This wait is 14 years. Without the treasure of the town school of gold entanglement, Ranshan faction of disciples want to build the foundation will have to rely on their own talent and potion. But where in the world so many can be made of material? Even if there are, they have long gone to the 8 sects of the Xian sect. Therefore, these 14 years Ranshan sect is dwindling. To last year, only he himself alone in Ranshan Mountain guarding a few rooms about to collapse, as well as the master's longevity lamp. Then, just the other day, that light went out. Zhao Xi thus knew that the master should be dead. Perhaps he had gone wrong practicing that whimsical technique, or perhaps he had been killed by an enemy. On the road of cultivation, these are all common things, but the key is, the master brought down the mountain of the gold entanglement is not only a treasure that can help people with ordinary qualifications to build the foundation, but also has been placed on a postcard. Whoever gets this treasure with law post, who will have the qualification to open a sect in the land outside of the 8 parts of the Xian religion. This is how many have the road of the high people risking the death of the road also want to get the thing. He was with the idea of what if. Think to master really died in a hidden cave. They can find him, perhaps they can get the gold wrapper, and then the master to a good burial, and then live in seclusion. Cultivation on decades, to be lucky to end the Dan. With that gold-wrapped son to find a remote and barren place to start a sect, it is not in vain to come to the world to walk for a time. He thus searched all the way and really found the trail left by his master. And then he came to Goldwater. Jinshui. This place is considered a poor countryside, but from the 8 part of the Xian sect of the boundary is not far. Zhao Xi think master in any case will not choose to avoid the world here to practice what the method of longevity. But after all, the clues to this place is broken. He brought the money and food is also exhausted. Coincidentally, the town owner Chen Xin took over here just a few years. Is the need to worship a fairy magician. He also pinched his nose to stay. These days, He wasn't sitting idly waiting for some good fortune to hit his doorstep, but he was plotting something, and by making it happen, he should be able to determine the clue to his master, just what he was going to do. But the price required was not small. First of all, he needed 3 kinds of offerings: dragon, phoenix and tiger. When he passed through Xinjiang City, he had bought a roll of snake molt. The scales were the size of a nail, and was used by him as an outer garment to protect against the rain, which was of use. There were many chickens in Jinshui town, and he had already chosen a colorful feathered rooster, fed it with the dan dregs brought down from the mountains in the Chen family's backyard, and in a few more days the spirituality would be sufficient. The only thing missing now is the tiger. Dragon is not a real dragon. Phoenix is not a real phoenix. The tiger must be fresh adult male tiger bone, otherwise things cannot be done, but easy to get into evil spirits. There is another thing, is a nobleman. This Jinshui town has nothing noble, but he has seen the town owner Chen Xian's daughter named Chen shows 8 characters, but is barely available. Chen Xian, the owner of the town, looks like a daughter slave, but since a person can be the owner of the town, it is bound to be the understanding of the big body. When the time to say that this is for the town to drive away evil spirits, and then randomly give him a pill to convince the next this will be able to give birth to a son, the will readily agree. A few days ago, it was the right day, but the butcher in the town escaped during the night, so this matter was delayed. But after tonight, Zhao Xi felt that this delay was not a bad thing, because he had found a real nobleman, this young son of Li Zhaowan named Li Jie. When mentioning the Ranshan sect, the world always thought that the most skillful means was paper puppetry, but in fact, Ranshan disciples were even more skillful at chi lookout. Just now when the boy was confused and stumbling over his words, he had already looked at his chi from the roof. Extremely expensive. That was how he had determined Li Jie's identity. If he wasn't the son of a genuine town lord, he wouldn't have this kind of chi. Before he also wondered that this teenager can survive the flood. Things are not fishy. After this night, this look, the doubt is all gone. This kind of life has this kind of noble chi people, as long as it is not by the same as their own outside the means. That even if the experience of natural and man-made disasters, but also just a little more tormented and never to death. Before this, he was still thinking, if this time things did not work, what to do next. But now with this Li Jie, there is no need to even think about the next step. There was just one thing. These days he sneaked into the Chen family's kitchen every night and sprinkled some dan dregs and the like into the prepared rice and noodles, in order to cultivate Chen Xiu's spirituality. And this would have to be done a little more cautiously in Li Jie's case. People in Jinshui said that the Li family in Li Zhaowan has been the town master for nearly 100 years and has a deep heritage. This Li Jie will not have seen the world like Chen Xiu, and he is afraid that he has seen real pills and the like. And people with this kind of noble chi are often lonely fate. Now that his family died horribly, I'm afraid that there will be some enemies and debtors around him to haunt him. In order to raise his spirit to be usable, I am afraid that the investment will be bigger and the time will be longer. Zhao Qi paced a few more steps and slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. He decided to take a look at the teenager tomorrow bright and early. If he was as stupid as a pig, then things would be easy. If he was really a bit smart, it would be better to ask him to worship himself as a teacher. Give him some pills in name only, and wait until the end. Thinking of this, Zhao Qi told himself to gently breathe out. In the end, everything will be taken back. Really want to get the golden entanglement and tie the dan. As long as you don't go crazy like the master. What is there that you can't get? Chapter 26, Sugar Production. After waking up early the next day, Li Wuxiang continued to teach Xue Baobing to make winter melon candy. Yesterday, when they got home, they first washed the melon, cut it into finger-sized strips, and then soaked it in lime water for 2 hours. When the melon strips hardened, they fished them out and washed them, then put them in cold water to soak overnight. By this morning, the melon strips were washed one more time and placed in a pot to be boiled, in the compartment where the water vapor was curling up, waiting for the melon strips that had been hardened by the quicklime water yesterday to gradually be boiled transparent. Li Wuxiang said, Zhao Qi came here last night. Xue Baobao turned her face and stared. Li Wuxiang sat by the stove, slowly drinking the raw egg that was beaten in a porcelain bowl while inclining his head. Like a thief, he jumped onto the roof of my house and gave me some ecstasy and asked for something. Then he, just as I thought, his master should be Zhao Puppet. Li Wuxian looked at her face that was reflected by the firelight, drank the egg in one gulp, put the bowl down, and looked at her seriously. Then there are some things I need to talk to you about. The day before yesterday I beat up someone. Yesterday I took you to town. And today I taught you how to make winter melon candy, all in order to call attention to us, and also in order for you to learn how to make this candy and go sell it to Ms. Chun. I wanted to use you to slowly approach her and ask for some information about Zhao Xi, but I didn't expect him to be more impatient in nature than I thought. Which is a good thing. Xue Baobian thought for a moment. Then, now we don't have to do this, right? Li Wuxiang sighed. The key is not here, in that I want to use you to pry information from the Chen family for me. Xue Baobao frowned slightly, thinking, Li Wuxiang stared at her for a while and smiled. It's fine. It's almost done cooking. When they were fished out, the melon strips had already become translucent, so they drained the water, poured it into a large wooden basin, and added a thick layer of sugar. Xue Baobian's heart sucked in pain when he saw Li Wuxiang pour almost all the sugar in, and he had to say, we're going to make sugar, so it can't be less. Then he told Xue Baobao to wash his hands and slowly mix the sugar, while he himself scooped up some of the hot water from the boiled winter melon and drank it. Next, I'm going to start moving towards Zhao Qi's side, thinking of ways to get some feats from him to solve the problems I'm having. Xue Baobao looked at him worriedly. Isn't it going to be dangerous? Otherwise, Li Wuxiang, let's go. Look, now everyone knows that you are Li Jie, then if we leave quickly. Also, Li Wuxiang shook his head. At first, I had this intention, but I knew it wouldn't work after I walked around the town. When the people in Jinchue town looked at the people floating down from the upstream towns, they didn't seem to think much of them as people. I thought that the human feelings in this world would be cold, but I never thought it would be cold to this extent. It means that anywhere we go, we're going to run into hordes of extremely xenophobic people, and in that situation, we're only going to be 100 times more dangerous than we are now. That's why we can't leave. We have to at least partially settle things here. Xue Baobao bit her lip. Aha, so there will indeed be danger. Li Wuxiang finished drinking the water and also washed his hands, walking over to the wooden basin and slowly mixing the melon strips with her, accidentally gently touching her fingertips. I still don't fully understand what kind of person Zhao Qi is, but since he ran to check up on me immediately after hearing about me, it means that this person is very cautious. Careful people are definitely smart people, and maybe they'll come to test you too. You have to call yourself to remember that I'm the one you fished out of the river. Aha, in case I fail and things fall apart, you'll have to say you didn't know anything. If someone tortures you, you have to stick to your story and tell yourself that you don't have to stick to it for too long. Just 2 days. After 2 days, people won't suspect you of telling lies anymore. Xue Baobao bit her lip. It won't be like that. Li Wuxiang smiled. Good, it won't be like that. Well, just leave it like this. Pickle it for 3 more days. We'll move on to the next step, and soon we'll be able to eat winter melon candy. Xue Baobao forced a smile. Aha. Li Wuxiang then put his finger in his mouth and sucked on it to make a slurping sound. But you can have finger candy now. Only then did Xue Baobian laugh all at once, following his example and also sucking his own fingers, licking every bit of sweetness clean before his voice lightened up. Then, will I have to sell candy to Chen Xiu again in a few days? Want. Side messages are important too, and it would be best to ask her to become your best friend. That would help me a lot. So Xue Baobao's face rippled with smiles, as if a poor young girl who had been confined to a deep backyard had suddenly been given a task that would enable her to explore the verdant wilderness. And with a heavy nod of her head, she happily took the ladle and went to scoop up the hot water from the pot. Only when she walked out of the house with the basin in her hand did the smile on Li Wuxiang's face suddenly tighten. He did want Xue Baobao to become friends with Chen Xiu, but not for his own sake. He was always going to leave Jinchue, and he shouldn't take her with him at that time. He knew quite a few means of telling people to feel close and comfortable with him, but didn't like true intimacy. Regardless of his past life and present life, he preferred to be a loner in the darkness, the world beyond Jinchue. The kind of non-existent divine power that he wanted to chase was not something that Xue Baobao could bear. He felt that her best end would be to live a relatively peaceful life in Jinchue, and in her old age, sit by the wall of her house and bask in the warm winter sun, and then remember that when she was a young girl, she had met a fairy trapped in the stove. He sighed, got up and walked to the dirt road outside the house. The water of the Jinchue River was still muddy, foaming and running, but the green grass on both sides of the river was much newer, and even the willow tree on the bank in front of his door looked a little paler. He walked to the bottom of the willow tree and sat on the boulder that had been smoothed by the years, speculating on what Zhao Qi would do next. When Zhao Puppet was rescued and taken in by the Xue family at night, Li Wuxiang guessed that Zhao Puppet did it on purpose. He sealed himself and more than 100 children in the Xue family's stove to cultivate Tai, so he didn't want other people to know about it. Xue Baobao said that Zhao Puppet stayed at home for a few days to recuperate, saying that he was afraid of causing trouble for them, which should also be the reason for this. Zhao Qi is cautious and careful, but he stayed in Jinchue for so many days. He should be completely out of clues of Zhao puppets. Then what will he do? Li Wuxiang thought of the Zhao Wang statue in his house when he killed the Wang family's father and son. That thing seemed to have manifested its spirit for a while, and then immediately became ordinary. He didn't know why, but he could be sure that this world should really have the existence of gods and spirits. Would Zhao Xi happen to know some means of detaining gods and asking ghosts? However, if it is really that magical, why did you jump to the roof like a thief last night and use illusion magic to confuse yourself? Your own knowledge of Zhao Xi is too little, and your current status is not suitable to go to the town to wander around and inquire. Li Wuxiang raised his hand and pressed his neck, turned his head, seeing a young girl in a white shirt and green dress coming this way along the road. Chapter 27 Admiration. She didn't walk slowly, not like she was loitering. She wore a pair of hair buns, with black hair rings hanging behind her, swinging like two drooping ears as she walked, looking at her face as if she had slightly applied some powder, but had not bitten the lipstick. Though the young girl's lips were originally red and still youthful and playful, she wore a thin jasper bracelet and what appeared to be bells on her ankles, which chimed slightly as she walked. In one hand she grasped a thin willow branch and played with it as she walked, hitting the weeds along the roadside. Li Wuxiang guessed who this was after just one look. Yesterday, he made a trip to the town. He has seen many women in the town. No matter how young or beautiful they all wear the same plain cloth clothes as Shui Baobao, and simply wear their hair in a bun. But this girl's dress is not a silk dress, but the color is quite colorful, coupled with the bracelet on the wrist. It must be the only daughter of the town master undoubtedly. That was an unexpected surprise. His gaze retracted with only a touch, and he stood up, walking back into the compartment. Shui Baobao seemed to be using the warm water in the pot to clean up the inner room. Since Li Wuxiang had wiped the grease on the stovetop the other day, she had cleaned up the house spotlessly every day. Li Wuxiang then sat down by the stove and added another piece of firewood to ignite the embers, and then scooped water from the water tank into the pot to prepare some food for the reopening of Shui's store in the next 2 days. When he had scooped up half a pot of water, he heard footsteps stop at the door. Chen Xiu was at the door with his hands behind his back, surveying the room with a big smile. Li Wuxiang didn't look up and only said, "The store hasn't opened yet." "Oh, I know. I used to come here a lot." Chen Xiu nodded and looked around the room again, taking the time to stare hard at Li Wuxiang a few times. Seeing that he was only focusing on fiddling with the fire at the bottom of the stove with his head down, he coughed. "Hey, I'm thirsty. The water tank is right by the door." Chen Xiu walked to the side of the water tank and saw the gourd dipper resting on the wooden tank lid. This ladle has been used for many years. The yellowish-brown shell has been rubbed and shined, and there are black spots on the handle. Chen Xiu wanted to reach out and take it, but when she saw those black spots, she retracted her hand again. But at this angle, she could see the side of Li Wuxiang's face slightly reddened by the stove fire. The skin of his neck was taut and flawless. She then exhaled softly and surveyed the yellow earth wall blackened by years of smoke and fire again. "Your name is Li Jie, isn't it? Aha! You must be especially uncomfortable living here. Can you get used to eating here?" Li Wuxiang raised his head to look at her for a moment, then lowered his head to continue adding firewood, and said nonchalantly, "It's not bad. And are you used to living there? You're not sleeping in a straw bunk, are you? It's not bad." Chen Xiu broke the willow branch with the hand behind her back. She thought that the Li family's young son should be a gentle, elegant and generous person, but now she realized that he was like a boring gourd, cold and quiet, and simply had a good skin. In her heart, a bit of resentment arose, but what killed her was that good skin. She didn't want to leave in a huff immediately. At this time the fire in the stove was about to go out, so Li Wuxiang took the bamboo fire blower and brought it to his mouth and blew a long breath into the stove, and the light of the fire brightened his face again. Chen Xiu took a long breath and exhaled again, deciding to give him another chance. "What's that? It looks fun. Can you give it to me to play with?" Li Wuxiang shook the blowtorch in his hand. "This? Aha! Blowtorch. It's dirty." So Li Wuxiang froze when he saw Chen Xiu at first, then opened his mouth slightly. He then laughed in his heart. Now he roughly figured out Chen Xiu's temperament. She had a kind of spoiled and upright temper, but her heart was also quite delicate, and her conscience had not been lost. If he was smart enough, but not too smart, he would be able to figure out the reason why he had acted rather coldly because of his very dirty comment. She disliked the black-spotted ladle in the straw store, so this made him feel unhappy and unintentionally offended by her. Unintentionally offended by her. Whether or not one can think about it exactly, there is the tiny bit of guilt that comes from this vague perception. "Ah, I didn't mean you were dirty." Then, because of such a small sense of guilt, one would suppress that not-so-excessive lady's temperament, and curtly follow one's own topic of conversation. Li Wuxiang didn't answer her immediately. instead leaving her hanging there for a short while. When he realized that she was ready to frown slightly, he suddenly spoke. Is there a qi refiner in your town? The frown was instantly smoothed out. Chen Xiu immediately said, yes. Li Wuxian lifted his face, calling her to see a forced smile. If only our town had been a qi refiner before, maybe it wouldn't have been because of the flood. He stopped, letting out a soft sigh and looking back down to fiddle with the firewood. Chen Xiu felt that her heart was about to break. She knew that she had wronged him. How could she forget about this matter? His parents and siblings were all lost in the flood only a few days ago. Li Wuxian glanced at her expression and laughed a little more in his heart. A girl like her wasn't used to apologizing, but more used to making up for something. So, I'll go back and ask that immortal master in my town if he can take you as his disciple. Chen Xiu hurriedly said, my name is Chen Xiu. My father is the lord of Jinshui town, and the immortal master is enshrined in our house. The tactic of desire to escape has to know the measure, especially standing as a little girl with an uncertain heart. So Li Wuxian lifted his face and called himself out for a moment. But a man who tells a young girl to fall in love with him can't be a soft bone who tends to be a weakling. So Li Wuxian shook his head again and said lowly, it's not that easy, but thank you. A trace of anxiety swept through Chen Xiu's heart, feeling that she had never spoken to anyone as carefully as this before, yet she could never coax them well. But as soon as she thought of his pitiful background, she felt ashamed of her own agitation. Besides, she suddenly realized that her earlier remark was really good. If immortal master Zhao really accepted him as a disciple, he would have to be able to come in and out of his house. This morning, Zhao Xianshi has clearly told father that he is the young son of Li Zhaowen, but father pushed and dragged and refused to call for a marriage proposal, saying that this kind of thing has never been in such a hurry, but also need to look at his character. But does his character need to be told? He dared to beat up the town's scoundrels, and those scoundrels were all scared by him. When he spoke to the shopkeeper, he was polite and courteous, many times more educated than Zhao Xi. This is clearly both civil and military. Besides, what's the matter that has never existed? Aren't rules made by people? In Jinshui, it is clear that the father's meaning is the rules. If I could get him to walk around the house a few times, Dad wouldn't say so, but Mom would love it. She took 2 steps forward, so that she could see him more clearly through the stove. I can put in a good word for you, and immortal Master Zhao, well, is actually not a bad person. Li Wuxian frowned slightly. A bit of just the right amount of anticipation surfacing on his face. It was a fragile strand of anticipation that screamed to be extinguished. But I've heard that the qi refiners have bad tempers. Ah, not really. I think his temper is okay, but just not very talkative, shrinking in the house, secretive, as if he is particularly looking down on people. Ah, not really, he actually. Li Wuxian laughed a little. The ones my family had made offerings to before seemed to be the same. This smile called Chen Xiu an instant sigh of relief. Dragging over the bench on one side, taking another step forward, and sitting on the other side of the stove, not minding at all that her skirt was whisking on the floor. Right? It's just like that. When my father talks to him, he's indifferent, and he's so picky about eating. He doesn't want any onions, ginger, garlic or leeks, and my mother has to open another stove to cook for him alone. He always thinks he's smart. When he first came here, my father invited him for a drink, and after a few cups he sighed and said, oh, there are so many stupid and foolish people in this turbid world, it really makes people tired of it. And then he coughed and spat on the ground, and then he said, most of them are also vulgar and don't have any manners. Our family members don't have any manners, but we know that we shouldn't spit on the floor of the master's house. Spit on the floor of the main house? My father flattered him, saying that you are now so powerful that you naturally look down on the world's commoners. A high master like you, although practicing in the mountains is hard, it is also better than a clean one. As soon as he heard my father say this, he hurriedly told my father how famous and rich the Ranshan school was. What gold duster, jade rui, what dan, what pill. I'm dying of laughter. Living out of the world look. Jade rui my family also has a handlet, or inlaid with beads dash. Li Wuxian as long as a little show some smile, slightly ask a few sentences, can ask her to keep talking cheerfully, as if both because this can coax the favorite person happy, but also because finally in this town to find a gateway comparable, can resonate with the person to talk about. So after a quarter of an hour, Li Wuxian had a rough idea of what kind of person Zhao Qi was. After a short while, when she had finished talking about Zhao Qi, Chen Xiu turned to talk about some of her life's trivialities. It was the first time Li Wuxian had seen a girl of her temperament, or in this world, lively and generous, simple-minded, as if she had been born without any knowledge of the evils of the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of family situation she had been raised in. so the smiles he called his own became a little less frequent. The responses became shorter, and soon Shinshio realized that there didn't seem to be much left to talk about. It was only then that she realized that she was sitting a little too close to Li Wuxian, like the kind of friends who had known each other for quite a long time and were about to come up to each other's knees, and that's how she realized that the mute girl from the Shui family was clattering around the courtyard with a large broom in her hand. Last night in bed tossing and turning when she couldn't sleep, she was still thinking nonsense. Think her future husband now borrowed in a young girl's home, always call people feel uneasy. But by this time she was relieved. Such a look in Cultivation. Once upon a time. Such a family. How can he think of him? Before the heart of the so little hostility all gone, and then thought that she is her only Jie dragged up from the river, and even more apologetic feelings, so immediately took the opportunity to stand up and walk to the courtyard, happy to greet, Shui sister, do you remember me? Once I even came to your house to ask for water. Ah, just now I also felt thirsty. Shui Baobao stopped, holding the broom, looking at her with wide eyes, and glancing at Li Wuxian. You're going to reopen the store, aren't you? Chen Xiu looked out into the yard and reached for the broom to take over again. Here, let me help you. It would be nice if you could talk. We could still talk off and dash. She wanted to sweep the yard, but the big broom was made of dried thin bamboo branches bundled together. The handle was thick and bumpy, a little heavier than she thought. She tried to sweep a little, but the branch hooked her skirt. Hurriedly tried to crouch down to lift up her skirt, but the broom fell to the ground. Shui Baobao held the broom and helped her lift the hem of her skirt. I can talk. Chen Xiu stared at her with wide eyes. Ha! Shui Baobao gave her a forced smile. I was once didn't want to talk. Ah! Chen Xiu nodded, but didn't figure out what it meant that he didn't want to talk from before, and why, but heard Shui Baobao said again. Otherwise you can help me fetch a bucket of water. He doesn't like the yard to be dirty. You can help me sprinkle the yard. Chen Xiu hurriedly said. Yes, the Shui family's well was in a corner of the courtyard, with a stone wellhead covered with wooden boards. Chen Xiu walked over to move the planks away, and got some muddy water on her hands from the edge of the well cover. She frowned a little as she leaned the cover over the top of the well and went to lift the bucket, but realized that the thick hemp rope tied to the bucket was also wet and slightly slippery. She took a deep breath and dropped the bucket, waiting until she heard a plop before pulling it upwards. Thumping it, but pulling it up only to realize that there was only a shallow layer of water at the bottom of the bucket, and the hem of her skirt was completely wet and dirty. When she panted and brought the barrel down, Shui Baobao said with a broom, Alas, it is better for me to sprinkle it after getting your clothes dirty. Chen Xiu took the back of her hand and wiped her forehead. It's fine I get dirty when I pick diamond corns. Shui Baobian then nodded and brushed up the yard again. Li Wuxian laughed a little in his heart, continued to add some water to the pot, and began to prepare the noodle fish to be sold tomorrow. The two girls, one sweeping the yard, one limping in front carrying a wooden bucket to sprinkle water. Chen Xiu said more words. After a short while Shui Baobao also said a few more words. Wait until the small yard was swept clean, the green stone boards wet and bright. Li Wuxian can see through the white vapor on Shui Baobao's face to show some smiles, so it was then that he wiped his hands as he walked into the courtyard. Miss Chen, you should go back and change your clothes. Otherwise you'll catch a cold if you sweat and your clothes get soaked. Only then did Shinshio realize that her skirt was already mostly wet and stuck to her calves. Not a very elegant look. Usually she did not care, but at this time fell in the heart cursed himself. Looking at the courtyard of the two people again gasped. Well, I will come back tomorrow to find you to play. You, well, wait. I'll go back and ask my father to ask Zhao Xi to accept you as a disciple. Li Wuxian laughed a little, made a bow to her. She lifted the hem of her skirt through the room and walked away happily, and when she walked out a dozen steps and pretended to twist her earrings, she glanced quickly sideways. She didn't see anyone at the Shui family's entrance. When she had gone over the bridge, Li Wuxian turned from the door panel and saw that Shui Baobao was sitting in front of the stove, and quickly lowered his face and added 2 more sticks of firewood. He then exhaled slightly. Things went a little smoother than I expected. Miss Chen is a hothead, and so is Zhao Xi. It's not even noon yet, but if my guess is right, Zhao Xi will run to see if I'm suitable to be his disciple in the afternoon. Shui Baowa absent-mindedly gave a and seemed to feel that her sound was a bit perfunctory, so she lifted her face and asked again, Well, how did you know that Zhao Xi would want to call you to be his disciple? Li Wuxian walked to the side of the stove, sat down on the bench where Shui Baobi was sitting just now, and gently touched Shui Baobi's knee. You also heard what Miss Chen said when she talked about Zhao Xi, a Qi refiner, who feels that he has a noble status and detests mere mortals, and also feels that asking some mountain villager to serve him is considered to be an insult to his own status. But the demands of life are tedious and numerous. Not only are the Chen family members annoying, but he himself would dislike the Chen family members for being clumsy and not smart enough. So if there's a young man who's attentive and resourceful enough, he should be quite happy to call him his nominal disciple and de facto servant. And in particular, if this young man is alone, he'll be even more loyal. I thought that we would have to wait until we went to sell the winter melon candy before you could slowly find out from that Miss Chen, but I didn't expect her to come over and do us a big favor. Xue Baba's mouth moved slightly, and Li Wuxiang knew that she had mumbled the word "we" twice. Then her expression became a little more vivid. Oh, then you were just trying to get her words out of her mouth. Li Wuxiang didn't say anything, only smiled slightly and inclined his head. Fish with noodles. Eat it at noon. It's refreshing and cool. Chapter 28, Worshipping the Master. Zhao Xi slept late last night, so he took a nap at noon, but just a little while after sleeping, he was woken up. The town's wife, Lu Jiao, was in the hall rambling on about her daughter, and Zhao Xi could only vaguely hear words like "shame on you, you're not even married yet, but you're going to be a servant girl," and the voice of Chen Xiu was even more twittering, like a magpie who had found something good, and that Chen Xiu's voice is even more chirping, like a magpie that has discovered something wonderful. He frowned and closed his eyes, feeling disgusted. When he was on the mountain, he always felt miserable and sad, and when he first came down the mountain to find his master, he would still think that the world was bustling with people, and the different customs from one city to another were quite interesting. But wait until now, gradually found around all the stupid turbid thing, and then some missed the days in the mountains. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before the noise there suddenly subsided, thinking that it would disturb his peace and quiet. But this also called him in his heart a cold snort. These people, just like livestock, is no different, do things according to instincts to drive. If they want to make a noise, they will immediately make a noise, and only after a while, when their instincts subside, they will remember how a human being should be. This is still relatively smart. More stupid is even this also do not realize. All in vain dirty his sword. Sleep slowly came back, and Zhao Qi was feeling like he was going to fall asleep when he suddenly heard another shout. Nonsense! Then the voice was lowered. Listening to this voice should be the town master Chen Xian's, which called Zhao Qi felt a little surprised. How did this old daughter slave also start a fire? What has his daughter done that is so treacherous? But he is now more angry than Chen Xian, rolled over from the bed and got down, pushed open the door to rebuke them. But when he pushed open the door, he bumped into that Chen Xian also walked out of the house, throwing his hands and pressing his voice. What kind of immortal is immortal Master Zhao? That can still, I say, let him. As soon as he turned his face to see Zhao Qi standing in front of the door, he immediately shut up and bowed down with a pile of smiles. Immortal Master, pardon me, have I disturbed your peace and quiet again? Zhao Qi swept a glance at Chen Xiu, who had shrunk back quickly from the door of the main house, and snorted coldly with a stern face. Let me what? Oops, sin, how dare I make you what? It's all children talking nonsense. Zhao Qi tilted his face slightly and narrowed his eyes. Chen Xian hurriedly cut off the words. Alas, it is so, I am spoiling my daughter. She ran to the east of the town in the morning and ran into that kid called Li Jie, and the two said a few words. Come back and say how smart that child is, and no more relatives. Want to worship the immortal master you as a master. Want me to beg the immortal master? It is too untrue. I said, what kind of person is the immortal master? Is it something I can or can't ask for? Besides, can anyone be an immortal master's disciple? That child. Zhao Qi's expression eased slightly. He has a heart for the Tao? Alas, what does a child know about the way or not? Saying that he will worship the master? He has nothing to take what to worship master. Besides, those worship teacher to prepare. What pig? Ha! Zhao Qi snorted. Do you know what chance means? Chen Xian opened his mouth in shock. Ha! Zhao Qi didn't bother to pay any more attention to this kind of stupid village boy, flung his robe sleeve and went straight out the door. What do you mean by chance? Last night he was still thinking about how to accept that teenager as a disciple so that he could accomplish his great deeds, and today he was sent to the door. This is chance. Only after he banged the front door shut and walked out did Chen Xian straighten her back and turn her face toward the hall. Chen Xiu smiled and squinted, giving a thumbs up to her father, and was gently knocked on the head by her mother. When Zhao Qi walked along the road to the Xue family door, he saw that the door panel of the outward-facing room had only been removed, and a young man in a rough brown shirt was sitting on the bench by the door to bask in the sun. A closer look, but also not sunbathing. A lazy person's most comfortable sitting position should be back against the wall. Slightly tilted face, collapsed neck, brown spine, but this teenager's waist is very straight. only in the Jinshui River's torrent out of attention looking, should be thinking about something, waiting for Zhao Xi to take a few steps closer. That teenager seemed to have heard the sound, turned his face. Zhao Xi saw his appearance. This is a rather handsome young man, but indeed as the Chen family that little girl said, when the evaluation of the jade tree, even if so a cloth cannot hide the noble atmosphere, which called Zhao Qi feel comfortable in the heartsome, to be really an ugly and clumsy look follow their side, that look can be really call people tired. Just this teenager with him a pair of eyes, first froze, and then immediately turned back, grabbed the bench underneath the body and ran back to the house. This reaction called Zhao Qi immediately frowned. Is it hard not to still be a timid and fearful cowardly nature? Although they want to use his, this kind of temperament is easy to pinpoint, but always call people do not like. But by the time he reached the Xue family's door, this displeasure disappeared. The teenager stepped out of the door again. Zhao Qi realized that there were still some undried watermarks on his face, and the hair scattered down his forehead was also wet, but all of it had been smoothed into submission with his hand. He now stood with his hands hanging down in a disciplined manner, facing towards himself, but his gaze only fell to his chest, appearing submissive but not overbearing. The original is to see their own, rushed back to the house to purify the face. In the end is the inheritance of 100 years of the children of the family, not the Chen family kind of sudden rise to power comparable. Zhao Qi then laughed in his heart and stood down in front of the door, staring at him for a while with a smile on his face, and opened his mouth. You are Li Ji, yeah? Li Wuxian's lips trembled slightly before he whispered, yes, you know who I am? Li Wuxian hung his head slightly lower. You are Immortal Master Zhao. Zhao Qi nodded and asked knowingly, how can you tell? Immortal Master's temperament. Li Wuxian inhaled slightly, apparently suppressing his inner excitement. Does not make a second thought in Jinshui. That sounds good, but it's far more appropriate than Chen Xian's great powers, mountains and seas, heaven and earth, and so on. Is that a compliment or a dig? Is that a compliment or sarcasm? But Zhao Qi's face was expressionless, and he only nodded slightly once again and stepped through the door. He saw that there were two stoves in this room, one large and one small. In the small stove against the door side sat a small table, next to a small stool. The top looks clean, but the wood grain crevices are inevitably some years of black ash is not clean. He frowned, and wanted to go out of the door to stay, but without waiting for him to move his feet, Li Wuxiang immediately rushed in front of him to spread a white handkerchief on that small stool, and again stood 2 steps away in a regular manner. Zhao Qi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The bit of unhappiness that had built up in his heart due to his unsuccessful nap was all gone, so he lifted the hem of his shirt and took his seat. Li Jie, I heard that you want to be my teacher? A burst of light suddenly erupted in Li Wuxiang's eyes, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at him before immediately dropping it again. Yes. This reaction again called Zhao Qi smiled in his heart. If he has always been this kind of obsequious appearance, he will inevitably feel that this teenager's heart is really too deep. But now this can't help but show, but still expose the nature of the teenager, which will look more pleasant. So he carelessly leaned back slightly and took a look around the room. But I heard that the Lord of Jinshui Town also wants to recruit you as his son-in-law. His family only has one daughter, so this Jinshui Town will naturally be yours in the future. You come from a family. Haven't you ever thought of staying here and having your own foundation? When Li Wuxiang was about to speak, Zhao Qi slightly raised his hand, and cultivation is hard and dangerous. In the future, you will have to follow me and travel all over the world, and you may even have to worry about your life. Can you bear the pain? Li Wuxiang clenched his teeth and suddenly walked over to Zhao Qi, kneeling down in one go, taking another 2 steps on his knees. He almost completely came up to Zhao Qi. Immortal Master, I don't want any foundation. From the day my family died out I figured it out. What worldly glory and wealth is all an empty. If I was the same immortal as the Immortal Master in the beginning, even if I couldn't protect the entire Li Zhaowan, how would I not be able to protect my family? Please Immortal Master accept me as a disciple. This time it was completely revealing his true nature. Zhao Qi nodded in his heart and let out a small sigh. Nowadays, the Ranshan sect is only left with himself. If he is really lucky to find the golden tangle, he will be the new head of the Ranshan sect, and he will definitely need to accept 1 or 2 disciples to strengthen the sect. In front of this young man, the heart is very good, but also unattached, and body with noble spirit, is the best candidate. If it is not to use him, he may really get up today to choose as the heir apparent. Unfortunately, he then smiled slightly, you can see through all this, your heart is good, but to enter the door of cultivation, it's not just the heart that counts. He spread his hand that was resting in his lap. Give me your left hand. Li Wuxiang hesitated slightly and passed his wrist over. He knew the most treacherous time had come. Chapter 29, Worshipping the Master, 2. All he did these days was to call himself sensible and reasonable into the world, and right now was the final hurdle. He couldn't see anything fishy about this skin, and the only thing broken in his appearance was his eyes. They were made of very tiny tentacles balled up, and then from time to time, they were moistened with some water, and looked just slightly lighter in eye color. He had just knelt down in front of Zhao Xi and took 2 more steps on his knees in front of him so that he could see his eyes up close and clear. Zhao Xi didn't perceive anything out of the ordinary, and the next step was now. Over the past few days, he had been getting weaker and weaker, and the breath in his body was so refractory that it was no different from that of an ordinary person. But he gradually learned how to use those tentacles as well as that copper mesh to get the contours of a normal person's sinews and bones underneath his skin, and he was even able to consciously mimic a pulse and a heartbeat. But he wondered if Zhao Xi had some other means of seeing that he wasn't human. That was the purpose of his current posture. 3 of the 4 door panels of Shue's store were up, leaving only this one narrow exit in front of Zhao Xi, and now he was kneeling in front of Zhao Xi, blocking this exit. The door to the courtyard was closed, and there were kitchen knives and wood knives on the stove, and he tried several times so that he could tell himself to get the weapons in his hands in a split-second's effort, but that wasn't enough. The real weapon was himself. He had cut open his chest and abdomen with a kitchen knife in advance, and now, underneath the loose clothing, a large mouth writhing with tiny tentacles was facing Zhao Qi's upper body. As soon as the slightest thing went wrong, he immediately pounced on it and swallowed Zhao Qi's head into his stomach. These days, he had already conveyed to Zhao Qi through countless channels the impression that he was just an ordinary rich kid, and it was true that he hadn't brought any self-defense weapons with him when he came here today, so when it really came down to it, the chances of success were extremely high. Zhao Qi's finger rested on his pulse, and Li Wuxiang called out that his pulse was beating slightly faster and shallower. After a short interval, Zhao Qi eeped and looked at him carefully again, and Li Wuxiang tilted his face undauntedly and didn't move. Zhao Qi then frowned slightly again, closing his eyes slightly. Change hands. Li Wuxiang handed his right hand up while slightly adjusting his posture. He wondered if Zhao Qi had sensed anything unusual. After another interval, Zhao Qi took his hand back and stared at him for a little while. Have you ever practiced cultivation from before? Tell the truth. His face was not as natural as before, but became a bit more serious. Li Wuxiang did not know what he sensed, but whispered, I do not know if it counts. Li Wuxiang noticed Zhao Qi's body leaning back extremely slightly, his right heel slightly off the ground. Fine. He seems to be on alert, and pouncing now might just be the best time to do it. But Li Wuxiang gently exhaled a breath, fixed his mind. My father taught me, but I didn't have much long practice. That is, I was told to sit cross-legged, my hands clasped in front of my belly, my left thumb resting on my right thumb, and then just my tongue against my palate, my eyes slightly closed, and said to inhale a breath through my nose, thinking, and along the esophagus, chest, and fall into the belly, count 13 times, then breathe out, and when you breathe out think of passing through the perineum, then through the spine, the top of the head, and out through the nostrils. Immortal Master, is this considered practicing? What he said was not the cultivation methods in the broad cicada tree. The ones in there were much more cumbersome and detailed. Rather, it was a method of meditating and quieting the mind that he had known in his previous life, and now that he had said it, it should be much more appropriate than the mind method of the broad cicada tree. When did your father teach you to meditate like that? Is there a time for this? Zhao Qi's face eased down, but then turned into disdain and hummed. Your dad can be really foolish. Forget it. The kind you practiced is a very shallow spitting method from the ancient times, is considered to be the enlightenment of the various mental methods in the world today. Ordinary people looking for the road without a door, and occasionally have got this kind of law, like you blindly practice. If the qualifications are mediocre, it's okay, but it can still have the effect of meditation. But to really good qualifications, sitting out the sense of qi and no master guidance, once the fire is guaranteed to call the second half of the life of the pain, this person is also even waste. So, then good thing you didn't practice long. Li Wuxiang froze, delight fleeting on his face. Then Immortal Master is saying that my qualifications are good? Good indeed. Zhao Qi sighed in his heart. It is not similar to his former self, although the breath in his body was mixed, but as he said, not practicing for long, he even had a very subtle sense of qi. He was silent for a moment before saying, barely a good word, but why is your body so weak? He glanced at the door of the compartment. Is there a mute girl living here? Li Wuxiang froze for a while, and busily said, no, Immortal Master, I never, not since I was a child. Be guarded. Zhao Qi looked at him seriously. Before you build your foundation, you must not leak your yuan yang. Li Wuxiang replied yes, then opened his mouth in dismay, then immediately took a deep breath, put his hands on the ground, and worshipped 3 times, "Master above, accept my obeisance." He then felt a loosening of the top of his head, and it was actually Zhao Xi who had casually broken up his hair bun. He realized that I'm not right? Li Wuxian's body instantly tensed, and the next moment he was about to leap up, but the blow didn't come. Instead Zhao Xi twisted his hair and redid a Dao bun for him, while whispering, "Immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive longevity. From today onwards, you are my disciple. Remember, your sect is the Ranshan sect. Your master ancestor is Zhao Puppet. My sect worships the East Emperor Tai, and the ancestor is..." "Forget it, I'll tell you about the ancestor later. Raise your head." Li Wuxiang raised his head and saw Zhao Qi frowning. He thought for a moment and immediately fished out another white handkerchief from his pocket and offered it. Zhao Qi then wiped his hands with that handkerchief. "I see that your hair is white, so you are overly worried. When you weren't yet my disciple, worrying about your relatives was a common human condition, but when you enter the door of cultivation, you should know how to guard your heart. You should also wash your hair and clean your body properly. Your hair is so dirty and filthy that it is going to be a bit thicker than normal." "Yes," disciple remembered. Zhao Qi stared at him expressionlessly for a while, then suddenly sighed. "All right, tomorrow morning, meet me at Chen's house. I still have something to say to you." Li Wuxiang do not know why he suddenly showed in this kind of moody appearance. Is it because he is weak? It doesn't look like it, but now he did not care to think about this matter, because right now he is being shocked by another thing. Zhao Qi went out the door, and Li Wuxiang also sent him out the door, bowing and motionless in front of the door, waiting for Zhao Qi to walk across the bridge and completely disappear before straightening his back. Then he mentally recited the 2 lines of the poem that Zhao Qi had recited when he had combed his Taoist bun. "Immortal caresses my top, knots my hair and receives everlasting life." It didn't look like Zhao Qi was willing to touch his hair, feeling dirty, but he did it anyway with a frown on his face. So this would be some kind of ceremony when the Ranshan sect accepts an apprentice, but how did this world come up with these 2 verses? Chapter 30, The Ranshan Sect. The White Jade Palace in the Sky. 12 floors in 5 cities. I'm a fairy. Tie the knot and receive everlasting life. These are 4 of the most famous lines of a long poem made by an extremely famous poet of ancient times in the world from which he came. These days, Li Wuxiang also thought about what was going on in this world, and in the end, he thought that this might be some kind of parallel universe or something like that. Maybe it was just a deviation in some very distant point in time. So the customs and culture were quite similar to where he came from. Even the writing was similar to that of his own. But that doesn't explain the 2 verses I just heard. How small is the probability that so many words happen to be combined into these 2 lines? He didn't know how to calculate it, but he knew that it should be as small as impossible. Someone who had been here before himself? After that thought jumped out at him, he took a few small breaths, and seemed to feel the shock of what he had just experienced calm down slightly again. That's right. If he himself can run to this world, maybe others can come too. One of the Ranshan sect's rituals for accepting an apprentice was to recite these 2 lines and put on a Taoist bun. So, could it be that there was something fishy about the ancestor's life that Zhao Qi had been dying to talk about just now? One's knowledge of the world was too little, and one of the priorities after leaving Goldwater was to call upon oneself to form a more detailed impression of the world. By the next morning, Li Wuxiang got up early. He brushed and cleaned himself, completely revealing a head full of white hair, but this time, he didn't paint it with charcoal black. If this hair couldn't detect any abnormality even after being passed over by a prudent person like Zhao Qi, then an ordinary person shouldn't be able to see it either. Then he found 2 newborn eggs out of the henhouse. He wanted to leave one for Shuebaobao, but he really didn't want to be able to resist the urge to look into the veins of his neck when he looked at her, so he drank them all himself. When the mists in the sky began to be dispersed by the rising sun, Li Wuxiang arrived in front of the Chen family's door. Chen's house is not as grand as he thought. There is only a high and spacious gate, no threshold. 2 large black lacquered door panels are open. Inside the door of the courtyard is very large. More than a dozen town soldiers are in the courtyard set of cattle. Should want to go to the plow. The yard did not pave masonry. Is red soil ground. Rut marks crisscross. Look very much like the ancient time to entertain the kind of travelers to and from the big car store. Perhaps already knowing the news that he was coming today. The town soldiers didn't stop him, but just mingled as they did their work. Li Wuxiang swept a glance at them and realized that although these town soldiers were all short and thin, they were full of energy and looked relaxed, so he thought that their usual life was not bad, or at least they should be able to have enough to eat. Looking at it this way, these soldiers were more like the Chen family's half-soldier, half-farmer lawn laborers, while the Chen family was more like a small landowner at the stage of making a fortune. and could not be compared to the kind of big family that had ruled the local area for more than 100 years like the Li Jiawan family. He walked into the courtyard and saw that on the left-hand side was a row of stables, the compartments where the town soldiers lived, and against the right-hand side there was an old camphor tree, the bottom of which was surrounded by green stone strips, so it was thought that it would usually be seated. Between the camphor tree and the rooms on the right there was a one-person high hedge. The saplings were long and thin, with wilted leaves that looked newly transplanted. So this should be to give Zhao Xi a relatively quiet and elegant space in this courtyard. Two people were at the entrance of the main hall, looking at him from afar. One was a middle-aged woman with a peaceful but not exaggerated smile on her face, appearing dignified and generous, but her eyes looked him over very carefully. It should be Chen Xiu's mother. Chen Xiu was behind her, unable to hide her smile. As soon as she saw him, she whispered a few words to her own mother, and then beckoned towards Li Wuxian, who then stood still and bowed to the two. At this time, Chen Xiu pointed to his left again. Li Wuxian looked over and saw that there were two more horses in the stables, and three people were serving them. Two of them were soldiers, and the other one was a man who looked old and seemed to be teaching the soldiers how to finely cut the grass, which would be Chen Xin, the Chen family's head of the family. When Li Wuxian looked over, Chen Xin also turned his head and glanced his way, giving him a slight smile and a nod. Li Wuxian gave another salute and was about to walk over to pay his respects, but Chen Xiu's mother waved her hand at him from afar and pointed towards the side of the room where Zhao Xi lived. Li Wuxian understood that she was telling herself to go and pay her respects to Zhao Xi first, and it seemed that she was also aware of Zhao Qi's eccentric nature and was afraid that he would pick on his own reasoning. This family of three gave him a good impression. He then smiled gratefully and moved over towards Zhao Qi's residence. He could still feel the eyes behind him as he walked up to Zhao Qi's door. He stood down and listened quietly first, hearing a tiny movement inside the door that an unusual person wouldn't be able to detect. It was the sound of clothes rubbing gently against the door panel, and it should be Zhao Qi standing right in the doorway. So he said in a not-so-loud voice, "Master, disciple Li Jie has come to see Master." When Zhao Qi didn't say anything, Li Wuxiang stopped speaking and stood outside with his hands hanging down and his head slightly bowed. After a short while, he heard even more slight footsteps inside the door, and could still almost visualize Zhao Qi's appearance slowly lifting his legs and tiptoeing behind the door to walk back into the house and sit down on a chair. Li Wuxian laughed in his heart. Zhao Qi, this person is quite interesting. It seems that he wants to ask himself to play the Changmen Lishu as set. It should be that he has never confiscated a disciple before, and is afraid that his own majesty is not enough and will be belittled by the disciples. Thus he purposely kept quiet. Think again, maybe he specially came to see himself yesterday, and in the middle of the night will also regret, feel too risky and impulsive. However, now that he thought about it carefully, Zhao Qi did seem to be a bit anxious in the matter of accepting disciples. Why? Li Wuxiang stood for another quarter of an hour's effort before he once again whispered, "Master, disciple Li Jie has come to see Master." There was still no movement inside the door, but Li Wuxiang heard the slight sound of flipping books. It should be Zhao Qi himself who was bored by himself and started to read a book, so he remained motionless, slowly speculating in his mind about this person Zhao Qi. Looking at is in his 30s, a lot older than his own age nowadays. In this kind of era can even be his own father. Before, he felt that he was cautious and prudent, but these few times of contact now, Li Wuxiang's evaluation of him changed a bit. Zhao Qi's caution did not seem to stem from rational considerations, but rather from a lack of confidence in himself, fear of being belittled, or to put it more crudely, an inferiority complex. In his previous life, Li Wuxiang had seen a lot of such people, and even himself was among them, and he knew too well how to tell such a person to feel like a spring breeze and have a good impression of himself, so he waited a little longer in peace and quiet. By this time the sun had risen, and instead of feeling hot, he was warmed by the sun, much more comfortable than he had been during the night. Then he heard a snap behind the door, as if a quill had fallen to the ground, which Joki should have accidentally touched off. After a moment of slightly awkward silence inside and outside the door, Li Wuxiang said for the third time, "Master, disciple Li Jie has come to see Master." After a sound of footsteps, Shochi opened the door. "How long have you been waiting?" "It is proper for disciples to wait as long as it takes." Zhao Qi coughed. "Do you know why I am a teacher and want you to wait so long?" Li Wuxiang immediately found an excellent reason for him. "Master wants to test disciples' patience." Zhao Qi hummed. "Not bad, you're very perceptive and patient. Come in." Li Wuxiang walked into the room and gently closed the door. Zhao Qi's room was simply furnished with a bed, a long table by the window, a chair, and another small round table with two round stools against the mountain wall. The wall should be freshly painted, hanging a leather slanting buckle backpack, a long sword, and a duster. The floor should also be freshly paved, with new tiles and only a little dust collecting in the cracks. Zhao Xi sat down on the chair, and Li Wuxiang stood a step away from him with his hands hanging down. The two of them were silent for a while before Zhao Xi coughed again and spoke. It's also the first time for master to take on an apprentice, and as the saying goes, when the master leads the door, the cultivation is up to the individual. How about you tell us first, how much do you know about this matter of cultivation? Li Wuxiang thought for a moment and scratched his head. Master, I actually don't know anything. Zhao Qi froze. What do you mean you don't know anything? It's that apart from knowing that meditation method, other things, like what I should normally do, where I should go, and what other sects are like, what kind of people are there? I don't know. Zhao Qi frowned his eyebrows up. You should always know about the 8 metaphysical sects, right? I only know that there is the sect of the 8 metaphysical sects. Zhao Qi closed his eyes and opened them again, sighing. The 8 section sect is not one sect, but 8. How do you even understand this? Li Wuxiang couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart. Zhao Qi really was a first-time disciple, and he was already starting to feel a bit impatient now. He immediately made a terrified look. Master, don't blame me. There are really some things. Well, Master, you see, when my family was still around, once my family recruited a new person to do labor, and we had to write a contract, and after writing it, we had to ask him to press the handprint again, but that person didn't even know where to put his handprints, so I thought that person was a bit stupid at that time, but later realized that he is actually quite smart, but because the first time to see the indenture kind of thing, only do not know how to do. Now I should be in front of the master is similar to that person. Master, you have seen a lot of knowledge. A lot of master think it is common sense things, like me, like mortals really have not seen, so also really do not know of. Zhao Qi's expression eased, and when he heard the word mortal, a trace of smugness passed over his face, so he sighed again. Alright, then, I'll start from the beginning and give you a little bit of information. He hesitated for a moment, as if reluctant to say what he was about to say, yet compelled to say it. What I'm about to tell you is the view of the 8 arcane sects themselves, but also the view of the dioceses of the world. You know the diocese, don't you? Well, the views of the mortals within the diocese. You listen for now, and down the road I will speak to you about the views of my sect as well as the other sects. The 8 Xian cults are 8 sects dedicated to 8 spirit gods. The True Form Taoist sect enshrines the 5 mountains True Form Emperor who oversees the mountains. The Xianmei Taoist sect enshrines the 6 mutters Xianmei Emperor who oversees the rivers, seas, and lakes. The Sun Taoist sect enshrines the Dongjun Sun Emperor who oversees the Dry Yang. The Taiyin Taoist sect enshrines the Soyo Taiyin Emperor who oversees the Kunyan. The Baosheng Taoist sect enshrines the GCI Baosheng Emperor who oversees the biochemistry of all living things. And the Wuguan Taoist sect enshrines the Haotian Wuguan Emperor who oversees the 5 elements of the heavens and the earth. These 6 sects have a large number of disciples, and the area under their jurisdiction occupies more than 6 states in the world, which are what you call the dioceses. They claim to be the world's Xian sect's orthodox sect, and think that they, along with the underworld Tao's underworld Earth Mother who governs the netherworld, have taken control of all of the world's great roads, and regard the remaining sects as side roads that they want to conquer as long as they have a little bit of power left over. A few decades ago, this Jinshui town did not have a Xian sect? I guess it was the practitioners of the Sun Road who wanted to take over Jinshui as a parish. In the future, if you meet the people from the 6 sects of the Xian cult I mentioned earlier, you should be more careful. Li Wuxiang frowned and thought, Master, then I don't need to be careful with the underworld road? The underworld Tao is also one of the 8 arcane religions, but the underworld Tao has very few heirs. The dojo is unknown where it is, and it isn't nosy, so when you encounter them, as long as you don't mess with them, there's no need to be afraid. Zhao Qi took a long breath, looking like he had finished telling all that he wasn't happy to mention, and leaned his body towards the back of the chair. Are you thinking that this is only 7? What about the 8th of the 8 sects of the Xian cult? Yes, disciples are itching to die. Zhao Qi laughed up. Okay, listen. The 8th of these 8 Xian sects is dedicated to Emperor Dong Huangtai, who is in charge of the world's humanity. No matter how little you know, you should know that there was a dynasty called Yi a long time ago, right? Today's 9 states were divided during the Yi dynasty, and all the rules, etiquette, and customs of the world today were also passed down during the Yi dynasty. The emperor of the Yi dynasty, whose honorable name was Li Yi, then cultivated the right fruits, ascended to immortality, and certified the great Tao, becoming the emperor of the East Emperor Tai. When he said this, he paused slightly. Li Wuxiang knew what he was thinking and immediately asked, then which sect is the sect that enshrines this emperor? A smirk surfaced on Zhao Qi's face. Looking somewhat sarcastic, he hums softly, rather, I can't say which sect it is. If we go by the 8-part Xian sect, there is a group of people in the world who like to practice swords and claim to be the sword warriors in the world. And this group of people is considered to be the orthodox under the East Emperor Taiyi's sect. But in fact, this matter is quite a lot of twists and turns. When the Yi dynasty was still in existence, it was Tai Dao, the state religion, that enshrined Dong Huang Taiyi. Later, the 6 of the 8 sects that I mentioned earlier clashed with Tai Dao, and the world was in turmoil because of the war, which led to the death of the Yi dynasty. Tai Dao was defeated in the war, so it was dispersed. Tai Dao practitioners are good at using swords, and after that, the number of disciples became fewer and fewer, so the remaining group of swordsmen are considered to have taken over the legal system of Tai Dao. All the way up to today, the 6 sects are still after those sword warriors. Then they like to say they are orthodox, so let them say it. Zhao Xi shook his head slightly again and looked at Li Wuxian, and truthfully, back then, the Tai Dao cultivators were not only good at using swords, they were even better at the art of transforming emptiness into reality. Have you heard of some divine rumors? For example, some strange person drew a handful of salt on a piece of paper, and when he shook the paper, the salt fell down? Or someone drew a small person on the paper, and then blew on it, and it came to life? Or maybe they drew a character on the scroll, and it turned out to be a vivid little world inside? Tell you, these are all the original Tai Dao practitioners' means. This is the real immortal art. And now, this lineage of Tai Dao has been passed down to our Ran Mountain sect. Li Wuxian finally heard what he wanted. Zhao Puppet had put more than 100 people into a small hollow brick, creating a small world of its own, saying that he wanted to refine Tai. So he should have used the Ranshan school's methods that Zhao Qi had mentioned, but they might have been even more subtle. Zhao Qi's claims about the Ranshan sect definitely had a lot of self-aggrandizement in it, but if the Ranshan sect was really a little bit related to what he said, and if Zhao Puppet was really the Ranshan sect's patriarch, then his own original speculation would be correct. He was also considered to be a big shot to the ordinary people. Then, did he really die so easily? Killed by Shui Baobao's bowl of chicken blood? Zhao Qi smiled. What? Now you know the weight of your Ranshan school disciple? Li Wuxian immediately came back to his senses. Master, then, in the future will I be able to practice these immortal arts as well? When he said this, he originally intended to gloss over the moment he had just slightly froze, telling Zhao Qi to feel that he had been shocked by those divine means. However, after saying this sentence, he noticed that Zhao Qi's expression was a bit strange. The corners of his mouth first pressed down slightly, his brows tightened slightly, and then his eyes looked at himself laxly for a very short moment before he smiled and said, "These are all profound means, and if you're diligent and hardworking, one day it is also possible." A thought popped up from Li Wuxiang's head. Zhao Qi should not even be able to make those divine means he mentioned himself, because when those things were mentioned, he showed a moment of displeasure and loss, and the kind of look he then gave himself was even more odd, the kind of look that was a bit heartfelt. Was it because he didn't know how to use those means, or was it because of something else? Zhao Qi straightened up again and raised his voice slightly. Let me tell you more about the other sects. Other than the 8-part Xian sect, in those other ones, they have to be divided into 2 categories. In one category, there are the sects that have legal documents. This thing is from the time of the dynasty. At that time, the world was in chaos. In addition to the 8 sects, there are also many loose cultivators, usually fighting and killing, stirring up chaos in the world. When the world gradually calmed down from the chaos of the demise of the practitioner dynasty, some of the top experts gathered together and started an alliance. In that alliance, the experts of all factions jointly refined 36 FA pieces. This thing is the invisible and unattainable Dao Luck. With this thing, one can gather the heaven and earth spiritual chi of a place, turning the originally ordinary feng shui into a heavenly paradise, and thus start a sect. Since then, in addition to the 8 sects of the Xian sect, where there is a post of the law of the sect, can be called authentic, although it cannot talk about what the same chi, help each other, but at least will not be easy to attack each other, but also can protect the world's peace for a while. Li Wuxian thought for a moment. Master, then we Ranshan school. Zhao Qi hummed, waved his hand. Naturally, there is a law post, is authentic, but the world is floating. There will always be the rise and fall of glory and disgrace. Not that there is a law post will be able to rest on their laurels. Nowadays the world is not the strongest as the honor. Over the years is not without a law post of the authentic sect was killed, forcibly taken things. So the teacher told you, walking in the Jianghu time, but also be careful. The time is not, that the Xianmen sect's name is not to fight for the first time, also to stop. Quite a few sects do not have the law post to call themselves authentic. But with so many strong people under their doors, can't they also flourish for a while? Li Wuxian obediently nodded. Disciple honors this. Then, Master, our Ran Mountain enshrines the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. What about other sects? Are the deities enshrined to Zhao Wan Wang or something like that? Zhao Xi reluctantly said. Zhao Wan Wang, Sifu Jinjuan and so on many spirit gods, although the Tao also early, but to say that these kinds of spirit gods were originally under the jurisdiction of Tai, since the defeat of Tai, outside of the diocese of the mortals who believe in these, are the 6th part of the Xian religion denounced as an evil god of the heresy? Only the 36 factions of the Orthodox clan outside of the sects of those who do not make the grade, the scattered cultivators, only will be worshipping this kind of spirit gods. Li Wuxian wanted to ask if the other 35 authentic sects were also dedicated to Emperor Tai Chi, but seeing Zhao Qi's expression, he knew that there was no need to ask. When he first heard Zhao Qi mention Tai Chi in Fa Tong, he thought that although he didn't know what happened to Ranshan sect now, it was really something, but now that he had listened to the latter ones as well, he felt that he had completely figured out what was going on. Simply put, there were originally 8 great sects in the world during the Yi dynasty, and the 8th great sect, Tai Dao Dao, had declined, and its disciples were scattered all over the place, and there was infighting, and they were all vying for the name of the sole orthodoxy. This would be the chaotic period after the Yi dynasty's demise. As Zhao Qi had said before, this group of people fought, and finally felt that it was not a way to do so, so they held a meeting, and felt that everyone should stop arguing, and it would be better to say that all 36 factions have inherited the legal system of Tai Dao, and all of us are the authentic. And so the authentic worship of these 36 factions should be the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. However, the other 7 sects didn't seem to agree with them, and only said that the group of sword warriors in Zhao Qi's words were the ones who had truly inherited Tai Dao's legal lineage, not knowing if they really had any inside information or if they were trying to continue to stir up internal strife. Combined with what Zhao Qi said before, the world is always rising and falling, there is always a time of honor and disgrace, and it's not that you can rest on your laurels if you have a legal document. Nowadays the world is not the strongest man in the world. As well as some of the minutiae in Chen Shou's mouth, Li Wuxian had a rough idea of the Ranshan sect. Although it is one of the 36 authentic sects, these authentic sects seem to have had mixed fortunes over the past 3,000 years, such as the high and mighty sects of the ancient times, but nowadays, many of them may not be as good as the lowly sects mentioned by Zhao Qi. As for the Ranshan sect, it should have long been depleted. Zhao Puppet has not yet finished. The Dan can be a sect leader. After a dozen years do not know the whereabouts of the disciples. Also do birds and beasts dispersed, only a Zhao Qi himself to find over. Thinking about it, it's quite pitiful. This would be great. At least when this person Zhao Puppet died, it wouldn't cause the world to shake. Chapter 31, Transmission of the Law. At this time, Zhao Qi also seemed to be a bit demoralized by his own words, so he sighed and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this for the time being. I called you here today to give you something. Yesterday I looked at your pulse. You are somewhat weak. When mortals mention cultivation, they always think that divine differences are difficult and hard to get started. For mortals, the gods are right. Difficult is also right, but this difficult to start, in fact, are not difficult in what enlightenment, chance, but difficult in a body deficiency. One can only talk about whether or not one has the qualifications for initiation if one has first nourished one's body well on a regular basis. As he spoke, he stood up and walked over to the wall of the hill, poking his hand into his back pocket and removing a small white porcelain vial. Li Wuxian only took one look and immediately recognized that the bottle was exactly the same as the medicine bottle he had found from Zhao Puppet when he was trapped. Zhao Qi held this bottle, walked back to Li Wuxian and sat down again, looking at him. Your body, the foundation should be good. It should be because of the recent excessive worrying that you are a bit weak. This is to make up for it, but to supplement it with food. I'm afraid it will only take a few months of work, and this thing dash. He rattled the porcelain bottle open and gently shook it first, and Li Wuxian heard a ling sound inside, which seemed to be 1 or 2 small, round things rolling around. Then Zhao Qi tilted the mouth of the bottle, and a soybean-sized, black-red pill slipped into his palm. It's called Fu Yuan Bao Shang Dan, and it's the secret treasure of our Ran Mountain. If someone is dying from a serious injury, this thing can help them continue to live for a few months. If a cultivator takes it, his cultivation will increase greatly. I only have 2 pills here. One I'll keep for emergencies, and this one, you'll take it first. Li Wuxian had eaten the Fu Yuan preservation pill when he was trapped, but Zhao Puppet's pill was the size of a pinky finger, whereas Zhao Qi's pill was only the size of a soybean, and the medicinal aroma was not as strong as the one he had eaten before. so he didn't know if it was a substandard product or not. But the problem wasn't here, but rather Zhao Qi's attitude after he said something about telling Li Wuxiang to take the medicine first. He didn't immediately hand over the pill, but instead stared at the Dan pellet in his palm, gently gasping for a few more breaths before slowly extending his hand over. Li Wuxiang was familiar with this kind of expression. This was what a person looked like when they cherished something extremely but had to give it away. This was strange. According to his understanding of Zhao Qi, this person wasn't very generous. But on the first day of formally meeting this disciple of his, he gave one of the only 2 pills to himself? He originally thought that Zhao Qi should want to find a smart and resourceful young man to serve him. But now, is it really to train himself as a closed disciple? He immediately made a terrified attitude and opened his mouth. Master, this is too expensive? Zhao Qi forced a smile. It's good to know how valuable it is, but as long as you cultivate diligently, you will not have wasted the hard work of your master. Take it and eat it. Li Wuxiang stretched out his hand. Zhao Qi put the elixir into his hand and immediately put his hand back, as if he couldn't help but regret it the next moment. Li Wuxiang twisted up the pill and smelled it. The flavor was indeed exactly the same as the one he had taken before. Then seeing that Zhao Qi was staring at him, he hesitated a little and put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. As he swallowed, he saw Zhao Qi's throat move as well, as if he wanted it to fall into his own stomach. This pill into the body. Li Wuxiang immediately feel a warm body. Several days since the lingering feeling of hunger is swept away, although not compared to the Zhao puppet's big elixir, but it is also like a cold winter month drinking a night of hot porridge. The body is alright. Seeing the soothing look on his face, Zhao Qi couldn't help but ask, how does it feel? But without waiting for Li Wuxiang to open his mouth, he added, isn't it that your body is warm and refreshed, and you feel that you have inexhaustible strength? Yes, exactly as master said. Only then did Zhao Qi sigh. This medicine has only been taken 3 times by my master. Well, there is no need for you to thank me again. While you have taken the medicine and your mind is refreshed, my master will now pass on to you the introductory heart method of my Ranshan school. I will speak first, you memorize as much as you can, and then I will ask you after I finish. This is the time to test your enlightenment. When he finished speaking, he spoke, not too fast but not too slow either. At first, Li Wuxiang was a little worried, but after listening to a few sentences, he realized that this Ranshan school's introductory method was very similar to the cultivation method of Guansakata Z's Taoist book Hair True Seed. Both of them taught people to refine their bodies first, but compared to Guansakata Z, this introductory method was much more rough and simple, and he didn't know if it was simplified and improved by Guansakata Z. When he first came into contact with Guansakata Z, the memories from the outer evil already told him that in order to truly understand any gongfu, he needed a Dao decision similar to a code. If he were really Li Jiye, when he heard Zhao Qi's oral presentation, what he heard would have been a philosophical work about how man should get along with heaven and earth, so he frowned a little while listening, making an impression of being overwhelmed and confused. When Zhao Qi had finished his heart technique, he stopped and waited a little while and asked, now tell me, what did you hear? Li Wuxiang frowned and didn't say anything, so Zhao Qi waited for him for a while, but after a few breaths of effort, seeing that he was still frowning and thinking hard, his heart gradually became a little impatient. In terms of enlightenment and qualifications, Zhao Qi thought that he could not be counted as one of the best in the world, not even first class, but he could always be counted as the kind of talent that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, what he hated the most on weekdays was those who were stupid. And now, this new cheap disciple of his is also that kind of stupid? He had seen that kind of person, extremely old-fashioned and shrewd in human affairs, seemingly very smart, but when it came to using their brains, they were revealed to be nothing more than a humanoid animal that was good at begging for food. This Li Jiye is also this kind of? It's a pity that the pill. At this time he heard Li Wuxiang say, Master, I can't understand it. Zhao Qi let out a breath from his nose and forced himself to hold back his impatience. Where do you not understand? Can't understand a thing? I feel when I listen to what you say, it feels like you are talking about how people should live with heaven and earth, how to fish and hunt and farm according to the rules, and how to educate the children in the family. But then I feel as if it's not talking about that again, but teaching people how to move, breathe, and how to nourish themselves, just a little like what I've practiced. But I feel that there are many places that don't match up, and I can't make sense of them. Zhao Qi froze, a breath held in his throat, after a while before slowing down and straightening up. You, first do not care about whether it is right or not, say what you think to me. At this point, there was no need to hide. Therefore, according to the practiced broad Sekeitetsu, he slowly opened his mouth, and said the general idea of this heart method, omitting some esoteric and profound phrases. In a rough manner, Zhao Xi slowly held his breath when Li Wuxiang was halfway through his speech, and when he finished all of it, Zhao Xi leaned back in his chair, unable to speak for a long time. Li Wuxiang frowned slightly, carefully observing Zhao Qi's expression, and asked with slight apprehension, "Master, am I too poorly enlightened?" Zhao Qi stared at him for a while longer before returning to his senses and letting out a light hum. "Where your enlightenment is too poor, it is too good. The thing I said for you to listen to is called the Willow and Embrace the Xia chapter. It is the most common introductory cultivation method among the 36 sects. It's only normal for ordinary people to listen to it and not understand its meaning, because if you want to practice the cultivation method, you have to know the Tao decision in addition to the ones I just gave you. This Tao decision then, humph, forget it, listen to me say the Tao decision once more." Zhao Qi then leaned back in his chair and gave the Tao decree. Then after a moment of silence, he stared straight at Li Wuxiang. "Do you understand now? After knowing this Tao decision, you will realize that the Huai Lu Huaxia chapter that I just mentioned is actually a hidden message throughout. Ordinary people know the Tao decision. 10 days and a half months to be able to speak out what you just said has been considered a wizard. And you?" He sank his face. "Not only is your comprehension high, I'm afraid your mind is even smarter. Obviously you already know what this cultivation method says, yet you still have to humble yourself with a 'I don't understand.' What? Do you want to see if Master can recognize this piece of good talent and beautiful jade of yours?" Zhao Qi was inexplicably angry. For an immortal master like him to be angry, ordinary people should be trembling and terrified. But Li Wuxiang couldn't help but smile in his heart. When they didn't meet, he thought that Zhao Qi should be quite smart since he could cultivate. After Zhao Qi tested him that night with the paper man and the drug, Li Wuxiang's evaluation of him changed to acute but cautious and careful. Now, his evaluation of Zhao Qi had added one more thing: he was like a child. He could already vaguely guess why Zhao Qi's temperament was so odd. However, in his previous life, he had seen a lot of such people and knew how to cope with them, so he immediately fell silent, hung his head, and told his forehead to slightly ooze out some fine sweat again, only to lowly defend a sentence. "Master, disciple didn't mean this." Zhao Qi stared at him for a while longer before slowly exhaling a breath and waving his hand. "Since you have such a good understanding and have tried cultivation before, and I've told you quite a bit, let's call it a day. Go back and use your understanding to cultivate properly." Li Wuxiang raised his eyes to look at him and made a pitiful expression of ignorance, calling out "Master" again. But Zhao Qi simply closed his eyes and ignored him. Only then did he slowly take 2 steps back, gently opened the door and closed it again, but didn't really go. Instead just stood by the door and waited in peace. He felt that if he was right about Zhao Qi's disposition, then after a few breaths at most, he would. The door opened a crack, revealing half of Zhao Qi's frowning face, but the moment he saw Li Wuxiang, the remaining anger in this half face dissipated quite a bit. "What are you still standing here for? Disciple has displeased the master and does not dare to go." Zhao Qi finally sighed. "All right, go back. It's not all because of you. But remember, don't make small smarts in the future." "Yes," disciple remembered. Zhao Qi closed the door. Li Wuxiang stayed still for a moment, took 2 steps back, and exhaled. A month ago he came into this world with life and death on his mind. Half a month ago he was trying to earn a little foothold by any means possible, and now he finally held the wedge that would call him firmly embedded in this world. Zhao Qi, Chapter 32, The Life of a Man. He wiped away the fine sweat seeping out from his forehead, turned around, and found Chen Xiu poking out a face by the doorframe of the Chen family's main hall, and opened his mouth slightly when he saw him, as if asking silently, "How is it going?" Li Wuxiang exhibited a smile to her and nodded. Chen Xiu instantly jumped in place and waved vigorously at him, so Li Wuxiang slowly walked over. When he reached the entrance to the main hall, he found that all 8 door panels were open. He remembered that only 2 were open before he met Zhao Qi. The Chen family's main hall was tall and deep, and when it was still the residence of the previous town lord, it should have been a place for hospitality, and it was thought that 2 rows of tables and chairs were originally placed there. But now in the hall is just a square table, around 4 stools. To the back door put a plain wooden screen. The main hall separated a before and after, so looked not grand, but also spacious and clean, more like an ordinary small rich people home. Chen Xiu was at the door, and Chen Xian and Lu Jia were sitting at the table, like they were originally talking, but a pot of tea and 4 teacups were set up on the table, obviously prepared for the guests who were coming. Li Wuxiang knew that this guest they were waiting for should be himself. The old shopkeeper of the Chen family's grocery store mistook himself for the young prince of Li Jiawan, an identity that instantly brought him a lot of convenience, but also inconvenience. For example, right now, His identity was similar to a prince who had lost his country and came to the court of a neighboring country. As the town lord, Chen Xin was bound to take a good look at himself as a person. Therefore, right now was the final hurdle to put down roots in this world. He stood right in front of the door and bowed to the two first. Late generation Li Jie, I pay my respects to the town lord and lady. It was only after he said this that Lu Jiao immediately stood up, full of smiles, and took a few steps to the door to pull up one of his hands. Come in and talk, and tell me to take a look. TSK, pitifully, what a good little duchess. Alas, come and sit down. She pulled Li Wuxiang all the way to the table, pressed his shoulders and told him to sit down. This called his heart a little bit surprised. Lu Jiao seems to be an ordinary woman, not a little bit to take the faction. Friendly. He made a slightly terrified face and tried to stand up again after settling down to sit, but Chen Xin patted his shoulder and smiled at him. Sit down. There's nothing for me to talk about here. Li Wuxiang then nodded again. Yes, thank you, town lord. Chen Xin immediately laughed. What are you calling the town master? Just call me old uncle. You young man, you drifted all the way down. It's not easy to survive. It's called a great disaster. Will be blessed later. My old grocery store buddy told me that you've arrived in Jinshui, but I didn't believe him. Yesterday, Zhao Xiancher went to see you and told me that this is really the case, and I realized that, alas, your parents here we go. At this time, Chen Xian's behavior is just like a kindly old farmer, is to see his own daughter's little friend, ask for warmth. But Li Wuxiang knew that Chen Xin would not be what he seemed. These days, he had asked about the situation of the current town master's family. The town master of Jinshui has always been surnamed Shen, and Chen Xin, a family of three, is considered to be a side branch of the Chen family, and was originally on the verge of leaving the five services. His experience to write out is also a legendary novel. Young people were ostracized and bullied by the same clan, had to leave Jinshui to make a living. Afterwards, he had a good life in Xinjiang City, had a wife and daughter, and originally planned to take his old parents to live there, but it was too late at this time. Because of 1 acre of thin field and mansion, his old parents had been bullied to death by people in the same clan. Chen Xin went back to Jinshui to ask for an explanation, but he was almost killed. After he fled back to Xinjiang City, he found some brothers and asked for help from a powerful nobleman in the city, and in a dark and windy night, he went back to Jinshui and killed the Chen clan and took the position of the town's lord. These were the words of the townspeople, and there must be other inside information in them. But these alone already showed that Chen Xian's disposition was by no means as kind and amiable as he appeared to be, and that the city was at least deeper than Zhao Qi's. And so many words just now, listening to every single one of them saying that he was Li Jie, but none of them really stating it. Li Wuxiang knew that he might still be a bit skeptical about his identity. The key is to ask about parents. As long as he took this, he would logically talk about Li Zhaowan again. Li Wuxiang was sure that Chen Xian did not know the details of the Li family and Li Zhaowan. But if there was a slight omission, he was afraid that he would not be able to hide it in front of Chen Xin. He had thought about this situation before he came here, and had prepared several excuses, and was about to open his mouth when Chen Xiu, who was on the side, spoke up first. Father. Chen Xiu frowned and glared at his old father. Why are you asking about this when you're not talking about which pot you're in? I even saw him shedding tears yesterday. Chen Xin slapped his forehead. Oops. Well, I'm old and confused, child. Don't take it to heart. At this time, Lu Jiao came over and twisted Chen Xiu's ear. You also don't learn from the other young gentlemen. No big or small with your father. Come with me to get the meal. Tell your father to enlighten him properly. Chen Xiu grunted, but was still dragged away by her mother. The whole room was quiet for a moment. Li Wuxiang put his hands on his knees and sat with a low brow. Chen Xin poured a cup of tea for him, sighed, and was about to open his mouth again. Li Wuxiang grabbed the first and said, Chen, old uncle, I have nothing to think about in this world. Chen Xin froze for a moment. Laughing again. He said, Alas, what are you saying, you child? At what age are you? How can you not have? But Li Wuxiang left the bench, took a step back, stood in front of Chen Xin, and looked at his chest. Old uncle, don't blame me. According to my father said to me before he was born, like my status, to the outside town should not be able to walk around freely, to first pay homage to the local town masters. I should have come to pay homage to you a long time ago. But, these days, I was thinking, what do I want to live in the world? When I was floating in the river I felt like I was going to die. I didn't want anything at that time, I just wanted to live. When I was rescued, I felt that I had figured out, that I just wanted to live, wanted the people around me to live. Don't blame the old man, I have heard about you these days. You were able to avenge your parents in the beginning, but I cannot do anything, and even more no revenge to report. Li Wuxiang took a deep breath and tears welled up in his eyes. Maybe I have to blame God, but how can I take revenge with God? I remembered that once upon a time I heard the immortal master in the town say that cultivation is a road against the sky, and I figured it out. I don't want any more family business, wealth and riches. I just want to live against the sky. It took away my family, but not me. Then I want to cultivate a long life. Old uncle, surely you also know that immortal fate is hard to come by. Thanks to Ms. Chen's blessing, I've gained immortal karma. Then I just want to be immortal Master Zhao's disciple, and wherever he goes, I'll cultivate with him. That old farmer-style smile on Chen Xian's face slowly tightened. Chapter 33, Meals. He sized up Li Wuxiang and let out a slow breath in his mind. This is a really smart. Can't call him a kid anymore but just a smart guy. Before meeting him, there were two things that Chen Xian thought about. For one thing, whether this person is a member of the Li family or not. He had seen a lot of people disguising themselves, introducing themselves to the family and then taking over the family's property, especially in his own family, which only had an only daughter. Secondly, if it is really Li Jiye, what should be done? At the moment, the road with Li Jiawan is not accessible. He previously sent to spy on the situation of the people a time cannot come back, but from the situation of the other day, it should have been washed into a wasteland. But the population of Li Jiawan is nearly twice that of Jinchue. And after a long time, the people who suffered from the disaster are slowly coming together, and this is really the only remaining sapling of the Li family, and when he himself also figured out, I'm afraid that things will become troublesome. That's why he promised his daughter to mention the matter of apprenticeship to Zhao Xi. It is one thing to be unable to withstand his daughter's pestering, but it is another to explore the matter through the eyes of that immortal master. Zhao Xi came back, surprisingly rare to praise this child, has called his heart. But before he only felt that should be a smart young man, to this moment, listening to him say these words, only then realized that even smart to such a point, he had only slightly mentioned it himself, and he immediately had a clear mind and dissolved all his worries. He only wanted to cultivate, and had no other thoughts. These words, perhaps they are sincere, perhaps they are said to reassure himself. Either way, it shows that this child's head is clear, not the kind of once the hot blood is on the head, regardless of the consequences. This kind of delicate character he has also seen, just have not seen 16 or 17 years old to this kind of point. It's a good thing. Is such a smart person is a good thing because smart people don't do stupid things that hurt people. So Chen Xian stood up and put his hand on Li Wuxiang's shoulder and gently pinched it. Alright, what did I say just now? If you don't die from a great calamity, there will be future blessings. Isn't your immortal fate a blessing for the future? Since you've come to Jinchue, don't think about the past. As he spoke, he winked at Li Wuxiang and lowered his voice. Is immortal Master Zhao good to get along with? So he saw that Li Wuxiang still had tears in his eyes, slightly froze, as if he did not expect that he would suddenly become such an attitude. Only after a while did he wipe his eyes extremely quickly, revealing a trace of a relieved smile. Immortal Master he, alas, old uncle, it is not good for me to be a disciple to talk about my master behind his back. Chen Xian patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Alright. You are such a delightful young man. He won't be able to bear to make things too difficult for you. Come, sit down. Let's not talk about things that make you feel bad. Talk about something else. The old uncle told you. The next thing was talking about Zhao Xi. Li Wuxiang abided by his duty as a disciple and the upbringing of a son of a great clan, and quietly listened to Chen Xian talk about Zhao Xi. Seems to be temporarily put down the knot in vigilance, or buried other ideas. Chen Xian's words call people listen to all the body comfortable. Will be how to serve Zhao Qi's matter all said, and then interspersed with a few jokes, and so Qin Xiu cannot help but from the door to probe in to see. See is already the old and the young talk about each other very happily, so she joyfully ran back into the kitchen and came to her mother's ear. Father likes him too, don't you think he's nice too, mother? Lu Zhao nodded, having seen the real person. It is quite a nice little gentleman. Chen Xiu grabbed Lu Zhao's sleeve. Then when will you propose marriage to me? Lu Zhao pinched her hard. What are you talking about? Go to the side. See to that house that the meal is ready. I tell you, you say again crazy words. In the future Qingjiang city, do not go, so as not to be your friends over there to bring the crazy. Chen Xiu muttered. Even Yue said yes to the marriage last year. Why am I not in a hurry? People laugh at me every time I go back. I can't ask them to compare. Lu Zhao didn't bother to pay attention to her. And after shucking the dishes again in the hot water of the small pot and preparing the wine and food, She pinched Qinshiu a few more times and told her to bring the food to the hall together. The sun was almost in the middle of the sky and it was getting hot outside, but the hall was high and deep, so it was cool. Lu Jiao prepared 4 dishes, a plate of cubed marinated chicken, a steamed river perch, a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a plate of river clams seasoned with shredded green onion, ginger, and salt. This kind of food was considered a delicacy for ordinary people, but Li Wuxiang nowadays eating these ordinary things was just like drinking water when one was hungry. Although it could slightly satiate one's stomach, it did not relieve true hunger. Therefore, while talking with Chen Xin, he tasted and chewed slowly. When Lu Jiao saw her daughter eating, the more she ate, the more flavorful she was, the happier she felt. At this time to see Li Wuxiang eating, chewing slowly, shallow taste, but also feel happy, thinking that this is really the style of the big families, but worrying that my own self-professed cooking skills might not be to his liking, I couldn't help but ask, "Son, are you not used to eating? What else would you like to eat?" Li Wuxiang immediately set aside his chopsticks and smiled warmly. "Delicious. Auntie's river clams should be boiled until they are slightly cooked and then passed through cool water. They taste bouncy and tender. Very tasty, and there's not much of a muddy odor." He frowned slightly. "I think when I cooked it, the elder lady should have also put in a few peppercorns." Lu Jiao froze for a moment, then smiled with her eyebrows and said to Chen Xin and Chen Xiu, "I usually make it for you all for nothing, or this kid will eat it. Once he tastes it, are the bamboo shoots good enough to eat? Also delicious. No bitter flavor at all. Auntie hard work. I guess it is shredded a few times over the water and soaked for quite a long time. Well, also added sugar and vinegar to dispel the bitterness and increase the freshness." Lu Jiao slapped her hand on the table, her face showing triumph. "You guys listen to this? Did you guys eat for nothing? Do you know how much effort I put in?" Chen Xiu stared wide-eyed, looking at the dishes on the table and then at Li Wuxiang. "Then can you say anything rare about this fish as well?" Li Wuxiang laughed. "The ordinary people deal with this fish only remove gills and internal organs. There is always a bit of fishy flavor. Auntie, this fish also went to the fin's fish tail. The cavity of the fish spine attached to the blood are also clean, but also scrape the fish ribs on the white membrane. Eat only a share of the fishy, but this fishy flavor is just right, but also to mention the fresh." Chen Xiu smacked his chopsticks and stared in disbelief. "Oh my god, you're a god. How do you know so much?" "Zhao Xi." She hurriedly lowered her voice. "Zhao Xi said all day long that they mountain here or there, as if how to talk about. I think it is also a mountain pig. Can not eat." Lu Jiao slapped her head. "You can't even plug your mouth with food. You say everything." This meal slowly ate until the Chen family plowing the town soldiers back. Li Wuxiang only drink a cup of tea, go to Zhao Qi's house to ask for peace once, pay goodbye and leave. After he left, Chen Xin spent another moment dismissing the pestering Chen Xiu, and gave a wink to his wife. The two of them then walked out of the back door while talking, turning onto a path in a bamboo forest behind the mansion near the river. When only the faint sound of wind and birdsong in the bamboo forest was left in her ears, Lu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Now you should feel relieved, right? This child does seem to be the young son of the Li family, and that kind of demeanor can't be learned by ordinary people." And cannot help but smile, mouth also grippy. "Look, as a rich family raised. I'm afraid that my point of handicraft or not into his mouth. But how understandable, not half a bit of playboy habits, to say God blame words. If not this time the disaster. This kind of son-in-law cannot turn our family." Chen Xin tucked his hands in his sleeves and walked a few muffled steps before looking at her. "I thought about this before he came, but now, I don't think so." Lu Jiao froze. "How come it doesn't work now? Did you hear him say he wanted to cultivate and live forever? Boss, do you believe in this? There are so many cultivators in the world, but in the end, they all die of old age and disease, just like us. It doesn't stop you from getting married and having children, does it? He's still a child, even if he's a smart child. What he says is still childish. He'll slowly understand in a few years." Chen Xin stood down and looked at Lu Jiao. It was only then that Lu Jiao realized that her husband had a serious look on his face, and the last time she had seen such a look was a few years ago when he was about to lead a kill back to Jin Shui. "I'm not just talking about him, but also Zhao Qi." Chen Xin lowered his voice, his gaze skimming over Lu Jiao's shoulder to look in the direction of his own mansion. "Don't you feel that the meal we ate today is not right?" Chapter 34, Strange. Lu Jiao frowned and thought for a moment. "What's wrong?" Chen Xin gestured and continued to slowly stroll forward. Lu Jiao hurriedly followed, feeling her heart begin to poof. "Didn't I tell you that I met an immortal master before we started our family? Dang it, are you serious? I thought you were bluffing." Alas, at first that immortal master wanted to take me as his disciple, but after following him for 2 months, He said that my qualifications were not good and left. Chen Xin sighed. Don't interrupt. Listen to me slowly. That man kept me by his side in the first place because he saw that I was still smart. When I was young, as you know, I had a bad body. That immortal master said that I couldn't cultivate in that condition, so I had to make up for it first. In those days, I ate well, and every day I didn't miss any meat or fish. I ate like this for a month after him, and he said that now that my foundation was almost there and I was young, I could try to replenish my innate chi. He then gave me something to eat, which looked like blackened dregs of earth, and melted it into wine and drank it every day. He said that it was Dan dregs and could replenish the aura, so I drank it. That thing in what they say, then any medicine is effective. A drink down, the whole day body seems to have endless strength. Lu Jiao ah, if you say so, right. You realize it now, don't you? After Zhao Xi came to our house, don't you feel more comfortable? These days, I can see that your asthma is much better. I'll tell you, it should be Zhao Xi who put Dan dregs in our family's food. I've seen him with that stuff. Doesn't he have a big rooster in the backyard? He doesn't want you to feed it, just himself, and that's what he feeds. Dan dregs of the taste of light. You two cannot eat. I still remember clearly, a little bit of medicinal flavor. Then, Taoist Zhao is still strangely nice? It's not right. He's not like that? Yes. I also originally thought that he was a cold-faced and warm-hearted person, and then I also thought that he was not such a person. But I didn't mention this matter because there's no harm in us eating it, and I've been slowly pondering what Zhao Qi is trying to do these days. Chen Xin slowly shook his head. This is the first time our family has made offerings to qi refiners, but I've also heard about what happened to the qi refiners that other towns have made offerings to. These people, they need money to cultivate. When they come to a place like ours, they sit on one side, accept the offerings of the main family, keep the peace on one side, and stay for a few years, 10 years, and slowly cultivate, which is a common practice. But you think about our family, this food, clothing, housing, but came for so long did not say to add something extra, did not say with us to ask for what precious offerings, but also asked for a tiger bone, and want to be in a hurry. Look at his house. His backpack is still hanging on the wall. He is ready to leave at any time. I think he is not planning to stay in Jinchue for a long time. Then, why did he come to us? Lu Jiao frowned. He, punching Chen Xin on the shoulder again. Why don't you say it? I am also thinking. Originally did not understand. Also do not want to ask you to worry for nothing. Today, you also helped me to think about it. He accepted that child as a disciple yesterday. Said he looked smart and clever. But you also know that he is a high-minded and proud person. How can he just accept a disciple? I think even if he really wants a smart waiter, according to his nature will first try to be a servant or so, thinking to sharpen his heart, but he just accepted in a hurry. As soon as he received a disciple, today when we eat I feel that it is not the right taste. Do not give us Dan dregs, I think. Then he fed us that thing. Before, Chen Xin slowly came out of his breath, maybe thinking that taking us is useful. Take us useful, these 5 words called the two people's hearts are seeping out of the cold air. After a moment of silence, Chen Xin took Lu Jiao's hand in his before continuing. If I'm not mistaken, he should be using that child now. Think about it again. After he came to us, he didn't ask for anything, but what did he tell us to do? First told us to renovate the Zhaowang temple, remodeled a statue, and said that some mansions blocked the feng shui, told us to demolish, but do not know what they do in private. I didn't learn anything from that immortal master, but I did hear him say something else. Zhao Qi said that he is a Ranshan school. If he did not hide us, I remember that they are all these so-and-so school is the East Emperor. Why is he interested in our Zhaowang temple here? I thought about it, thinking about the big rooster and tiger bone that he raised, and now I think, he may be trying to do some magic. Lu Jiao's hand clenched. What spell? Then I don't know. Chen Xin sighed. Either that or why did I leave that kid home for dinner today? It was to ask from his mouth, but that kid's mouth was also tight, so I didn't ask anything. It's because of this that I said that this kid is no good. Zhao Qi doesn't need us right now, but has his eye on him. Zhao Qi is so sneaky. It can't be good. We can't get involved again. Lu Jiao pulled him back. Then we're not pushing him into a fire pit. Chen Xin shook his head and sighed. Is it us? A few days ago, this child himself went to our store to show a trip. You do not understand his mind? I think, what he said should be true. Think openly. Do not want any family wealth. Know that there is a fairy master in town. Want to worship. Jinchue such a big place. I do not go to ask Zhao Qi. A few days later either he himself to find Zhao Qi, or Zhao Qi himself to find him, are still today's situation. Alas, I also think this is a good boy. I am also not. so to say. I think so. Embroidery is enamored of him, so tell embroidery to go to him more. With us more close to close, we keep an eye on Zhao Xi, dragging the matter of the tiger bone, and at the same time, see if we can ask anything from him. If Zhao Xi wants to do something really bad, it will help us as well as him. Lu Jiao gasped a few breaths, lowered his voice. Really want to have a good or bad? When the family, our family of more than 40 people, rushed into the house to chop him up. Chen Xin nodded. Like I said, these refining gas, the same life and death. Really that to the juncture we are not afraid of him, but he is a serious teacher. Alas, if you cannot make a big deal, break a little money, hurt a little people, can be sent away on a good send-off, this is the best. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Lu Jiao sighed. After a few years of good life, there are no evil spirits, there are no monsters, and the result is to stall on this. Alas, I know, you don't need to say, Jinchuwei is still peaceful and healthy. You say these people will die. Why do you want to cultivate immortality? I heard that those people in the French religion are cultivated no one like. Why suffer? Chen Xin shook her hand. Live ours well. Chapter 35 The Story. When Li Wuxian returned home, Xue Baobao was sitting at the door. Seeing him he hurriedly stood up and let out a long breath. How did it go? It went quite well. Zhao Qi kind of likes me quite a bit. Li Wuxian walked into the house and saw that the pot on the small stove was still covered, so he uncovered it. The pot was warm with water, and sitting in it was a large porcelain bowl covered with a plate. He lifted the plate, and in the porcelain bowl was half a bowl of beans and rice, with greased dregs sprinkled on top. The drippings had been steamed away and the grease had soaked the surface with an oily layer. He then lifted the bowl up, took the chopsticks handed over by Xue Baobao, and sat down on the small bench by the stove to eat. Xue Baobao sat down across from him. Did you eat over there? I've eaten some, but not as much as I'm used to at home. Li Wuxiang slowly chewed the beans in his mouth. What about you? I ate half a bowl, and laid another egg. I'll call you. Save it for tonight. Aha. Xue Baobao stared at him for a while and couldn't help but ask. Last morning, what did Zhao Qi tell you? Li Wuxian used his chopsticks to slowly pick through the bowl, dividing the surface into 3 parts of fava beans, soybeans, and mung beans a little bit, and then sighed. I'll tell you a story. Xue Baobao froze for a moment, suddenly having a bit of a not-so-good feeling in her heart. In fact, she had it all throughout these days, while watching him transform from a tiny cocoon into a good-looking person, from a good-looking person into Zhao Qi's disciple, while speculating if he had stayed in the Chen family to dine happily with them, but she only pursed her lips. What's the story? There's a guy, sort of a jungle guy. You've heard of a killer, right? He is a killer. This killer is alone most of the time, and has only one friend who can talk a little bit, but won't tell that friend exactly what he does, although that friend might be able to guess it too. You know, afraid of the authorities, as if they were afraid of a town soldier or something like that coming to get him and getting himself into trouble as well as others. Xue Baobao thought for a moment. Is this person you're talking about you? Well, I suggest you listen to it as a story. Who this person is isn't really that important. Aha. The man just kept to himself. One day he met a little girl who was quite poor, not well fed, not warmly clothed, and sick. There were many poor people like that, and this man had met many of them before, but on that particular day, he wasn't in a very good mood, and he drank too much, so by the time he woke up, he realized that he had brought that little girl home. She could have been fed and sent out, but something happened in the meantime. I don't remember exactly, and it was one of those things where the person had to make a choice, either kill her and silence her, or bring her into the business, and the guy thought, she's in such a bad way, better alive than dead, right? Just ask her if she wants to dash. How old is the little girl? 11 or 12? Maybe, so he asked her if she was willing, and she said yes without hesitation. He felt sure she didn't know what she meant by willing at that time, but only that it would be good to be fed and clothed, and she got into the business. In fact, the ordinary people in that world in the story were doing quite well. Most of them had no worries about food and clothing, and lived and died in an ordinary way. What about this little girl after she got into the business? After another 3 or 4 years, she was doing very well and making a lot of money. She could make in a month what the average person spends in 2 or 3 years, and live a good life that they would all envy. 3 or 4 more years of this kind of life passed, and she was pretty much enjoying all the best pleasures that an ordinary person could think of. Then one day she was captured by an enemy, and was tortured for a long time, and also endured pains that no ordinary person could possibly think of. Then the man rescued her, but she could not be saved. At the end of the day, the man didn't know what to think of himself. so he asked her if she had any regrets now that she had said I do in the first place. Li Wuxiang stopped to eat a mouthful of fava beans and looked at Xue Baobao after swallowing. How do you think she answered? Xue Baobao's eyes fell on his chest, thought for a while, and then returned to his eyes. I'm different from her. What you said. My parents might have been killed by Zhao Puppet. She can choose to enter the profession or not, but I've been in the profession since the day my parents saved Zhao Puppet, and I think what she's saying is that she has no regrets. Li Wuxian nodded. Zhao Xi acted quite eagerly after seeing me today and gave me an elixir right off the bat. The kind of Fu Yuan Baosheng Dan I told you about, but it's not as good as his master's pills. It looks like that thing is especially precious to him. He was very reluctant to part with it, but he still had to tell me to eat it. This should have a purpose. I suspect that he took me on as a disciple just to have a more reasonable reason to feed me the elixir. What do you think? Xue Baobao froze for a moment before responding. I think he's doing the same thing as Zhao Puppet? I've thought about it that way too, but it's a bit of a match. Other than feeding the elixir, what he's doing doesn't have anything in common with Zhao Puppet's. I'm leaning more towards the idea that he's trying to find his master through some method. If only I could find another person who knows what they're doing and ask them. But I can try to find out some other details from him. He's a person that's actually quite easy to deal with. Xue Baobao finally called her thoughts to calm down. Can you beat him? It's hard to say if you can beat it or not, but that's not what I mean by dealing with it. Li Wuxiang slowly ate the fava beans. I think I can guess how Zhao Qi grew up. Growing up and being taken in as a disciple by Zhao Puppet, he might have been clothed and fed, but he was chastised and abused from time to time. Such a person would care a lot about what others think when he grows up, just like there are people who are slightly provoked, or feel disrespected, and immediately go on a rampage, mostly in Zhao Qi's case. But there's a part of such people that will have this one weakness: they haven't been treated very well, and so for someone to be to their liking, at least for a time, they'll immediately fall into friendship, and Shochi would fall into that category. That's what I mean when I say well treated. I think I can get what I want out of him pretty quickly. And then what? If you had enough money right now and had to leave Goldwater, could you find yourself a place to live in peace? Xue Baobaozi grasped his sleeve in his palm. Aren't we going to go together? Zhao Qi has a master, and I don't know if he has any brothers or sisters, or if he has any more friends. If he finds out anything after we leave, he might come looking for me. Xue Baobian lowered her eyes. I still have to rethink. Think about whether there is to go. Li Wuxian reached out and patted her knee. We can take our time to think about it and find the right place. Hey, I didn't say that we won't be able to see each other again after we part ways. If I take care of things on my side, I'll also go to you. You're the only one in this world who knows my secret. Xue Baobao exhaled. Really? Chapter 36, Cultivation. It's easy to say really, but it's like sprouting beans that accidentally get stuck in your throat. Li Wuxian smiled. We can try to make this true. For example, I will first tell you an essay called The Essay on Embracing the Do and Embracing the Xia. If you can memorize this essay first, then it will be more likely that what I say will become true. Xue Baobao straightened her body, opened her eyes wide, and slowly inhaled a breath. You have to teach me. She, cultivation. But cultivation has a threshold, and the threshold is to have a good body first. Take your time to memorize what I've said, then nourish your body and I'll continue to teach you. Xue Baobao tried to keep her eyes open so that she could tell her eyes to hold more. Aha! Li Wuxian gave her 2/4 of an hour. The Why Do Hugging Xia chapter had 246 words throughout, so if it was him it would only take him one time to remember them, but after listening to it 6 times, Xue Baobao had only memorized the first 40 or so words. So Li Wuxian realized that Xue Baobao might not be very suitable for cultivation. These words were not unusual writings, but inherently had a strange power. According to Zhao Puppet and Zhao Qi, remembering quickly or not was already a slight indication of how qualified a person was, but he still patiently taught her to memorize the first 53 words by harmonizing or associating them, and watched her sit there intently reciting them over and over again for fear of forgetting them, before quietly getting up and walking back to the woodshed where he lived to close the door and windows. In the past month or so since he got out of the trap, he had been unable to continue practicing anymore because of the extreme hunger and the refuted breath in his body. However, because of the effects of the small pellet of Fu Yuan Bao Shengdan that Zhao Qi had told him to take, he was now experiencing a rare sense of calmness. Just now, when he repeatedly recited the Huai Lu Embracing Xia chapter with Xue Baobao, the breath in his body even involuntarily ran slowly, all of which meant that he was back on the path. So Li Wuxiang sat cross-legged on the straw couch, closing his eyes slightly according to the way he did when he was in the stove, and inhaling a light and long breath. When he was in the furnace, he had already cultivated to the realm of sending out true seeds, which was equivalent to what Zhao Xi called foundation building. At this moment, after running his gung fu smoothly again, Li Wuxiang realized that he was even more refined than before he got out of the trap. At that time, he still has a person. Is the internal organs of the essence gathered in the skin? To keep the essence of the human body does not dissipate, but at this time he only has the skin. Under the skin there is also Zhao Puppet's treasure woven with gold thread, which seems to be directly called to him to enter the hair of the real seed after another stage. To solve the 9 palaces, this seems to have led him directly to another stage after the issuing of the true seed, the unraveling of the 9 palaces. Zhao Xi had said that Zhao Mu was a qi refiner who was about to reach Dan, and if he was classified by Guang Cicada Z's standard, it was the time when this unraveling the 9 palaces was about to be practiced to its fullest. Li Wuxian running true qi, indeed field 9 palace vacuum empty body, seems to become his endless wide meridians. Internal organs and blood have been transformed into the skin, but if the person, from the realm of hair true seed to the realm of solid repair to solve the 9 palaces, the realm of perfection, his body should be full of true qi at this time. But right now, it was like a big lake that had just been dug up, with an amazing capacity but empty, and even the elixir that Zhao Qi had given him earlier had been completely used to clean up the weeds and branches that had originally overgrown this big lake. Li Wuxiang recalled the cultivation tips of the 9 palaces in Guangxicada Z, and tried to slowly exhale and regulate his breath, gathering spiritual qi into his empty body. However, when he came out of meditation after an hour, he realized that there was almost no change in his body. The spiritual qi he drew from his surroundings during this hour was only equivalent to 1 or 2 drops of water falling into the big lake. According to Guang Cicada Z's proper cultivation method, this great lake should have been refined and filled by most of the yuanyang, or the innate one air, of a person's birth, and at this time, if one were to fill it up again with the latter aura, one didn't know exactly how long it would have to be filled up. But this at least called Li Wuxiang's peace of mind. He originally did not know whether he could still cultivate or not after he had turned into a non-human painted skin, and now the answer was certain. Then a thing, as long as there was a clear solution, was not considered bad. He exhaled slightly and opened his eyes, hearing Shui Baobao still mumbling in the courtyard, seemingly reciting the 53 words he had taught her. He sighed and was about to get up when he suddenly realized that it was dark. No, it wasn't dark. In that instant, his eyes became pure darkness, not darkness or the countless darting white dots that he could still see when he closed his eyes. His sharp senses seemed to have been stripped away at this moment, and he could not tell whether he was standing or sitting, as if his body had disappeared completely in this pure and heavy darkness, leaving him with only one consciousness. But he felt no fear or panic at all, not even emotions like surprise or alarm. On the contrary, what he felt was a kind of joy when an insatiable desire was slightly satisfied, as well as that already familiar sense of grandeur and emptiness. It's an external evil. The first time the outer evil appeared was when he was trapped in the secret room, smelling the bamboo paper scent on Zhao Xi's body, and desperately wanting to find a way out of his predicament, when it suddenly descended on him, giving him a precise concept and helping him to clarify his situation at that time. The second time it appeared was a few days ago, when he fell under Zhao Qi's ecstasy and nearly revealed his identity in the illusion, when he was the one who took the initiative to ask the outer evil for help, and it responded. The name external evil was not nice, and Zhao Puppet also said that external evil would make people go crazy, but those two experiences had been extremely helpful to Li Wuxiang, so he didn't feel that this thing was a threat of any kind. Compared to his memories of the mean bosses and the risk of death in the other world, this external evil in his body can even be called a group of harmony. But these days, Li Wuxiang would also think about such a question. On both those occasions, he had been able to experience the eager greed of the outer evil, and he could determine that it wanted something. The help it offered itself, as he understood it, seemed to be an early investment in that kind of solicitation, or not wanting to call for the death of his own self, who was possessed or hosted by it. But the question is, what if one stops praying to it for anything? What would happen to it if one kept ignoring that solicitude and greed of its? Now Li Wuxiang knew the answer. After offering help twice, the outer evil demonstrated its other divine ability, pulling itself in. Without any warning, without any room for resistance, oneself was stripped of any ability other than thinking. The experience didn't scream delight, but after worshipping Zhao Qi as his master, external evil was indeed the next thing he wanted to figure out. Even if it was a knife that could be about to fall at any moment, he had to see exactly where it was hanging in order to feel at ease. So, in such darkness, Li Wuxiang imagined that he made a gesture of inhaling deeply and opened his mouth in his consciousness to inquire, "What do you want?" Chapter 37 Offerings. As with the previous 2 times, he heard no answer, but he felt the emotion. The emotions of contentment and joy in his consciousness were suddenly stronger and disappeared, as if a candle flame had been lit for a moment by the wind. Is this a hint? Joy and fulfillment? Li Wuxiang told himself to calm down, putting aside this time, when the previous 2 times when the external evil showed up, it must have been due to some common factor. The first time, it wanted to help itself, and the second time, it was to help itself? Feeling joy and satisfaction because you helped yourself? Definitely not right. But he felt as if he was getting close to the right answer. Think again about the second time, the one where he was mesmerized by Zhao Qi's ecstasy. He called out to the outer evil, and the outer evil appeared. But at first outer evil was indifferent. And then what did he say himself? Whatever you are, help me this time so that I can live in peace, so that I can think to learn some spell means, so that I can offer you, to find tribute for you. What do you want? Immediately after saying this, the outer evil did something to call its own sanity back to clarity. It's still the same question. Which sentence struck it? Li Wuxiang's heart jumped. Silent for a moment. The offerings you want are divine spells? The darkness faded like a tide, and the light outside penetrated through the cracks of the doors and windows all at once, and Li Wuxiang felt his body. But he was still sitting on the straw bunk, not moving a muscle. It was not the loss of control over his body that made him want to sit here. This thought was not irresistible, nor was it distinctly malicious, but was more akin to the sticky resistance one feels when trying to leave the warmth of the blanket on a cold winter morning with the wind howling in the north, which makes one want to stay in bed for a little while, and a little while longer. His mind was clear. He had answered a question correctly, and called the outer evil to feel satisfied, but it wasn't yet fully satisfied, so it turned the tough, brutal deprivation into a softer control, both as a small reward and as another deterrent. Li Wuxiang then sighed in his heart. Originally, he had felt that although there were many crises around him after coming to this world, he had at least gained complete freedom, but the current situation had become a bit like the original world again: demand, control, bestow. The only good thing about it was that he was used to and good at dealing with this kind of relationship, and didn't feel particularly angry or uncomfortable about it. So he calmed his breathing, and instead of fighting the thought that told him to keep sitting here, he spoke calmly in his mind. Alright, let's talk now. I should have a bit of the common sense and memories you gave me here, and I'm guessing you'll have mine and know where I came from. Then you should understand that where I come from, people aren't very used to kneeling to the powers that be anymore. So you should also know that I won't be treating you with any particular deferences and trepidation like the rest of the people in this world. It's not that I don't respect you, but it's a matter of habit. So, can we discuss one thing? Don't be a riddler, regardless of how you came to be in me. I feel that I must be important to you now, and you should be important to me. So can we find an easier way to communicate? That way I won't misunderstand whatever you want in the future. For example, now and before, you're always telling me to think of something, to understand something, but what if at some point I misunderstand and think that's what I mean? He would have liked to hear a concrete response from the outer evil, a voice, an image, or some other kind of visualized response, rather than the current feeling. This kind of feeling was too lofty, too mysterious, too ethereal, and even often made him feel that he could not fight against it at all, giving rise to a kind of subtle despair. The outer evil was silent, not giving the response he expected. After a short while like this, when Li Wuxiang wasn't sure if it had already left, he suddenly couldn't help but look at his left hand. It was a pretty good hand, thin and strong, sinewy, not unlike an unusual human. A web holding up the shape of the hand was buried underneath the skin, and further down the tentacles mimicked the shape of blood vessels. But when Li Wuxiang saw this hand of his now, he suddenly felt disgusted. There was no reason for it, but he just felt as if this hand was a pile of shit that had been forcibly attached to his wrist, and he wanted to immediately cut the thing off and throw it far away. It's the feeling that external evil gives you, and by the time it became clear to him, he could no longer resist getting up, pulling a piece of firewood from the pile, and beginning to think seriously about how he was going to get this one off. Immediately he spoke in his consciousness. Okay, I get it. I won't misunderstand you. I can tell the difference between that being my own thoughts or yours. The left hand immediately became less obnoxious and became his familiar hand again. Li Wuxiang stuck the firewood back in, and after a moment of silence, he exhaled. What else do you want? Right after saying these words he thought of Zhao Xi, and then more thoughts popped out of his head. Li Wuxiang's heart flinched, knowing that this should be the outer evil answering his question, so he immediately told his thoughts to go on faith and spread out. Zhao Qi was Zhao Puppet's disciple, and if Zhao Puppet hadn't lied, he was about to reach Dan, which meant that his current realm was similar to his own. and he was at the stage of solving the 9 palaces, with the difference being that he had an empty realm, but no essence at all. However, according to the Ranshan Sex Cultivation Realm Division, Foundation Establishment, Qi Refining, Jiadan, Returning to Void, Harmonization, and Harmonization. However, according to the Ranshan Sex Cultivation Division, Foundation, Qi Refining, Dan, Returning to Void, and Harmonization, Zhao Puppet should be in the Qi Refining realm. In the morning when Zhao Xi had talked to himself, he had said something, wait for master to reach your master ancestor's realm. According to his temperament, if he himself was also a great success in Qi Refining, it was something that would inevitably be stated. And Zhao Xi said that unusual people usually have to take a year's work to build the foundation, and the fastest is more than a month. That Zhao Xi right now should also be a Qi Refining, but it's still far from a great success. In this respect, this master of his own was actually half a caddy with himself, but that's just the realm. For example, 2 able-bodied adult men, here in the adult realm, strength is also half a caddy. The strength here is the amount of essence in the same realm, but one is an ordinary person. The other has a long time of training in martial arts, and has a sharp blade in his hand, knows how to use his strength, then really fight. The victory or defeat is not in doubt. Zhao Qi had spent more than 20 years in the Ranshan sect, and he knew talismans, could mix pills, knew kung fu techniques, and knew the rituals of the sacrifice section. And these things were the true life-saving and killing techniques. The talisman art was something one had to get their hands on. When he had killed Zhao Xi, there were many talismans made of bamboo paper hidden inside her body. His current condition was similar to Zhao Xi's at that time. If he learned Zhao Qi's talismanic art, he would be able to use that kind of means to sacrifice false internal organs for himself. Although Guang Cicada Z's book of Taoism was meant to cultivate a person into a human skin, if his body was filled with those talismanic paper organs, he would look more like a human being. Zhao Qi probed his own pulse, did not see anything, but the Taoist line of more profound cultivators cannot be so good to fool. The talismanic art can solve this problem. Blending pills, kung fu techniques and the like weren't very rare, and if you couldn't learn them here in Zhao Qi, you could find opportunities in others. But most importantly, it is the sacrificial koan. The 8-part Shin cults and even the various unorthodox Dharma cults in the world all had deities that they worshipped. The spells and magical powers of Qi refiners and Taoist priests originally came from the deities they worshipped. It was only by making sacrifices to the Lord that they could make their spells and aptitudes more effective, so that they could ascend to the wonderful realm and be ranked among the immortals when they finally attained enlightenment. In extreme cases, one could even try to invite the gods to descend to the world and borrow their various magical abilities. However, this kind of thing, only in the hands of the 8-part of the metaphysical religion. More precisely is the 7-part of the metaphysical religion. Worship East Emperor Tai has now been scattered into 36 sects. Which 36 sects? There are already some don't know to invite the 8-part of the spirit god of the proper rituals. But the Ranshan school still knew, and Zhao Qi still knew. The thoughts came to a screeching halt, followed by a strong sense of anticipation. Okay, I get it. This is what you want me to do, get the Ranshan school's talisman arts and rituals of the section. Li Wuxiang said in his heart, but I have a small comment. If you knew a little about my past, you should know that I need to be paid for what I do. Getting these things will indeed call for me to be favored, but the problem is that if you don't ask me to do so, I will do it myself, calling myself to know more and become stronger. Li Wuxiang's thoughts paused slightly as the outer evil gave no feedback. He took this to mean that the other party did not feel dissatisfied. Then you have to pay me something. Are there any powerful techniques, divine weapons, or key information? Otherwise, if I'm like this now, how can I deal with Zhao Qi if something happens? After a moment of silence, a sudden feeling of security arose in him. It wasn't exactly cozy, but rather slightly cruel, and in such a moment he felt a strong urge, take a risk. What was the big deal even if it failed? I've already died once when I was in the hearth, but the external evil has preserved my soul. Even if I die again, the big deal is that I will be buried in the earth and slowly wait for a person who has a destiny. Is it a few months and a few years and dozens of years and hundreds of years? I can slowly wait. Then the impulse faded, and the sense of grandeur and hollowness faded along with it. Li Wuxian let out a light breath and tried to walk slowly around the room, taking a few steps, waving his arms, and closing his eyes to think a few more scattered thoughts before making sure that the outer evil had left. Those thoughts were given by the outer evil, and at the same time, it provided some things that it was originally not aware of. With these thoughts, it made a request, a clear and desired goal of offering the talismanic arts that Zhao Qi had mastered, the rituals of sacrificing to the gods. This stuff is kind of interesting. Learning the charms would call for a better disguise in a crowd. It seemed to be for their own good. But if we look at it in conjunction with the requirement of ritual sacrifice, does it intend to force itself to use such means so that it can take over this body? No. When he was trapped, Zhao Puppet had once said something about external evils. External evils would help people cultivate, but in the end, they would call people crazy, so it shouldn't be in a hurry to do anything now, and as long as it knew itself a little bit, it should know that when it really came to that kind of time its choice would be exactly the same as when it was trapped. Big deal. Everyone would die together. What's that for? Does this outer evil like to help people? Or is it keen on emotional value? Li Wuxian let out a breath. There were still some questions that had to be cleared up. For example, whether it was watching his every move, whether it knew his every thought. If he could take care of these problems, it wasn't as if he didn't have. Stop. He didn't call for the second half of that thought to bubble up. That might be the only thing he could use later on when he was confronted with this outer evil that could manipulate minds. And he wasn't sure if the outer evil could spy on his thoughts right now. But, barely comforting, it gave itself a guarantee of safety, though it was the kind of downfall that would be miserable to think about. Wasn't this external evil a bit petty? For the next whole day, Li Wuxian meditated inside the firewood room. Although the essence obtained from meditating and exhaling was just a drop in the ocean, it would always yield something when accumulated over time. He rested twice during this period and realized that Shui Baobao seemed to have barely memorized those 53 words. So he tried teaching her another 30 or so words, but this time, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember them. It wasn't that she had a bad memory, it was enlightenment. The contents of things like the Heart Dharma Tao books had a divine power of their own, and being able to memorize them was in itself passing a sieve. But Li Wuxian was quite happy to see such a result. Her qualifications and enlightenment weren't good enough, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't cultivate at all, so there wouldn't be a chance of inviting too much trouble in the future. Yet she would be able to strengthen her body. For an ordinary person, this should be enough. When it was dusk, Li Wuxian once again came out of the setting and walked to the courtyard. Shui Baobao was getting the evening's food. The noodle fish from 2 days ago, she liked it so much that she was making it again today. Li Wuxian looked into the pot, poured a pot of cold water for her on the side for backup, and said, "I'll make a trip to the Chen family." Shui Baobao looked at him worriedly. "Is something wrong?" Li Wuxian smiled. "It's fine. Remember when I told you that I pretty much figured out Zhao Qi's nature in the morning?" Shui Baobao thought for a moment. "You said that he got angry at you. It should be that he was a little jealous of your good qualification, but afterward inside and then sigh. It should be feel that he should not be angry, a little out of shape. And, well, you said that people like him care so much about how other people see him. Maybe it turns out that the nature is not too bad. The heart is still kind of soft." Li Wuxian nodded. "So if he is really such a person, by now the heart will feel a little guilty about what he did in the morning. Maybe only a little bit of emotion. This little bit is very subtle. A little earlier we'll call him even more do not want to see me. A little later we'll call him feel that there is nothing more. And now is just the right time. The perfect time to brush up on that favor." "Brush some favor?" She frowned and cocked her head, then looked at Li Wuxian's face. "You seem a little happy." "I'm generally happier when it's clear what to do." "Go on. Wait for me." "Hey. I've been wondering, do you mean to say that Chuch is a good man?" "The vast majority of people aren't too bad in nature, but Zhao Xi, his master is Zhao Puppet. I can't say it's good. Let's go." This was the first time he had walked to the town at dusk. He had thought that in this day and age, there should be many people on the streets at this time, but in the end, he didn't see any people carrying bowls and gathering on the streets to eat and chat. Instead, it was cold and quiet, and he hardly saw any people at all. Occasionally there were people who saw him, but their gazes were not as reckless as in the previous days, and they immediately avoided him and looked at him secretly. It should be that the news that he has been accepted as a disciple by Zhao Qi has been known, and therefore some sense of awe has arisen. It seems that the status of the cultivators in this world is a little bit higher than what he had imagined before. When he arrived in front of the Chen family's door, the town soldiers guarding the door did not stop him as usual, but at this time, he found that the soldiers looked at him with a slightly strange expression during the daytime to pay homage to the master, and then after the meal at the Chen family and then went out. The soldiers looked at him with a slightly more respectful look, and at this time, when Li Wuxian wanted to greet and nod at the two people at the door, their gazes were also a touch away, and they also slightly straightened up. What happened in just one whole afternoon's work? He walked to the courtyard and found that there were no lights in the main hall, but Zhao Qi's house was lit. So he didn't know where the three members of the Chen family had gone. He then walked to Zhao Qi's door, first called out master through the door, and then gently knocked 3 times. Chapter 38, The Disciple. At this time Zhao Xi was drawing a talisman in the house. Holding a thin pen dipped in vermilion sand, he carefully drew a small person's eyebrows on the bamboo paper. The villain that Li Wuxiang saw on the bamboo paper the night he was nightmared by the big ghost was drawn with ink. Only the eyes were dotted with vermilion sand. But the one he was drawing now was all blood red, more delicate. Although this more fine in the view of people who are good at calligraphy and painting can only be considered a child's graffiti. But the difficulty is not difficult in the shape of a person, but God. In order to pursue this God, Zhao Qi's pen walked extremely carefully, almost moving carefully on the paper bit by bit, so that the essence he had poured into the tip of the pen could be collected and restrained in this talisman. Just then heard a soft knocking sound, the idea of a slight movement. The paper on the vermilion villain immediately became lifeless, really became a child's scribble. Zhao Qi sucked in a sharp breath and turned his face to glare at the door with a huff, almost crushing his quill. Who? What is it? It was only after a short while that the voice was heard. Master, it's disciple Li Jiye. You. To knock on the door is Chen Xin or Chen family other people. Zhao Qi at this time has cursed out, but heard Li Jiye this seems to be scared voice. Anger is slightly less so a little bit, but still feel depressed in the heart. He used this bamboo paper is very precious. Expensive not in the paper itself, but expensive in his master Zhao puppet sacrificed. He has a total of more than 100 in his hands. Some days ago, he painted a lot of waste before there are some available, now another waste of a. He took a deep breath, still somewhat chugging in tone. What are you doing here? The voice outside the door sounded slightly stunned and aggrieved, but was still respectful. Disciple. Disciple at home, to parents and elders in the morning and evening. Disciple went back to think, the master is like a father, it should also be as usual. Just, master forgive me. Disciple disturbed master purification. Zhao Qi took a breath in his chest and fumed, not expecting Li Wuxiang to utter these words. He fell silent, glancing at the thin stack of bamboo paper resting on the table, and slowly put the pen down, letting out a soft breath. This disciple called him back to himself and Master Zhao puppet. When he thought of his master, the first thing that flooded his memory was his master's face, always frowning, always unhappy, not knowing when he would open his mouth and chide a few times. You stupid thing, can't you even figure that out? Look at your senior brother and sister. Okay, that's it. If you can't figure it out again, why don't you go down the mountain? Wouldn't it be so much easier to be a street crosser? But there were always other bits and pieces, coming over with a stern face, kicking, and dropping a cake when he had been kneeling all day and all night alone in the Tai Chi hall, frowning at himself as he banged his head against the wall in fear and irritation because he was going to practice tomorrow and couldn't write a single talisman for half a month. He said, all right, let's practice for a few more days. He knew that his master was a mean and cold person, but he always felt that he was good to himself as well. Therefore, all the people on the mountain had dispersed, and he was the only one who kept the longevity lamp. When he was searching for his master, he once thought that if he had a disciple, as long as he wasn't so stupid and could be as smart as he was, he would treat him better than his master did, and be a dignified and solemn master. He knew it was a little hard. When he was depressed in the mountains, he had a few dogs to relieve his boredom. Those dogs are hard to change the nature of the beast. When the child is still look cute, once grown up, always disobedient, he scolded to teach. The result of those animals do not understand human nature. After being scolded, either see him on the cowering, hiding, or as if the enemy, snarling and barking, so he could not help but all strangled. He now accepted Li Wuxiang as a disciple, although it is to be used, but also intends to be used before the first to practice, learn how to be a master, but did not expect to see his qualifications in the morning so good. He felt extremely unhappy, accidentally angry. He thought about it for a whole afternoon afterward, and always felt that he didn't hold back again, which was really bad. Therefore, at this moment, listening to these words of his anger has been lost for the most part. When he thought about the phrase, master is like a father, it was all gone. Just sighed, okay, come on in. The door was pushed open, and he saw Li Wuxiang walk through the door, close it again with his backhand, and stand in the doorway. For the teacher. Zhao Qi wanted to say for the teacher just a little temper, but immediately realized that this must not be said out of mouth, so as not to call the disciple of his own lack of respect, so he changed his mouth and said, the ones that master taught you, did you practice them this afternoon? Back to master. All practiced all afternoon, only got up and walked around for a short while in between. Disciple would never dare to slack off. Zhao Qi heard Li Wuxiang's voice at this time was not so terrified and cowering, as if he had just drank his own question about him were not on his mind. This nature is much better than his own. In that kind of family, pampered and spoiled by all the favor, how can it be bad? Now the family is broken. But also, he immediately took a breath and said in his mind, I'm already a division commander. Come here, I'll check your pulse. Li Wuxian walked up to him and stretched out his hand, and Zhao Xi put his fingers on his pulse. After a short interval, he couldn't help but frown. Li Wuxian respectfully lowered his eyes, so Zhao Xi sized him up for a moment longer. His qualifications are better than he thinks. Yesterday when he looked at his pulse, the breath was still very mixed. It was that he hadn't even touched the threshold of cultivation. But after he practiced for such an afternoon, there was actually some extremely faint sense of qi in his body. This, Zhao Qi hesitated in his mind, to take this Li Jie to use, because he has a noble spirit. Previously, I thought his qualifications and understanding were very good, but there are a lot of good qualifications in this world, but there is no Taoist destiny. Most of them are buried. After he found the gold entanglement, his cultivation will soar. Now he has just entered the door of qi refining, which can guarantee more than 40 years of youthful life. If he can use the gold entanglement to cultivate to the pinnacle of qi refining like his master as soon as possible, he can guarantee more than 60 years of youthful vigor. So there are still nearly 30 years of good times, perhaps really can be conjugated. At that time, once the Jindan is completed, there will be no need to worry about any disease, and can be youthful for 100 years, and then live for another 100 years. But now, he realized that his disciple's qualification is not only a good word, but also one in 10,000 wizards. This kind of person, to be able to seriously cultivate, the realm is bound to leap by leaps and bounds, is by no means comparable to oneself. If really take him as a disciple, if his temperament is really as now so gentle, and he can do a good master, in the future may be able to borrow his light. This kind of thing is not unheard of, but something like character disposition. Zhao Qi just stared at Li Wuxian for another moment and withdrew his hand. You're not bad at practicing, he thought for a moment. Didn't you feel anything different about the town when you arrived? Master, it seems like there are fewer people, and the way they look at me is a bit strange. I thought it was because I'd become a disciple of the master now. Is something else going on? Zhao Qi nodded. It's out of evil. He had the satisfaction of seeing Li Wuxian take a breath of cold air as he froze and panicked, but then quickly calmed down. Chen Xian knew about this earlier and has already gone to that person's home to see it. When he comes back in a while and reports it, this night the master will take you to get rid of the evil spirits and see how your heart is. Chapter 39, Evil Sneaks. Not too long after, Li Wuxian heard talking in the courtyard. It was Qin Xiu talking to her mother, her voice lowered, completely missing the lively cheerfulness she always had. Li Wuxian's 5 senses were sharp, and he heard some of the, So you say it's true? Is it that he made it up? He is not a good person. Then came Lu Zhao's voice, don't think about it, don't keep bringing it up, it's fine if you don't want to, then I won't say it, but I can't help thinking what to do. Mother, why don't I sleep with you tonight? Then go ahead and hold the bedding and pillows in my room and carry your father's out. Then my father the sound of talking gradually faded away. It should have entered the house. Then Zhao Qi's room door was knocked on, and Chen Xian sat outside the door. Immortal Master, are you asleep? Zhao Qi put the pen in his hand down, picked up the teacup on the side and took a sip of tea, leaning his body on the back of the chair before speaking. Come in and talk. How did you look in the past? Hey. Chen Xian pushed open the door to see Li Wuxian, but it seems that there is not much heart to greet him, only a slight nod to close the door backhanded. Immortal Master, I asked clearly. Last night only he was the only one who saw, after the afternoon nonsense, but I have just asked people to shut him in the house. This matter, town has not heard anyone say before. I also cannot say whether what he said is true or false, or please Immortal Master suffered. Go a trip to take a good look at it? Shouqi nodded. What did he say? He said, forget it. Zhao Qi waved his hand again, interrupting Chen Xian's words. You can't learn anything if you're clumsy. He's being watched at his house? I'll go ask in person. Chen Xian hurriedly bowed up to compensate for his smile. If Immortal Master makes an appearance, then we will all be at ease. Zhao Qi ignored him while getting up and walking over to the wall to take off the sword hanging on the wall, turned back slightly and drank. Take it. He threw the long sword to Li Wuxian with his backhand, and Li Wuxian hurriedly caught it. The sword's scabbard and hilt were of plain wood, with only a few places wrapped in brass, but the edges and lines were all blackened, so it should have had some age. Zhao Qi turned back to look at the way he was holding the sword and smiled slightly. This sword belongs to your master's ancestor, and in the beginning, my master also held the sword like this for him. Alright, come with me. He turned to go out the door, and Li Wuxian was busy following behind. Chen Xian tugged on his sleeve. as if admonishing his own child. Look after your master. Zhao Xi frowned, but couldn't be bothered to snap at that, and stepped into the night with a grunt. The place where he was going was in the north of the town, which was not too busy, and there were even fewer people on the street at this time. It was already dark, the street was cold and quiet. Zhao Qi walked very fast. Li Wuxiang needed to jog a little to keep up. After walking through 2 alleys, Zhao Qi opened his mouth. Have you ever seen an evil spirit before? Do not know how to answer. But Li Wuxiang remembered what Qin Xiu had just said, so he said in a low voice, my parents used to forbid me to ask, saying that if I asked, I would provoke it even more. Zhao Qi laughed. You'll have to see this kind of thing less often in the future. In a while, you'll do whatever I say. Yes. Li Wuxiang stepped up his footsteps and followed, feeling that Zhao Qi seemed to be in a good mood tonight. No, when he knocked on the door to look for him, he was not so happy, but it was like he was happy after hearing Chen Xian say that there was indeed an evil spirit. Why? Because he felt that his own immortal master who was sitting on one side of the town could come in handy? But it wasn't like Zhao Qi would care about such things. A quarter of an hour later, Li Wuxiang saw the household that was haunted by the evil spirits. It was a small courtyard surrounded by lowless walls, with listless grass growing on the walls. Inside the courtyard, there was only one small house with the same lush walls, thatched roof, and tiny windows. The courtyard is in the northernmost part of the town. Behind it are bamboo forests and mountains, and the nearest neighbor is still separated by a ditch with muddy water and a stack of firewood. 2 town soldiers were guarding the door, whispering with their sticks. When they saw the people coming, their bodies shook, as if they were frightened, and when they saw that it was Zhao Qi and Li Wuxiang, they were greatly relieved, and busily ran over. Immortal Master Zhao, his family is inside. Zhao Qi glanced at them. You 2 go back first. Without saying a word, the town soldier nodded his head as he ran, and in a few breaths he disappeared into the night. Zhao Qi then pushed open the door and went straight into the courtyard, saying as he walked, listen carefully. The evil spirits we usually talk about are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is ghosts, but there are also 2 kinds. One is after death. There are still some obsessions that are not yet resolved, so they haunt the living, but this kind of nothing malicious, sometimes will leave on their own, or start a spell to send to the netherworld, and will not intend to harm people. There is also another kind of evil ghost, which is a person who, after death, because of his obsession not to be dispersed, and because of his occasional visits to the spiritual places in heaven and earth, has gained some minor Taoist skills. This kind of evil ghosts, at first, are also chaotic, and do not really want to harm people, but the body of the yin gas and the fury is too heavy. Entangled in the person, is a word of death. If more people die, they will gradually open their minds and become evil spirits. Li Wuxiang hugged his sword and followed behind, memorizing every word in his heart. What Zhao Qi said was not a rumor from his original world that he didn't know if it was true or not, but rather a professional's dictation, which was exactly what he desperately needed to know. As Zhao Qi changed his breath, he immediately asked, Master, then how do you tell which is a ghost and which is an evil spirit? All that can be seen by you are evil spirits. Li Wuxiang's heart was in awe as he nodded slightly. The second category is demons. Demons, also divided into 2 kinds. One is often accompanied by practitioners, or got the chance to listen to the sutra sermon, opened the spirit of wisdom. This kind of when you meet, you can also to Taoist friends, but do not close, but also not to provoke, after all, is a different kind. The other kind is the demon, also by chance into the spiritual place, opened up the divine wisdom. This kind does not make sense of indoctrination etiquette. Good and evil all depends on nature. 9 out of 10 will be for the scourge of one side, is also an evil spirit. Master, how is this divided again? Zhao Qi came to a stop in front of the house door at this time, glanced at Li Wuxiang, and smiled. Anyone who would reveal their true form in front of you is a demon. Then there is a third category, which is the human demon. Some people who have had an external evil enter their bodies and are not cut down in time will lose their minds and become human devils. Li Wuxiang instantly gripped his sword and drew in a sharp breath before he didn't tell himself to rip his clothes off and swallow Zhao Qi's head into himself. He almost thought Zhao Qi knew about him and was about to make a move. But Zhao Qi turned his face after saying this, and as soon as he pushed open the door of the house, he walked in. The house was small, just one room. Next to the door was an earthen stove with a small pot on top and 2 tanks, one large and one small, next to the stove. The big one was covered with a lid and contained half a tank of water. The small one had the lid half closed, revealing half a vat of chaffed rice inside. There was an oil lamp on the stove, with only the remaining oil at the bottom for the light of a fire the size of a grain of rice. The firelight then illuminated the person squatting beside a broken bed next to the stove. His head was wrapped in a dark brown cloth and his eyes were round from shock. It was Chen Sanbite, who was holding a wood knife. Chapter 40: Execution of Evil. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhao Xi spoke first. "You're the one who saw the evil spirit?" Chen Sanbite hurriedly stood up, but his whole body was still pressed against the wall. "Yes." "Ah, not really." Zhao Xi took a few steps inside the house and frowned at the two tanks with a plate stove. "What kind of evil spirits?" "Immortal master, it's not exactly an evil spirit. It's my milk." Zhao Xi stopped, turned his face to stare at him. Chen Sanbite. Chen Sanbite hurriedly hung down his face. "Really, my milk? My milk just buried the year before last, I think, is not thinking of me. Also blame me for these years. Did not give her what incense and candles and paper money to burn. This is the evil spirit." Zhao Xi interrupted. "When did you see it?" Last night I was." "Alright, shut up." Zhao Xi surveyed the room once more and walked over to Chen Sanbite's bedside and stood down, thinking that Zhao Xi was going to ask him more. Chen Sanbite shrunk his shoulders and rubbed against the wall slightly further away, but Li Wuxiang had already walked quickly to the bedside, holding the sword sheath in his left hand, and pulling the bed's tattered bedding with his right hand, first turning it over a few times and rolling it up, then lifting it up and stuffing it under the bed. Under the bedding is padded straw. There is a musty smell of the years. He then quickly gathered the straw together, also placed under the bed, revealing the empty bedpan. Chen Sanbite glared at Li Wuxiang and touched his own head, as if new hatred and old hatred had surged together. He was about to open his mouth to speak, but saw that Zhao Xi had already gotten on the bed and was sitting on the bedpan, so he immediately closed his mouth again. Li Wuxiang didn't look at him either, cradling his sword in his arms and standing beside Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi sat down firmly on the bed, placed the front of his clothes flatly and neatly over his legs, and picked up a straw from his side. And then with a flick of his thumb and ring finger, the straw shot out with a whoosh, and the oil lamp on the stove went out in response. "Wait for it to come." Zhao Xi closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "I'll see what kind of cargo it is." The room was quiet, with only the faint night light coming in through the tattered window pane remaining. However, Li Wuxiang's heart did ripple a little. He could be considered a half-professional in the original world, but Zhao Qi's move just now really shocked him, even more so than when he had used the talisman paper to turn into a big ghost to nightmare himself, something he had heard about before, but had not dabbled in, and did not have a very precise knowledge of it. However, the move of snapping fingers and flying flowers just now made him realize that in this world, a person could do this kind of thing. From before, he already knew that Zhao Xi would be quite difficult to deal with even though his realm was similar to his own. But at this moment, he felt that Zhao Xi should be even more difficult to deal with than he expected. He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xi on the bed. He was sitting silently in the darkness, his eyes slightly closed, and he didn't seem to be very worried about what would happen in a while, and the whole person was extremely confident. And didn't he know how many similar evil spirits he had dealt with before? To think of it this way, was Zhao Xi considered a good guy or a bad guy? His master was Zhao Puppet, so Li Wuxiang had previously set him up as an imaginary enemy. However, after contacting him for so many days, Zhao Xi didn't seem to have done anything bad except for his bad nature. On the contrary, he has been waiting in the mountains for more than 10 years, and then went down to the mountains to find his master, and even got rid of a lot of evil spirits. These things seem to indicate that he is actually not bad. Without Zhao Puppet, maybe this is really not a bad master. A soft sound instantly interrupted his thoughts. Li Wuxiang immediately turned his face towards the window, and Chen Sanbite also shrank in his body, directly crouching on the ground. A shadow was cast on the windowpane by the night. It looked like a person, slowly approaching the window, but the person's head looked like a chicken on the hunt for food, darting back and forth as if eagerly searching for some sound. Then the thing pressed its head against the window and didn't move. Zhao Xi remained silent. Li Wuxiang also held his breath, but Chen Sanbite still couldn't help but gently let out a breath even though his hands were gripping the stick with a death grip. The thing outside the window immediately hit his head on the window frame, and seemed to raise his hands to pulling the window to quang quang sound. Seeing that the window was always only slightly open, they again hit their heads, squeezed, and desperately explored the window. Li Wuxiang therefore saw a dark, slightly fluorescent eyes in the window gap shaking around, as if to see clearly what people are hiding in this house. After so much tossing and turning, and seeing that the window still would not open, the shadow suddenly disappeared from the window. The next moment, the door panel was slammed again. Seemingly the thing came over and pulled the door panel. Li Wuxiang remembers that when he came in the door was not chained, it was just hidden, and now the things outside are also pulling outward. but they can never pull it open. This calls to mind the night Zhao Xi used the talisman paper to try himself. That big ghost is also like this to blow the doors and windows straight, roaring to let yourself tell it to go in. There should be some kind of precepts here. Without permission, evil spirits and other things cannot enter the house? But just at this time, Chen Sanbite, who was squatting on the ground, seemed to have finally been frightened and panicked, and couldn't help but shiver and whisper, "Milk, milk, don't you?" The words came out like some kind of incantation, and the thing outside the door went slightly quiet for a moment, and bam pushed the door open. Zhao Xi then opened his eyes at that moment and looked straight at what walked through the door. It was a thin, stooped old man, dressed in birthday clothes, but walking with extreme agility, rather like a wild animal. As soon as it walked into the house, it immediately spasmodically turned its face and took broken steps toward the rice jar, close to the mouth of the tank to look at, immediately with both hands to grab the rice bran in the tank, but after scratching, each time his hands only passed through the chaff, and he could not bring up a single bit of it. He then straightened his back up again, walked over to the stovetop and got down, poked his head inside the stove and started to inhale. There were a lot of unclean ashes in the stove, and it hadn't been fired for a whole day, but when it went to inhale, the ashes in the stove did not rise, but the ashes suddenly appeared in the very faint light of the fire, and all of them were inhaled into its mouth. It was only at this point that Zhao Xi suddenly let out a cold laugh. Good evil spirit, already knowing to receive incense. The evil spirit crouched in place without getting up, but his head snapped around to look in the direction of the sound. Chen Sanbite was so scared that he hit his head on the wall with a thud, but at least he didn't make another sound and bit a hand with his mouth. But this is also useless. The evil spirit body also turned over. Black hole eyes open greatly, but the face shows a smile, and then will waist straight up. Step with broken steps to walk to the front of Chen Sanbite. Chen Sanbite stared up and slanted his eyes, whimpering to look at Zhao Xi, but Zhao Xi didn't move at all, only staring at the evil ghost. Seeing that Zhao Xi didn't save him, Chen Sanbite was so frightened that he panicked and shouted, "Milk, milk, it's me, Sanbite ah." He stomped his legs and tried to escape, but then the evil ghost suddenly lowered its head and gave a long suck to his canopy. Chen Sanbite went limp all of a sudden, like he had suddenly been knocked on his head, tilting his head and blinking his eyes as he looked at Zhao Xi, his mouth ho-ho-hoing, and the corners of his mouth pulling out saliva. This ghost then stopped being in a hurry, as if it had finally found some delicacy, lying on top of him, starting from his heavenly soul cover and slowly sucking on his face. Chen Sanbite's his legs limp and powerless stomping, raising his hands sleepwalking and trying to pick off this ghost, but it went through its body and couldn't touch anything. At this moment, Zhao Xi was still sitting peacefully, so Li Wuxiang couldn't help but glance at him. He himself is not afraid of this thing. On the contrary, also want to be able to observe for a while, so as to know exactly how a habit. Moreover, this ghost sucked the concentration, as if there is no one else in the house. It should be Zhao Xi made some means to protect both of them. He just felt that although Chen Sanbite had some conflicts with himself, but not so much as to be killed alive by the ghost. But when he looked at Zhao Xi, he realized that Zhao Xi glanced at himself as well. What? Scared? Li Wuxiang shook his head slightly. Zhao Xi then withdrew his gaze and suddenly flung his sleeve, his fingertips pinching out a strip of yellow laminated paper. Fingers gently rubbed underneath. A line of fire suddenly flickered from bottom to top, burning the paper into grayish white. But this ash is still firmly clamped by Zhao Qi's fingers, actually did not scatter, and because of the circulation of air in the room, like the embers of the general light a little starfire. At this moment, Zhao Qi pointed his hand before he drank. Trapped. Only then did the burnt ash of the talisman paper fly away from his fingertips, swirling and dancing in the darkness, falling towards Chen Sanbite and the evil spirit, and forming a thin line of glittering sparks on the ground around the two. Li Wuxiang realized that what Zhao Qi had just used should be a talisman. He had thought that the talismans here, even if they were not similar to the ones he had come from, would still be quite complicated and mysterious. However, Zhao Qi's talisman was completely different from his impression. There was only one vermilion talisman on the yellow laminating paper, which looked like a petri dish character that had been pulled into a square shape, with a horizontal dot in the center. Zhao Qi did not move again after making this talisman, and sat on the bed again. The ghost didn't seem to be affected by it, and was still sucking air greedily from Chen Sanbite's face. Chen Sanbite had little strength at this time. His arms couldn't be lifted, his eyes were empty, his mouth was wide open, his face was lifted up by an invisible force, and he was sucking the ghost's breath. Are you trying to ask why I haven't made a move yet? He glanced at Li Wuxiang again. Li Wuxiang nodded, because although you can see it, it is not here with us, but in the underworld. Zhao Xi got up as he spoke and lightly jumped off the bed. Getting rid of it at this time would be time-consuming and laborious, but telling it to enjoy some incense and popularity and come to this realm would be much less troublesome. As for the suffering this person has endured, it's just self-inflicted, you watch. Li Wuxiang immediately looked at Chen Sanbite. Just in the time it took Zhao Qi to say so many words, he was bleeding from his face. Originally, his arm could only go through the evil ghost's body when he wanted to block the ghost away, but at this moment, his arm was being pressed against the wall by the ghost, and the ghost had stopped sucking in his breath, and instead, it had come up with its mouth, and was nibbling on the skin of his face. It did not really bite into the flesh with every bite, rather it was like a person trying to bite into a hanging apple, always not being able to use the strength. Sometimes it could reach the face, sometimes it was like a phantom only biting into the air, but even so, but also Nod's slurping sound, called Chen San bites the left side of the face several more blood marks, almost to reveal the bloody cheekbones. At this moment, Zhao Qi suddenly raised his hand, and as he drew his long sword from Li Wuxiang's arms, he drank under his breath. The time has come. Evil sneaks, be put to death. The sword arrived at the sound of the voice, and the tip of the sword immediately stabbed into the head of the evil spirit, and violently picked. But the ghost's head only shook slightly like a reflection in the water, completely unharmed. However, it seemed to realize that there was someone else in the house, and violently turned its head around, letting go of Chen Sanbite in front of it, and turned back to Zhao Qi to pounce on him. Zhao Qi was only a step away from the ghost, and when the ghost pounced, it almost reached his face, but it was also almost just about to touch Zhao Qi. His body was immediately pulled back by an invisible force, and he was far away again. The ghost didn't know what was going on, but it just kept pouncing with its ferocity, staring with black eyes and baring its teeth, but it could only toss and turn in the same place, unable to get out of the thin line on the ground that was made by the ashes of the fire. After getting out of the trap, this was the first time that Li Wuxiang saw the fighting method with his own eyes, and at first, he only felt that it was quite strange, and thought that Zhao Qi really did have some means, and was far more powerful than he had imagined. But after a little while, he felt that something seemed wrong. When Zhao Qi made the first sword, he was so bold and heroic, as if he could destroy the ghost with a single stroke of his sword. But that sword did not succeed. After that he made 4 swords in a row, each time hitting the head of the evil ghost that kept fluttering. But like the first sword, it could only stir up the ghost's head slightly shaking, and did not do any damage. By this time Zhao Qi will no longer speak, and slightly back a step, cheeks bulging, and then puff a mouth will be mixed with blood saliva spit on the sword, and raise the breath as if shouting, and then go to stab the ghost. This time finally had an effect. The tip of the sword in the head of the ghost, which immediately flowed out of black blood, and then turned into black smoke in midair, and then full of fishy smell of the house. But this wound more will be the evil spirit of anger, before or hard to Zhao Qi's direction to pounce. At this time but in the small world by the ashes of the fire circle into the manic jumping up and down, around the body of the black gas dense, completely will be filled with the inside, and then tossed a few times. Even some black gas sticking to the ground dispersal out, rushed to the circle of fire ash snorting, which a little starfire also began to extinguish. At this time to look at Zhao Qi, can already see his forehead began to ooze fine sweat, eyes are also a little fluttering, seems to have been in advance to find a way back. He thought he couldn't handle it? But why was he so confident before? Neither listening to Chen Xian's detailed account nor Chen Sanbite's words, Li Wuxiang immediately began to make preparations. He planned to retreat a little further back first, so that he could retreat to the door. In case something went wrong, he could also take the opportunity to escape first. Zhao Qi said that evil ghosts harmed people, and he himself was actually considered a painted ghost at the moment, so he wasn't afraid of this thing. Just in case it came to the time when he needed to make a move, he would inevitably reveal some cracks. But when he was about to look toward the door, he realized that the door was gone. He was looking at what appeared to be the side against the bed, and there was only a wall of dirt. He immediately turned his face to the other side, but it was still the side against the bed. Trapped in the house by this ghost? This cheap master is also too unreliable. Chapter 41, The Trial. At this moment, Zhao Qi violently withdrew his sword and took 3 steps back. He stood still on the ground, and as he thrust his sword into the earth, he fished out a few pieces of talisman paper from his sleeve and turned his head to Li Wuxiang and shouted, "Incense!" Li Wuxiang was slightly stunned, and Zhao Qi added, "Straw." Li Wuxiang immediately understood and rushed to the side of the bed and dug downwards, grabbing out a bunch of straw. At this time, Zhao Qi took a few brisk steps and quickly placed those talisman papers in front of the sword, in 2 rows of 3 each. These 6 pieces of talisman paper would be similar to the ones he had seen that night, small figures drawn in ink, with only their eyes dotted with vermilion sand. A row of small figures on the left-hand side holding fluorine boards, and a row of small figures on the right-hand side holding swords and spears. Zhao Xi lifted his hemline, sat down behind the sword, and began to recite a mantra under his breath. He recited it so fast that Li Wuxiang couldn't hear the details, but he clearly heard the name East Emperor Taichi several times. His heart jumped slightly, suddenly feeling that Zhao Qi's formation looked a bit familiar, and in the next moment, he immediately realized this was almost the same scene as when he was trapped in the stove, with an emperor sitting at the top, and 2 rows of civil and military personnel on the left and right. While he was pondering, Zhao Qi had finished his incantation and pulled the middle finger of his right hand over the blade of the sword in one quick motion before stopping, and blood snaked down the spine of the sword. He extended his left hand again, and Li Wuxiang immediately handed over 3 bunches of stirred-up straws. Zhao Qi pinched the straws, and with a heave, the tips of the straws burst into bright red and ignited without fire. He inserted these 3 bunches of straw that acted as incense candles in front of him, looked straight at the fluttering ghosts and monsters, and drank. Execute! His voice wasn't big, but it sounded extremely clear and stern, as if a thunderbolt had sounded in the room. Li Wuxiang, by his drink, only feel in front of the eyes a violent shake, as if instant fainting. Surrounded by the scenery, all followed the shake. This should be a powerful tactic of the Ranshan school, right? Listening to Zhao Qi reciting the incantation, he was forced by this ghost to invoke the divine power of the Eastern Emperor Tai, whom they worshipped. But again, nothing happened. After that broken cry dissipated, Li Wuxiang did feel that there was a fleeting force of greatness around his body for a moment, but the next moment it dissipated, only to tell him to feel slightly energized. His body was relieved, his hunger was relieved, and there seemed to be some subtle changes in his body as well. But now he has no time to pay attention to their own. Zhao Qi, this move is still not effective. The ghost is still in the circle within the ferocious. The black gas around the body has been so thick that cannot be melted, but also from the ground into a rolling black fog rushing out. The ground, that circle of fire gray thin line, was dull, this time again by this black gas immediately extinguished, and then scattered in all directions. The ghost's body flashed violently for a bit and instantly disappeared. Zhao Qi froze and was about to let out a sigh of relief when he heard Li Wuxiang drink. Behind you. Zhao Qi violently turned back. Is with the ghost face to face? He immediately drew back, but only a slight movement of the ghost is also a flash of the body, and now behind him, violently opened the mouth, force a suck. Zhao Qi's body was struck by lightning, and he trembled for a moment, grabbing the hilt of the sword on the ground before he fell. The next moment he pulled up his sword, but did not look for the ghost, nor the door or window, but ran towards Chen San Bite. But as soon as he took a step, the ghost lay on his back and sucked in another hard bite. Zhao Qi's legs instantly went limp and he almost fell to the ground. He propped up the ground with his left hand and continued to run towards Chen San Bite. The ghost then took another bite. This time Zhao Qi fell solidly. Even his sword almost came out of his hand, and his face began to have muscle spasms. His mouth and tongue opened wide, and salivation oozed out of it like Chen San Bite did before, but his eyes were still staring at Chen San Bite. Chen San Bite has an oddity? Li Wuxiang immediately rushed to Chen San Bite's side, and saw that although he was still limp on the ground, he had already slowed down slightly after such a short while, and was struggling to roll his eyelids, like a sleepy person trying to tell himself to hurry up and wake up. At this time, Zhao Qi only had eyes that could move normally. He glared and glared at Li Wuxiang, but Li Wuxiang couldn't figure out what exactly he was telling him to do, so he just yanked Chen San Bite violently up from the ground, and pushed and shook him hard again. When Chen San Bite struggled before, he had already made his clothes scattered, and when he was grabbed and shaken by Li Wuxiang at this time, the clothes fell off and scattered on the ground, revealing his chest that was soaked with blood. And as soon as Chen San's bitten clothes hit the ground, the ghost lying on Zhao Qi's body tumbled down all at once, originally floating lightly in midair like a phantasmagoria. At this point, it landed on Zhao Qi's back first, and tumbled off to his side, the breath in its mouth breaking off all at once. Zhao Qi immediately took a long breath and grabbed the long sword by his side and stabbed it in the head. The evil ghost dispersed with a buzz, turning into a foul-smelling liquid that poured onto the ground with a clatter. The room was quiet all of a sudden, and when he looked around again, the doors and windows were all back in place. Li Wuxiang wanted to help Zhao Qi on the ground, but he had already risen, furiously opened Li Wuxiang's hand, and ran to Chen San Bite's side in 2 steps. Chen San Bite was shaken awake by Li Wuxiang and tried to speak in a confused manner, but Zhao Qi kicked him and made him let out a short ah and sat down by the wall. And then Zhao Qi used his sword to pick through Chen San Bite's clothes, seemingly finding something, and immediately bent down to pick it up. Li Wuxiang then shifted his gaze to Chen Sanbite. Was it that this scoundrel's body carried something that drove ghosts and monsters, and that was why he called the situation just now greatly out of Zhao Qi's expectation? But not like. Chen Sanbite at this time on the face of the kind of panic and confusion completely cannot be fake. Lucas also did not expect just now there will be so dangerous and terrible scene. If he can really hide his other thoughts so well, he wouldn't need to be a rogue in Jin Shui. Zhao Qi finished picking up the things before walking to Chen Sanbite's side again, lifting him up by his neck and pressing him against the wall, his right hand gripping the sword, his eyes furious, as if he was going to stab him to death in the next moment. But after 2 breaths, he pushed his hand violently and put Chen Sanbite down. Chen Sanbite was trembling with fear at this point, and busily said, Immortal Master, Immortal Master, shut up. Zhao Qi snapped at him and glanced at Li Wuxiang. Take him and follow me out. After saying that, he carried his sword and strided out the door, took a few deep breaths of fresh air, then turned around holding his sword and saw Li Wuxiang grabbing Chen Sanbite's shoulder and escorting him out, before saying, You take him in front and go that way, towards the foot of the mountain. Just now in the house, although dangerous, but the noise of the fight is not big. Adding to the fact that Chen Sanbite's house was far away from the neighboring houses, the surrounding area was still quiet at this time. Li Wuxiang followed Zhao Qi's instructions and clipped Chen Sanbite's arms behind his back, escorting him forward. But as he walked, he kept an eye on Zhao Qi's movements 3 or 4 paces behind him. Zhao Qi's behavior just now was too odd. At first, he was full of confidence, and after that, he was full of blunders, and if he hadn't helped himself, I'm afraid that he would have to explain himself to this evil spirit. According to his smart and cautious disposition, he really shouldn't make this kind of mistake. And what did he just pick up from Chen Sanbite's clothes? Is that thing haunted? Only, he is now holding a sword and walking far behind, as if he is watching out for something. Watching out for himself? Where did he reveal a break just now? Thinking of this, Li Wuxiang lowered his voice and asked in a low voice beside Chen Sanbite, What did you do to make my master so angry? Did you lure that ghost? Just now. Chen Sanbite was still paralyzed and delirious from being sucked by the ghost, but by this time he had slowed down. Although his body was still powerless and half of his face was bloody, it seemed that because he was facing his old enemy, his essence was revitalized. He turned his face and glared at Li Wuxiang. It's none of your business. Don't be godly. You worshipped him as a master, is it great? Just watch. In a while he's going to accept me as a disciple as well. His words told Li Wuxiang to relax slightly, so he smiled. Oh, because of what? Because you were scared shitless just now? Chen Sanbite glanced at him with a frown, spat another mouthful of bloodied spittle onto the ground, and smiled contemptuously. Oh, you don't know yet. Humph, you'll see. Sure enough, it's because of him. But what did Chen Sanbite know? Thinking that he could blackmail Zhao Qi into accepting him as a disciple, Li Wuxiang wanted to ask again, but the two had already walked to the bamboo forest behind the house. This bamboo forest is at the foot of the mountain, and looking further up is the deep and majestic Bishan mountain in the night color, covering the stars in the sky. Zhao Qi droned behind him. Stop right here. Li Wuxiang then stood down, released Chen Sanbite's arms and retreated to the side again. Zhao Qi walked over with his sword and looked at Chen Sanbite, then at Li Wuxiang. You go over there. I'll interrogate and question him. Don't ask anyone to disturb me. The direction that his eyes indicated was in the sparser part of the bamboo forest, where the moonlight could still penetrate in wisps, like a silver satin hanging down from the forest in the night color. Li Wuxiang did not ask more questions, walked to the moonlight and stood down. It was about 10 paces away from Zhao Qi and Chen Sanbite, and they were in pitch darkness, so an ordinary person would not be able to see anything. But his broad cicada Z has been practiced to the realm of wearing the golden haze. In such darkness as like dusk, can roughly see the appearance of the two people, only to see Zhao Qi standing in front of Chen Sanbite, looking at him with his sword. Chen Sanbite, on the other hand, immediately bowed down, scrunched up his neck, looked up at Zhao Qi, squeezed out some smiles on his bloody face, and began to say something with his mouth. Zhao Qi listened expressionlessly and briefly answered a few sentences, then raised his left hand up, showing whatever was in his hand to Chen Sanbite. Chen Sanbite nodded his head repeatedly and said a few more words, his waist gradually straightening up and his face becoming relaxed. Zhao Qi said another word, and Chen Sanbite froze slightly, his face turning from relief to surprise, and he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Zhao Qi suddenly slapped a palm onto his mouth, seemingly slapping something in his hand into his mouth. Without waiting for Chen Sanbite to react, another palm hit his throat, and Chen Sanbite fell to the ground in response, his hands pinching his own neck, his body arching like a prawn. Zhao Qi sidled up and raised his voice. Come here. Li Wuxiang immediately walked over. when he was still 2 or 3 steps away from Chen Sanbite, Zhao Xi raised his hand and threw his sword to him, and pointed at the man on the ground. Kill! Li Wuxiang froze, holding his sword, looking at Chen Sanbite and then Zhao Xi. Before saying, "Master?" he raised that ghost. "Kill it!" Li Wuxiang held his sword and took a slight step back, but when he saw a flash of essence in Zhao Qi's eyes, staring sternly at him, he swallowed his saliva and took another step forward, his voice already trembling a little. "Master, but he didn't deserve to die." Zhao Qi's face flushed. "Remember when I came here and said I would try your heart? If you don't kill him, you will no longer be my disciple from this point onwards. Go seek immortality elsewhere." As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Wuxiang froze slightly, then took a deep breath, clenched his teeth fiercely, and took large strides to walk to Chen Sanbite's side. Chen Sanbite had received a blow from Zhao Qi, and at this point, he hadn't yet regained his breath, and was only hunched over in pain on the ground. Li Wuxiang stood beside him and turned his face to look at Zhao Qi, seeing that he was still expressionless, before he violently raised his foot and stepped on Chen Sanbite's chest, causing him to let out a weak awe and topple over on his back. Only then did Chen Sanbite regain his senses and was about to open his hands to stop it, but Li Wuxiang pushed the sword violently, penetrated his body, and nailed Chen Sanbite to the ground, and then he immediately let go, gasped and took 2 steps back, froze for a moment before turning his face. "Master, I killed it." Zhao Qi stood in the darkness and stared at him for a moment, then nodded and extended a hand. Li Wuxiang wiped the blood on the blade of the sword on Chen Sanbite's body, returned the sword to its sheath, and presented it to Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi took the sword and looked at him in silence for a while. "Bury the body." "Yes," Li Wuxiang said in a low voice. "After burying it, I'll go talk to you." "Master, don't use it, just bury it and go back to sleep. Then, I'll talk to Master tomorrow." Zhao Qi smiled. "Practice well at home these days. When I need to see you, I'll ask someone to find you." He left after that, and only a moment later his footsteps were already far away, as if he was already impatient to talk to anyone anymore. Li Wuxiang stood in the darkness right next to the corpse, and when he was sure that there was no longer anyone around, he immediately squatted down and probed his hand into Chen Sanbite's mouth. The tentacles in his body probed out from his fingers, propping open Chen Sanbite's esophagus straight into his stomach sac. Touching the thing that had just been knocked into his mouth by Zhao Qi, it was wet and sticky to the touch, extremely light and thin, and he immediately curled the thing with his tentacles, carefully pulling it out of his esophagus without calling for it to have any further breakage. It was a piece of rune paper, originally folded. It was now completely soaked with stomach fluids and stuck together. Li Wuxiang then carefully placed it on a dry bamboo leaf aside, and pressed his hand onto Chen Sanbite's left rib, gently pressing. Chen Sanbite coughed violently and inhaled a breath. His eyelids fluttered violently, then snapped open. When he saw Li Wuxiang, his gaze instantly turned straight, subconsciously raising his hands as if his memory was still stuck in the time when he was going to be killed. When he saw that Li Wuxiang's hand no longer had a sword, only then did he freeze his arms in mid-air. You didn't kill me just now." Li Wuxiang looked at him. "If you kill often and are careful enough, steady enough, and lucky enough, you might find a place that looks deadly and can call for an immediate fainting spell but won't kill you." "What did you just say to my master?" Chen Sanbite blinked his eyes and couldn't help but tilt his neck hard, staring blankly at Li Wuxiang. Originally, he did not think much of this Li Jiawan's son, and even more so, he was immensely resentful of the fact that he was accepted by the immortal master as a disciple, always thinking that it was all by virtue of a pair of pretty skins and a former family history that he had good luck, which really made people jealous and resentful. But now, in his not-so-smart head, he vaguely felt that things seemed a bit off. "You often kill people? You are not Li Jie." Li Wuxiang laughed a little. "As a former dude, it's quite reasonable for me to abuse a few people on a regular basis, right?" "What did you just say to my master?" Chen Sanbite froze for a while, and suddenly glared. "You save me from going first, and get me some money, or I'll tell you immortal master that you didn't kill me, and ask me." A miserable scream had just exited, and was immediately covered by Li Wuxiang's left hand in his mouth, and his right hand plunged into Chen Sanbite's left chest wound, almost missing his entire middle and index fingers. "Stupid thing, I can save you once, but not twice. My next exertion will be to rip out your heart." "What did you say to my master?" Chapter 42 Runic Spells. Chen Sanbite rolled his eyes in pain and moved his body like a fish on the shore, whimpering under his breath, seemingly saying, I said. He wanted to lift Li Wuxiang off of him, but the severe pain in his chest caused his body to spasm, and he almost lost consciousness in his arms and legs. Li Wuxiang then told him to be in so much pain for a full dozen breaths of effort before he retracted his hand from his wound. Last chance. Speak. Chen San bites the pain so much that his breath trembles, and when he looks at Li Wuxiang again, his eyes are full of fear. Shivering and shivering, he opens his mouth. That ghost is not recruited by me. It is recruited by your master. Really? Li Wuxiang's gaze turned and he nodded. Go on. How do you know? He believed Chen Sanbite's words, because in that case the kind of obsessive confidence Zhao Xi had before made sense. The ghosts were recruited by him, and he naturally knew how to deal with them in his heart, only to have an accident later. Can you take your hand out first? Li Wuxiang stirred his fingers together again. Be brief, be clear. The quicker you speak the less you suffer. I was just about to go to sleep one night when I heard a commotion outside, and the roof of my house was leaking. I saw through the cracks that someone had jumped up on the roof of my house, and seemed to have put something down and gone away again. When he left I went up to my room and saw. Li Wuxiang twisted up the talisman paper stuck to the bamboo leaf. This? Yes, this. I went on the roof of the house when I happened to see that person again on the roof of Chen Er's house. I recognized that person is your master. And then I was on the roof of the beams underneath this peeled out of the. I thought as not he gave us under the evil breakthrough talisman paper. I put it up thinking that it can protect the body. When was that? Last month? I can't remember. Just when he first came to town. According to Zhao Qi's nature, he couldn't do the thing that he put the charm of warding off evil spirits on people at night. And even if he did so, he definitely couldn't wait for everyone to know about his credit. So, he came to Jinshui should be in order to find Zhao puppets. Then this matter must have a direct connection with finding Zhao puppets. Go on. Nothing more. Suddenly haunted yesterday. I put this charm close to the body with a gas. And then you beat me. I think this charm is no ass. So I threw it under the bed. But last night, I suddenly heard something rattling under the bed. I looked underneath. And all of a sudden I saw my milk crawling out of this talisman. You don't know how scary. Little by little from the talisman squeezed out. But you still have the nerve to keep this charm close to you again? Last night my milk did not harm me. She went to the tank to eat a little rice bran and sucked a little stove fire on the go. I figured it out. This charm must be your master under the ghosts to us. He is now the town master of the home for nothing. May also be subjected to the eyes of the people he himself is not comfortable. So he gave people under the charm of the ghosts to attract ghosts and then exorcise the ghosts, so as to mix the meal. You're smart. Well, my master can be aggravated in the Chen family now. Li Wuxiang couldn't help but smile, pulling his finger outward slightly. And I just told everyone everywhere about it and told everyone to know that it was haunted. And I thought it would be doing him a favor, right? He must have wanted to tell everyone to know about it. And then wouldn't you guys come and catch the ghost? Just now I told him. I know you invited this ghost. I've done you a great favor. Do you think I'm smart? Take me as your disciple. He was not happy. So I said that if you don't accept me I'll tell the town master about this. And tell the town master to know that you're here to cheat for food. Li Wuxiang nodded. Good guts. This compliment seemed to call Chen Sanbite's mixed temperament back a little bit. Looking at Li Wuxiang, braced the bold and starved the timid. We are all about the same age. So why do you have a pretty girl from Shui's family to sleep with and can be Zhao Qi's disciple? But I can only eat chaff? How am I worse than you? Since you've spared my life, why don't you go and ask your master for me again? If he can accept me as his disciple, I'll definitely dash. Li Wuxiang slapped his face heavily. If you don't want to die, don't have that thought again. Know why he wants to kill you? Isn't it just because I know he invokes ghosts? It's because you called him out. Li Wuxiang pointed to the talisman on one side, which still had some dark blood stains on it. My master was going to easily put the ghost away tonight as well, but you carried this talisman close to your body. The ghost gnawed on your face, and the blood soaked into the talisman paper. Taoist priests have always heard of such things as biting the tip of the tongue through and spewing out a mouthful of essence blood dash. Never heard of. Shut up. The blood of living beings is a very divine thing. I guess it's because this talisman is dipped in your blood that the ghost has been told to become extremely difficult to deal with. And my master almost folded in your house tonight. Do you know what he hates? It's not that you know blah blah blah. It's that you told him to make a fool out of himself and threatened him with that fool's errand. Figure it out yet? Chen Sanbite had answered a few words before, all of which were a kind of mixed-up roguish habit that seemed to be very unaware of advancement and retreat. Li Wuxiang had thought that this time he would still be unaware of his death and tell him some conditions. Unexpectedly he froze for a while and suddenly showed a look of fear on his face and said in a low voice, I see. The words ended in both a false and short note, clearly a genuine fear. Li Wuxiang a little thought, but also understand. This scoundrel does not know how to live. Admittedly difficult to deal with, but just now in this situation cannot help but say where is worse than you. Honestly, C is a good face. Love to hold grudges of nature. Then this kind of temperament of the person is the most can understand. Just now the thing will call Zhao Xi how much hate him. He pulled his hand out of Chen Sanbait's chest and stood up to look down at him. If you ask my master to see you in Jinshui again, you will surely die. This injury on your chest is not fatal now, but if you don't properly condition and nourish it, it will still be a death sentence. You are now heading to Qingjiang City to find a good doctor. You may still be able to live. Go. Chen Sanbait looked at him in disbelief and froze for a while before slowly getting up, grimacing in pain. He stood up and took a few steps back, seeing that Li Wuxiang really didn't want to make a move before he hurriedly ran up. But just after running 2 or 3 steps, he covered his chest in pain again, and had to continue to walk sideways and slowly. Li Wuxiang watched him about to walk away and suddenly asked, "How old are you this year?" Chen Sanbait was startled and hurriedly returned his head. 18? All right, go. Chen Sanbait looked at him a few more times, and said as he walked away, "You wait, I'm also considered to make a clear distinction between grudges, and when I'm developed in the future, I'll return your favor." Li Wuxiang was silent and only watched him walk into the mountains before picking up the talisman on the bamboo leaf and flying towards the town. Chapter 43, The Dojo. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and there were rumors of ghosts, so every house was closed, and the town was even quieter, with only the faint barking of dogs and the chirping of insects. Li Wuxiang took several deep breaths and told his body to become soft and light, lightly jumped onto the roof of Chen Sanbait's neighboring house without making a sound. This house should be the Chen heir that Chen Sanbait said. Looks like a good family. The roof is covered with tiles. Since Chen Sanbait said that he could see Zhao Xi coming to his house from his own house, it should be the neighboring side of the roof. Li Wuxiang gently rummaged around, and after uncovering more than 30 tiles, he finally found another talisman. Unwrapping the layer of greaseproof paper wrapped around the surface, revealing the folded talisman. It was not the yellow laminated paper that Zhao Xi had just used, but a familiar bamboo paper that had been folded into the shape of a small person. Li Wuxiang carefully unwrapped this thing and saw hardly a talisman drawn on it. In fact, it is a small person, drawn in vermilion, shaped like a small fat man sitting on the end. Called Li Wuxiang slightly feel familiar. It's the Zhao Wang that I met at the Wang's house. The Zhao Wang of the Wang family is a round fat man with a big grin. The reason why it was so impressive was that, in addition to the fact that it had manifested itself that night, it was also because it had a mouth full of sharp teeth, which made it look a bit hideous. And it is this image of Zhao Wang that is on this bamboo paper. At this time, the one from Chen Sanbait's stomach was also dry, so Li Wuxiang carefully unfolded it and found it to be the same as the one from Chen Er's house. He put Chen Erja's talisman paper back where it belonged and continued to fly through the night. Luckily, the first half of the night was a moonland, and by the second half of the night the sky grew cloudy. After checking out a few more houses, they all found the Zhao Wang talisman paper left behind by Zhao Qi in the water shelter on the roof. He made another push and eventually found 93 households, all of which were like this. The remaining 2 households were the town lord Chen Xian's family and the Shui family. Chen Xian's family, needless to say, was bound to be there as well. As for the Shui family, when Li Wuxiang also found the same talisman paper from the roof of the main house where Shui Beibi lived, Shui Beibi heard the noise and walked gingerly to the courtyard with a bolt in his hand. The look on his face was 3 parts terrified and 7 parts fierce, as if he was about to get into a good fight with someone. Li Wuxiang couldn't help but laugh at her appearance and jumped down from the roof. "It's me." Shui Baobao put down the bolt and let out a breath. "I thought there were thieves coming. What took you so long to come back?" Li Wuxiang was about to answer her when the floating clouds in the sky suddenly cleared slightly, so he was able to see Shui Baobao's appearance more clearly. Perhaps she accidentally fell asleep a while ago and only got up now. Her clothes were loose, so her bare shoulders and neck looked especially bright and delicate under the moonlight. Her hair is fluffy and messy, hanging down from her ears and cheeks. Again, really a dark cloudy look. Extremely provocative. The first time I saw her, Li Wuxiang only felt that it was a beautiful young girl, but now under the moonlight, she looks even more beautiful. Simply has become a flavorful beauty. Shui Baobao noticed the way he was looking at her, and her face immediately blushed, wanting to avoid it, but unable to do so. When she was thinking of saying something in a hurry, she heard Li Wuxiang ask, "How old are you?" Shui Baobao's head buzzed softly, biting her lower lip hard as she looked up to meet Li Wuxiang's gaze. "I'm going to be 17. When my mother was 17 dash. Where is Wang when Wang Wu?" "Ha?" Shui Baobao froze, not paying attention to the hand on the bolt. Bam fell. She was busy bending down to pick it up, and gently exhaled a breath behind Li Wuxiang's back. before saying, 23 or 4, what's wrong? Oh, Li Wuxiang took 2 steps back and looked at her again, thinking a little. I came back late because I went ghost hunting with Zhao Xi. Chen Sanbait's house is haunted, and there was a bit of an accident while catching the ghost. As he spoke, he went into the stoveroom and saw that there were still embers in the stove. Shui Baobao had left him a small bowl of noodles and fish, and 2 raw eggs. He slowly ate the noodles and fish while telling him what had just happened. Speaking of letting Chen Sanbait go, Shui Baobao frowned worriedly. What if he really can't think straight and comes back to do something weird again? He has no money, no food, no drink. He can really walk to Qingjiang City. The first thing he has to do is to solve the food and drink. Find someone to look at his injury. Just for things like food and drink, a month can be solved even if I underestimated him. He can't come back. He then went on to talk about the talismans he had found on the roofs of people's homes in town. Shui Baobao Vase immediately looked up, and Li Wuxiang nodded. Yes, we have them in our house as well. Zhao Qi has been very busy since he came here, and isn't as idle as he seems. Shui Baobao frowned and reached up to scratch his neck. So, those talismans, he is actually busy keeping everyone safe? Then he won't do it secretly. Li Wuxiang looked at her and was silent for a moment. To say something that upsets you. You said you've seen Wang Wen and Wang Wu occasionally in the past 2 years before, right? But the other day they suddenly took a shine to you. The same neighbors, crazy enough to come to your house at night and use force dash. Shui Baobao froze and immediately straightened up. No, I didn't. I'm not saying you're at fault. Li Wuxiang exhaled softly. I just thought about this before. You live close to the Wang family. They should have seen you occasionally, but why did they suddenly get horny when you went to them that day to exchange food? You can't figure it out, can you? But I think it's because you don't have mirrors in your house anymore, and usually you just freshen up in the water, not realizing that you've suddenly emerged as a beauty. Shui Baobao's heart heaved and she felt like she was almost out of breath. But she knew that Li Wuxiang hadn't said all this to compliment her on her good looks, but because of something else, but she didn't figure out what exactly she meant. Li Wuxiang sighed. You said that Wang Wen Wang Wu is 23 or 4 years old this year, but to me it looks like he is about 30. Maybe it is because of the hunters. The wind and sun appear to be old looking, but tonight Chen Sanbai told me that he is only 18 years old. Do you see him like 1788, 1819, or like 24 or 25 years old? Shui Baohua felt that she had vaguely grasped something. She slowly inhaled a breath, frowned and thought. It seems that, yes, before Wang Wen Wang Wu, Chen Sanbai, all of them had not yet looked so now, mature, or old looking. Your town lord Chen Xin doesn't look like he's in his 50s either, but more like he's in his 60s. Li Wuxiang looked at her. I thought before that maybe it was just the people here showing their age, but you, Bao Bao, if I had seen you now half a month ago, I would have only thought, 2 or 3 years have passed, and you have already grown so beautiful. Shui Baobao's heart clanked and her eyes widened. You mean Zhao Qi? Those talismans, probably stealing your yang energy, longevity, and young life, whatever it's called. I guess what he's trying to do. Li Wuxiang nodded. Remember when I was trapped in the hearth? His master, Zhao Puppet, is making a dojo in a conch lion shell. Zhao Qi doesn't have the same kind of skills he has, but I think he's making a dojo out of Jinshui. Chapter 44, Sacrifice. A chill soaked through Shui Baobao's entire body, and she couldn't help but shiver. But Li Wuxiang grabbed her hand. Don't be afraid. Remember what I said? Once you know what's going on and what to do, there's nothing to be afraid of. Shui Baobao also grabbed his hand. Then let's go tell the town master? Li Wuxiang gently tapped his fingers on the back of her hand, slightly out of breath for a moment. Zhao Qi's tactics are more known than mine. He spent a lot of time with the town lord, and my identity is more sensitive to him. If he denies it, the town lord might be more inclined to believe him, and that's beating the bushes. Once it gets to this point, you and I will be in danger. You will be in danger. And there was also the matter of the external evil. Li Wuxiang looked into her eyes and hesitated for a moment. Once upon a time he would have kept all such things to himself and never told anyone else. It was one of the unspoken rules within his profession. Don't trust anyone. Don't try to seek solace from anyone, and minimize your own risk. He used to do that. He couldn't remember exactly what happened afterward, but he regretted it. That would have built up too much stress in his body, and he'd circumvented the external risks, but ignored his own, and ended up with near self-destructive results. He needed a little bit of goodness, a little bit of sincerity, to hedge against something more terrible. And me, he sighed softly, Shou Qi, might be sacrificing something. Remember what I told you about what happened in the hearth? Zhao Puppet is using me as the emperor and the other children as civil and military officials, trying to refine Tai. I would have thought before that it was just a formality. What exactly is being refined with? Now Zhao Xi hides his painted hearts and talisman paper in every house, and when he catches the ghost he says that the ghost knows to receive the incense. I guess there really is such a thing as incense wish power in this world, substantial and capable of being used. Zhao Puppet's refining of Tai probably used this wish power of more than 100 children wholeheartedly believing that there is only one great karma in the world consisting of more than 100 people, while Zhao Qi borrowed what would have been the offerings to Zhao Wang, the weekday incense Qi of the families. I think he's using this method to refine something like Zhao Puppet. This sacrificial koan is very, very important to me, and I really want to get my hands on it. Is a way to get you to practice properly? Aha, then can you just go and ask him? He's already taking you on as a disciple. And didn't you say he even told you to kill Chen Sanbite tonight so he could test your heart? Li Wuxiang let go of her hand and smiled bitterly. That's right. But I should have messed up. I shouldn't have killed Chen Sanbite. Xue Baobao froze. Ha! Li Wuxiang stood up and sighed. At first, I thought the same as you, that he was trying to see if I would listen to him. But after I killed Chen Sanbite, I realized that Zhao Qi immediately turned cold towards me. So I knew something was wrong. Now I think it's the other point. You know how there are people who do no evil themselves, but want their children to study and learn, right? Zhao Qi should be this kind. He wants his disciples to listen to him, but he doesn't want his disciples to be really cold and cruel, especially the ones like me who are extremely gifted in his opinion. Tonight, I listened to him and was able to kill Chen Sanbite, but in the future, I might be able to deceive my master and join another person. Zhao Qi's kind of mind is really twisted, but it can't be helped, and I guess that's really what he's thinking. This kind of person is really annoying. Li Wuxiang took a few more steps with the bowl and went to the water basin to wash it off. You go ahead and leave Jinxue to hide for a while. You are young. I don't know how much of your yang life has been stolen now, but it looks like 4 or 5 years. But since I can see it, it means that slowly others can also see it. Last night, Chen Sanbite's house even attracted a ghost, which I guess means that what Zhao Qi is about to do is nearing its end. You know, that feeling of power built up to the limit and about to erupt. You hide for a few days. Go to the mountains. What about my side? If I can learn anything from Zhao Qi it is the best. If not, I am also a demon who draws the skin now. I will come hard with him. He thought for a moment and turned his face to look at Xue Baobao. Do you want me to save the town? Xue Baobao immediately shook her head. I don't want you to risk your life for them. Li Wuxiang looked at her and laughed a little in his heart. This kind of energy is very much like what he told her, the girl in the story. In fact, she has also been very suitable for entering the profession, but he also knew that there are times when a thought is like a seed. At first glance it looks a little stubborn and capricious, favoring the beloved's loveliness. However, if it is uncontrolled, it could end up growing into something very scary. He had just said that people like Zhao Qi were annoying as hell, and how could he be any different? I didn't like them either after I saw them fishing dead people out of the river the other day. He put the bowl back on the stovetop, but it seems there are real gods in this world, and I'm a demon. It's something I'm not sure about, that is to say, talking in a metaphysical way, do I count as having been involved in this? If all I want is to tell Zhao Qi to keep this ritual going so I can learn what I want from it, would that be considered aiding and abetting? And how would that affect me later? So drop by. I'm not going to lay down my life for the likes of them, but I can help out in passing. Xue Baobao was silent for a while and suddenly nodded. Okay, I'll pack up and go into the mountains tomorrow. I usually go into the mountains to pick things sometimes. I can stay in the mountains for 2 or 3 days and then come back to take a look. There shouldn't be anyone paying attention to me. That's great. He had thought that he would have to persuade her a few more times, but she refused to leave, and in the end, she had to leave with tears in her eyes. Now, she was more determined and courageous than Chen Sanbite. The second half of the night was spent without sleep. They redug out from the wall the more than 4 pounds of silver they had gotten from the Wang family, while Li Wuxian looked for a whetstone and sharpened the 3 daggers he had left behind earlier, and told Xue Baobao to sew 3 sheaths out of thin slices of wood and coarse cloth. Insert the daggers into the sheaths, and then cut open the chest again, wrapping it tightly with the white whiskers from his body. Li Wuxiang tried a few more times to make sure he could instantly pull the dagger out of his chest before giving up. Xue Baobao packed up some food and chose a place on Bishan Mountain when the Xue family moved to Jinxue. The town was still prosperous and there wasn't much land around. After her grandparents bought the present yard, they chose a gentle slope on Bishan Mountain and expanded a cave on the mountain wall that could accommodate one person to sleep and rest, so that they could slowly reclaim some farmland. But reclaiming land is not a one-day process, but takes years. It wasn't too long before the town was haunted by the genocide. so 9 out of 10 houses were empty and a lot of land was left unused. It was only then that his grandparents were able to buy a small piece of land and establish themselves in the town. After that, the small piece of land that had just been reclaimed and the cave on the mountain were deserted, and not many people knew about it, except for her, who went there from time to time. Now that she had brought the insect and animal repellent powder that the Wang family had scavenged, she should be safe for a few days. So busy until dawn. Li Wuxiang told Xue Baobao first go to sleep a little bit to make up for a nap, so as to wait for the day in the town to show aside, and then go to the mountains. And by this time, Chen Sanbite saw a second ghost in the wilderness on the way to Qingjiang City. Chapter 45 Immortal Master. When he used to go to the city of Qingjiang, it only took about a day and a half. Taking 4 cakes and a pot of water with him, he would set out in the latter part of the night, eating and drinking on the way, resting only slightly 2 or 3 times, and by the time it was completely dark the next day he would be able to see the gates of Qingjiang from afar. But tonight, he felt that Qingjiang City was too far away. At first, when he walked, because he had just experienced life and death, he still had a breath in his chest and did not feel very weak, but after stumbling around for about 3/4 of an hour, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest along with his heartbeat. His heartbeat also hurt, walking bumps also hurt, the ground was full of grass, gravel, ditches, even want to walk gently and slowly cannot do. He couldn't stand the pain any longer, and when he finally saw the main road behind Bishan, he lay down by the side of the road with his whole body shivering. It was at least a little bit smoother, and there wouldn't be any wild beasts or anything like that. He lay on his side like this for a while, feeling only that he was out of breath and in, his heart beating beat by beat and stopping, and his eyes had begun to buzz up before his eyes. Just then he saw something coming down the road in the distance in the moonlight. It was a tall figure, walking like a man, but with its arms held straight up, and a small object shining in the moonlight between them. Having just seen a ghost before, this time Chen Sanbite's brain buzzed again. This was also a ghost. He heard of this kind of thing. Qingjiang City, there is a woman drowned, before dying in the water to raise the child high, out of the water to go. So the body was pulled up after that pair of arms cannot be put up, can only play a lengthened coffin to bury. Who knows in a few days that woman's fraudulent corpse, like this arm jumping and jumping to go home to see the child. Thanks to her arm cannot be put down by the doorframe to stop. The family can be dragged to the dawn. The thing he saw now was almost exactly like the female ghost in the rumors, and there was something shining. Between her hands was she making a ghost elixir. Chen Sanbite shivered in fear, wanting to climb up and run, but his arm slightly forced chest immediately a sharp pain in his arm are unconscious. At this time the big ghost walked over. Footsteps on the ground of the gravel dirt rustle. Chen Sanbite violently closed his eyes. All thoughts of death. The footsteps stopped beside him. After a few breaths of effort, Chen Sanbite felt himself being kicked twice, and heard a majestic male voice again. Hey, why are you people sleeping on the road? Chen Sanbite hurriedly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a tall, robust, gnarled bearded man glaring condescendingly at himself. Are you a human or a ghost? The man gave a heave. You're lying on the road in the middle of the night, pretending to be a ghost, and you're asking me if I'm a human being or a ghost? What's wrong with your face? What happened to your face? Did you fall on your ass? Chen Sanbite only felt a burst of swaying dizziness in front of his eyes. I clearly saw you refining ghost Dan. The man stared, laughed, and put his hand together again with a sword finger. A slight wiggle, a sliver of flying light swished around his body and circled around in a circle, then disappeared back into his narrow sleeve. You mean this flying sword of mine? Chen San's brain buzzed as he bit. This was an immortal master. He immediately wanted to cry out for help, but his chest poofed violently, and he only felt a lump in his throat, immediately fainting. When he awoke again, it was still dark, but he was no longer on the road. It seemed that he had been placed under a small mound, lying on top of a patch of fine grass. His head was in a daze, and all he felt was that his chest seemed to hurt less, and he had slightly more strength. Subconsciously turned his head, and saw the strong man sitting cross-legged on a large boulder with his arms raised, holding a little bit of cold on between his hands to bathe in the moonlight. He now saw the strong man's appearance clearly in the moonlight, a sword at his waist, a messy bun, a beard, white eyebrows and eyes, a high nose, extremely bold. He remembered again, this was an immortal master. Immortal master save me, immortal master save me. The strong man glanced at him, his arms closed, exhaled a breath, and the flying mane immediately returned to his sleeve. And then with one hand propped on his knee, he leaned down slightly to look at him. How so? I am a person from the town of Jinshui. In front of me, there is a demonic Taoist who went to our town to attract ghosts, and was recognized by me and wanted to kill me again to silence me. The burly man raised his hand and gathered his beard. Silence? Silence you with what? Use the sword. The burly man nodded. The wound on your chest is indeed a sword wound. What about the one on your face? Call that nod by the evil spirits lured by the demon path. Hey, a ghost that can gnaw your face is indeed an evil ghost. But that demonic path was able to attract an evil ghost, yet you escaped? I was actually that demonic Taoist disciple who let me off a yard. The demonic Taoist told him to kill me, and he said he intentionally stabbed off. The burly man smiled. Then this little demon path's sword skills are not bad at all. Chen Sanbite hesitated for a moment, frowned and heated. Alas, it's not the little demon road. That demon road just accepted him as a disciple, but it's considered that he's lucky. Humph, if I'm lucky, I'm also. At this time, he felt his own strength and enough. While talking to the upper half of his body, see the chest has been wrapped. Face also seems to be put on some cold ointment. Heart a relief. Words also immediately dense up. But just after saying after that Li Jie was fished out by the Shui family's young lady, the strong man had already jumped off the boulder. Since there is a demonic path, just run far away by yourself. After saying that, he flung the package he was carrying in his hand onto his back, gripped the hilt of his sword and walked away. Chen Sanbite froze and panicked, shouting, Immortal Master! Immortal Master! You saved me! Take me as a disciple and tell me to be an ox to repay you. The burly man laughed out loud. So am I repaying you? Or are you repaying me? He walked extremely fast, and in a moment's time, he could only see a broad back. Chen Sanbite climbed aside the green stone to pull himself up. In his heart lamented how he did not have the same good fortune as Li Jie, but just halfway through sighing, heard a gust of wind coming from behind him. He was so frightened that he looked back, only to see the burly man doubling back, frowning and glaring as he asked, What was the name of that demonic Taoist you were talking about? Zhao Xi? The strong man's eyes suddenly burst into light. Is it a long thin face with thin eyebrows and thin eyes, looking about 30 years old? Yes. Did he draw a talisman to attract an evil spirit? Yes. Immortal Master, how did you know? Hey, then you can't say that you're too unlucky yourself, but should be blessed with a great life. The burly man sneered. Which direction is your golden water town heading? Chen Sanbite even pointed a finger, and the strong man flew away. Drinking, don't go back, run for your life. I'm going to ask you to read it. Bai Shuiwei froze. Her ankle was indeed much more relaxed than just now, but Ning Wuo's words were a bit too ambiguous, making Bai Shuiwei subconsciously think that this was caring about herself. This pure white polluted body was just as naked, except that it looked much tougher after getting rid of its human shell. With its toned muscles and strong physique, it was a completely cottage version of Wu. Underneath were two photos, one of him with his arm around her waist, and the other of him standing in front of a police station smoking a cigarette while talking to a man in uniform. Hearing the voice, Father Tobias' body turned to see a team of magical adventurers standing in the corner. Looking at the calm and collected Miao Kursen in front of him, Li Qingyun pondered on whether or not to explain the matter of recommending Jiang Jiwei to her. When the interpreter with glasses saw a handsome man suddenly come, and also a handsome man who could speak fluent English, he naturally moved much softer and did not say anything to stop him. Anyone else? One's best friend? No, even just acquaintances, not very deep friendship friends encountered such a thing. Will be difficult, after all, they are human beings, not a machine that can only live in front of the camera. In terms of controlling the strength of magical energy, Alan realized that the strength of using magical energy differed depending on the palm of one's hand. Due to the fact that he had once undergone a bone mutation in the Warren Forest, it caused him to be extraordinarily tough when using the strength of magical energy. Princess Mary, who had eaten breakfast, came to the back garden of Qianai Palace and talked to Qin Di Alan about what happened yesterday at the delightful restaurant. While talking with her mouth, she shook Alan's arm with her hand. Hate werewolves the most. It's true that vampires are still cuter. One stab and they turn to dust. Vermilion Bird's head avoided a werewolf's claws. His figure was agile as he circled around behind the werewolf and rode on the werewolf's neck. The short silver fork in his hand stabbed hard into the werewolf's jaw. Chang Jinghao, I don't know if I should give you this call. Her tone was a bit uncertain, and even brought with it a bit of anxiety. The pale green sky is studded with a few remnant stars. The sky is hazy, and the desert in front of us seems like an ancient beast, slowly putting away its fangs and relaxing its vigilance. The problems Chang Jinghao solved and the advice he gave her really helped her a lot. Like when you can't find the exit in a maze, someone gave you a map to follow. The flowers in the greenhouse are not destined to withstand the storm. Contained in the mouth for fear of melting, held in the hand for fear of pain, and the concept of love for the sun will prompt the boy will not be strong. Poor psychological endurance. The loss of manhood should have the blood in bear. without answering the other party's question. Positively, it is actually not a problem. Liang Xue then said nonchalantly. After he said that, Brother Xingli just let out a long breath, subconsciously patted his chest, a scared-to-death baby look. After Doyle, who was still an adventurer, picked him up, he suddenly had the idea of quitting and retiring to the background, so he raised him all this time, claiming to the public that Pocock was his grandson. She briefly organized her words and told the other half about the fact that her childhood friend was her boyfriend. Li Yadong didn't even bother to give him a bird. He had lived 2 lifetimes and it was the first time he had seen someone with such a thick skin. Finally, as if he was tired, Xiao Hojin looked at Shilingyu still sitting restrainedly, glanced to the side, and seemed to understand something, even though Xiao Laruwashi had an impression of the butterfly in front of her, but when she actually looked at it, that feeling of surprise was the first time she had ever felt it. After changing into the gown, I don't know why, Guillermo seemed to feel some zinging sensation in her back, and touched it but there was nothing. No wonder he asked Shugu if she had practiced some kind of evil power. After all, if she was angry with him from time to time, 2 years down the line, he would be crippled if not dead, right? He clearly felt that a beetle had bitten off his zygote and was nibbling on his 2 male symbols. When you do less, you earn less. But Luo Nan didn't care. He came to move bricks just to experience life, not to eat off of it. Since Foreman Zhao intended to give him a reprieve, he was happy to be idle. Just then, a servant suddenly sent word over that there was a gift that was very chic. Should I send it over? That is a pure white transparent crystal. Inside there is a white swan, vivid, beautiful posture. Want to spread wings and fly. The meaning is very good. When Xiao Kuang heard it, he was happy and agreed. In 841 B.C., the people of the country rioted and a republican administration was established. The history of the country began to have a precise chronology. What should we do now? We can't hide here forever, right? A person besides Xian Linger asked. That mountain phantom was wounded and escaped. I think it will not come back for a while. We slightly cleaned up the mood, then carried Biao to a slightly dry place. Carefully check up the injury. When Lin Xiaoma came out from the backstage after the interview, she passed by Zhao Zimeng's lounge and happened to hear such a confession. It is not that she has not seen good things. She was once the family general of Rinchang Wangfu, and later also suffered from the Empress Dowager whose solicitation was given a lot of silk and treasure. But the hand feels so good with the object is never enjoyed. In fact, many years before the White Robe Army went north, Wei had a nursery rhyme prophecy, said Ho is not a Ho, Wang is not a king, thousands of troops and horses into Luoyang, and because Luoyang is the center of the Central Plains, there is a get Luoyang get the world, said the power of all parties desperately want to get Luoyang. Chapter 46 Visitors. Daylight released. Li Wuxian for Shui Baobao bottle to do the first pot of dry food is almost ready. Is the first broad beans, soybeans, black beans, millet and other beans and grains cooked to maturity, and then crushed into pieces, and then the pot of oil, put a clove of star anise, a handful of fine salt, a little sugar, and then these with a small fire slowly fried dry. In this way can be put on a 4 or 5 days bad not to fall in the mountains to eat when it is also convenient. While cooking, Li Wuxiang reviewed the plan of action he had thought of during the night. The first is Chen Xin. The things I said to Shui Baobao are all excuses, just to let her leave as soon as possible at ease, so as not to check her own hands and feet. Chen Xin was a sophisticated and intelligent man, and when he had chatted with him before, he had also revealed his scorn for Zhao Xi. If one were to tell him the truth, his belief would be his own. The problem was that he was a local party hegemon. His temperament was by no means as weak as it seemed, and he was bound to have strong, his own thoughts, and he is the most taboo when doing things such a partner, especially with a family. According to his experience, sometimes 2 plus 1 will be less than 3 or even equal to 0, so until the crisis, Chen Xin cannot be used. That opportunity last night was also a real pity. Now Li Wuxian could be certain that he was most likely a key part of Zhao Puppet's sacrificial rituals this time, which would explain why he was in a hurry to take on disciples and why he was in a hurry to feed himself medicine. However, when he went to see him last night, he was quite kind to himself and even took himself to catch ghosts. This meant that there was a possibility that he might have really gotten up the idea of taking himself in as a disciple, which was what called for the opportunity to see the talisman and thus get a glimpse of part of the truth of the matter. If he had been able to act more kindly at that time, Chen Sanbike might still have been killed, but it would have been Zhao Qi himself who did it. And now, perhaps he himself had known what he wanted to do as his true heir. If only he could have had another half a month. There were several ways he could have told Zhao Qi to believe that he would never be a person who would deceive his master. and now he felt that he might have to resort to the least technical method of all, restraining Zhao Xi and forcing out what he wanted. It was rather risky. From an industry perspective, Zhao Xi was the equivalent of his former self, and his current self was the equivalent of a strong man. The burly man might still have a slight physical advantage, but his former self had too many tricks and tools to beat him. There should only be one chance to take him by surprise, without giving him a chance to use any unseen or unattainable divine techniques. However, Zhao Qi's technique should also be very skillful, and he should not be killed until absolutely necessary. For one thing, it would not be able to satisfy the needs of the outer evil. That thing had not yet fully revealed its hideous face to itself, but since it was called external evil, it must have a reason. In this regard, he never doubted the lessons that had been passed down from generation to generation by the cultivators of this world. Secondly, when he was trapped in the stove, it seemed that it was Zhao Qi's ghost that helped him in the nick of time. This meant that death was not the end in this world, and it was even worse for cultivators like Zhao Qi. He just thought about it carefully, going over each step, feeling as if he was back in his previous life when he was working on a project. By the time the sun was rising in the sky, he felt like he had everything pretty much ready. That's when a tap was heard on the door. Li Wuxiang, slightly stunned, held his breath and walked to the door to look out through the doorway. Only see outside is a white short coat of strong man, with a knife, carrying a bag, clothing edge wear, also dirty almost into yellow, feet full of mud and water, lips cracked, skin rough, a dusty rusher dress. The burly man rapped on the door again. Anyone? Ask for a bowl of water. Li Wuxiang also wanted to ask Xue Baobao to reopen the Xue family store, so that after leaving himself to have a livelihood capital. But now is the flood season. Passing by the traveler is even less. Today this is the first foreigner encountered these days. Should be to see the Xue family store sign. He wasn't in the mood for business today, but seeing the man's outfit changed his mind. This person seems to be a traveler in the Jianghu. When Xue Baobao replenished sleep is just the right time to ask something else. He then answered, coming, and removed one of the door panels, and after a moment's stunned silence smiled. It's rare. I haven't seen an outsider in days. The burly man smiled back and gave a slight cupped fist. Asking for a bowl of water, you're a food store, aren't you? Li Wuxiang set the door panel aside and moved his body out of the way, pointing to the bench in the house. Yes, but there's not much manpower right now. If you want to bring your own food, we can also get you some hot soup and hot water. Come in and sit down. The strong man swept towards the door, only to see the house stove divided into two, big and small. The walls are blackened, stacked with clean dishes and chopsticks, a few benches, a few pairs of wooden props. I know that once upon a time it was really a food store business. He stepped into the door and sat down on the bench, letting out a long breath of comfort, and then took off his bag from the back and put it on the ground. Taking out 4 dry cakes and handing them to Li Wuxiang. Make some soup cakes. Eat something hot. Another handful of coins from his pocket. How much does this take? Li Wuxiang took the cake but not the money. It's all by the way. I don't have much to eat here. The strong man nodded and collected the money, took the water handed over by Li Wuxiang and wiped his beard again, holding the bowl to watch him get food. First, he dipped the 4 dried cakes into water, so that the surface was moist, and then cut them into 1-finger-wide strips with the knife. The strong man saw that he was quite skillful in using the knife, and thought in his heart that since he used to be the son of the neighboring town, this technique was not practiced as a cook, but he had really practiced the sword technique and swordsmanship. And to the stove to re-add firewood. Take the blowtorch blowing strong, the pan remaining a little grease on the slightly smoke. At this time we'll cut the cake strips or down into snorting smoke, and quickly sprinkle into a rub of fine salt. Take the spatula, began to stir fry a dozen times, and then along the edge of the pan slightly add some water, and from the side of the porcelain bowl dug some of the remaining oil residue added. Now immediately the aroma of the previous soaked in water. The cake strips were also fried to the surface slightly crispy, with the spatula flipping cha-ching straight sound. At this time, the strong man did not care to observe this Li Jie, but stared up at the pot, thinking that this kid really know how to fix the meal. Did he learn from that little girl? It's a shame to learn how to be a cook with this kind of understanding. No wonder Zhao Qi chose him as his disciple. Just look at his gray hair and the way he treats people nowadays. I am afraid that after the death of his whole family, his heart has changed a lot. If he loses his spirit, then even if his skills become more refined, it will be hard for him to achieve anything in the future. After the cake was heated through, Li Wuxiang served it up and set it aside on the stovetop, and added a ladle of water to the pot and waited for it to boil, at which point he opened his mouth to make small talk. What's the name of your big brother? Surname Zhang Jianxiu. You're really not bad at this craft. Li Wuxiang smiled. Halfway there. Where is Big Brother Zhang headed? Ah, coming and going in the wind and rain, mingling around for a living. Zhang Jianqiu patted the knife on his waist. Don't think too much. It's not some kind of robber, but a caretaker. I just haven't found a good patron. Is there a place in your town where I can do work? Li Wuxiang's heart clanked. The people in the town who wanted someone to watch over their homes were naturally the big families and town masters' families. Did this person happen to coincide? Or, he looked grim. Ah, this I also don't know very well. After a while, he added, but there shouldn't be any. The town lord's house here has town soldiers to watch over the house. Big Brother Zhang should head towards Qinjiang City to take a look. There are more big families there. Zhang Jianqiu nodded. Fine, thanks for the guidance. When the water boiled, Li Wuxiang scooped up some of the ones he had fried for Shui Baobao and set them aside at the bottom of another bowl, and washed them down with hot water, immediately turning them into bowls of fragrant thin porridge paste. He drew a pair of chopsticks and served the 2 bowls of food on the floor in front of Zhang Jianqiu. Big Brother Zhang, make do with what you have. Zhang Jianqiu is also really hungry, picked up the big sea bowl full of fried cakes and took a bite into his mouth first. That cake strip is near the middle of the cake, to be slightly thinner. After the entrance is extremely crispy, as if deep fried, on a dry aroma of charcoal. There are by the side of the, before soaked in water. The inner layer was stir-fried soft and moist, but there is also a layer of crispy outside. Eat slightly tough, so 2 flavors intertwined together, combined with a layer of fine crumbs of oil on the cake. He only chewed a few mouthfuls of his cheeks. A burst of acidity, saliva seeped out, full of fragrant mouth. He ate 2 mouthfuls and swallowed it down, and then picked up the porridge paste and inhaled 2 mouthfuls, and immediately a layer of fine sweat appeared on his body, and all the pores were refreshed. When he stopped to catch his breath, he saw Li Jie looking at himself with a sad smile, and Zhang Jianqiu knew what kind of person he really was. This young man from the past in the family time should not have seen what the Jianghu dangerous, so opened the door to see a knife of their own. Even a hint of vigilance is not. The heart should also be good. He asked where he could find work to do when his face looked gloomy. It is to think of their own home, but afterward, but also strong spirit to point himself to Qinjiang City. This kind of heart is really rare. As for the others, this young man sees himself eating well, and will also smile. Visible in the heart of his own craft is quite self-satisfied. Either it is really disheartened, resting in poverty, but the is not. He also did Zhao Qi's disciple. Visible still have some heart. That's because of the little girl who taught him this craft, right? At night, I met that person, said Shui family. This little girl looks extremely beautiful. The 2 these days get along down to be honey. This is good. With that in mind, he enjoyed the food to his heart's content. When both large bowls were clean, he burped and wiped his beard. Little brother, your craftsmanship is really not bad, but I heard from someone that you also worshipped a cultivator in the town as a teacher. So is that something you want to do, to open a store? Or learn spells? He sighed again when he saw Li Wuxiang froze slightly. I want it all. Zhang Jianqiu laughed. It's certainly good to have the best of both worlds. Only, do you know, little brother, that master of yours is a demonic path. Li Wuxiang froze, then frowned. Zhang, you this person, I got you food and drink. Why do you talk like this? Zhang Jianqiu's face flinched as he let out a long breath. Don't get annoyed first. Listen to me tell you slowly. Your master's name is Zhao Xi, a long-faced man with thin eyebrows and eyes, right? Did he also claim to be a Dharma tutor of the ransom school? Well, it seems I was right. Listen then, that master of yours had already passed through several villages and towns before he came to Jinchue, and every time he arrived, he raised spells and practiced magic and harmed people's lives. I've been tracking him for months, and the only reason I came here was because I met the man whose life you spared last night, and realized he was in Jinchue. Coincidence? Coincidence? Too coincidental. Li Wuxiang stared at him and sized him up again, frowning slightly. Is it really such a coincidence that Zhao Qi's enemies are here? Or is Zhao Qi coming to try? Again no. Zhao Qi wants to know that Chen Sanbite is still alive. Then what is there to try? This person said that Zhao Qi had previously harmed people's lives. It is not surprising that he did these things, but it is a pity that he was still thinking last night that Zhao Qi, this person, may not be bad. Only, the enemy of bad things may not be good things, and even if it is, I don't know whether it is a good helper or not really useful. Li Wuxiang said in a deep voice. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. Zhang Jianqiu heatedly laughed and stared at him. Young man, learning to be bad is easy and learning to be good is hard. Your master told you to kill someone last night. Would a good person tell someone to kill someone hastily? It was because I heard that you were merciful with your sword that I purposely came to see you first today. Just because I was afraid of killing the wrong good person. Now I see that you are also blinded by the moment. Think carefully. Do you want to follow your master to kill people and hurt the world in order to learn spells in the future? Seeing that Li Wuxian was still frowning and silent, Zhang Jianxiu touched in his bosom and threw a stack of paper on the stove. If you still don't believe me, take a look yourself. Li Wuxian picked up the stack of paper and unfolded it, realizing that all of them were contract instruments. The papers were both old and new, crumpled and folded, with mud and water stains, and traces of sweat. What was written on them was that a certain town had commissioned Shi Jianxiu to take Zhao Qi's life, and how much the reward would be, and all of them were stamped with seals of different shapes and sizes, and there were some bloody handprints on a certain number of them, some of which were those of an adult, while some of them were small, mutilated palm prints. Li Wuxian slowly exhaled a breath. What did he do? Zhang Jianxiu smiled coldly. This demonic path is looking for his master. When he couldn't inquire from anyone, he thought that his master might be passing by, so he started a formation of seance to ask, do you know about seances? I don't quite know why he would want to harm people if he was going to seance. Seance is not a matter of making offerings. It takes the incense and young life of the earth. Wherever this demonic Taoist has passed, how many people have been victimized by him to have their lives shortened, their youth gone, and how many have been sent to their deaths by him? Li Wuxian thought before hesitantly saying, so, what do you want to do when you come to me? Zhang Jianxiu clapped his hands violently. Good wow! It is evident that you have right and wrong in your heart. Young man, listen to me. Zhao Qi, this demon Taoist, sword skill is average. Light body kung fu is also a three-legged cat, but their Ranshan sect's talisman art is very remarkable. Really want to fight? I'm afraid to call him to run away. He ran away. Go to the next village and town again, scourge the people. It is your sin and my sin. The reason why he accepted you as his disciple is because he needs someone to help him when he invokes the gods, so he needs to find someone who is handy. Look, do it this way. Speaking here, Zhang Jianxiu paused, and a smile surfaced on his face. Oh, right, do you know about the 5U true form great emperor? Li Wuxian thought briefly. I knew this was a great god. Then Zhao Qi accepted you as a disciple and didn't tell you anything else? He just charged me yesterday. Oh, well. Then listen, this is a top-notch great god. Look, let's do it this way, against a demon like Zhao Qi, who was good at escaping. You have to be quick in striking and never delay. So look at this treasure. Zhang Jianxiu took another dig out of his pocket, pulling out a small oil paper bag and handing it to Li Wuxian. Chapter 47, Help. Li Wuxian looked at him and opened it, and found that it was a folded talisman paper. No, it was like a seal, half a palm-size party. The text is, the treasure of the 5 mountains. I see that every household in Jinshui enshrines Zhao Wang, who is also a god, but a minor one. The one I'm giving you is the seal used by the Taoist priests of the true form Tao who worship the great emperor of the 5 mountains. The great emperor of the 5 mountains is a big god. You only need to carry this seal and go to help Zhao Qi to invite the god. At the last moment, that Zhao Qi just wanted to come down, only to find that you were carrying this precious talisman with a positive seal knocked on it in your arms. And when he looked at it, it turned out that there was such a great god there, so he didn't come. You also practice swords, right? Imagine how hard it must be for you to use your true power to slash out, only to have your slash come up empty and not be able to recover your blade. The same goes for that demon. If he can't invoke the gods and his wish power backfires, he'll become an invalid if it's serious, or he'll have to stagnate and vomit blood if it's light. I'll take advantage of his difficulty in utilizing his divine power to strike. Hey, I caught him red-handed. That, Zhang warrior, you cannot also start a spell, sacrifice to the gods and so on, like the legend of the gods and goddesses practice. Call his sacrifice cannot be done? I can help him. Can also help your? You can teach me the way to sacrifice. Alas, I have said that invoking the gods is not a good thing. Besides, Zhao Qi's ritual invocation method is uniquely passed down from their Ran mountain. It's not like everyone knows it. Li Wuxian frowned and stared at this treasure seal talisman paper for a while. Okay, but, if Master Zhao really wants to come down, but realizes that it's me with the great god's treasure seal, and he gets angry, what should I do then? Hey, how come? Zhang Jianxiu slapped his thigh. Master Zhao is a minor god, and the great emperor of Wuyue is a major god. They are both gods. They have a good relationship. How could they be angry? I'll believe the hell out of you. Li Wuxian remembered that Zhao Qi's claim was that all the deities like Lord Zhao were originally under the East Emperor Tai, and after those 7 great deities defeated the East Emperor Tai, all the deities under his throne were denounced as evil gods and heretics by the remaining 6 Xian cults. If one were to really bring this precious talisman with him, it would never be as easy as he said. He let out a slight breath in his heart. It was always right to be cautious. This Zhang Jianxiu had spoken with great righteousness before, and then appeared to be unscrupulous by this time, so he couldn't be said to be a bad person, just that he might not be a good partner, but we can get something else out of him. So Li Wuxiang shook his head. Zeng, warrior, my family was flooded. I am the only one left. I'm not afraid of anything else. It's just that, if anything happens to me, I'll be ashamed of my ancestors underground. Zhang Jianxiu frowned all of a sudden. Last night the man had said that the talisman had summoned the ghost, so it was clear that what Zhao Xi was trying to do was on the verge of coming to fruition. It was because of the overflowing incense and wishing power in the talisman that it was able to lure the ghosts that happened to be wandering around the neighborhood without going anywhere. Then he really is not much effort to idle grinding. Originally thought that this Li Jie pure heart is very good coaxing, but now see then he thought to be clever life. The matter is urgent from the right. Then it is not his fault. If you don't help me, not only are you ashamed of the folks of Jinshui town, but you're also ashamed of another person? Zhang Jianxiu let out a cold laugh and pointed towards the courtyard. Kid, go see what's placed under the eastern wall of the courtyard. Li Wuxiang glanced quickly behind the door, then watched as Zhang Jianxiu, who had slowly retreated to the door of the neighboring courtyard, turned his face to look. Underneath the root of the eastern wall lay a long strip of something almost covered in silt, from which water had soaked a patch of ground that had evidently been sitting there for some time. He knew what was wrapped there: 2 double-stranded hunting forks, 2 pairs of bows, 2 pots of arrows totaling 23 arrows, 2 belt knives, and a pair of cast iron animal clips, which he had wrapped up and thrown into the river after he had destroyed the entire Wang family. It's time to sink deeper into the muck. In this instant he understood why Zhang Jianxiu's feet were covered in mud. Li Wuxian loosened his shoulders and straightened his back, tugging at the lapel of his chest and smiling. I don't know what that thing is. Zhang Jianxiu dragged out his voice and laughed a little, getting up with his bowl and walking over to the pot of bean vermicelli that Li Wuxiang had fried, and serving himself another half bowl and rinsing the water. The townspeople said that there was originally a hunter's family in your town, and that some days ago they suddenly ran away during the night, saying that it was because that butcher's family was originally going to pay the town master for fresh tiger bones. I thought about it and always felt that things were not a bit coincidental, but I could not say where. Then I thought, the hunter's house next door there is a flowery little girl Is not this little girl did it? But how can this little girl destroy the bodies of a family of 3 strong men? Oh, in a few days you will come. Ordinary people won't think much of it, but do you know how many bizarre murders and love affairs I've seen? I searched for half a night in the Jinshui River and the neighborhood of your 2 families, but I was told to find these things. Do not see you this young man is decisive, for the sweetheart to destroy people's family, when you 2 know each other? Before Li Zhaowan was washed away by the water, Li Wuxian was silent for a moment and walked towards him. Zhang Jianxiu's face did not change, only looking at him, but Li Wuxian walked past him to the doorway of the cookhouse, slowly putting the unloaded panel of the door back on, and turned to look at Zhang Jianxiu. Are you threatening me? Zhang Jianxiu nodded. Good, close the door and speak brightly. It's not a threat, it's coercion. You don't help me with this favor, there are countless people who will suffer, for the sake of this big. Forget it. I am also embarrassed to talk about what righteousness. In order to do this, the very time to do very means. Are you helping me to get rid of the harm, or are you telling me to stab this to your town lord? Zhao Xi, Li Wuxiang suddenly smiled. You are a good person. Spilling the beans about this will only harm an innocent little girl. You won't. Zhang Jianxiu also smiled. You are also a good person. If you don't help me, you will harm this innocent little girl, and you won't either. Young man, do you want to compete with me to see whose heart is hard? What he said about his thought process for dealing with Zhao Xi was the same as what he had originally thought, or even a bit better. Wait until the sacrifice was about to be completed. In this way, one would perhaps be able to obtain the complete sacrificial section that the outer evil needed. There was only one problem: this matter had to be led by himself, and he could not leave Zhang Jianxiu any leeway that might interfere with him. Li Wuxiang sighed. Warrior Zhang, Zhao Xi said that he is in the realm of qi refining. What about you? You figured it out? Ha ha, this you don't have to worry about. I am also at the cultivation level of qi refining. Zhang Jianxiu will porridge paste a drink. You see the unusual in the Jianghu walk, most of the cultivation of refining qi, but do not frown. You have also learned martial arts. No 2 unusual people, a blade in hand, a bow in hand, that match up. Their respective means but the world of difference. Same as qi refining, each sect has different skills, that is, different tools to use. For example, the Ranshan sect specializes in drawing talismans and invoking gods, while I specialize in breaking evil spirits with swords and knives. As long as I find a chance, don't worry, I'll definitely save you. Li Wuxiang nodded and hesitantly approached Zhang Jianxiu. Alright, I'll do you a favor, then you'll have to do me a favor as well. Chapter 48, Good People. Well say, what's the favor? As he spoke there was already only one step between the two men, meeting their eyes. In this instant, Zhang Jianxiu's eyes were alarmed, but he only narrowed his eyes slightly and stood still. Li Wuxiang suddenly leapt to his body and stretched out his hands. At the same time, his feet on the stove diagonally stomped, and at once threw himself behind Zhang Jianxiu. His left arm encircled his neck, his right arm was placed horizontally behind his head, his left hand gripped the joints of his right arm and then his right palm to his head violently pushed, and strangled him to death. Zhang Jianxiu immediately felt his neck tighten, but he still stood still and laughed loudly as he exhaled. Kid, you want to fight with me even with this amount of kung fu? He raised his hand to grab Li Wuxiang's arm, and although he felt that the boy's sinews and bones were a bit harder than he thought, he didn't take it to heart at all, and with a slight exertion of force, he drank, open, but he did not know how, suddenly slipped in his hand, and struggled hard but wrenched himself free. Then he felt that the two arms on his neck seemed to become a python, once again tightened, finally called his throat dry, a breath did not gasp up. He immediately used both hands, grabbing Li Wuxiang's small arm with one hand and his big arm with the other. Hey, a piece of cloth tearing sound. Li Wuxiang's sleeve was torn into pieces of cloth, bringing down a handful of slippery flesh, but not yet pulled his arm apart. Look at his own palm, like just vigorously rubbed into something rough, palm and fingers inside a whole piece of skin rolled, a moment oozing blood. It was then that he felt Li Wuxiang really lash out, the muscles in his neck cackling as he twisted them, his head buzzing and his vision starting to jump. He realized at this time that he had underestimated this kid. What kung fu did he learn from whom? Immediately, he dashed out 3 steps diagonally to the wall, and then, with a sharp lift of his breath and a stomp of his feet on the wall, he called his back to slam heavily against the edge of the stove. Bang! Zhang Jianxiu called himself this down on the stove shocked the whole body pain numb, spine like to break, but behind Li Wuxiang is like a thin blanket, did not give himself half a pad. This is killing me. Zhang Jianxiu no longer soft hands, stumbled up and backhanded to pull the long knife at his waist, but touched and empty. I do not know when it was drawn out by the boy threw away. He immediately clenched his teeth and turned his face into a black-red color. His body's true chi was running to his body's sinews and bones, and he violently struck his elbows backward. His true chi was released outwardly, his clothes violently bulging. The room issued a succession of explosions. The dust around his body instantly turned into a small hurricane. The small objects in the room rolled to the scattered ping-pong splattered on the wall, but the 2 python-like arms around his neck still hadn't loosened, were still exerting force, and even seemed to have added countless more tiny ropes, tightening his neck tighter and tighter. Zhang Jianxiu only felt a golden star in front of his eyes, his head like to explode, his vision has begun to blacken. He was really angry, while turning in place and slammed into the wall, while using the only remaining strength to the left sleeve, touching a small cold sword, was about to strike again, has turned to the direction of the door of the courtyard, vaguely see a person. However, it was not Li Wuxiang, but seemed to be a young girl with something in her hand. He froze slightly, and the hand in his sleeve slowed for a moment. The thing in the girl's hand smashed over, and the thud was right in his brain. Zhang Jianxiu stared wide-eyed and saw clearly. It was a bolt, on the door of his head and another thud. This time he had a black eye, really fainted. When he woke up again, he realized that his hands and feet had been tightly bound, and he was inside the Xue family's main house. The doors and windows were closed. Li Wuxiang was squatting in front of him, and Xue Baobao was holding his belt knife, the snowy blade being pressed against his neck. He immediately exerted his strength to break the rope that bound him, but his hands and feet were surprisingly just a little bit away from each other, and immediately stuck back again. He couldn't help but take a closer look at the thing that bound him. It wasn't very thick. It was a bunch of thin white strips, just like a hair strand. What is this thing? This time even a little thinner chain can be broken open. Zhang warrior, don't panic. Well, you don't panic at all. Then let's have a good talk. Li Wuxiang inclined her head towards Xue Baobao, and she moved the knife that was pressed against Zhang Jianxiu's neck away. Zhang Jianxiu will head up. All of a sudden feel the neck needle-like pain, as if before called something into a sieve. Good boy, you have 2 times. Talk about what? Li Wuxiang smiled. Didn't I say just now that I wanted you to do me a favor? Let's talk about this favor. He stood up, slowly rubbing at his bandaged arm as he said, to be clear, I'm going to deal with Zhao Xi too. Zhang Jianxiu's eyes glazed over, frowning as she re-examined him. My name is not Li Ji yet, it's Li Wuxiang. You don't need to inquire about my past, just know that I would never let Zhao Xi win. Originally, I was doing quite well with this. I asked him to take me in as a disciple, and got a little closer, until last night, when he asked me to kill. Oh, the one you met, called Chin-san bite. Zhang Jianqiu heart indignation all of a sudden all gone. He just felt that he was careless to call this kid grabbed the first opportunity, and successive mercy, and finally turned over the boat in the gutter. But now listen to what he said these words. What is this kid? Looks so young. I thought Zhao Xi wanted to test whether I listened to him or not. So I did it, but it turned out that Zhao Xi wanted to test whether I'm a good person with a good heart or not. That's interesting enough. Like you said, he's harmed countless people and would like to find a kind and filial disciple. Anyway, after I did it, he immediately became cold and distant towards me. I originally wanted to get his sacrificial koan, so it looks like I won't be able to do it. So I was originally planning to use force on him, just like you. But then, you came. Oh, one more question. Zhao Qi accepted me as a disciple. Is it true that he just intended to ask me to help him invoke the gods? Zhang Jianqiu's face flushed slightly, closed his eyes, and frowned again. Alright, no. If he's going to invite the Zhelwang master, it definitely has to descend on someone, and he should just want to tell it to descend on you. Li Wuxiang nodded. It's pretty much what I guessed. I'll be miserable then? Depends on how it is said. Age fast. 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. This is still less to say. Really please down is more than a year. Zhao Wang in your body to stay for a quarter of an hour. Can call you into an old man. But since I said you will be fine, you will definitely be fine. I Zhang Jianqiu promised someone else never go back on their word. Alright, you say yes is it? But if it's such a thing? Li Wuxian thought a little. Then if I help you catch Zhao Qi, can you help me ask what I want from his mouth? Another thing, if I accidentally kill him in the process, will there be any consequences? His lone spirit keep haunting me or something? You can't kill him now. Zhang Jianqiu's face flinched, and his tone immediately became stern. If it weren't for the necessity, I wouldn't have coaxed you to bring the treasure seal to help him subdue the gods. Zhao Qi should have already been set up here for a period of time. And the situation of the town right now is that the incense and wishing power is already extremely strong. I don't know which sect you are a disciple of, but you should know that wishing power, this thing is ordinary people can't afford to use. If Zhao Qi didn't make the formation, told you to kill now not to descend to God, so much wishing power has nowhere to vent. You know how many evil spirits will attract to compete for food. What about you? You're a practitioner too. Can't you think of a way to diffuse it? It's not like I'm a chi refiner. I told you that this is their Ranshan sect's unique method, and different from all the other sects' invocation of the gods as well. That is, Zhao Qi will have to come and do the last step, and you'll take the precious seal and tell those wishes to backfire on him, in order to dissolve the town's great misfortune. Li Wuxiang frowned and was silent for a while. I don't understand it very well, but let me make an analogy like this for you to see if it's right. As if Jinshui town is a pot. Wishing power is the water vapor in the pot. Usually the pot is open. The water vapor is dispersed. But now Zhao Qi's practice is to add a very strong lid to the pot. Right now the water vapor in the pot is too much, about to blow up the top of the lid. But you don't know how to open the lid, so you can only let Zhao Qi go to open it, and then mess with him when he opens the lid, telling him to get blown up himself so he can't blow up the people around him? Zhang Jianqiu froze. I don't know what kind of pot you're talking about, but that's what it is, right? Li Wuxiang nodded. Alright, I understand. It is that I have to tell him to get things done, but it cannot be done. In the end you just need a person to stay by his side, as a vessel for him to invite the gods, and then screw up his things, and then another person will step in to deal with him well. That's not bad. I would have liked to know how he puts a lid on the pot. Then, great warrior Zhang, I just said that I wanted you to do me a favor, and that's what I need you to do now. He crouched down again and patted on Zhang Jianqiu's shoulder. I'll hand you over to Zhao Qi and say that you failed to turn me and ended up being restrained by me. He must have been greatly moved, and then you'll come and do what you wanted to ask me to do before. In your words, extraordinary means at extraordinary times. If you do me this favor, there will be countless people who won't have to suffer. Zhang Jianqiu slowly exhaled a breath and glared at Li Wuxiang, only to snort coldly after a long time. If you dare to hand me over, I'll dare to expose you. Li Wuxiang sized him up for a moment and showed his teeth. You won't, because you are a good person, staying your hand on me and still not tolerating hurting the little girl. Otherwise how could I feel comfortable asking you to do me a favor? Chapters 49 and 50, Offering Treasure. Zhang Jianqiu smiled coldly. Try it then. Oh, Li Wuxiang nodded to Xue Baobao vase. Go find my master, and tell him that I've captured an enemy of his. Xue Baohua threw his sword away, got up and left. Zhang Jianqiu looked at Li Wuxiang coldly, and only when he heard Xue Baobao opening the courtyard door did he hurriedly chug. Come back. When Li Wuxiang didn't make a sound, Zhang Jianqiu heard the courtyard door close again. He didn't say anything, only stared at Li Wuxiang, first picking up his own knife and returning it to its sheath and tying it to his belt, and then went outside the house to clean up the stoveroom that had been messed up just a moment ago. After waiting like this for a while, he finally couldn't help but speak. Hey, which sect are you from? Think about it, Zhao Xi is hard to deal with. Do you know his methods? Li Wuxiang walked back into the house and picked up a rag and walked out again. Pretty much. He's told me a lot about the division in the past few days. Much worse, you don't know what he's capable of. Li Wuxiang poked out half a face from the door. Then you can talk to me now. She walked to the Chen family and then came back to have to. Oh no, Zhao Qi's kung fu was also still okay. Maybe less than 2/4 of an hour. Hurry to think about 2/4 of an hour can tell me something. How can I tell you to save your life in the hands of Zhao Qi? Zhang Jianqiu closed his eyes and took a sharp breath. Alright, your kid's heart is harder than mine. Listen to me. Ordinary people use talismans to slowly start the spell. Their Ranshan sect uses talismans with a shake of the hand. Don't ask him to use a talisman. Moreover, he may have a treasure called the Golden Tangle, which is the treasure of their Ranshan sect. Under the law, that thing can hide the soul, gather spiritual qi. Ordinary weapons, even if infused with the essence of true qi, is difficult to injure. Zhao Qi may wear it on his body. Li Wuxiang's entire body entered the door. Baby? So powerful? What kind of and you can wear it on your body? What else is it good for? It's said to be like a piece of intimate apparel woven with gold silk, right? How do I know what else it's good for? I told you it's the town treasure of the Ranshan school. Oh, well, and again? Any more will have to be improvised. Who knows what kind of talisman he's carrying? Any more? Forget it, count me unlucky. It doesn't make sense with you. Zhang Jianqiu silent for a moment. Will teeth a bite. You come over. Pick my hands and feet tendons. Li Wuxiang raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Cut the crap. You can't handle him. If you don't feel comfortable picking my hamstring first, then my right hand, but leave my left hand for a while first. Li Wuxiang drew out his belt knife and walked to him. Squatting down. What I also wanted to ask you just now is that Zhao Qi fed me the elixir ruthlessly before. Is it because the person who is going to tell the Zhao Wang to descend needs to be full of aura? Then once that's done you can be that person and be able to save your life for the time being. In fact, if you have any method to tell him that you're no longer a threat, there's no need to cripple yourself. The first half of your thought is right. If Zhao Qi doesn't use you, he'll definitely use me. As for the second half, if I catch a qi refining opponent, the first thing I'll do is to waste him. Where's the law that I don't feel threatened? I don't need you to make false pretenses. I have my own way. Count me unlucky. Li Wuxiang pulled his left Achilles tendon with a knife. Zhang Jianqiu gritted her teeth and glared at him. You're quite capable of doing it. Ha, that's a bit of a joke if you were just fooling around, isn't it? So should I keep going or what? Hurry up. Li Wuxiang immediately broke the Achilles tendon of his other foot again, and while he was gritting his teeth and closing his eyes he put his hand on his ankle, and those white whiskers that were binding him drilled into his body. He broke Zhang Jianqiu's right hand as well and let out a breath. What do you say now? You, untie me and go out first. You'll come back when I call you. Li Wuxiang nodded. Okay. He slowly unwrapped the white beard and held it in his hand. Call me when you're ready. Li Wuxiang walked to the door and stood down. It turns out that this thing in his own body is called a gold stalker. That can hide the soul? No wonder he survived. Only he knew that this is a treasure, but did not expect to be Ranshan School's treasure of the town, but also was under the law. Zhao Qi told him about the postcard, which can prove that it is the so-called 36 sects of the authentic things, although Zhao Qi also said that many of the former 36 sects have already declined. But even if the Ranshan sect has declined, there are still gates, palaces, and disciples. So what is Zhao Puppet doing with the treasure of the sect when he doesn't want to be the head of a good sect? Just to become immortal? Becoming immortal in this world seemed to be extremely difficult, to the extent that large and small sects outside of the diocese felt that it was a delusional endeavor. So what made Zhao Puppet think that he could throw himself at it? It wasn't because of that broad cicada, was it? But in the vague cognition left behind by the outer evil, that thing doesn't seem to be anything very remarkable. Wait a minute, this state of his own is not what Zhao Puppet thinks of as becoming an immortal, is it? The green bag immortal that broad cicada Z said? At that moment, he heard Zhang Jianqiu call to him through clenched teeth from inside the door. Alright, come in. Just now was also full of energy. At this time the voice sounds breathless, seems to have endured great pain. Li Wuxiang walked in. See the ground are spots of blood. Do not know what he just did, but thought that it should be some kind of his unique means, and did not want to ask, so sighed. you should not use other people to threaten me. Otherwise we may not have to get into this. Zhang Jianxiu's face turned white as he shook his head and handed him his left hand. There's always someone who's going to be unlucky anyway, even if I am. Li Wuxian picked up the hand and cut it off. After following what Zhang Jianxiu said, he wiped some of the silt from his feet onto the wound, and tied it up with an ordinary thick hemp rope, before walking out the door and saying in a loud voice, "Bao bao, go!" Zhang Jianxiu leaned against the wall and gave a hefty laugh. "Hey, it's not wrong for me to fall into your hands, but remember, if you let Zhao Xi get away, we're both done for." Li Wuxian also gave a hey laugh. First time I've seen a hostage with such a big temper. As Li Wuxian expected, a quarter of an hour later, he heard a soft crunch from the roof of the main house, as if someone had landed on it. Zhang Jianxiu was indeed right. Zhao Qi's lightweight kung fu was no match for his. When he had thrown those weapons hidden deep in the silt in the courtyard before, he had not paid any attention to it at all. Whereas at this moment, he was hearing Zhao Qi's movements again, just like that night, but he only held the knife, stood across the threshold, leaned against the doorframe and stared at Zhang Jianxiu, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. Then there were a few more soft sounds from the roof. That should be Zhao Qi plucking away the tiles, followed by a rustling sound. That should be him gently removing the layer of ash mixed with straw underneath the tiles. Li Wuxian could almost imagine Zhao Qi's appearance, face grave, lying on the roof, carefully looking inside the house through the small gap he had made. This was followed by the very slight sound of shaking shirts, and after a few more moments, the front yard door was pushed open. Zhao Qi had his sword behind him, holding a duster in his left hand and his right hand behind his back as he drifted in. Li Wuxian immediately let out a long breath and nervously called out in a low voice, "Master!" Zhao Qi's face was expressionless as he gave a slight nod of his head and walked over with large strides. "Little Miss Xue said that you caught someone?" "Yes, I'm mourning dash." With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qi crossed into the house, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jianxiu. He looked at it for a moment before asking, "How did you catch it?" "The day is not yet very bright when this person broke in, covered with blood, want to coerce me." But he did not realize that I had learned some kung fu in the past, and I did not realize that he was still seriously injured. I do not know how. A few strokes with the vase to restrain him. Ah, and finally it was the vase that knocked him out with the door bolt. A bolt? Zhao Qi laughed quickly, then slapped his face again, drew his long sword behind his back with a mischievous sound, and walked over to Zhang Jianxiu's side. Seeing that the man was unconscious and covered with blood and mud, he brought the blade down and darted it over his ankle. A wound bloomed out, and blood flowed heavily. He can see that this wound seems to be a new wound. It should be left a day or two ago. Some of it has already healed, and it is even mixed with mud, dirt and pus. Legs and feet are actually almost wasted. Zhang Jianxiu turned awake. Zhao Qi then pulled his sword behind him and paced 2 steps. "Friend, I recognize you?" Zhang Jianxiu spat with hatred. "Bah, demonic Taoist, it seems like you recognize me." Zhao Qi nodded. "My disciple's little friend said that you forced them to poison me, and that I did nothing evil? Now tell me to my face, what have I done?" Zhang Jianxiu looked at him angrily. "Are you not clear yourself? My family was killed because of you. You were in our town. You, bah, dog thief. The size of a pair of dog thief. Kid, you wait for it, you here will also suffer. Anyway, he can do magic. Yeah, a clumsy, stupid thing." Zhao Qi nodded and looked at Li Wuxian. "What did he say?" Zhao Qi saw Li Wuxian's gaze wander slightly over himself and Zhang Jianxiu before he whispered, "Said that master, you practice harming people, by calling me to poison you, and also said, you suck people's young life." Zhao Qi's heart jumped slightly as he stared at Li Wuxian. "Do you believe it?" "Unbelievably, I stopped listening immediately." Zhao Qi was silent for a moment and looked at Li Wuxian. "It's really bad luck that we're about to wrap things up and there's this trouble, but it is also fortunate. Last night to this disciple has been very disappointed. I did not expect that it was actually his own poorly read. This obedience turned out not to be because of the ruthlessness of the hand, but a foolish loyalty and filial piety." After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said softly, "Foolish world, obviously living but thinking to die. He is half right. My master passed through a few villages and towns along the way, but it does count as sucking people's young life." He saw Li Wuxian raise his head haughtily, his eyes full of confusion. "Ha, but not for me, but for someone else." Zhang Jianxiu shouted angrily, "You fart!" Zhao Qi shook his head, walked to the house on the stool to sit down, put the sword across the knee, and helplessly smiled. For the teacher to ask you, Yuli Jiawan every time to plowing and farming time, what do the young and strong eat? Women, children, Old and young to eat what? Li Wuxiang froze for a long time before saying, I am not quite sure, but I heard that the young and strong have to eat some good food, and the old and weak women will save some of their rations, and then have more to feed the children, probably like this. Zhao Xi nodded his head. It is because the young and strong have to go down to the ground to plow, do not have enough to eat, will not be able to plow well, do not plow well, harvest is not good, all will starve to death. A village or town, if the old and weak are more, the young and strong are less, in a few years and then go to sea, we'll see a miserable scene of broken walls. This is because the burden is too heavy, can't feed. Some town owners, therefore, would beg me to do one thing, to raise spells, to do magic, to invoke the gods, to make up enough of the old and weak's lifespans to make up for the young and strong's lifespans, and to tell the young children who were waiting to be fed to grow faster so that they could earn food as soon as possible. In this way, the old and weak may die, but more people live because of it, and the town will not end up in a miserable state of decay. This reasoning, can you understand? If he were an ordinary pariah, Zhao Xi thought that it might be difficult to think clearly, and would only have a livestock-like instinctive sympathy. However, since this disciple of his was from a family of the world, it shouldn't be necessary to bother with more words. Sure enough, he saw that Li Wuxiang only frowned slightly and immediately exhaled with relief. I understand, Master. My father once said similar words to me. To take power on one side, there should be trade-offs in give and take. No matter how to do it cannot be called everyone is satisfied, but you have to look at the big picture and the high picture. Zhang Jianxiu's eyes glared roundly and his voice hoarsely cursed angrily. A pair of inhuman beasts, especially you little beast, ruthless and ruthless. Sooner or later, it will be your turn. You guys. Zhao Qi heart a piece of comfort. In addition to the relief, there are actually some slightly moved. He knows that he and his senior brothers and sisters are not much of a top disciple to the master, or else the master would not have left the mountain gate and left alone without any attachment. But he did not expect that he would one day get such a disciple. Smart and proper, loyal and filial, is really a blessing that was repaired in the previous life. He then let out a long breath. This stupid thing does have a bit of truth in what he said. Gee, cultivators like you and I will inevitably encounter stronger people in the future. And in this world, only the weak and the strong are the truth. So all we have to do is not to let ourselves fall to the point of becoming the weak. Today you did something very right, and Master is very happy. So from today onwards, I will teach you cultivation with all my heart. As he said this, he heard footsteps coming from the doorway. Raising his eyes, he saw that it was Xue Baobao returning out of breath and standing timidly at the courtyard entrance again. She also saw Li Wuxiang glancing at her and was slightly relieved, but then opened his mouth again and looked towards himself. Zhao Qi's heart was clear. Ask whatever you want, Master. Then does she count as old and weak? Zhao Qi laughed a bit. Didn't you notice that her posture has become even more beautiful in the past few days? Master is just telling her to grow faster. Li Wuxiang frowned. Master, how fast will it be? Oh, you're afraid she'll get old and you won't be a good match? He saw Li Wuxiang's face flushed red. Normally, he would have had to put on a stern face and give him some good instructions, but now he saw how this disciple looked so happy, and remembered the rebuke he had received, so he softened his voice. Before foundation establishment, you know what to do, don't you? After foundation establishment, when it comes to qi refining, you must also be vigilant. If you want to sincerely follow me in cultivation, you can't stay in Jinshui all the time. Understand? Li Wuxiang lowered his eyes. I understand. I just, sentimental. But sentimental is not necessarily a bad thing. The love of master and disciple is also love. Not because of this kind of thing called him in the heart to leave a stigma. After a slight thought, Zhao Qi beckoned to Xue Baobao. Come over here. Chapter 51, Commitments. The little girl was timid and hesitated for a moment before she bounded over to Zhao Qi and stood down a step away in front of him. There wouldn't have been any entanglement between you and me, immortal and mortal, but you saved my disciple, so you've called yourself blessed. Zhao Qi twisted a piece of talisman paper out of his sleeve and handed it over with both fingers. It may not be peaceful in the town for the next 2 days, so keep this talisman. When the time of danger comes, just hold on to this talisman and tell yourself to concentrate on one thought. I am in a safe and secret place, so I can naturally go to a safe and secret place to keep you safe. Xue Baohua froze and reached out to take it, but Zhao Qi shrunk his finger again. Listen, this talisman isn't to be used casually. Do you have any particularly short cellars, secret chambers, traps, or the like in this house? Xue Baobao looked at Li Wuxiang in confusion, and then looked at Zhao Qi. It seems that there is no. Only then did Zhao Qi hand her the talisman. Keep it well. You can't touch blood or water. and after these few days, you have to return it to me. Later on, go look under those tiles on the eastern roof of your house and take out what's inside and burn it. Shui Baobao received it respectfully and retreated behind Li Wuxiang. Zhao Qi then nodded to Li Wuxiang. You two go out first and wait for me outside the courtyard. Li Wuxiang's hand was still holding the knife, so he glanced at Zhang Jianqiu. Zhang Jianqiu glared at him and spat again. Bah! Little! It was their agreed upon code word. Hold your horses. But it's yuck! Not followed by little. He then let out a low grunt and pulled Shui Baobai out the door. When the courtyard door closed, Shui Baobai hurriedly grabbed his hand back and pulled him to the bottom of the willow tree by the river, asking in a low voice, "You took that man?" He dash. Bitterness. So you guys didn't just do it? Li Wuxiang shook his head. I was hesitant, but did you see the look in Zhang Jianqiu's eyes when Zhao Qi gave you this talisman? I saw that he was truly taken aback, and to be honest I was taken aback as well. Zhao Qi last night to catch ghosts when I look at him. Think this person is not very high. Today Zhang Jianqiu said he is difficult to deal with when I also think that he is a little fuss. But what the hell is this talisman? Hold and think about it to keep the peace? This time he should not be cheating. Then he really is a little more powerful than I thought. He sighed. I don't know how many other similar tactics he has. Once one strike misses, the trouble will be big. My trouble will be bigger than Zhang Jianqiu's. So it'll really have to be like he said. Wait until Zhao Qi invokes the gods and tell him to get his wish backfired first. In fact, there was another point that he didn't say out loud in order not to ask Shui Baobao to worry. This Zhao Qi who was in the house now, he didn't know if he was human or not. His five senses were extremely sensitive, and he had always wanted to suck on blood and flesh, so he was quite sensitive to the smells on living people. Shui Baobao's blood and flesh smells fresh and soft, as if a bite is. Li Wuxiang let out a breath, and Zhao Qi's flesh and blood, because he was a cultivator, was more mellow and solid, giving him a feeling more like solidified animal fat. But this Zhao Qi that came now, he couldn't smell anything on him. He initially thought that it was the same as Zhao Puppet's tactic of getting a paper puppet out, yet there was no bamboo paper aroma. It seems that when he came, he was already extremely vigilant and left a hand on guard. Fortunately, although Zhang Jianqiu was coerced by himself, he was quite clear-headed and did not risk his hand just now. Only, Li Wuxiang pulled her to sit on a rock under the willow tree, looked around, and thought again. Let me tell you something. Aha, cultivators are more powerful than I thought. When I first came to the house I asked you how they fought when they were messing with the Shin cult more than 30 years ago. If they flew around or sent fireballs and wind blades or anything like that. And you said no. At that time I was thinking that it didn't seem very impressive. But now I feel that they seem to be really powerful. Zhao Qi's methods call for people to guess. Zhang Jianqiu it, he told me to pick his hands and feet tendons. But you go to find Zhao Qi to come to such a moment of effort. He called his own injuries to become the same as a day or two ago. This is not the most frightening. Frightening is that he thinks so Zhao Qi cannot see. The result Zhao Qi also really did not see. You know what this means? Shui Baobao thought for a moment. They are both cultivators, and they have also traveled far and wide, but neither of them quite understands each other as skills? Right. You think, if it's a world with no cultivation of magical powers, it's all ordinary people, and when they encounter even the most powerful, they know that the other side either uses a gun or a sword, or there's still some strange and weird ones, but they're all understandable and within reason. But there are so many big and small sects in this world. It seems that every family has a little bit of unique skills. I now understand what Zhao Qi said when he accepted me as a disciple. At the time, he told me to try not to start a conflict when I encountered a cultivator, and to leave if I could. And it seems that's why you don't know what unexpected skills the other side has, and it's too risky to start a fight. He grabbed Shui Baobao's hand and looked at her. Today you went to Zhao Qi. You know about Zhang Jianqiu. You can't hide in the mountains anymore. If he knows about it he might get confused, and that might be even more dangerous. So if and when we fight Zhao Qi, no matter what happens, you stay home and don't go out, because I don't know exactly what's going to happen then. Maybe, well, you know, maybe if something does go wrong, you can feed me again. It was only then that Shui Baobao realized that the two people's hands had been grasping together. Today the wind had risen and the sun had come out. The thin branches of the weeping willow overhead brushed lightly, and the Jinshui River was gradually clearing, surrounded by the sounds of the wind and the water, the warmth of the sun's melt, and the smell of the river and the earth. But she felt that none of these were distinct. Only the feeling of her right hand being held tightly and the person in front of her were distinct. So she said, well, don't worry, I promise. I won't remind you of the time I came here dash. She took a deep breath, like you're so sad when you think of her. Li Wuxiang smiled. Who? That girl you were talking about. The little girl you brought into the business. Li Wuxiang, can I ask you something? Aha. Who the hell are you? What the hell is it like where you come from? Ah. Li Wuxiang softly screamed in his heart. He shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. So if you think of it later, can you let me know? Aha. Tears flowed out of Xue Baobao's eyes at once. Wherever you are at that time you will come to tell me? Li Wuxiang stroked her hair. Well, I promise. Chapter 52 Exorcism. The courtyard door creaked and Zhao Xi walked out, seeing the two men with a slight frown, beckoning to Li Wuxiang. Come, follow me. He also raised his voice a little farther away. The man is inside. Carry him over to me properly. This man used to be a thief and bandit who fell into the grass, and has many lives in his hands. Keep an eye on him. Li Wuxiang looked behind the tree and saw that it was Chen Xin, the town master, who had arrived with a dozen or so town soldiers. When I saw these soldiers before, they were all dressed in cloth, but now they were armed. Some had shoulder pads, some wore leather breastplates, and some had leather helmets, and although they looked different, they were in the end different from the common people. Chen Xin was carrying a sword, and used a cloth belt to tie up his cuffs. However, he was not tall, and his figure was a bit stooped, so he was dressed as a warrior and looked a bit out of place. When Zhao Xi saw him, he was slightly stunned, and with a sneer on his face, he whispered, "Humph, a monkey with a crown." He also shouted to Li Wuxiang, who was 3 or 4 steps away from him, "Hurry up," and then took big strides in the direction of the Chen family. Li Wuxiang hurriedly followed. Zhao Xi seemed to be in an extremely good mood when he was in the house just now, but now he seemed to have become extremely bad again. What's wrong? After Zhao Xi frowned in silence and took 6 or 7 steps past Chen Xin, Li Wuxiang understood. That Zhang Jianxiu, he really deserves to die and is stubborn. He chased me all the way here, and ended up attracting quite a few more people, and his injuries were caused by those people. Zhao Xi said as he walked, "Master is here to look for your master ancestor. Originally I was going to start a formation here to invite the god to come and ask, and I should have waited for a few more days, but it seems like I can't wait now. If those people chasing him come here, it will be troublesome." Master, so those people are his enemies? Zhao Qi gave him a blank look. You really, forget it. I didn't tell you before. Do you know what is most important to us cultivators? Walk faster. Elixir? Money and treasures? My family used to make offerings. Humph, what are those? They're just things outside the body. Zhao Qi took a deep breath. It's longevity. Youthful longevity. Why did I accept you as a disciple? Because you are still young. The innate air brought out from the womb when you're still young hasn't been lost too much. It's easy to replenish it, and it's easy to build a foundation. When one gets older, it's hard to even preserve it, not to mention mending the leakage, and that's not to mention building a foundation. Understand? Master is right. Foundation establishment is a hurdle, and when you step over it, you will be able to preserve your youth for 20 or so years. A person's vitality is strong when he is youthful. It is the most suitable for cultivation. When you have reached the refining of qi, then you can forget about it. Do you understand? We should practice while we still have the youthful lifespan to work hard. If the youthful lifespan is used up, cultivation will become difficult. It can be said that it is to go to the head and wait for death. Zhao Qi sighed as he spoke, and when he walked into the town, some of the townspeople had already left the door, so he stared at them with glazed eyes, as if he was guarding against anyone among them who might harm him. When someone greeted him with fear and trepidation, he waved his hand impatiently and drove them away. Why I told you not to conflict with people in the future is because of this lifespan. A cultivator practicing hard to take the heavenly material treasure day and night meditation spit are in order to win the life before the exhaustion of more in the body to raise some essence, so don't get involved in the trouble as a last resort. Do you understand? Li Wuxiang felt that his previous evaluation of him was correct. He is really like a child. When he is happy, he is full of hesitation and looks elegant and calm, but when he encounters any trouble he immediately can't control his temper and becomes flustered and square. Quite interesting. Our Ranshan sex rituals can invoke the gods. Didn't I tell you that it can make the old and weak die and the young and strong grow up faster? There's another advantage. That is, the person who invokes the spell will also get a little bit of incense and wishing power, and a little bit of longevity. It's not much, but others don't even have the means to get this. So you think if a person's youth is exhausted and he can only wait for death, will he want to get this means, thinking that there is at least a little bit of hope? Do you know how precious this Ranshan ritual is? No wonder the outer evil told himself to get this kind of sacrificial koan, before wrongly blaming it. Asking to get the talismanic art and getting the sacrificial koan is all to help you cultivate yourself? That's more than a little hard to reassure. Li Wuxiang nodded. I get it. Master, you are saying that Zhang Jianqiu told them about the fact that Master Yu can make formations. So even though they are Zhang Jianqiu's enemies, they will still hit Master Yu. Alas, you finally understand. That's why this can't wait. I'll have to raise a formation to invoke the gods today. If I can ask about your ancestors' whereabouts, you'll hurry up with me. Zhao Xi threw his duster hard again, gritting his teeth and sneering. Hey, he's also doing it to himself. Master has actually been arranging this for some time, but he's missing two things. One is the tiger bone and the other is the human weapon. I was going to take the idea again, because that human weapon must be life frame expensive, only easy to invite down. But this town of time cannot find the noble frame. The remaining things cannot be sloppy. But this Zhang Jianqiu self-inflicted himself to send himself to the door, but is just to fulfill me. He is a cultivator who has just built the foundation. Use him to do the human weapon. The rest of the things can be put together. Do you say right? Is that right? Li Wuxiang was slightly stunned, but then realized. Zhao Qi is really called Zhang Jianqiu, made up blind words, scared panic, heart completely bottomless, has begun to look for solace from others. He said that Zhang Jianqiu was stubborn. Ha! Stubborn is possible, but the latter should be clever and cunning. He then immediately nodded. Master is right. You just know right. Forget it, just listen. Zhao Qi hesitated briefly and took a good look at Li Wuxiang for a few more moments. When I start the altar in a while, you have to be on the side to guard the law for me. It's not that I want you to do something difficult. It's just that I didn't speak clearly with Chen Xin this time when I started the formation, and I will slightly say a few words to them in a while, but I'm only afraid that he will think chaotically. If he is confused, to come to find trouble, as a last resort, you have to explain to him the advantages and disadvantages, and ask him to restrain the people in the town not to go anywhere. Yes, I understand. At this time, the two have hurriedly walked to the Chen family mansion. Zhao Qi, after entering the door, went straight to the Chen family hall. Saw Lu Jiao head on the question. Your home has a tiger bone wine, is not it? Lu Jiao froze. Ah, is. Take out the tiger bone inside. We can't find fresh tiger bones around. This matter can't be delayed any longer. Zhao Qi hurriedly walked a few steps around the house. Wasn't someone's house haunted last night? Immortal Master, you said that was Chin-san biting him. Aha, almost. He learned an evil spell somewhere to summon ghosts. But does an ordinary person learn an evil spell and summon it? No. It is because some days ago, Li Jiawan Big Water died too many people. To the Jinshui land and the corpse was fished up to search for money. That grievances do not disperse are gathered in the town. This thing can't wait. You put home incense and candles case and so on, give me find out. I will open the altar today to your town to get rid of this evil spirit. Chapter 53, Master. Lu Jiao, a little hesitation. Zhao Qi frowned. A few town soldiers in the courtyard loudly reprimanded over driving them to incense, candlesticks, offering table and so on to the courtyard, and called another few town soldiers to the street door to notify the people to stay in the house properly. Some of the town soldiers obediently listened to him. Some went to see Lu Jiao, while Lu Jiao told Zhao Qi to wait for Chen Xian to come back in a while before making up his mind, causing Zhao Qi to turn blue and look like he was about to break into a rage. Fortunately, at this time, Chen Xian returned with his men, and Li Wuxiang finally saw what Zhang Jianqiu looked like after being disposed of by Zhao Qi. More sword wounds and blood marks on his body, tied up tightly, with a talisman on his forehead, and except for the clothes on his lower body being stripped bare, there wasn't any place where he could hide anything. Li Wuxiang locked eyes with him for a moment. Zhang Jianqiu had originally squinted his eyes weakly. His eyelids lifted slightly when he met his eyes. He knew that this guy's weak appearance was all feigned, and he didn't know what lethal means he had prepared. Which sect is this person from? What technique does he cultivate? This vitality is simply ridiculously strong. When Zhao Qi saw Chen Xian, he immediately droned. Do you guys not want this town anymore? An evil spirit came out last night, and if you don't do the spell you're only afraid of more, and you're still dilly-dallying here. Chen Xian hurriedly compensated for the smile. Immortal Master rests his anger. It is not that we do not understand, just that the town for so many years has not done such a thing as a seance. How about I go to discuss with the folks? Discussion? What did you do long ago? Zhao Qi frowned angrily. I told you the day after I came here. Tiger bone. I'm telling you not to blame me for not being able to protect you if there's an evil spirit in town. Do you believe that if you delay for another moment, your town will be haunted by dead souls immediately? He looked like he couldn't care less about his manners and etiquette at this point, spittle flying as he spoke. Li Wuxiang hurriedly took 2 steps back, careful not to call for spit to splash on his skin, but as he retreated, he saw Zhao Qi's hand. His left hand had been behind his back since he had summoned Lu Jiao just now, and at this time, Li Wuxiang saw clearly that he seemed to be holding a piece of talisman paper in his hand, and there was a slight smell of blood. Has he begun to do the magic at this point? This idea has just been born. Chen Xian to continue to smile and say a few more words. Suddenly heard a few noises from outside the Chen family door. Seems to be a group of people to break into the courtyard door. The town soldiers are stopping. Chen Xian raised his head and frowned to look over. At this time Li Wuxiang realized that Zhao Xi is a frown. To the door to ask, what happened outside? Hearing him speak, the voice of the outside shouting steeply higher. Bystanders hear a vague reservation. Li Wuxiang heard clearly, it is the townspeople said that the home is haunted. There are about a dozen people, listening to the two families. One said that their roof tiles shivering, shaking the dust straight to the house. Go out to see but did not see any cats and mice and so on, for fear that there are ghosts haunted. Another family said that the small wooden statue of Zhao Wang, which was enshrined on his family's stove, had been falling down from the niche since a while ago, and had been set up several times, and the inside of that niche had never been flat, but it was as if it had been blown by a demonic wind, and left out of sight and fell down immediately. If this kind of thing in the usual, the most worried and afraid, mouth read a few good to see if you can send away what unclean things. But yesterday I heard that Chen-san Bite Home is haunted, and today encountered this kind of thing, and then with the neighbors around the neighborhood to inquire about even a few households is a similar scenario. The heart immediately panicked. The Chen family this side of the want to ask the immortal master exactly how it is. Chen Xian had to go out to see, and when he heard the group of people talking clearly, and was about to comfort, but far away from the town people came running, he immediately told the town soldiers at the door to stop them, and walked back with a shocked look on his face. Zhao Qi didn't wait for him to speak and smiled coldly. You know now? Do you still want to negotiate? Chen Xian frowned and thought about it, and then looked at Li Wuxiang, sighed and ordered the Jin soldiers around him, quickly go to prepare, find out all that the immortal master wants to, drive the people away, and you guys guard the courtyard well, no one is allowed to come in. Also, immortal master, this person, immortal master, are you planning to give him to? Zhao Qi glanced at Zhang Jianxiu and waved his hand impatiently. Let go of your heart, it can't die, and if you want to kill it, it won't be in your house. Humph, sympathetic, did you beg for this place when you took it in the first place? Chen Xian responded perfunctorily with a hem and looked at the tied-up Zhang Jianxiu on the ground before walking away. He didn't look comfortable with what Zhao Qi wanted to do. Li Wuxiang then opened his mouth slightly and took a step out toward him. Chen Xian wasn't a suitable person to work with, but he was going to remind him of that one or two things a little bit. That way he should be prepared should the worst happen. But again, Chen Xian's gaze only swept over his face, frowned slightly, and immediately took a big step into the house. This called Li Wuxiang slightly stunned. At this moment, Chen Xian was not at all the old farmer who had pulled him to talk in a peaceful manner before, and that glance just now had the majesty of a superior. Just what was he doing glancing at himself like that? Chen Xian entered the house. Lu Jiao greeted him and was about to speak to him when he had lowered his voice and frowned. Where is Xiu Xiu? Still asleep, outside. Chen Xian ran to the door of his wife's room in big strides, raised his hand and knocked a few times, and seeing that there was nothing moving inside, he immediately told Lu Jiao to go in and pull her up from the bed. Chen Xiu was drowsy, with red marks on his face from the pillow, while Lu Jiao repeatedly asked him what was wrong. But Chen Xian ran to his room again to find out two short daggers. In the hands of his wife and daughter a person stuffed a handle. You two now hurry out of the back window. Go to the east of the Xue family. Xue's little girl said that Zhao Qi gave her a talisman to keep her safe. Xiu Xiu, you did not offend her a few days ago, right? Chen Xiu is still in a dazed state, but seeing her father like this has already sobered up most of the time. Well, I think about it. No, I also help her sweep the yard. She said that in the future to make sugar for me to eat. Well then, go. He pulled his wife and daughter all the way to the doorway of the back window before Lu Jiao had the time to grab his arm. What's wrong with the head of the family? Didn't Zhao Qi say he was going to perform an exorcism in our house? Is this thing very dangerous? Chen Xian hesitated slightly and pulled her a few steps away. Do you remember me telling you yesterday that when I was young, there was once an immortal master who took me in as a disciple, and I stayed with him for a month or two? Remember. What's wrong? Chen Xian glanced out the window, in front of Zhao Qi. Incense and candles and various tributes had already been set up, while Zhang Jianxiu was placed in a seated position behind the incense case. Tied up, he was draped in a large red cloth, and beyond the red cloth was a snakeskin. A freshly cut chicken crown was placed on top of his head, and a tiger bone was hung on his chest. Zhao Qi was sketching on his face with rooster blood, and in the blink of an eye, He had painted him to look like the face of the Zhaowang master that Jin Shuwei was worshipping. Chen Xian pointed outward. That's the master I was talking about. Chapter 54, The True Lord. Lu Jiao froze. Him. You recognize him? Can't be wrong. It's him, exactly the same as then. Chen Xian sighed with mixed feelings. He has not changed at all. I am old like this. When I was in the Shui family, I recognized him, and when I came back, I even talked to him, but he ignored me. And I don't know if it is called Zhao Xi to get delirious. Zhao Xi said he is a villain. I do not believe it. This thing must wear not right. Lu Jiao slowly let out a breath and grabbed Chen Xian's hand again in one go. Then we have to save him. Chen Xian gritted his teeth. I know. I wanted to release him when I carried him back, but Zhao Xi is still in our house. This man has high kung fu and many tricks. I thought to wait until I came back to make plans, but you saw just now. The town is starting to be haunted by evil spirits. Lu Jiao frowned. This thing I thought about also feel wrong. I heard that some of the refining of qi in order to call for offerings. Trick or treat yourself. I understand. Chen Xin sighed. I was thinking about this last night. It's a common thing but nothing. It doesn't matter if it's his own ghost or if it's a real evil spirit. Everyone in town is afraid of it now. So I can't help but tell him to finish this one. Waiting for him to finish, I will tell him to hand over the person to me to dispose of. If he does not agree, at that time, I am not a good bully. This anger I have also suffered long enough. Well, you two mothers go. Chen Xian helped Lu Jiao out of the window and was about to close the window when Lu Jiao pulled on the window panel. Boss, we didn't come back to Jinshui for the glory and riches in the first place, just for the breath in our hearts. You, Chen Xian nodded. I know, I'll bail him out, and I'll be careful. When the window panels were closed, Chen Xian pulled out the saber at his waist to look at it and send it back. When he saw that Zhao Qi seemed to have already begun to open the altar to practice, when he was in Xinjiang City, he had seen the Qi masters perform the rituals. Usually it lasted for a long time, burning talismans and waving bells, waving a Qi magic sword, and chanting with astral steps under his feet. He knew that it was to communicate with the gods first, to see if he could invite down the gods' magic power. However, Zhao Qi's practice seemed to be completely different from those Qi refiners. He first lit the incense and candles, and then neither touched the incense case's magic bell nor the magic sword, but solemnly took out a piece of yellowish paper from his pocket. Laying the paper on the case, he lifted a fine brush dipped in vermilion sand and began to concentrate on sketching. Chen Xian was inside the house and couldn't see what Zhao Qi was drawing. He was about to walk out the door to take a closer look when he suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the window from behind him. He immediately stopped walking and turned around to open the window. How did you guys? Outside the window, however, is not Lu Jiao and Chen Xiu, but a young man with dark skin and chapped lips. Chen Xian froze. Spike, you're back? The young man wiped his face. Master, I'm really sorry. I should have come back a few days ago, but the road from Lijiawan to our home was all washed out, so I thought that I couldn't come back for a while anyway, so I might as well take a look at what's going on in Lijiawan, and come back to give an explanation. As a result, guess what? I met someone. Guess who? At this time, Chen Xian temporarily did not have the heart to listen to what happened in Lijiawan, but this town soldier also followed him from the time of Xinjiang City. He only had to nod. Good job. Who is it? Li Jiye. The Li family from Lijiawan. He's the only one left in the family, and he asked me to save him. Well, Chen Xian snapped, glaring. Who? Li Jiye is. People? Really? The young man hemmed and hawed. Master, you see, the eldest mother and embroidered sister hear me say bring back his Li Jiye, also like you was startled. Ha ha, I this time is not a big achievement? I met them halfway and they cut me off, saying that they were going east, and asked me to come back for you. What's going on? What's going on in the courtyard? Chen Xian glanced back toward the courtyard and immediately rolled over and jumped out the window. Go, take me to take a look. Li Wuxian was just 2 steps behind Zhao Qi, so he could see it clearly. Zhao Qi first sketched a box, then sketched 2 much smaller long frames right in the middle of the box, then sketched a tiny portrait of Master Zhao on top of the larger one, and circled some dots in vermilion sand on top of the other one. By the time he put down his brush and started drawing 3 more thin lines on the small frame, Li Wuxian could see Zhao Qi seemed to be drawing an overhead view of the vicinity of the incense case. Zhang Jianqiu had said that the Ranshan sect's talismans were divine, and Li Wuxian now knew what was divine about them. The talismans he had seen in his previous life all had pretty much a fixed format. That was essentially an official document that was sent to the upper realms after being burned. But the charms that the ransom school draws are really drawn charms. Whether they're the ones that turned into big ghosts to scare themselves that night, or the ones that were placed on the roofs of houses, or the charms that, Thinking about this, he suddenly knew what was written on the talisman Zhao Xi used to trap the ghost last night. At that time, he thought it was a petri dish, but there was an extra horizontal point in the center. But now when he thought about it, it was obviously a locked cage drawn on the paper. But there was no uniformity in his talismans, so what kind of gods did he invite? At this time Zhao Qi drew all the things on the incense case, and then made a slight point in front of the incense case, which seemed to represent himself, and then put the pen down, clamped this piece of talisman paper in his hand and gently shook it. A line of fire immediately burned through from top to bottom, and then turned into flying ash and dissipated into the air. He began to do the spell. Li Wuxiang immediately took 2 steps forward. Zhang Jianqiu had said that the Ranshan sex talisman method was strange, and it was hard to say which step Zhao Qi was invoking the gods, but he had already hidden the treasure seal on his body, and as soon as Zhao Qi was revolted by the wish he would immediately strike. Therefore Li Wuxiang also had to call himself closer to Zhao Qi. There was nothing special about these things that Zhao Qi had set up, and he had seen the drawing himself just now. So this special trick of his to invite the gods might be a unique type of incantation decision, and he wanted to listen to what Zhao Qi might recite more clearly, and even if it was a silent recitation, he could still read the shape of his mouth. If Zhang Jianqiu accidentally missed, he could still immediately pounce on him and wrap Zhao Qi's head and upper body first, then whatever divine talismanic means he had would. No, he couldn't walk. When he took 2 steps forward, Zhao Qi seemed to be 3 steps away from him. Li Wuxiang's heart jumped, and he immediately took 2 more steps forward. He knew that he was moving. The red soil rustled under his feet, and at this point, he should have already stepped in front of Zhao Qi, but Zhao Qi and the incense near him were still in the distance, as if a piece of heaven and earth around him had been completely peeled away from the world, and the concept of distance had completely lost its meaning to him and those things around him. The concept of distance had completely lost its meaning to him and those things around him. At this moment, Zhao Qi spread his shoulders out and turned his face to look at him. Before, when he called out to prepare the incense table and draw the talisman, he was frowning and anxious, but now he seemed to be in a good mood and smiled faintly. Apprentice, now do you know the divinity of my school's arts? Master has entered the painting, forming his own heaven and earth, and then suddenly, he would raise his eyebrows and raise his hand to the sky, shouting, Wishful ancestor, 3,000 worlds, Sifu true lord, return to this realm. He drank 3 times in a row, but nothing happened. Zhao Qi then pulled his hand toward his bosom and took out another yellowish bamboo paper, grabbed a thin pen with one hand, quickly redrew a Zhao Wang-like villain on that paper, and set this one on fire as well, shouting for the 4th time, wish for the heart of the old ancestor, the 3,000 worlds, and the Sifu Jinjuan, and return to this realm. This time, it seemed to work. Li Wuxiang suddenly felt that the light around him dimmed slightly, and Zhao Qi's original shadow cast on the ground changed into 2 all of a sudden, as if a zenithal sun was shining on him, while a second sun appeared in an unseen place. And then Li Wuxiang's heart palpitated again. He felt that he was falling back towards Zhao Qi, as if this piece of land he was on was starting to tilt, telling him to slide down in Zhao Qi's direction. He hastily took 2 steps back, and then realized that he was still standing upright. The land under his feet was flat, and to the naked eye, even the spot where Zhao Qi was hadn't changed in any way. But, it was the feeling of pulling, tipping, and slipping, as if something in the underworld so heavy that it was hard to describe was falling toward the Chen family's field yard, and that something was just too heavy, so heavy that it distorted all perceptions in this world. In the next moment, Li Wuxiang realized that this was not just a feeling. The light of the sky, which was still white and bright before, suddenly dimmed at this moment, and even dispersed into a 7-colored haze, as if even the light had been viciously crushed by something that was about to come into this world. Zhao Qi violently lowered his hands, first tilting his face and staring with wide eyes, then taking a few steps backward and shouting ecstatically towards the sky, I've become a success. I've done it this time. I've really invited Zhao Wangjinjuan down this time. Did you see my good disciple? The true Lord descended to the world, and the sky is filled with haze. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 55, The Descent. Is he really going to please come down? Li Wuxiang immediately looked at Zhang Jianqiu. Why hadn't he made a move yet? At this time Zhang Jianqiu was still tied sitting on the incense table. Just in the moment Zhao Qi ecstatic shouting, his chest suddenly zilala up a large prairie blisters, and then the skin and flesh in a moment was burned through the formation of a square seal. It was the treasure of the 5 mountains that I showed him earlier. The skin on his chest fell onto the table with a snap, and the precious talisman hidden under the skin, like sensing something extremely distasteful, immediately radiated a burst of golden light, and a fierce wind buzzed around Zhang Jianqiu, first lifting the incense case in front of him and tipping it over, and then also blowing the talisman affixed to his head down. Zhao Xi was first slightly stunned at the sight, then went to touch the hilt of the sword behind him. However, Zhang Jianqiu's previously lowered eyes snapped open, and with a snap, he wrenched the ropes binding him to inches. His hands and feet were still bloody at this point, but only waved his right hand. A patch of blood bloomed on his forearm, and a white light shot out with a whoosh, heading straight for Zhao Qi's face. Zhao Qi hastily dodged to the side, and the white light shot past his cheek, but just 2 steps away. Zhang Jianqiu raised his arm again, and the white light actually buzzed in the air and spun around, heading straight for the back of Zhao Qi's head again. Zhao Qi was about to pull out his sword at this time. When he saw the white light shooting again, he hurriedly shortened his body and wanted to avoid it, but the white light turned sharply and stabbed his neck. He had to lie down on the ground and rolled a few times before he stomped on the ground and stood up again. The sword was only half drawn out, but he only heard the sound of the white light striking on his sword. Zhao Qi raised his hand and saw that the sword he had drawn out was only half cut, and had been broken. At this time Li Wuxian put that white light to see clearly. It is now hanging down on Zhao Qi's shoulder. It turns out to be a flying sword that is only as long as a finger. No, it is not a flying sword, but the back of it is also tied with an extremely thin rope of. Zhang Jianqiu hid this thing in his wrist, tied to his bones? Just now, when the small sword broke Zhao Qi's long sword, Zhao Qi also saw the thin rope behind the sword. He immediately used the broken sword in his hand to twist it, wrapping the thin rope around his sword, and laughed angrily. Good, wow, so you're a sword warrior, daring to come and mind my business. Today, I'll sacrifice you, a punk with a broken arm and leg. He withdrew the broken sword violently, to cut the thin thread wrapped around it. Who knew that only heard a creaking sound? The line not only did not break, but instead friction with the edge of the sparks. Immediately after this sound, there was a whimper. Zhang Jianqiu's arm shook, and the thin thread stirred the air. Not waiting for Zhao Qi to react to his upper body was already wrapped around, and then violently pulled a sharp tug. Bang! The thin thread tensed and sliced through Zhao Qi's chest, but Zhao Qi's figure shifted, and his whole body seemed to have taken a step back from the void, and a piece of talisman paper with a small person drawn in vermilion sand was twisted into 2 pieces and floated down by the thin thread where he was originally standing, as if it had just twisted off one of his clothes. But this shocked him so much that he dropped his broken sword and ran backwards with his legs drawn. Behind him was the room where he originally lived, only 10 or so steps away, but he ran out a dozen paces in one breath. Not only did he not get any closer to that room, but instead, he was getting farther and farther away from Zhang Jianqiu, as if there was some unfathomably vast space in the square inches around him. At this time, Zhang Jianqiu jumped off the table and kicked the incense. His ankle was still injured, but his movement did not seem to be too restricted. He first raised his hand to retrieve the flying sword, and then threw it violently. The small sword immediately transformed into white light again, and shot straight to the back of Zhao Qi's head. But this time Zhao Qi didn't dodge anymore. As he ran, he pulled another piece of slightly yellowish talisman paper out of his pocket, bit through his own finger, and began to continue to draw the appearance of Lord Zhao on that paper. And under his breath he droned, "Wishful thinking elder, the 3,000 worlds, and the Sifu true lord, returned to this realm." As soon as that talisman paper ignited, the haze that was originally flying all over the sky came down with a bang, while the precious seal on Zhang Jianqiu's chest erupted with an even fiercer light, as if it was fighting to the death against what was to come. And his flying sword stared at Zhao Qi without letting go, hitting several times, but each time, a piece of talisman paper floated down from his body, as if his entire body was glued together with paper one by one. Waiting for the talisman paper to float down 6 more times, Zhang Jianqiu's flying sword finally passed through Zhao Qi's left arm, brought up a large flurry of blood, and then turned in front of him with a whimper, immediately circling around twice and tying him up solidly. Zhang Jianqiu pulled his hand up, grabbed his thin rope, and violently lifted it again. Zhao Qi was pulled 2 or 3 paces in front of him. It was only then that he revealed a cold smile. "Sifu true lord? I'm afraid you've invited some kind of lonely ghost. If the one you invited is really the Sifu Jinjuan, with this treasure of the 5 mountains in my chest, I'm afraid you've already indeed rare. I see that you are neither vomiting blood nor being struck by lightning." He gave Li Wuxiang a quick glance. "This talisman art of your Ranshan school is indeed rare. Zhao Qi, you've done countless evils. You should know that you won't be able to escape death yourself today. But now I happen to be a little interested in your Ranshan's talisman art. If you talk to me painfully, I will also give you a pain. But if you, he said here when he was taking a step towards Zhao Qi, but his body slightly swayed, only to feel that the eyes suddenly black, and then the original 7-colored haze around him turned into a dark red. A dark red. His chest, that the treasure of the 5 mountains, also sizzled in the flesh, burning his mouth and nose full of a burnt gas. Zhang Jianqiu couldn't help but look down. The precious talisman was gone, having been reduced to a black ash in the bloody prairie blister on his chest. He was startled in his heart and wanted to look up at Zhao Xi again, but in the next moment, the thought of being taken aback became blurry in his mind, and the sound of his heartbeat and blood flow seemed to have been amplified all of a sudden, accompanied by a tidal wave of roaring sounds, and his consciousness quickly blurred as he felt that something in his body was frantically growing, and expanding. Advent. The sky above the Chen family's courtyard was suddenly shrouded in a thin layer of red clouds that sucked in all the 7-colored haze from before. In this instantly Wu Xiang could feel that the previous thing that was so heavy that it was about to distort and crush this courtyard suddenly disappeared. And then he saw Zhang Jianqiu stop where he was, and the thin thread in his hand that was attached to the small sword drooped to the ground. His body stood erect like a stout wooden pole, while his head and arms hung helplessly and swayed slightly. The next moment his whole body began to twitch, twisting his body grotesquely like a mannequin on strings, and uttering indistinct, extremely hoarse ravings, hateful, annoying. Ah! He jerked his head up, one eye almost pushed out of its socket, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, and sharp teeth recoiling outward through his lip. Zhao Qi, who was still lying on the ground, was also frozen in fear by his appearance, and scrambled to disengage the thin thread and put his hand into his bosom to touch it. But Zhang Jianqiu raised his hand violently, and the thin sword flew back and out with a whoosh, shooting straight at his face. This time I don't know how much faster than when Zhang Jianqiu made it. Even a white light was invisible. Zhao Qi screamed miserably in despair and closed his eyes, but the flying sword suddenly hovered in front of him, tugging on the thin thread and making it buzz. And then he heard the hoarse and frenzied voice of the monster that had become completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. Ah, your 4 winds. Zhao Qi snapped his eyes open, his throat grating. 4 Shang. 4 Shang. That was his breast name. Master. Master? Chapter 56, Filial Piety. Master. Zhao Qi climbed up from the ground, wanting to come over, but then called that horrible look so scared that he retreated 2 steps away, his voice trembling. Master, how do I put you? Then he froze slightly and rounded his eyes. Master, you've cultivated immortality. You've become immortal. The monster stood still, shaking his head fiercely, as if he was not yet fully awake. His face was twisted, and the muscles of his entire body were trembling and spasming, as if even Zhang Jianqiu's original sturdy and tall body couldn't contain what was inside it, and was about to be stretched out of shape. How did you find me? He jerked his head up, and the skin on his neck was ripped off in a flash, the muscle underneath bulging out of the wound all at once like something that couldn't be pocketed. But this seemed to call him to feel more comfortable, and swinging his head from side to side again, the skin from neck to shoulder made a sound like cracking, and the muscle that had been stretched to a pinkish-white color and the swollen veins that wrapped around it squeezed out in bunches. It's hard to wow. It's hard to wow. It's really you. Master, we are all scattered on the mountain. Everyone has gone. I came down the mountain to look for you because I saw your longevity lamp go out. Zhao Qi stared at him, his lips trembling, but his voice was getting more and more excited. Master, what have you cultivated into? Master Zhao? Master, you've really achieved your longevity law, haven't you? The monster took a deep breath, let out a low hum, and then turned his face in both directions. This is the formation you made. Yes, Master, we're into painting now. I've been looking for you all the way and practicing our Ranshan school spells with the talisman paper you sacrificed, and look, I've become one now. Ha ha, Master, if you had given me a few more sheets of talisman paper to practice on, I wouldn't have to be scolded all the time. You stupid thing, how many pieces of that talisman paper have you used up? He seemed to have completely regained his sanity. A large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth when he snapped so, but his voice was not hoarse. How many sheets are left? Zhao Qi was scolded by him and closed his voice at once, timidly said, There are still 100 or so left. The monster's eyelids fluttered and his eyes almost fell out. He hurriedly took a step back and bowed his shoulders. Master, don't be angry. I've accepted a disciple. I've accepted a grandson for you. Master, you've already become an immortal. Our Ran Mountain will be a big sect in the future. I'll learn the skills from you and refine some more. Ji Ye, come see your master. Your master has become immortal. See? Zhao Qi twisted his head and looked around for a few moments, and hurriedly took a step to the side to sidestep his body, telling Li Wuxiang to reveal himself from behind him. Li Wuxiang stood without moving, calmly looking at the monster. Zhao Puppet not far away. Zhao Puppet also looked at him with those eyeballs that were about to prolapse. Slightly stunned, his nose twitched again, and suddenly roared in anger, lifting his hand and shooting a sword towards Li Wuxiang. Zhao Qi was so scared that he hurriedly blocked in front of him. Master, Master, this is my disciple, your disciple grandson that I told you about. Master, don't do it. The small sword stopped in front of him again, like it was being held up in midair by some divine force, the attached strings crumbling straight. Your disciple? Zhao Puppet's face was extremely distorted, completely unreadable, but his voice became calmer instead. Oh, my disciple grandson. Well, you've made a name for yourself, and you can also take in disciples. Good disciple, give the master what he said. Where did you take in this disciple? Zhao Qi relaxed, called this sword scared straight asthma. I'm not here to find you. I want to think of the formation called Zhao Wangwang to ask. I thought that master you no longer. Just thought I can ask the master where you. I can also give a good burial. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Puppet laughed to the sky. What a filial and honest one. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qi called him this smile in the heart. Harry cannot help but shrink again. Master? You stupid thing. How can you be stupid like this? Zhao Puppet tilted his face up and took a deep breath. His chest immediately bulged like the rising and falling of the tide. It's hard. 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 Stupid disciple. The reason why Master left you in the mountain is because although you're stupid, you're actually a bit of a filial piety person, different from those of your master brothers. Good wow. Good wow. Since you so have filial piety, just give the teacher a good filial piety. Zhao Qi froze and was about to speak, but in the next moment, he realized that the small sword on his chest was gone. The chipped and straight sword line poked out from his chest. He incredulously tried to raise his hand to feel if the small sword was behind his back, but with a sharp tug from Zhao Puppet, he was ripped away like a kite with a cry of awe. He still wanted to scream, Master, spare me, but the small sword that had been pulled into his body was already traveling under his skin. A bloody human skin was pulled in front of Zhao Puppet by the sword thread, while a bloody, skinned humanoid fell to the ground, screaming and howling harshly and rolling around frantically. Master and the human skin looked like it had been blown up with a big breath, and with a bang it rose up violently. Zhang Jianqiu's body fell to the ground with a plop, and the enlarged human skin stretched and wriggled, slowly transforming into the appearance of a slanted-eyed, bloodied Zhao Qi again. Comfortable. This is comfortable. Zhao Puppet stretched a long lazy waist, and pulled his hand on the top of his head, and immediately pulled down most of the hair that was scattered. My gold tangles, are you using it to your liking? Shut up, stupid thing. He violently raised his foot and kicked, and Zhao Qi, who was still wailing miserably, was kicked by an invisible force and flew into midair with a thud, whereupon Li Wuxiang saw a transparent ripple in the air, and Zhao Qi's skinless corpse, as if it had crashed and broken something, paused slightly in midair, and all of a sudden fell down in front of his body. He sighed and drew the knife at his waist, plunging it into Zhao Qi's head, and the scream stopped immediately. I don't like him as a person. I find it smarmy and temperamental. Li Wuxiang pulled his sword out, but having a master like you, I sympathize with him. You know, I even thought he wasn't particularly bad as a person before he really wanted to come and collect your corpse. He turned his face again in the direction of the doorway. A group of town soldiers were crowded in the doorway, armed with swords, guns, and clubs, their faces all frightened, but as if they had all been so frightened that they had forgotten to flee. Then he gave a cry, "Go away! Disperse! Call on the men to flee for their lives!" They then shivered as if in a dream, burst into a scream and immediately ran away. Zhao Puppet stared at him motionlessly for a long while, his chest rising and falling slightly, the airflow stirring in his leather pouch, making a piercingly strange sound. You are not an external evil. Chapter 57 Three Flowers Gathering. Li Wuxiang smiled slightly. You're no immortal either. He pointed his knife at the bloody corpse on the ground. He told me that anyone who manifests in front of people is an evil spirit. Zhao Puppet let out a harsh cold laugh, slowly took 2 steps forward, and with a pick of his finger, Zhao Qi's scattered outer robes were draped over him, and with another pick, those scattered talisman papers also flew up. Some of those talisman papers were drawn by Zhao Qi before, some were still blank, so Zhao Puppet told the talisman papers to fly into his human skin mouth one by one. The talisman papers immediately turned into a piece of fire once they were in his mouth, and it seemed that he had gained a divine power. His crooked features gradually became vivid, and the blood stains on his skin also quickly disappeared to the bottom of his skin. As he ate the talisman paper, he stared at Li Wuxian with hollow eyes. Yes, you stand properly and don't try to leave. Today, you can't go anywhere. He finished the talisman paper and exhaled another sharp puff of smoke. Do you know how much effort I put into picking this skin you're wearing nowadays? Captivity can't be done in one place. It will call attention to it. I have to travel around the world, slowly looking for little dolls with noble destinies, healthy bodies, and looks that look the most likable. I went to great lengths to find all of them, and do you know how many died later? And no, in order to find you are now wearing this skin, is to spend how much effort to pick one in 100 miles and then pick one? I'm going to become immortal. The result is called you spoiled the good thing. Li Wuxian nodded. I can think about it, but I don't care much about that. What I want to ask is Zhao Xi, is that Zhao Xi in the stove or not? Hey, so it's a sentimental thing. Yes and no. What she thinks she's doing on her own is what I told her to do. Don't be anxious. Before long let you experience the taste of it's our Ranchon school rune law. Little, now is you yourself to pick the skin, or ask the master ancestor I personally do it? Li Wuxian looked around and saw that the sky was still clearing in the extreme distance, but there was a layer of extreme bottom red clouds pressing down above the Chen family compound, rolling slightly, like thin waves of fire. He then crossed his sword in front of him. Wait, let me ask one more thing. The Ran Mountain School's talisman method. I see that the magic is the talisman, not the method, right? Zhao Puppet's black eyes suddenly narrowed. Oh, you're very nervous about how much talisman paper is left in Zhao Qi's hand, and just now you were also eating talisman paper, as well as the ones that weren't painted with talismans. Zhao Qi just laughed maniacally and said that this time, he finally invoked the real god, so it's obvious that he didn't have much certainty that it would really work once upon a time, so the trick isn't in the technique, but in this paper? Zhao Puppet pulled the sword, raised his hand to stroke his beard, but did not touch it, so he rubbed the skin on his chest fiercely. Little, you are smart. Well, my good disciple is stupid, but he also unintentionally did something smart, and took the Tai form refining technique that I passed on to him as an invocation method, but it allowed me to. I have become an immortal here. As for you, why are you asking? Are you waiting for him? Zhao Puppet suddenly rose up, as if the whole person was lifted by the air current. In the blink of an eye rose up to a height of 10 feet, behind him a flying sword whooshed and shot empty, covered in blood. Eyes have swollen into a slit of Zhang Jianxiu shook and helped one leg of the tipped-over table to stand up, and then swung his arm and told the flying sword to steer in the air. Li Wuxian immediately shouted, "Use your saliva." I don't know if Zhang Jianxiu heard it or not, but the sword's momentum slightly stalled and immediately flew back towards himself, a white light directly passing from the left side of his own face through the right, and shooting back towards Zhao Puppet above him. This time Zhao Puppet didn't dodge and was being penetrated by the sword. Zhang Jianxiu shook his arm again. The sword line immediately wrapped him around a few times, only to hear a soft sound of poof. Zhao Puppet's skin was immediately twisted into a few cuts in mid-air, but there is no whereabouts. His head left the skull, a section of skin floating in mid-air, as if because of the rupture can no longer wrap the things inside. So a burst of dazzling smoke from the skin out of the support, haunting him hovering, and suddenly burst out a torrential downpour of chaotic sounds, like countless people whispering prayers, and finally the black smoke violently convergence. Zhao Puppet's face skin was propped up and bulging, and really into the face of Zhao Puppet that Li Wuxian had seen before, and those black smoke and molded into his body, that a few sections were propped up and deformed, up into thin strips of human skin is wrapped in the black smoke dancing, as if it is his body's cloak. The fire clouds in the sky are rotating and falling, forming 3 fiery red huagai on top of his head, reflecting his whole body with fire and light, as if he had really become a fairy. Stupid thing, spit, didn't I tell you that? That's for dealing with the genus of ghosts. I'm now 3 flowers and ranked as an immortal. You're using it against me. Zhao Puppet suddenly raised both his arms up high. I'll let you see the means of the immortals now. The 3 flame waffles suddenly glowed brightly, the demonic light instantly distorting everything in the courtyard, and Zhao Puppet's 2 bloodshot eyes were filled with light as he shouted, "Bring it!" The red light from the 2 huagai immediately condensed into 2 beams, one beam falling on Zhang Jianxiu's body and the other on Li Wuxian. This skin on Li Wuxian's body swelled up, as if the golden tangles underneath the skin wanted to break out of his body immediately. He immediately threw the knife in his hand at Zhao Puppet in the air, and the snowy blade passed through his body, slicing off 2 cuts of the skin, but the thing swung up again in the black gas, making Zhao Puppet appear to be even more floating. Ordinary blades really can't hurt him anymore. Has he really become an immortal? At this time, Zhang Jianxiu was heard shouting, "Ghost thing, the golden stalker is at your place? Get out of here. Don't let him get it. He can't stay on Earth for long if he really becomes an immortal." You run! Li Wuxian was taken by the red light of Zhao Xi, still only feel the body swelling in pain, as if the gold entanglement to be sucked out, but then look at Zhang Jianqiu's mortal flesh, only to see his original face swollen because of the wound began to rapidly subside, the wounds on the body fast healing, only to say so a few words of effort has become tall and robust again, but the next moment his face began to become skinny, forehead, cheekbones, the corners of the eyes all began to appear fine wrinkles, as if he had aged 10 years at once. No, Zhao Qi had said that there would be several decades of eternal youth after building the foundation and refining the qi, and how much of his young life had been drained away at once. Go wow! Inquire about a place called Yuzhou Yuan and tell them that the Ran Mountain sect patriarch has become evil. Zhang Jianqiu shouted in a stern voice, his feet stomped, and he leapt up high on the ground. His body's essence flowed and dispersed, holding up his hair. I'll hold him off for you. If you didn't go to the Yuzhou Yuan to the underworld, I'll find you to settle the score. Zhao Puppet laughed maniacally a few times. Stall me? Who are you to do that? Back off. His hands hooked. The ground. Zhao Qi's sword buzzed and flew up. And see him again while arms a support. The top of the head of the three fire clouds Huagai immediately turned into a red light. This time, the whole piece of heaven and earth seemed to be filled with endless low buzzing, densely packed, cacophonous voices linked together as if the magic sound of the brain. In order to Li Wuxianxer can only hear the sporadic a few words. It was all a human prayer of supplication. These voices were like visible and untouchable smoldering gas. From all directions, they turned into thousands of strands and merged into the black smoke inside Zhao Puppet's body, and his size and the three flowers on top of his head then violently rose by a circle, and the long sword that he had taken into the air suddenly emitted eye-catching metaphysical light, and with a shrill whistling sound, it shot towards Zhang Jianqiu. Zhang Jianqiu was still in mid-air at the moment, unable to avoid. However, he hooked up his 10 fingers in both hands and violently scratched each other. His fingertips were immediately drenched in blood, and that blood wrapped up his small sword along his sword line, and the body of the sword suddenly blossomed with bloodlight and spat out sword-ons, and the small sword almost became a blood spear, which was meeting Zhao Puppet's long sword. With a ping sound, the light of the blood sword dimmed, and the long sword was shattered into a large snowy steel chip, shooting Zhang Jianqiu's body into blood splatters, but the blood did not dissipate, but lingered into a red mist on his body surface, telling him to pull up half a zhang in mid-air. Approaching Zhao Puppet. What evil? Give me, get off. He grabbed onto one of the three flowers on top of Zhao Puppet's Huagai. This time his hand didn't shoot straight through like the previous flying swords, and under the wrapping of his body's essence blood, he actually grabbed it. Zhao Puppet's body was violently tilted by him, and immediately let out a roar, and the steel shards that were still splashing in mid-air rolled backward, and attacked Zhang Jianqiu's back with a sharp whistle, only hearing a crackling sound like rain hitting a banana. The steel shavings all missed Zhang Jianqiu's back, almost turning him into a sieve, but those blood that splashed out lingered on the surface of his body into a blood mist, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye, while those steel shavings that penetrated his body wrapped around his essence blood and shot Zhao Puppet through as well. Zhao Puppet finally let out a scream. By Zhang Jianqiu grabbed the Huagai bang as smoke disappeared. The black gas in his body immediately went to a small half. The field of buzzing prayers also weakened into a thin and fragmented whispers. He wrapped in black smoke skewed fall to the ground, but in the ground rolled up more violent whirlwind. Those broken stone, iron, incense burner, tables and chairs, all by the gale rolled and torn, and turned into a torrential downpour, to Zhang Jianqiu's body to shoot. When Zhao Puppet fell halfway down, he barely managed to stabilize his body, and those praying voices got louder again all of a sudden. And the Huagai above his head that had been scattered by Zhang Jianqiu's clawing vaguely showed signs of regrouping, while the blood light on Zhang Jianqiu's body had weakened to the point that only a thin layer of red aura remained. And when he saw that Li Wuxian was still standing still, he immediately bellowed, "Get lost! Don't be a mother-in-law! Go find Yuzhubuan, Sai Jiu Yuan? I'll tell you to look for it in the underworld." As soon as Zhao Puppet's black smoke gathered, the decapitated human skin that haunted his surroundings twisted Zhang Jianqiu, who was about to fall, like a rope, and lifted him up in one go, with a few of them wrapping around his limbs, and the other wrapping around his neck to break his head upright. The reddish mouth of the human skin sucked violently, and immediately sucked a stream of clear air out of Zhang Jianqiu's face. Zhang Jianqiu roared, struggled to break free, and tried to turn his face away, but as the buzzing prayers in the arena grew louder, the human skin that strangled him tightened, and after he broke free a few times the blood light on his body abruptly dissipated, and he was immediately wrapped up firmly in Zhao Puppet's human skin, and he couldn't move a single muscle. Zhao Puppet then broke his head upright, and then sucked it violently, letting out a long whistle. What a swordsman! How vigorous is this vitality? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Jianxiu was originally a tall and majestic man, but at this time, after being sucked by Zhao Puppet for a few mouthfuls, he gradually turned into a tall, dry and skinny man. His cheeks deflated, and his hair began to turn white. Still drinking to Li Wuxian under his breath. Go wow, idiot. Li Wuxian remained standing without moving. It wasn't that Zhao Puppet couldn't pose a threat to him, the red light that shot out from one of the huagai had been covering him with a deadly light, and during Zhang Jianxiu's fight with Zhao Puppet, he had tried several times, walking slowly, walking quickly, and folding and dodging, but he couldn't get rid of it. Zhang Jianxiu was enveloped by this red aura after the body quickly recovered. It should be because by this demonic light sucked away the life of the young, as if many years have passed at once, and although Li Wuxian's appearance is not aging, but can feel that this skin is also rapidly becoming rough, stiff, thin and brittle, as if by the wind and sun for many years, and even those white beards in the body, he can feel is gradually becoming atrophied. It wasn't that he was just trying to be brave and didn't think he should run away without his partner. When encountering a crisis that could not be fought against, the first thing to do was to save himself. This was one of his old beliefs, but in this case, he couldn't run. He was sure that Zhao Puppet could easily find himself after taking care of Zhang Jianxiu, and judging from their fight, Zhang Jianxiu was not a match for Zhao Puppet at this time, so he was watching. After peeling Zhao Qi's skin, Zhao Puppet picked up the outer robe and talisman paper in the air, and just now took Zhao Qi's long sword in the air, and after being plastered by Zhang Jianxiu, he still only used his divine ability to roll up the ground's debris and steel shards to hit him, and didn't make any substantial contact with Zhang Jianxiu the whole time, which meant that at this moment, Zhao Puppet didn't seem to be able to actually touch anything. The second point, saliva could not deal with him, but Zhang Jianxiu's blood could. He knew the story of how human saliva could repel ghosts, and even more so, he knew that spewing out a mouthful of blood could enhance one's magical power, because that was what Zhao Qi had done the night Chen San had bitten his family, and that was what Zhang Jianxiu was doing now. Also, that night, the ghost sucked the popularity of Chen San bite in the same way. That's why he's not an immortal. He's just a stronger evil spirit. And the source of this evil spirit's power? Li Wuxian slightly closed his eyes, more carefully heard those buzzing prayers in the courtyard, that are begging for the blessing of the Zhao Wang, can avoid the evil spirits in the town. These prayers obviously come from the town's townspeople, who were terrified of the ghosts last night, and at this moment, they must have seen the vision from afar, and heard the scene described by those town soldiers who ran away before, so they were incomparably panicked and fearful, and they prayed to the master Zhao Wang, who was enshrined in their homes. It seems that Zhao Qi still didn't succeed this time. He didn't really summon Zhao Wang, but has summoned the Zhao Puppeting spirit that was driven away by the chicken blood, stealing the god's seat. So, what to do about evil spirits? Li Wuxian glanced at Zhao Qi, who was already wrapped in dark brown on the ground by the swirling flying sand and rocks. This cheap master, who had already taught himself last night, because although you can see it, it is not with us, but in the underworld. Getting rid of it at this time is time-consuming and laborious, but telling it to enjoy some incense and popularity and come to this realm would be much less troublesome. Chapter 58, Trapped Characters. Right now Zhao Puppet is enjoying the incense and popularity, as Zhang Jianxiu's body became thinner and thinner, and you could almost see the veins under his neck. The black smoke on Zhao Puppet's body coalesced even more tightly. Those lingering smoke gradually turned into substance, poking out from under a few cuts of skin, and eventually turned into countless arms, on which black mist flowed, containing dots of golden light, and seemed to really have some sacred meaning of an immortal. So Li Wuxian squatted down beside Zhao Qi's corpse and stretched out his hand. The white whiskers in his palm immediately probed into his body and began to suck with vigor. He couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a slight breath. Now he knew how cultivators were different from ordinary people. When he had eaten the 3 Wang family fathers and sons, he had simply been filling his stomach, and the entire process had been accompanied by a strong, uncomfortable and disgusted feeling of devouring his former kind. This feeling was still present in his heart now, but it was completely overshadowed by another unparalleled pleasure. If one were to say that the flesh and blood of the Wang family's father and son was a haphazardly seasoned meal that could only barely be swallowed to satiate the stomach, Zhao Qi's blood was as if it had been carefully cooked, and would no longer make one feel any discomfort. Most of the impurities in the flesh and blood had been refined, and the aura that had not yet dissipated from the blood, once inhaled by him, immediately filled the empty body and nourished the dying skin. The hunger that had not gone away for a long time instantly disappeared, and for the first time, Li Wuxian felt that he could be so strong and powerful and live such a distinct life. His outer skin became richly polished and resilient again, and his mind was filled with such great happiness and pleasure that he was almost on the verge of forgetting where and when he was now, and instead wanted nothing more than to turn Zhao Xi. Stop. He withdrew his hand. The tentacles, which had turned bright red from sucking up all the blood, reluctantly withdrew their palms, but he felt that it was enough for now. He told this little pool of blood to flow through the tentacles within him, to slide all over his body, and instead of telling the tentacles to break it down and absorb it by instinct, as they usually did, he told himself to imagine and believe that it was his own blood. Then he unfolded his left hand, where there was a Ranzan talisman paper, one of the ones he had previously grabbed from Zhao Qi's arms when they were scattered in the air. Zhao Puppet had already admitted that Ran Mountain's talisman art was divinely different from the talisman, not the art, and before Zhao Qi arrived, Zhang Jianxiu had already taught himself how to run his spiritual energy to write the talisman. With only these two things, the talisman written might not be too strong. The talisman written by Zhao Qi had narrowly failed to trap that ghost last night, but since Zhao Puppet had spent more than 10 years refining this skin of his, and had survived and grown in the flames, he would never be some ordinary painted skin ghost at the moment, and these reasons were already enough to call for him to gamble on his life and the situation at hand. After the essence blood flowed back into his fingers, only a bean-sized bit remained. Li Wuxiang unfolded the talisman paper with his left hand, and with his right fingertips poking out colorful red tentacles to be the tip of the pen, he began to write on the talisman paper. Zhao Puppet's pair of bloodshot eyes glanced at him and immediately indulged in a wild laugh. Little, you're going to use what your master taught you against your master ancestor again? Something that doesn't know how to die. You're next. Spiritual energy flowed, and Li Wuxiang used his essence to write the first stroke on the talisman paper. The moment the blood touched the paper, he immediately felt a great resistance, as if there was something extremely heavy on the paper that was pushing his fingers backward. This should be a good thing, right? At least when Zhao Qi wrote the talisman, it didn't seem so strenuous. He finally gritted his teeth and wrote the first stroke, and his mind buzzed with an unspeakable sensation that seemed to be added to the rune paper, calling him to feel as if he had made something extremely dangerous and about to tip out of balance in the next moment because of that stroke. In mid-air, Zhao Puppet had already almost condensed into a complete human form, and those human skins that originally surrounded his body all obeyed on the surface of his body, and began to heal like the skin of a living person, while countless tiny arms shrunk under the skin, and the golden light in the black mist converged inwardly, so that he seemed to be like a human being again. But around him, the air became slightly distorted as if it was being vaporized by the hot ground, as if this courtyard had begun to withstand something that should not have appeared in this world. He grabbed Zhang Jianxiu with one of his own hands and sucked harder. The muscles on Zhang Jianxiu's face steeply slackened, and the whole person became dazed and paralyzed, no longer able to say a word. Zhao Puppet landed on the ground and casually threw him to the side. It's no longer tasteless to eat. It's not a pity to discard it. The 9 abyss of the underworld? That place I also want to go. Wait for me to ask you later. He turned his face to look at Li Wuxiang and ran towards him in large strides. Flames and smoke were born under his feet as he took each step. The ground shattered and the air shook, while countless extremely faint figures emerged around him, as if each step was shattering the void and stepping directly into the underworld. You know the wonders of this talisman paper, but you don't know that the wonders aren't infinite. Zhao Puppet started running after 3 steps, and the ground sounded empty. You're something I refined. Don't I know your weight? You can trap demons and ghosts, but can you trap me? Ha! The last point fell, and with a push of spiritual energy, a line of fire passed in an instant. Zhao Puppet was running in front of him, his arms grabbing violently. Sharp fingertips steeply stopped at Li Wuxiang's chest, and the face with exposed sharp teeth almost pressed against his face, but underneath Zhao Puppet, a circle of starflame brightened gray threads encircled him, an invisible barrier separating the two of them, and the humming of the prayers instantly faded away. Li Wuxiang looked at Zhao Puppet's bloodshot eyes and inclined his head expressionlessly. Apparently, you don't know enough. He took a step sideways and quickly walked over to Zhang Jianxiu's side. He was lying on the ground with his eyes slightly open in a godless manner, as if he was a prisoner who had been forbidden food and water for a long period of time. Li Wuxiang squatted down and put one hand on his wrist and patted his face with the other hand. Hey, are you still alive? I trapped him. How can I help you? Zhang Jianxiu lifted his eyelids to look at him and spit out a few words with difficulty. Run, go to the Yuzhou Yuan. Besides that? Zhang Jianxiu looked at him for a while. Kill all the people in the town. People are still there. His wish will not be broken. You cannot trap him for long. If he come out it will be again. Li Wuxiang nodded. I'm sort of an evil spirit, but not this evil. Nothing more? A hot wind swept against the ground, stirring up a large cloud of smoke. Li Wuxiang immediately turned back to look. only to see that Zhao Puppet, who was trapped inside the gray line, was breathing violently, and between one breath and the other, rolling black smoke gushed out from his 7 orifices, filling up the entire space where he was trapped, which was almost exactly the same as that of last night's evil ghost. Similarly, the black smoke was also coming out from below, washing away a circle of fire line, stirring up smoke and dust in the courtyard. Zhang Jianqiu closed his eyes. Go away, leave me alone, you're alone. Li Wuxiang immediately got up and disappeared into the large cloud of smoke and dust that was lifted up by gust after gust of violent hot wind. Zhang Jianqiu froze, but really do not have the strength to say anything else, only to close his eyes, re-pillowed on the ground, but did not wait for his consciousness to drift again. He saw a silhouette again from the smoke and dust folded back to help him up to break his mouth. The other hand lifted. 2 round pills fell into the mouth. This is Zhao Xi cannot afford to eat the elixir. To give you back your blood. Don't be such a dead look. What else can be done? I can't carry you on my back with this skin. Zhang Jianqiu's throat moved. 2 Fu Yuan Bao Shengdan fell into his belly. In the end, he has cultivation roots in only 2 breaths of effort. Although the body is still skinny and scary, but the vision has shot out a fine light. He sucked my popularity. Is to take shape. Is to stay on the earth for a long time. The demons and elves in shape will lose their magical powers. But Zhao Puppet has practiced at least 60 years of swordsmanship, and so on. He is out of the trap. There is still a steady stream of away from the wish to be added to the power, and I am now still. That's what I'm asking. Li Wuxiang pulled him up. You can hurt him after transforming into a form, right? Zhao Qi also said so. Good. You go and bring Shui Baobao bottle with you. Zhang Jianqiu froze. Li Wuxiang pushed him and almost told him to fall on the ground. Or you stay and fight him in this condition? I can't die. Go. You. Zhang Jianqiu nodded and stumbled into the smoke. Good. I will avenge you later. Li Wuxiang then walked back to Zhao Qi's corpse, and while telling his tentacles to probe in and draw essence blood, he watched Zhao Puppet silently raise his voice to the heavens in the middle of the forbidden system, spewing rolling smoke and fire from his 7 orifices, and sighed. You can say something auspicious. At the next moment, the clear light of the forbidden system collapsed. Black smoke burst out violently, and suddenly gathered inwards. Zhao Puppet inhaled them all into his mouth. A pair of black eyes rolled out of his blood-red orbitals, and his voice seemed to be everyone in the town buzzing together. None of you can leave today. When Chen Xian arrived at Shui's house with 5 town soldiers, Shui Baobao was being questioned by Lu Jiao in the stoveroom. When Chen Xian entered, he saw the little girl sitting on a bench, her face slightly hanging down and her fingers grasping the corner of her skirt, so he glanced at Lu Jiao, who shook his head at him. This child refuses to speak. Despite being prepared, Chen Xian's heart still jumped slightly as he walked over to Lu Jiao and stood down next to her, sizing up Shui Baohua for a few moments. Little girl, no more superfluous words. Nowadays, in this world, a foreign surname like your family can be rooted in the town for 3 generations. I haven't heard of it for hundreds of miles around. The town, no matter what, is gracious to your family. Uncle won't hide anything from you. That Zhang Jianqiu who was captured by you guys is Uncle's former master. I'm going to save him now. I'm not asking you what this young man in your family is. I'm only asking you, do you know that he's not Li Jie? If you don't know, I don't blame you. But if you know and now refuse to say, Uncle will have to take even you with him. When she heard the word master, Shui Baobi couldn't help but look up and froze for a moment before saying in a low voice, Li Wuxiang he. Lu Jiao softly said, speak slowly. We don't blame you if you didn't know about this before. That young man is called Li Wuxiang, is it? Shui Baohua nodded down and took another deep breath. Li Wuxiang is a good person. Zhang Jianqiu is not a bad person. Zhao Qi is a bad person. Chen Xian's heart snapped. Now that was right. The reason why he first came to ask about the situation is because he had seen his master's methods before, and the injuries he had seen on his body before were nothing. He talked to him, and he ignored. Chen Xian in his heart a little sure, his master is pretending to be weak. Otherwise, not to mention a few years of martial arts practice of young people, is a few big man cannot catch him. Did my master purposely ask Li Wuxiang, as you said, to capture him? Did he say what he wanted to do? Shui Baobao held the corner of his coat. Last night, Li Wuxiang said to him that he couldn't tell Chen Xian about this matter for the time being because he was afraid that he would believe Zhao Qi. But now he saw that Chen Xian was on his side, so should he tell him? If he did, would he be as bad as Li Wuxiang feared? She took a deep breath and looked up. What is he, him, them, doing now? Chen Xian sighed in relief. When he did, he heard Chen Xiu call up, Father, Mother, he's awake, he's starving. Chen Xiu walked out quickly from the main house. still holding the hand dipped in a wet pad. Li Jie is so hungry that he is talking nonsense, saying that he begged Master Zhao to give him something to eat, and I thought, father, mother, I'm also hungry. Chen Xin frowned, alas, what time is it? Well, yeah, what time is it? Isn't it time for dinner? He slightly froze, pumping his nose and sniffing. Your stoveroom is fragrant. Little girl, what did you get to eat? Why is it so fragrant? Do you smell it? He looked to Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao's eyes also glowed, bowed over to the cauldron on the stovetop and smelled it, then put his hands on the rim of the cauldron, buried his head into the empty pot and took a long breath. Yes, dang. Fragrant embroidery. You also come to smell. Fragrant Chen Xin hurried over. Chen Xiu pounced on him almost simultaneously, and the three of them gathered around the cauldron on the stove, burying their heads deep inside, shoulders shrugging, and scrambling to start inhaling. At this time, a few town soldiers originally guarding the door ran in. Master, outside our yard there is a haze, colorful, looking strange and scary. Master, they saw the cauldron in the stoveroom. Words all of a sudden swallowed back in the mouth. They also smelled the aroma. It is hard to say what the flavor is, as if there is a little smoke and fire, but it is just ruffled people's stomach rumbling. Their two eyes also all of a sudden straightened and opened their mouths, and the saliva even dripped down along the teeth in a silky way. Master, we are also hungry. What are you eating? Shui Baobao stood up from the bench at once, feeling tingling all over her body. The 5 town soldiers and the 3 members of the Chen family all came over to the pot and buried their heads in it to inhale, and after inhaling for a while, she heard their hungry stomachs begin to gurgle, and she heard the sound of the bottom of the pot being chomped. They were chomping on the bottom of the pot like beasts chomping on food, as if they wanted to get something out. In just the time it took her to get up, the 8 people in the room were already unable to even speak clearly, and after they had been digging in the pot for a while and couldn't get to it, they got anxious. Chen Xiu was squeezed by a few people and fell to the ground, but her face was facing the stove. She put her face into the pit at the bottom of the pot and fiercely inhaled a mouthful of smoky air, and immediately exclaimed, fragrant, so fragrant, the Stove King gave it to me, the Stove King gave it to me. The upper side is still scratching the bottom of the pot. A few people heard her so called. Immediately with also follow the slurred chanting up, Zhao Wangshi, they seem to have lost human as if they had lost their human sanity. They only had their instincts left, and when they couldn't suck the iron pot, they grabbed the edge of the iron pot and pulled hard, only to hear a bang, lifting the iron pot to the side. Only such a blink of an eye. They all don't look like people anymore. Shui Baobao felt numb from the back of her head all the way to the soles of her feet, and gently wanted to slowly move to the door and rush out, but when she looked out, in the direction of the Chen family's mansion, the 7-colored haze in the sky was turning into a large cloud of fire, followed by a violent buzz, the sound of the 8 people in the cookhouse chanting Master Zhao Wang, as well as the sounds of the rest of the town, which buzzed her ears, causing her to feel dizzy for a moment. The sound of 8 people chanting Master Zhao in the cookhouse, and the sounds of the rest of the town, buzzed her ears and made her dizzy, and she held onto the door with a snap. The 8 people in the cookhouse suddenly looked up and stared at her in unison. She immediately tightened the piece of talisman paper that Zhao Xi had given her and her eyes went black. Chapter 59, Suppression. All of a sudden there was silence around her, like a whole person suddenly submerged in deep water. She could still hear voices, but they were vague and very distant, as if they were coming from the sky. Shui Baobao found herself in darkness. She took 2 panicked steps and waved her hand, but touched nothing. Her heart thumping wildly, she stopped right where she was and tried to keep her eyes open. And after a short while she realized that where she was looking wasn't complete darkness. There seemed to be some glimmer of light on the wall in front of her, as if it were cast in through a vertical but sinuous gap. A thought crossed her mind, but still taking a deep breath, she slowly walked over to the wall and looked out through the half-man-width gap. She's in the stove. She saw 8 epileptic, gigantic faces, sucking in the ashes of the stove, their breath like gust after gust of wind, and the smoke that rose up as if it were burst after burst of flying snow that was falling from the sky. This is the place where Li Wuxian used to stay. When Zhang Jianqiu ran to the door of Shui's house, he felt that his legs were trembling. How many years ago was the last time he felt this way? He stumbled through the door and rushed into the courtyard, where he saw 8 thin, shriveled men like him in the cookhouse. They were gathered around the stove, grubbing and sucking greedily at the ashes like long-hungry beasts, their hazy popularity and the slurred Master Zhao Wang converging in the direction of the Chen family compound. He let out a bitter smile, looked around, found a piece of rags, and bit his finger, squeezed and squeezed hard before squeezing out a few drops of blood on the rags to write a talisman to clear the spirit. Tried and tried again, before he barely managed to draw the fire line on the talismanic cloth to burn with great difficulty, and then threw it towards the stove room and droned. "Tai!" This sound was not enough in the middle of the air, but at least for a moment it suppressed the buzzing sound in the courtyard. As soon as that talismanic cloth landed in front of the 8 people, it immediately ignited even more brightly, and it was only then that the 8 people in the room suddenly froze, looked at each other in disbelief, and then screamed out in horror. Zhang Jianqiu took a few steps and rushed to Chen Xin. His hair was graying, his face was furrowed, and his originally well-fitting clothes now looked like they were hanging empty on a hanger. "Where's the little girl in this house?" Chen Xin's eyes fluttered, like he had just woken up from a dream. "Master, you, HM?" Zhang Jianqiu frowned. "What master? I'm asking you, where's the little girl in this house?" The face in the stove suddenly disappeared, and then Xue Baobao heard human voices, faintly, like muffled thunder rolling down from the sky. She couldn't hear it distinctly, and could only vaguely discern a few words. "Li Wuxiang, fights up. I'll take her. You guys away, it's not far. You guys also, can't save that much." She felt like it was Zhang Jianqiu's voice, but she didn't know if Zhang Jianqiu had become like them. But if Zhang Jianqiu was here, what about Li Wuxiang? A fight? Him and Zhao Xi? And how is he now? She had to go out and ask. It sounded like Li Wuxiang had told Zhang Jianqiu to take himself away. How the hell is he doing? To get out. She didn't know how to get out of here. But remembering what Li Wuxiang had once told her, she padded over to the crack, turned her body sideways, and fought to push herself outward. With a bang, the stovetop crumbled in half, and Xue Baobao rolling out wrapped in soot. After a few people in the room were stunned for a moment, Zhang Jianqiu grabbed her arm. "Where did you come out from?" Splat! The tip of the big gun was flicked, and a wooden chair that flew out from the Chun clan's main hall shattered with a sound, turning into a canopy of splattering wood shavings that shot the freshly grown skin on Zhao Puppet's body in a dense mass. But he didn't even blink. Those tiny wounds healed most of them in an instant in the echoing buzzing sound, and lunged forward, stabbing at Li Wuxiang at the back of the wooden chair. Li Wuxiang's palm shot out a bundle of tentacles, immediately pulling himself up onto the beams, but he only felt his right leg being brought down by the tip of the gun, and with a slight glance, another piece of palm-sized skin was peeled off, revealing the golden tangles underneath. This is the 5th wound on his body, and from Zhao Puppet's hand just now to the eye, a total of less than a dozen breaths of effort. Zhao Puppet is too fast. This thought just came out. Just now was still in the doorway of the Zhao Puppets have disappeared. Li Wuxiang heard a sharp buzzing in his ears, and immediately put his left hand to the wall. Whitebeard immediately pulled him to the east wall. At the same time will be the fingertips of the right hand. A loose, a fling, 4 pieces of broken porcelain to the buzzing sound of the place of the shot. I do not know whether it shot Zhao Puppets, but behind him, there was another thump. With a bang, a cloud of wood shavings exploded behind him, and the tip of the coldly glittering gun pecked and picked at his palm like a viper, and another piece of human skin was slashed open in his palm. Zhang Jianqiu was right. Zhao Puppet's 60 years of kung fu hadn't been in vain, except that not only was he good at swordplay, it was more like he was good at nothing. When he first made his move, Li Wuxiang still felt that he had already sucked his fill of Zhao Qi's essence blood, enough to tangle with Zhao Puppet for a while, so that Zhang Jianqiu could take Xue Baobao and leave first, while he himself would find another opportunity to try to die with him or fake his death anyway. Outer evil had already made a promise to him, but after Zhao Puppet rushed into the Chen family's storehouse and touched a big gun, he realized that it was really ridiculously strong, perhaps due to the absorption of the incense and wishing power to take shape. Zhao Puppet's speed has been so fast that it is hard to see, and he had a few moves with him in the courtyard, and his chest, abdomen, left shoulder and back were immediately picked off a large area of skin, revealing the golden entanglement underneath, and he was illuminated by the heavenly light from the top of his head, and he immediately felt dizziness, panic and palpitations, as if he had become something unseen and unappealing, and it should be because of the sunlight directly into the souls that lived in the golden entanglement, the soul that resided in the gold entanglement. His previous plan was actually the same as Zhao Puppet's, which was to try to damage the other party's skin during the encounter, preferably telling him to lose his mobility. He also did make an extremely large number of wounds on Zhao Puppet's body with various things at hand, but with the wish power, Zhao Puppet's wounds also healed extremely quickly, and now, although it looked like a humanoid pocket holding black smoke with countless small holes broken, it was far better than his own condition, so he rushed into the house, intending to jump into Jinshui through the back window. Zhao Puppet wanted the gold tangles on him and must come after them, but only just entering the house without even touching the edge of the back window, he was forced to the wall again by Zhao Puppet. This was already a dead end, 3 steps away from the back window on the left and the door on the right. Because of Zhao Qi's essence blood, he himself was now incredibly fast, but was pretty sure that this fastness was completely incomparable to Zhao Puppet. As soon as he moved, the big gun would immediately nail himself to the wall. It's just that Zhao Puppet had attached himself to Zhao Qi for some days when he was in the hearth and cheated himself, and this nature of his was bound to be not the kind of pain and suffering that Zhang Jianqiu had. So, with such a turn of thoughts, only a bit of cold aura was seen in front of his eyes. Li Wuxiang didn't even move, calling out in short bursts, "Slow down." The tip of the gun snapped and stopped in front of the tip of his nose. The gun barrel trembled and buzzed, bringing up a strong wind that almost scraped his face with ripples, but Zhao Puppet really stopped his hand, and a pair of dark eyes stared at him. "Small, not fleeing?" Li Wuxiang tilted his face back slightly. "There is no escape, but I have a problem with this person. I don't feel good when I die for no reason. What exactly were you doing inside the Shui family stove before?" Zhao Puppet's shoulders trembled slightly and was about to launch another attack when Li Wuxiang immediately broke off. "And you're not curious about who I am?" Zhao Puppet sneered. "In short, you're not an external evil. As for who it is, it's just some lone ghost. Do you think there are few things like you in heaven and earth? It's just a lone soul of a cultivator who wanted to learn my method but failed to do so, and hit the big time and came to my dojo. I'm not some monk's lone soul. Listen, the white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life." Zhao Puppet's black eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly a little surprised, but then turned to impatience. But when he heard Li Wuxiang's next few sentences, that impatience turned to amazement again. Mistakenly chasing the world's joy, quite poor in reason and disordered feelings. 96 holy kings, floating clouds hanging empty names, heaven and earth bet a throw. Where did you know that? Zhao Puppet pulled the tip of his gun back slightly while his person moved closer. "What about the back?" Li Wuxiang's heart was relieved. This poem was passed down from the ancestor of the Ranshan school, right? "Oh, you don't know the back of it? What I'm telling you is not what matters. What I'm saying is that I'm not from this world. Do you want to figure out who I am? Without figuring it out, can you be sure that the one that came my way won't come the next?" Zhao Puppet was silent for a moment, and suddenly put his gun away. "So, you also have some great affinity with our sex ancestor. Good. I am going to rebuild Ranshan Mountain. You give up your golden tangles. I will refine a good skin and flesh for you, and you will be my great disciple to start the mountain." Sifu is in pain. "But first tell me what you're doing in there. I won't be a fool if I have to ask you to backtrack." Zhao Puppet's black eyes fluttered in their sockets and glanced at his own body again under that humming and constant wishing power. The tiny wounds that had been made by Li Wuxiang were on the verge of healing again, and those black smokes in his body were no longer diffusing. He then rolled his eyes again and spoke proudly. Good thing too. It's also time to tell at least one person under the heavens to know exactly what kind of divine means I've accomplished. I have created my own Tai form refining technique using the secret knowledge handed down by the Ranshan school, with reference to the Tai form refining technique used in the world to cultivate ghost immortals. This method, to first become a ghost immortal, but not really become a ghost immortal, and then refine his skin with Tai Chi out. If you don't have the guts, you definitely don't dare to refine yourself first. If you don't have the perseverance, you definitely can't suffer for more than 10 years in a square inch of space. If you don't have a supremely intelligent mind and insight, and if you don't have heavenly luck, you won't be able to think of this method even more. You refined it, but I messed it up? Zhao Puppet violently stopped his mouth and stared eerily at Li Wuxiang for a moment. Becoming immortal and living a long life isn't something you beg for. It's whether or not you have that destiny. Do you really think you have messed up my business? You just told me to become a ghost immortal or a lonely soul again. But I have the destiny to become an immortal. My stupid disciple came here and created a formation with the Tai Chi formation technique. Instead, I've been returned to the divine position by mistake. And although I'm not a Tai, I'm still considered an immortal. He snapped his voice shut again, as if he thought he'd said too much. What about you? You want the golden tangle, right? Fine. You watch. Li Wuxiang raised his hands and ripped open his clothes, then forcefully inserted his hands into his chest before tearing it open bit by bit. Only when he tore open a wound with countless pale pink whiskers writhing nonstop did he fully probe and stop his forearms as well, as if taking a long breath. Ah, it really looks like what? I say Zhao Qi is really like you, practically carved out of the same mold. Getting carried away when he's happy, Zhao Puppet don't you realize that it's very quiet and wonderful now? Zhao Puppet froze, the buzzing in the courtyard had stopped at some point. A bitter cold light flashed like a curved moon. Li Wuxiang drew from his chest the 2 daggers he had previously hidden there. The black smoke from Zhao Puppet's head and body rose to the sky. Before his head fell, Li Wuxiang's double daggers drew a circular arc in front of his body, and Zhao Puppet's chest was immediately opened with two big gaps and his arms hanging down. Li Wuxiang didn't know why the prayer sound suddenly disappeared, but it was definitely outside Zhao Puppet's expectation. Perhaps it was because Zhang Jianqiu had used some means, but he would never say half a sentence more like Zhao Puppet. The headless Zhao Puppet was obviously not dead, but immediately from the several unhealed openings on his body rolled out black eyeball after black eyeball, and from the two big wounds on his chest there were countless wisps of smoke, like tentacles on his own body, trying to pull his arms back again. The short dagger in Li Wuxiang's hand immediately erupted into a dazzling snowy light. Zhao Qi's essence blood, Tai Chi's skin, and former skills. Black smoke erupted from the countless broken holes, sharp whistling as if resembling Zhao Puppet's mournful hissing. The black smoke merged into a rolling stream of turbid gas, first rushing towards the roof in panic, but when it was stopped, it headed back towards the door. But as soon as it touched the sunlight outside the door, it immediately felt like it had been stung, and then violently folded back, rushing into Li Wuxiang's open chest at once. His entire body was rushed against the wall with a loud bang. The white whiskers in his body instantly withered. The golden net buzzed and vibrated under his skin, and countless tiny cracks instantly spread all over the surface of his body. This was almost exactly the same feeling as when he was about to be seized by the golden tangle in Zaozhuang. Only this time Li Wuxiang felt a power so strong that it was terrifying in that black smoke. It was as if it was some kind of huge thing that had taken over his entire body and mind in an instant and began to compete with him for the golden tangled sun under his skin. Zhao Puppet didn't do this at first, because this method would hurt the treasure. Li Wuxiang could feel that it started to become loose under Zhao Puppet's strong and savage pulling, as if it was going to break apart, and he himself felt that himself started to drift away along with the change of the golden tangle. He himself also felt that his self had begun to drift away with the change of the golden tangles, and the madness, resentment, and cynicism of Zhao Puppet hit his consciousness like a raging storm. His chest and throat were violently drummed by the black smoke inside him, and he let out an unfamiliar hiss, something that doesn't know how to die and has to break my Tao. With another violent vibration, Li Wuxiang's entire body was like porcelain that had been stripped by wind and sand for many years, with pieces of his body surface crumbling to pieces, revealing the golden light of the golden tangles. But the next moment, a terrifyingly grand and furious aura suddenly descended. External evil. Jin Tangzi instantly became ambidextrous, while Zhao Puppet's consciousness seemed like a small beast that had suddenly met a fierce tiger. Panic, fear, and despair suddenly erupted, but was suppressed and expelled to the furthest corners of his consciousness in an instant. Black smoke violently erupted, dispersed, and annihilated into nothingness from the fissure on the surface of Li Wuxiang's body. Chapter 60, The Little Fairy Master. Everything is quiet. Li Wuxiang stood still, motionless, and immediately began to luckily internalize and physically inspect everything on his body. Originally empty body, the bottom of the lake as if there were only a few water beads, is overflowing with powerful force, almost filling him. He felt that his solution to the 9 palace is about to be complete. This is Zhao Puppet left behind. A certainty rose from his mind. This was the power left behind by Zhao Puppet, which contained the prayers and longevity of the people of Goldwater Town. With that came joy and fulfillment. Li Wuxiang had to work very hard to control his thoughts to be able to wake up a little bit from this emotion. What he was looking for was not anything else, but Zhao Puppet. Was he dead or not? Or was it like last time? No other thoughts popped up this time, as if the outer evil didn't want to answer the question. Li Wuxiang was silent for a moment and could only whisper, "Okay, thanks for the bailout. I thought it had to be until I was dead enough to become a cocoon again dash. Ah, it was supposed to be that way. But because of all that had just been done, the consideration, the design, the stalking, the fight to the death, outer evil loved these things, loved the chill of the first emergence from a mountain of corpses and blood." Li Wuxiang then sighed. "Alright, I can understand why people call you guys outer evil." There were no more other thoughts, so it was only when the joy and fulfillment faded again like a tidal wave that Li Wuxiang felt pain. It's not any specific part that hurts, it's just pure pain, as if there's a branding iron pressing hard, niggling, and greasy smoke rising up in the consciousness. It was only at this time that he realized that just now, after Zhao Puppet turned into black smoke and rushed around the house, he even called that the roof had been pierced through in several places, and now the bright heavenly light spilled down and was falling on the bare gold tangles. He hurriedly moved a few steps to call himself into the corner of the room, picked up a curtain on the ground to cover himself up, and began to run the Guang Cicada Tsu's gong method. He had done this one with Zhao Puppet for the time being, but there was still a cultivator in Jinshui town, Zhang Jianqiu. He knew he wasn't human anymore, and should be an evil spirit in his opinion, right? In his previous life, He had experienced too many things that worked well together when working on a project, but immediately killed him at the end of the project. As the surging aura rushed around his body, Li Wuxiang could feel the skin on the surface of his body healing. At first, the speed was extremely fast, but when there were cracks left on his body, the healing speed started to become slower. He stopped and distracted himself to think about it a little bit. Guang Cicada Z solved the 9 palaces realms to refine the innate air of the internal organs to the surface of the body, no matter where he came from or here. The innate air is the most rare and fundamental thing for a person. And now this skin is so refined out. Just now I'm afraid that Zhao Puppet shook the golden tangles, and this body skin mutilated too much. This innate is at time difficult to make up for it. So now, he heard footsteps. At first it was 2, far away, then a little later it became 4 or 5, then 8 or 9, a dozen, dozens. What's going on? Because the sound of those footsteps did not appear at the entrance of the Chen family's courtyard from far and near, but more like a constant, sudden emergence. Li Wuxiang poked his hand outside the cloth curtain and touched the large gun that Zhao Puppet had dropped. Then he heard Zhang Jianxiu's voice coming from the courtyard. Hey, are you still alive? A little while later, Zhao Puppet? Li Wuxiang was silent, looking towards the back window a few steps away. Zhang Jianxiu's voice still didn't sound like he had much strength, and right now, although his own body surface hadn't healed yet, his body was actually surging with spiritual energy, far from being comparable to before. But at such a time he didn't want to face a situation that called for a difficult situation. Then Xue Baobao's voice was heard again, slightly sobbing, as if squeezed out from between his chest and abdomen with great effort and care. Trembling slightly, Li Wuxiang? He froze and hesitated for a moment. I'm alive. Xue Baobao let out a short cry of excited surprise, and then he heard other voices like a lot of people at the entrance of the courtyard, slightly agitated and timidly speaking at his voice. Then came Zhang Jianxiu's voice. My goodness, your life is truly great. That Zhao Puppet. Li Wuxiang stood up with the curtains on, and glanced out against the wall. Zhang Jianxiu and Xue Baobao were in the courtyard, and outside the courtyard were all the townspeople of Jinshui. Just now, the tentacles in his body withered and did not grow all the way up to now, so he could not see very clearly, but vaguely saw most of the gray hair color, and most of the look was terrified. The look of a person who had survived the robbery but was anxious. He then breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhao Puppet isn't here anymore. It should have been accepted by me. The people were quiet for a while, as if they didn't really understand. At this time, Chen Xian's voice was heard. Little Immortal Master is saying that Zhao Qi has been eliminated by him, and the evil spirits have also been eliminated by him. Jinshui is peaceful. The wind-like gasps only then blew through the crowd, and the original timid, low voices burst open all at once, howling, cheering, and praying intertwined, and then the crowd, like waves of wheat blown by the wind, collapsed all at once, bowing down in the direction of the Chen family's courtyard, many of them still mumbling the blessing of the Zhao Wang. Chen Xian again hurriedly shouted loudly, Don't, hey, don't worship Zhao Wang. Our Zhao Wang here called Zhao Qi that demon changed to worship on the small fairy master, Li Xianshi. The crowd changed their sayings all of a sudden, and in just such a moment, Li Wuxiang felt it. A subtle satisfaction and joy spread throughout his body, but it was never as grand as when it was given by an external evil, but more like warm water or a spring breeze that brushed every corner of his circumference. The human skin on his body tightened, and the streaks of cracks that were originally incapable of healing quickly tightened up, and within moments, it was as smooth as ever. Is this wishful thinking? Xue Baobao rushed through the door, still grasping 2 pieces of broken bricks in her hand, and abruptly stopped when she reached Li Wuxiang's body. Li Wuxiang laughed a little, opened his arms. She immediately jumped into a full embrace, hugging him to tighten his arms. Li Wuxiang gently patted on her back. You said I am an immortal. What is an evil spirit? He looked at Zhang Jianxiu as he spoke. He was now a tall, withered man, standing in the courtyard with a gun in his hand that looked like it was really meant to be used as a crutch. He had a slightly relieved smile on his face, but Li Wuxiang felt that underneath that smile there was also a bit of caution, as if he was wondering whether or not the person in this skin now was another person. Li Wuxiang then smiled at him as well. What did you get up to over there? Zhao Puppet's incense wish was suddenly cut off. Zhang Jianxiu raised his hand and pointed down at Xue Baobao. This girl has hidden a treasure. Li Wuxiang lowered his head. Xue Baobing backed away, but then there was nothing but divine delight on his face, no shyness at all, and he held the 2 stumps of the brick up in front of him. Zhao Qi, no. Take your time. There's no rush. Xue Baobao took a deep breath. Zhao Qi, wasn't it, gave me a talisman? I used that talisman before, and I ended up all of a sudden inside here, inside the bricks where you were previously locked up. I also heard Zhang Jianqiu say that you were fighting with Zhao Puppet, so I came out. And then we realized that if I held the talisman and pulled people, others could get in. I wanted to pull people back one by one. He said that it's only good if you get people together and get them in all at once, so we just dash. Li Wuxiang heard and understood. While he was fighting for his life with Zhao Puppet, they were also helping in another form. They had loaded all the people in the town into that block, and that was why Zhao Puppet's incense wish power had suddenly been cut off earlier. This method of Zhang Jianqiu's was indeed very good. Otherwise Zhao Puppet might not have taken it lightly if he had gradually sensed that something was wrong. I really don't know how much effort they had to put in to gather the townspeople, and thanks to the fact that they had tangled with him for a long time before. He then took a closer look at the two remnants of the brick. He had thought that the brick had once upon a time been a mortal object, refined by Zhao Puppet with extraordinary means, and looking at it this way, it seemed to be a treasure in its own right. Xue Baohua handed him the brick, and Li Wuxiang shook his head. You're marvelous. You sort of saved my life again, you keep it then. Then he stepped out of the door and into the courtyard. The people at the door saw him and were silent for a moment. He took a good look at Chen Xin looking already in his 60s, with a much older appearance. But it was not only his appearance that had changed. When I saw him a few times before, he acted kindly, but I could see that there was a kind of lively spirit in him. A kind of easygoing spirit after he had a good plan and felt that he had everything under control. Now he was still telling everyone to shut up in his capacity as the town's master, but Li Wuxiang could see that his aura was no longer very strong, which reminded him of one of his former superiors who, knowing that he was about to be stripped of everything because of a mistake, had been like this in his last few days, as if he were an aging, sickly wolf. He then stood down in the courtyard and removed his eyes from Chen Xion's eyes. Just now the town was haunted by an evil spirit. A demonic person attracted the evil spirit, and this demonic person is Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi, this person. He glanced at the dried up, dirt and dust covered body on the ground, which now resembled a deflated bag. He has done evil elsewhere as well, so you can ask around. He wanted to do what he's going to do today when he first came to Jinshui, but your town lord held him back until this one warrior Zing tracked him all the way here as well, and that's how we were able to subdue him. Don't worship me. You should thank your town lord as well. Chen Xian was stunned, his mouth slightly open and eyes wide. Li Wuxiang only smiled at him for a moment before he was overwhelmed by the crowd. He then gently pressed Xue Baobao's shoulder again. Keep that and the talisman, and don't give it to anyone who wants to see it in the future. Again, he inclined his head at Zhang Jianqiu. Come on, let's talk about something. The two walked out the back door, with Zhang Jianqiu leaning on the barrel of his gun. 3 steps away from him, Li Wuxiang didn't say anything, and kept leading him to the bamboo forest where Zhao Qi had asked him to kill Chen Sanbite last night before he stood down. He turned back and saw Zhang Jianqiu with a solemn face, his left hand on his gun, his right hand hanging down, calling his sleeve to cage his hand. He frowned. You're not going to shoot me with a sword, are you? Zhang Jianqiu shook his head. You have the golden tangle on you. I shouldn't be able to do anything with you with this sword. I was wondering what you were going to do. Li Wuxiang raised his left hand and slowly approached him. Take my pulse and see if there is anything wrong with me. Zhang Jianqiu was stunned, and Li Wuxiang had already passed his hand in front of him. You think I'm an evil spirit? Sort of, but it's not something I'm happy about. I used to be a human being too. This matter has to start with that brick. Did Xue Baobao say anything to you? Zhang Jianqiu stared at him for a while, put his fingers on his wrist, and smiled. No, that little girl of yours has a tight mouth. Then listen to me. Li Wuxiang opened his mouth, concealing the external evil, and told all the past events with Zhao Kuei. After you guys cut off his incense wishes, he rushed into my body, and wanted to grab the gold stalker from me. But I used to have a gong method myself, specializing in warding off evil, and only warding off evil, and I drove him out. The final scene was probably black smoke erupted out of my body, and I couldn't feel him anymore. I looked inside myself for a long time and didn't feel anything wrong. But I'm worried. I've heard a similar story about a man who engineered the death of his master, but it turned out that his master wasn't dead yet, and was hiding in his body, also saying that he had become an immortal, and that's what I'm worried about. Can you see it? While listening to him talk about these things, Zhang Jianqiu's face had become extremely serious. When Li Wuxiang finished speaking, he even pressed his fingers hard on his wrist, closed his eyes and felt for a long time before frowning and thinking for a while. I don't feel it, but if you say so, this matter is more difficult than I thought. How? Tell me to think about it. Zhang Jianqiu leaned on his gun and slowly sat down on the ground, letting out a long breath. I'm not going to ask you who you really are, but listening to what you're saying, you don't know much about cultivation, do you? Li Wuxian nodded. Other than a little bit of the world's power pattern, I don't know anything about it. Okay, so many sects under the sky. In fact, the cultivation method is mainly two kinds. The first stage is similar. First build the foundation, make up for the leakage of the body, to preserve the innate air, and then is the refining of qi. The refining is to preserve the air. After that, there is a big difference. The 36 sects, we swordsman Tai Chi, is the first to refine the air Dan, after the Dan, and then raise the Dan, refining into a newborn. After becoming a Yuaning, then the Yangshan comes out, and at this point it is claimed to be immortal, a land deity. The 6-sect Shin cult is refining the gods after the foundation is built, refining all the gods in the body's mud pills and 100 sections into their souls, and when they are done, they are returning to the void. When they reach reverting void, they continue to refine their souls, and finally merge their souls into the original innate air, which is the harmonization of the Tao. After they have merged with the Tao, they will ascend and go to their ancestors' wonderful realm. There are also side paths that can lead to immortality. The most famous of these sideways is the Taiyin alchemy of forms, practicing people to fake their deaths and avoid death. But if you do this, you will also become a ghost immortal, a genus of Yin ghosts, which is no longer popular. And you are also afraid of daylight. I guess he is not willing to do so. That might be the Taiyin refining form technique he was thinking of. I don't know much about this stuff, but as you can see, he made a little dynasty in the hearth. The emperor and Zhao Xi set up a dojo in Jinchuan and told people to worship the god of the hearth. In fact, it's all one and the same. If the heart is sincere enough, and the wish is strong enough, then you can draw down the spirit god's breath. It's not the spirit god himself, but it's enough. Then he is first to set the aura of Tai on you, the emperor, and then tell you to use Guansakata to refine yourself into a piece of skin. And then he himself hides his soul in the golden tangles and takes over the skin of yours. In this way it is still like a ghost immortal, but because there is the noble aura of Tai on the skin, it is not considered to be the genus of the Yin ghosts. Zhang Jianxiu shook his head. He is indeed smart and lucky. If the broad cicada and golden tangle are missing one thing, this won't get done, but I can't figure out why he's doing this. I don't think he's at the end of his youthful lifespan, so why take such a big risk and not wait another couple decades? Li Wuxian threw a bamboo branch at him. Older brother. Off topic. You said this is difficult. Where is it difficult? Zhang Jianxiu sighed. What I mean by difficult is that I'm afraid he won't die. Chapter 61, The Immortals. Li Wuxian looked at him in silence and waited for a while. No more buts? Are you serious? Seriously. Zhang Jianxiu frowned and thought. Before Zhao Puppet tried to take your body. Oh, that's when he was in the stove. He should have used the golden tangle to refine himself into a ghost immortal, so he attached himself to Zhao Xi's body. This golden tangle thing is worthy of being a treasure. You don't know how hard it is to properly try to take over your body. I haven't heard of anyone accomplishing it in all these years, so after he came out of the stove, I will take it that you used your method to ward off the evil spirits, and he is still not an ordinary lonely ghost, but he is not really a ghost immortal. It should be between these two. Then the problem arose with what Zhao Qi had done. Generally speaking, you go to a place to invoke a god, and people's incense and wishes converge. How do you say it? You think of it as converging into a seat exclusive to the true god. Right, and wait for people to come down and sit down. This seat, whether or not the real god is invited in the end, it's still someone's anyway. If you invite the Zhao Wang in Jinchuan, no matter whether you invite the real god or not, it's still the Zhao Wang's seat, and that's the master's seat. Sometimes some lonely ghosts, mountain spirits, wild monsters and the like, with a little bit of Taoism and a lot of guts, go up to have a seat, enjoy the incense, claim to be the Zhaowang master or any of the proper deities, and help people with their business, but after that he still has to leave. But Zhao Qi is using their Ranshan talisman art. I don't know much about it, but I guess, he painted a Zhao Wang Fu on the roof of every house, and this thing should have stolen the incense that people would have given to Zhao Wang. This is what I didn't understand. So stolen things should be useless, but I don't know what their Ranshan talisman is all about, but also really made a fake Zhaowang master. It's similar to that fake emperor you had in the beginning, right? In this way, the incense and flames converged into a tiny fake god seat, and Zhao Puppet sat on it. You have to say it's fake, but that's also real incense wishes. So I think that Zhao Puppet might have really become a god and become an immortal. Li Wuxiang slowly let out a breath. You mean to say that Zhao Qi has created a god? Pretty much, but I can't figure out how Ranzan's talisman is so powerful. Something to do with their ancestor? Zhang Jianxiu shook his head. That I don't know. What then? Zhang Jianqiu scratched his head, sighed and sighed. How do I know so evil? Anyway, certainly not in your body. I guess it is still in Jinchuei. This kind of thing should look for the people of the underworld road. They know this. However, if you want me to say it, you can't ask the people in Jinchuei to worship Zhao Wang again. It's easy to worship Zhao Puppet again. In fact, it's best not to stay in Jinchuei. After making such a mess, it's easy to attract ghosts and monsters in the future. Aha! Li Wuxian nodded, slowly letting out a breath in his heart before trying to use a more casual tone. When you told me to leave earlier, you told me to find you Jubu and Dash. Zhang Jianqiu raised his hand. Let's not mention this now. I don't mean anything else. You're not a Tai Dao swordsman, so it's not good for me to mention it to you again. Oh, then when you told me at that time that Zhao Puppet had become evil, does this evil mean external evil? Zhao Puppet mentioned it to me. What is that? He felt his whole body tense up as he spoke, but there was nothing strange in the depths of his consciousness until the words were finished. Zhang Jianqiu looked like he was relieved. Oh, this alas, I really don't know where you're coming from, and I don't know about this. Let's put it this way. Cultivators, when their Tao is deep and they cultivate powerful means, they have to think of making offerings to their own godmasters, and this kind of thing is similar to ordinary people burning incense and paying homage. Ordinary people do this, may attract ghosts and monsters, but the cultivators' offerings can be much more powerful than ordinary people. Bad luck, the same as attracted to the evil things. This thing, you think it is a powerful and powerful have the ability of the lone souls and ghosts, demonic and evil spirits, will pretend to be your offerings of the God Lord. You are not careful with a single thought. On the outside of the evil into the body, some people also think that they are really the ancestral divine Lord possessed, and their cultivation rises so fast that they end up lost and crazy, which is not good anyway. So, the higher the cultivator's Tao, the more dangerous it is? Zhang Jianqiu reluctantly hesitated for a moment, so much so that Li Wuxian thought he saw the look on Zhao Qi's face when he talked about the declining Ranshan sect at that time before saying, the Dharma sect doesn't have this matter. The 6th sect Xian sect doesn't have this matter. This matter is with the 36th sect and the Tai Chi sect. Otherwise why do they always say that we're a side sect? Bah! Then, Li Wuxian paused. Will the external evil know what the person whose body has been entered is thinking? Then how? Zhao Qi told you blindly? He said this, froze, and suddenly looked at Li Wuxian and slapped his thigh. Oh, I forgot about this. What? He looked up and down on Li Wuxian properly for a while longer before saying, I shouldn't be talking about their Ranshan sect anymore, but you Ranshan sect instead. The golden tangle is on you. There's a legal notice on there. Old brother, you're considered the patriarch of Ranshan now. Oh, what's this thing called a legal pad? Is it any good? Zhang Jianqiu scared twice. You're a really calm person. Law post? Zhao Qi told you about it. Right, the 36 sects themselves came up with it. It's nothing out of the ordinary, even if it's a seal. Come, give me your hand. Zhang Jianqiu held his palm, and with a slight force, Li Wuxian immediately felt a stream of qi flowing into his body, but only slightly, without a trace. Zhang Jianqiu froze and let go of his hand. Oh, I forgot that you are an evil spirit. Come on, you listen to it. Quite simple. Take the thing that has been placed under the legal post. In the Yunmen, Zhongfu, Shanfeng, Zhongmen, Tai these 5 big points of luck to walk around. The treasure will now show the seal of the letter. I've never seen something that has really been put under the FA post before. This is what an old buddy of mine told me, saying that this thing has to wait until a person has finished the Dan, in order to call this FA post to appear. At that time you try it yourself. But he shook his head. You are not the same. I do not know what you do then. You think of your own way. Anyway, it's a seal. Tell others that this is really a legal post on it. The other sect administrators see it. All recognize it. Li Wuxian frowned. Just nothing? Is it really just a seal? Then what if someone else grabs it? It would be the Ranshan patriarch as well? Zhang Jianqiu looked at him for a while and sighed. You told me that you were captured by Zhao Puppet in the past, but if you were really an unusual person, you wouldn't have this kind of temperament now. Then I'll take it as if you're a recluse somewhere before and really don't know anything about it. The two of us are considered to have crossed paths this time, so I won't ask too many questions. Yes, it's really just a seal. If you ask others to grab it, you'll be blamed for being incapable. That's how things are in this world. As for what is the use of this seal letter, let's put it this way. If you one day get your Dan and think you become a success, and find a good place to start a sect, you can say to others that I'm the patriarch of the Ran Mountain, and that I have a legal post. Once this matter spreads out, the nearby sects may send people to look at it, you in front of their face to the law post to light up, to verify that there is no error. then you are the Ranchon patriarch. Other people have no second thoughts. But next, the nearby Taoist Deep No also want to be the patriarch. He came to the door to kill you. How to do it? You are killed and he snatches it. Then he is the patriarch. If you kill him, then naturally in the eyes of the 36 sects it would be a good thing to get rid of the devil. But if you can't defeat him and escape, then you can go to the nearby 36 sects and tell them that your Ran Mountain has been invaded by evil sects, and that they are the same 36 righteous sects, so they will ask for a helping hand. Then they won't have any second thoughts and will definitely help you with all their might. Get it? This is the way of the world. Zhao Xi, that kid is talking a lot today, telling you that the world is weak and strong. I won't say whether his other crooked reasoning is farting or not, but anyway, this point is correct. Buddy, it's me today. If it were someone else, now that I'm injured, I probably wouldn't do anything, but knowing that the golden tangle is on you, you are equivalent to a magic treasure that recuperated from the injury, immediately came back to catch you refining. You don't think just because you have a gold stalker, even if not, you a cultivator, there are always treasures on the body. Just take a look at not be able to feel what each have a skill. We are courteous, but if you are not careful to tell someone to feel through the bottom, immediately also want to kill you to take away the treasure. Li Wuxiang thought about what this world will probably be like, just did not expect that it seems to be a little more sinister than he thought. No wonder that the town owners like the Chun family and the Li family are not very interested in telling their own children to practice killing and killing. Again are all trying to ask for immortality, not afraid of any retribution, karma and so on. Some people are afraid. The big sects, the 6 Xian sects, the ones that don't lack anything, are naturally afraid, and easily don't make a move for fear of spoiling their own Tao. But you ponder what people will walk in the Jianghu. Practitioners meditate and exhale every day to refine how much. Why spend time on a bunch of mundane tasks? It's just the word poor. You need magic materials for alchemy, medicinal baths, and weaponry. You're a small sect with little blessed land, so you'll have to go down the mountain and find a town to be an offering. But the offerings from mortals are limited, and there are some things you have to get yourself. If you're not careful, your youthful lifespan will soon be over. So what do you care about karma? First can cultivate down say it. So you walk in the Jianghu. The more you look at the young, not to say powerful, qualification must be good. The more you see the old-looking ones, the more careful you have to be. He pointed to himself. Just like me. You look like you're only in your early 30s. Zhang Jianqiu laughed loudly. That's looking at. I am more than 50 years old. But there is no hurry. Zhao Puppet this time fell on me. But it is my youth life is exhausted. And then wait for a few years. You see, I will look with your town master alike. Alas, when I met him, he was also young. So many years have passed, I almost didn't remember him. Li Wuxiang was silent for a moment. Zhao Qi told me that if youthful longevity is exhausted, he can no longer cultivate. Zhang Jianqiu nodded. That's right. People will slowly grow old. The innate air leakage, ordinary people will have the disease to slowly find up. The last is also a shovelful of yellow earth. And ordinary people are no different. Hey, you don't need to come with me on this. Zhang Jianqiu waved his hand. I never thought I could cultivate myself into a land sword immortal. I was also confused when I entered the road was brought into the door. Until I was more than 30 years old when I thought about it. I don't like this world nowadays. I can't talk about what a saint. I just want to go through this world painfully. These years, I killed a lot of demons and evils. Before you have to use those means also made a lot of. Surely cannot talk about a guilty conscience, but better than those other. Alright, my life is not a loss. Li Wuxiang sighed. Old brother Zhang, you, didn't I say don't get all motherly on me? No, I meant to say, in that case, could you teach me your flying sword technique? Zhang Jianqiu glared at him and stopped talking. Li Wuxiang spread his hands. I do understand. The realm of cultivation is one thing, the art of killing is another. I feel that your methods are particularly to my liking. You can't bury this body of skills, and we are so destined to be together. Why don't you teach me? No teaching. Because I'm not a Tai Dao swordsman? I could be. So you Tai Dao would have one more Ranchon's patriarch. Zhang Jianqiu grunted in exasperation and stood up on his gun, heading in the direction of Bishan. Because your heart is not right. Tai Dao does not accept disciples with an improper heart. Li Wuxiang followed up. What does that say? Did you forget about the time you picked off my hamstrings and handed me over to Chuch? Good people can do that? No, man. If I remember correctly, you threatened me first? That's not a nice thing to do, is it? That's right. I too have a bad heart. And that's my master looking the other way. But I have a bad heart. I know it in my own heart. But I don't have it for you. Li Wuxiang sighed. Alright, then where are you going now? Zhang Jianqiu didn't say anything, only walking on his rifle. Li Wuxiang accompanied him for a while, and only when the two of them began to enter the dense forest and the light of the sky above their heads began to be obscured, did he say, "What's going on? You're not someone who would sulk just because I want you to teach me the flying sword technique." Zhang Jianqiu took a few more steps, stood down and turned around. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and patted his head vigorously. "You have to ask. Well, let me put it this way. Aren't you curious as to why I tracked Zhao Xi all the way here? Not because of the bounty? That was by the way." Zhang Jianqiu looked at him. "Let me be honest with you. What I was looking for in the beginning wasn't Zhao Qi, but Zhao Puppet. I was chasing Zhao Puppet before I caught up with Zhao Qi on the road and followed him again. If you ask me why I was looking for Zhao Mu, I was actually looking for Ran Mountain at first. I wanted something from Ran Shan. Not really me. It was Tai Dao and Yu Jubian who wanted it. But what about that thing? It's on you now." Chapter 62, The Book of the Way. Li Wuxian was silent for a moment and nodded. "This makes sense. Which is such a coincidence. Then you originally planned to find the Zhao Puppet, and rob it by force? That's not something I do too well. So it's the gold tangle you want? Because that's on me. You don't want it anymore?" Zhang Jianqiu's brows were locked and he stared at him dead on. After a little while and then suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's that Taoist book by Guang Cicada Z. Little old brother. Scared you enough?" Laughing a few times and then shaking his head. "But forget it. I don't want to use force on you, and I can't use it now. If I ask you for the broad cicada seed, you'll definitely have to ask me to teach you the flying sword technique. I was sort of joking when I said that your mind is not right, but you have too many thoughts that I can't see through, so I wouldn't dare to teach it. At least not right now." When Li Wuxian was about to open his mouth, Zhang Jianqiu waved his hand. "But you're a person who is still quite right for my temper, so before I leave, I'll tell you a few more things. In fact, you're not really an evil spirit now. You're sort of in the stream of ghost immortals, but it's not as good. You are now wearing a skin, and you feel that you can come and go freely and are not afraid of injuries, as if you have far more benefits than ordinary cultivators, and this is the benefit of the side path. Looking at the short side, it does call for people to be moved, but there are two things. The stream of ghost immortals can't go any higher. If you are a realm of chi refining nowadays, you can only be at the peak of chi refining for the rest of your life. I guess you won't be willing. Another point, this skin of yours is actually very fragile. If someone knows your weakness, as long as you scrape off your skin and tell the gold stalker to bask in the hot sun for a few hours, you will be finished. This is called Yuan Shin instability. Understand, this is the most taboo thing when practicing. You told me that the Zhao Puppet you killed in the stove looked like it had flesh and blood, regardless of whether it was not real flesh and blood. Right, then I guess Ranshan has some kind of method that can refine you nowadays like this into that. You can think of a way by yourself. Then there is the broad cicada seed. This thing is not everyone knows. I also heard from you Jubuan, like me know, and a few sword warriors. We are looking for this thing. If you are ordinary people, meet them as nothing, at most pestering you, want to exchange with you just, but now you look like this. The sword warrior is not everyone like me so good to talk. Beware of other people to see out. Take you as an evil spirit in addition. Also, this thing should have survived for a long time. Since not many people practiced it, it means there's something odd. You'd better stop practicing it as well, and think of getting a proper method. Go away. Usually, when it was just getting dark, Jinshuwei town became very quiet, but today it was very lively. The direction of the Chen family's yard was brightly lit. That was the town master's family killing chickens and slaughtering goats to organize a banquet, in order to celebrate the whole town's survival, and also to reward the two immortal masters who killed the demons and evil spirits, but until the time when the sky fell dark did not find the two, so people think they should be like the legend of the High Man. After the matter whisked away, early far away, and do not covet the people's gratitude and reward, so the guest of honor at the banquet became Shua Baohua. Chen Xian and Lu Jiao came to ask her first, and she refused, and after a while Chen Xiu came to ask her again, and when she didn't want to go, the Chen family sent 2 town soldiers to guard the door of her house, and keep away from her the people who rushed afterward to see her, to thank her, and to beg for a cure or an extension of her life. So after a while, there is nothing else outside. Shue Baobao can slowly breathe a sigh of relief, and then clean up today was stirred up a mess of the yard. Both stoves were lifted, the small pot was smashed, the big pot is good, but the tables, chairs, benches and the like were scattered into broken planks. She rearranged these things to a corner of the yard, and washed a rag to wipe clean the bloodstains left behind by Zhang Jianqiu on the floor of the main house. Before slowly walking to the door of the firewood room, She pushed the door open and saw the straw bunk next to the wood stove. The room was short and narrow, and all the white plaster that had once been painted on the walls of the rammed earth had long since peeled off, so that even now, with the windows and door open, only the outlines of these things in the room could be vaguely seen. She walked over to the straw bunk and lay on it for a while with her eyes closed, thinking to herself that this kind of house wasn't right for him after all, and that Goldwater wasn't right for him, and wondering where in the world it would fit him. In fact, the first day I knew he would leave. Then she gathered all the straw carefully into rolls and carried them back to the main house, thinking that if tomorrow was as good as today's weather, she'd spread a cloth in the yard and give it a good drying, and perhaps store it for years. After looking around the house one more time, she realized that apart from this spread of straw, there was nothing more of Li Wuxiang's. She remembered what he had said about Zhao Xi earlier. There are not many personal odds and ends in his house, so it is clear that he does not intend to stay in Jinshui for a long time. She sighed, picked up a stewed chicken leg and peeled 2 eggs in a bowl from the assortment of meals delivered by the Chen family, and sat down in the doorway of the cookhouse with the bowl in her hand, thinking that from now on she could not starve herself as she had done before, but that she should eat well, memorize the 53 words he had taught her, and wait for him to remember where he was in remembering who he himself was. Then she thought she shouldn't open a store, because none of the cooking was as good as his. Maybe she could use those 2 bricks as a cargo man to buy some things from Qingjiang City and transport them back to Jinshui, as long as she hid them in the bricks herself. She dropped her face and took a bite of the chicken leg, and suddenly felt a heat in her eyes and nose, and hurriedly raised her head, averted her face, and looked into the darkness of the door. Li Wuxiang came through the darkness, looking at her bowl. Ah, you ate first? Okay, you finish eating first, and help me to carry people later. I can't lift them. Shui Baobao grasped the bowl in a daze, not daring to blink, but blinking nonetheless. He was still there, and coming to himself, he sat down next to him on the threshold, looking toward a glimmer of light in the distant darkness. It's so lively over there. You weren't invited? She exhaled slowly, loosened her shoulders, and after a long interval said, please, I didn't go. Who are we going to lift? Zhang Jianxiu. Hey, what's your expression? Ha ha, no, he wants to go. Well, it turned out to be in the show of strength. Just told me go. Fell head over heels on the ground. I want to get him back, but I can't do it with this skin, so I can only slowly drag him to Chen San Bite's house. Later you help me carry him back. Good. Shui Baobian took him an egg for you to eat. I will kill another chicken for you in a while. His family sent over a nest of chickens. Li Wuxiang took a bite of the egg and slowly sipped it. I'm not eating raw anymore. Look, I'm still gasping for air now. Does it look like it? Zhang Jianxiu was right. I need to act more like a person or I'll easily get into trouble in the future. Chapter 63 Young People. With Shui Baobao's help, carrying Zhang Jianxiu back wasn't particularly strenuous. The straw spread in the firewood room had already been removed. Shui Baobao didn't want to carry that straw out again, and was about to place Zhang Jianxiu on her bed. Li Wuxiang grabbed his feet and panted as he thought, it's better to put it in the firewood room. He definitely doesn't care. Putting it in your place would be too deliberate. What? Deliberate? Li Wuxiang slowly poured into the door and loosened his hand next to the firewood stack. You'll know tomorrow. After placing Zhang Jianxiu, Li Wuxiang went out and found the 2 soldiers guarding under the willow tree, telling them to go back to Chen's house and call some people to clean up the cookhouse. After a quarter of an hour or so, Chen Xian brought a few people. He went into the courtyard first, and when he saw Li Wuxiang, he bent his knees and was about to bow down. Li Wuxiang waited for his knees to touch the ground before helping him up and sighed, Old Uncle Chen, why do you have to be like this? Chen Xian bowed and clasped his hands in front of his chest. This old eyes of mine are dim. Before I took you as the immortal master's child of the Li family, it is really a crime. Li Wuxiang laughed, going out, the identity is given by yourself. How can I blame you for this? To be honest, I am indeed a cultivator. This time I came out to practice. When I passed by here, I felt that something was not quite right. He turned and pointed to Shui Baobao. I saw her again and thought she was simply like my sister. So I stationed her and taught her a few things. Old uncle still remembers the 3 members of the Wang family, right? Ah, remember. Tried to bully her the other night and asked me to give accept. Don't be offended by this. Chen Xian immediately shook his head. They are also a foreign surname, but they are not the same as the Shui family. The Shui family are good people. They are well accepted down by our Jinshui. The Wang family, alas, it's all about those years before I came here that I couldn't tell. I didn't really like them either. Asking them for the tiger bones was to force them to leave. Immortal Master is ridding the town of a bad thing. Li Wuxiang smiled. Then you still have to thank me? To be thanked. To be thanked. Chen Xian's eyes reddened. Is there more than that to be thanked? This time, during the daytime at the gate of the courtyard, I really can't be the town master. I am sorry for the townspeople. I have eyes but no pearls, and I have offered Zhao Xi this scourge. That was before I heard about the Ranchon school. Ah, the Ran Mountain sect is good. These two, Zhao Xi and Zhao Puppet, were originally temporarily worshipped in the Ran Mountain sect, and it can't be blamed on you. I still had to seek an opportunity before I could do anything. Yes, I mean, immortal master. Those few words of yours today are really, alas, a great favor. What immortal master wants in the future? I'll pour out my family's wealth to offer up. Alright, Li Wuxian grabbed his shoulder and broke his back straight. I'm not Zhao Qi, there's nothing I want, and you don't need to be like this to me. It's quite nice to eat and drink tea together, but your master's injury needs something. Help me tidy up the cookhouse and turn it into a room. He'll be in town for a few more days. Chen Xian looked toward the house and hesitated for a while. Remember you're here. It wasn't convenient to recognize you before. I'll ask you to come see him when he's healed. Right now he needs to recuperate and I have to heal him. Okay, we'll do it now. Only took half an hour. Inside the stoveroom on all demolished, and water generally sent all kinds of household a bed. Looking at the original is the Chen family in use, now dismantled. There are also a variety of pots and pans, tables, chairs, benches, changing clothes, but also hid some money. Li Wuxian commanded them to place the bed in the stoveroom, and so on to put things back together. Has been another 3/4 of an hour. Chen Xian left with 1,000 instructions, sighing that his master lived in the newly packed out of the stoveroom. Li Xianshur, but you do not have a clean place. Do not want to clean up the mansion next to it. Li Wuxian just coaxed him a few sentences to send away, waiting for the sound of footsteps outside the door to be far away. He then comfortably lay down on the bed in the stoveroom for a while, tried the quilt again, and hugged the other bed and walked to the firewood room to see Zhang Jianxiu. He asked Xue Baobao to pick up some thin firewood branches to lay another layer of straw, and then patted the bedding. After putting him up, he then lifted his eyelids, probed his pulse, and listened to his heartbeat. According to his experience, the current Zhang Jianxiu as an ordinary person, the body is actually barely considered healthy. Li Wuxian guessed that perhaps because of the exhaustion of youthful longevity and so on, and involved in the body of the qi, causing him to pass out. So pull on Xue Baobao, sitting in front of his new house to taste the Chun family and the new delivery of all kinds of food. When Zhang Jianxiu woke up, the sky was already lightening. He snapped his eyes open and immediately felt up his arm, feeling the small sword still in his sleeve. Then he quickly looked around to brace himself up, but his elbow feebly bent and fell back onto the bunk, so he could only slowly climb up on his side. His ears buzzed so loudly he could almost hear the blood flow in his heartbeat. It was only when he leaned against the wall and took a few breaths that his ears grew quiet, so he vaguely discerned other sounds: birdsong, the rustle of wind-blown leaves, the crunching of dishes and chopsticks, the faintest hint of joking. He lifted his breath and looked the woodshed over again, slowly walking to the door and reaching out to push gently. With a creak, the door opened, unlocked. Zhang Jianxiu froze, and finally exhaled the breath he was carrying. He walked to the courtyard and saw the main house of the Xue family. The door was open, and Li Wuxiang and Xue Baobao were eating. He stood there in silence for a moment. What he saw in his eyes were two beautiful young men, with radiant skin and bright eyes, so bright that the sunlight cast upon them seemed to sting a little. The movements were brisk and responsive, and their faces were all smiles, as if they never had anything to worry about, and never aged, as if this was youth incarnate. A thought jumped violently in his mind. He should not have this state of mind. But this thought then quickly dissipated like a cloud of sand and dust wrapped up in the wind, and Zhang Jianxiu slowly took another breath and felt the pain in his body. His wrists and ankles, his face, his shoulders, and his back, were all swelling and aching. He had heard of this kind of pain before: injuries that had fallen into the roots of disease, or people who had reached old age and left behind hidden illnesses due to their labors. These things had nothing to do with the former youthful Tai Dao swordsman, but at this moment he realized that they all seemed to have found him. He sighed, took another sharp breath, and sauntered over. "Why don't you call me when you kid eats? Woke me up alive with hunger." Li Wuxian leaned his body back, glanced through the door into the courtyard, smiled, and pointed to the empty dishes on the table. "We saved them for you. Try the new ones your disciple brought in this morning, and after dinner later, I'll give you a lecture on broad cicada Z. I just don't know how well you remember it." Chapter 64, Status Quo. Zhang Jianxiu stopped in front of the door and froze. "I did say yesterday dash." Li Wuxian nodded. "That's right. I thought the same thing yesterday. There is no such thing as giving it away for nothing. You have to come and exchange it. But last night I thought, Again, if you did not come, I even know what Zhao Xi is doing may not be able to take him, not to mention Zhao Puppet. The two of us are considered to have done each other a big favor. In fact, you helped me a little more. You can run away. Zhang Jianqiu wiped his head, walked to the table and sat down, pinched up a meat bun, mouth chewing in silence. Li Wuxiang then took his chopsticks and picked a bit of curd and sipped it in his mouth as well. Furthermore, both Yu Tai Dao and Yu Jubuan want Guan Cicada Z, right? You won't let me ask the Yu Jiu Yuan, so I'll just assume that it's a particularly powerful place. So I thought of something. If we encounter some sort of dilemma often in life, there's bound to be more or less a solution to it. It's a big problem for cultivators to run out of youthful longevity. But now, as far as I know, there's at least one solution. It's what Zhao Qi said about starting a formation to invoke the gods, and the one who starts the formation gets a slight bit of longevity. But surely you, Warrior Zhang, wouldn't have done that, so I'm guessing your mysterious Yu Jiu Yuan might have? So it might not be a matter of trading or not, it's a matter of possibly saving your Dao. So I'll tell you about the broad cicada Z, and you can take it back with you, just in case you find some way to do it. Zhang Jianqiu swallowed the bun. I'm not all bad. You said there were a few other swordmasters looking for it as well, so if you brought this back, they wouldn't be looking for it, would they? And I'd be out of trouble. Look, it's a win-win situation. If you're not happy about it, you can find a chance to repay me later. I'm sure I can wait. Zhang Jianqiu frowned and put his chopsticks down. He pondered for a while and was about to speak when Li Wuxiang had already said, "To be honest, I don't know why you guys value this so much. Alas, there are only 3 realms in total in this Taoist book of Broad Cicada Z. The first is to send out the true seed, the second is to unravel the 9 palaces, and the third is to put on the golden haze. The one I practiced when I was in Zhao Li was Hair True Seed, which is considered to be just entering the realm of unraveling the 9 palaces. Then I was taken over by Zhao Puppet's golden tangle, and we both fell inside the fire together, and I was almost burned to death, and then asked her to raise me. After I was alive, I felt that, according to what was said in the Broad Cicada Z, I was considered to have solved the 9 palace of great success. I guess it is because the internal organs are burned, but the person did not die, and was saved by the golden stalker's skin. However, my problem is that the heir of the innate is gone, and this time Zhao Puppet's wishing power gave me a lot to make up for it, and I feel that now it may really be considered to be a great success. Practicing to my point. I honestly don't know if it's considered to be something I practiced or if it's the effect of the golden tangles. I get whiskers in my body." Li Wuxiang raised his hand, and a hairy white whisker poked out from his fingernails and landed on the table. Li Wuxiang pulled it off and put it on his hand again. The whiskers immediately burrowed back in on their own. "These things are helping me digest at the moment. They can suck blood. When I eat something, it's all melted off by them. There will be some crumbs, like powder, and I'll exhale it. It looks like smoke, right? Zhang Jianqiu glanced at his whiskers and then at Shuebaobao. The little girl was eating her meal in a showy manner. Her face as usual. "I have a sense of touch, but I don't feel pain. I can feel very heavy or sharp pressure, but I can't make much effort. Is this supposed to be due to self-weight? Or is it because I don't have enough cultivation? In fact, this skin of mine is similar to yours. When the aura is full of injuries, heal very quickly, but on the other hand it is similar to that of an ordinary person, and it will crack when it is injured by a sword or a knife. Probably because I am taking advantage of this solution to the 9 palaces, and I see that the Broad Cicada Z has said that when it comes to this step, it should be similar to the leather armor. Almost all of these are the ones that I'll first give you," said Duelit. "You stopped. I didn't promise." Shuebaobao put the freshly peeled egg in Zhang Jianqiu's bowl. "Swordsman Zhang, eat this so you can replenish your body." "Oh, well, hey." Li Wuxiang Shuebaobao gave him another vegetarian bun. "This one is what Chen Xian said he made with his own hands this morning, saying that you must try it, saying that you had taken him to eat it before." Well, I'll do it myself." Li Wuxiang had then already said most of the Dao decree. Zhang Jianqiu frowned and was anxious for a while, but only sighed and sat in silence to listen. When Li Wuxiang had finished speaking the Dao, he began to memorize the Guan Kangzi again, word by word. When he finished memorizing Guang Cicada Z as well, he picked up his chopsticks. "I've cleared up a piece of my mind. There won't be any other swordsmen coming to me in the future, right?" "Yes." Zhang Jianqiu sighed again, seemingly not knowing what to say, also picked up the chopsticks, coughed, and looked at Shuebaobao. "Well, this bun is not bad." "Well, Li Wuxiang's handicraft was taught by you? Your handicraft is learned from your parents, right?" Shuebaobao dropped his eyes slightly. "My parents died when I was 6 years old, and I raised myself, not by me teaching him the craft, but by him teaching me. Ah, alas, also bitter people? The same as when I was young, thanks to the left and right neighbors to help dash. Shui Baobao sighed. When I was still small the neighbors were gone. The Wang family's hunters also took all that my father and mother left me. And if it wasn't for Li Wuxiang, maybe I would also. Zhang Jianqiu waved his hand. Hey, all the past. Say something happy. You see, you also peacefully grow into it. This person body and bones good, even if you live again bitter. I couldn't speak after my parents died, Shui Baobao said in a low voice. I thought I was mute, and after all these years I don't know how many times I've been laughed at. Li Wuxiang cured me. Zhang Jianqiu furrowed his brows and took a few ragged breaths, throwing his chopsticks onto the table and glaring at Li Wuxiang. Li Wuxiang's eyes widened in surprise. Older brother, what's wrong? Zhang Jianqiu took his hand and pointed at him, but no words came out, so he simply got up all at once and walked to the courtyard and stood down. Little girl, you come out. I'll teach you our Tai Dao's flying sword technique and heart method. Listen carefully. The name of the heart method is called True Immortal Body Dao. Chapter 36. Sects say they are Tai E authentic. Why is that a fart? Because the best heart method of Tai E Dao is this True Immortal Body Dao chapter. It's in our hands. The name of the flying sword technique is Flying Immortal Transformation Sword chapter. Where is it strong? It's strong in the fact that after it's fully accomplished, the flying sword turns into a rainbow and can take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. And it can also be used to fly the sword to climb the mountain and enter the sea. I'm teaching you these things today, and I'm not going to talk about any master-disciple inheritance, but you have to remember, from now on, do things with a clear conscience. If you become a demon, I can't help it. There are still 81 sword warriors and 3 sword immortals under the sky. Chapter 65, Successful Techniques. Li Wuxiang winked at Shui Baobao, and Shui Baobao got up and walked to the courtyard. Standing down at the door, Zhang Jianqiu brought his right hand up and his sleeve fell, revealing a small sword attached to the inside of his wrist. The sword thread was wrapped around his wrist, and the small sword was pinned inside the thread. He looked at Shui Baobao and then at Li Wuxiang. The flying sword technique doesn't start off with flying either. The True Immortal Body Dao chapter has to start practicing flying sword techniques at the time of foundation establishment, but this time it's sword refining. Find a strip of peach wood, take the part of the heart of the tree, and in a shaded room facing the west, make a small sword 3 feet 3 inches long and 1.5 inches thick. The blade should be reverse engraved with 66 feathered lines, and the words sun and moon engraved on the head of the handle. After the sword is made, every day when you run the True Immortal Body Dao chapter, you will affix it to the lower dantian to raise it, and when you have cultivated your Body Dao chapter to the Qi refining realm, you will come to refine the sword thread. Seeing that your hand is good at using the sword, from the shoulder of the arm that is good at using the sword, all the way up to the wrist, take a piece of skin 1 inch wide, cut it into 9 parts, glue it with whatever glue you want, and then tie this thread to the sword. Then every day, we should use medicine and fingertip blood to feed the flying sword in the sword line. I'll talk about this later. After 49 days of feeding, when you see that the sword has lost its woodiness and has the color of gold and iron, and that the sword thread has not rotted and has been gathered into a thin line, the sword will be considered refined. At this time the sword and the sword line are not ordinary blade can hurt. Your body's spiritual chi can be unimpeded into the sword line and the sword. You see my previous means is like this. This time to remember. Some people to this step all focus on how to play sword art. This is the wrong way. This sword line is not for you to use to play with the sword, but for you to practice how to use your chi to control the sword. So it's best to pretend it doesn't exist. And so on cultivation to the realm of Jidan, this sword line or to have, but make the sword when you do not have to lift the hand to move, as long as the internal breath together, through the sword line, the flying sword natural with the mind to send out. Just there is a sword line constraints just, when you cultivate to the realm of Yangshen, you can use Yangshen to control the sword. That is the real sword immortal. Li Wuxiang nodded. But how come you are wearing a sword, old brother? Zhang Jianqiu ignored him. Shui Baobao asked then, how is it that you are wearing a sword, great warrior Zhang? Naturally, it's for convenience. I just practiced the flying sword technique not long ago, and there are times when it's still more convenient to use a sword. You too. The cultivators that I usually meet are all proficient in sword and fist kung fu. So which is better to stab someone with a sword or to cut someone with a knife? Naturally, it's the sword. Besides, it's not always necessary to put people to death. Think about whether it's better for you to put a knife on someone's neck, or to use a small sword to pestle someone's neck? Li Wuxiang froze. Not long? How long was it? Shui Baobao asked immediately. How long have you learned the flying sword technique, warrior Zhang? Zhang Jianqiu sighed. I was 19 years old when I was initiated. I was initiated too late, and I was already married at that time. It took me 14 years just to patch up the leakage and build the foundation. I only started refining qi at the age of 33, and now that I am 52 years old, these 19 years are only the early stage of qi refining, and it is still too far away from the great accomplishment. That's why it's important to enter the way while you can. 5 or 6 years in the morning, 5 or 6 years at night, and down the road it can be the difference between a dozen or a few decades. One more thing, my untalented qi refining can fight with Zhao Puppet, the Ranshan patriarch, which is why the true immortal body Dao chapter is the number one of the 36 sex gong methods. It's just that the progress of this gong method's cultivation is also extremely slow, and if I were to practice something other than this, it wouldn't take me 14 years to build my foundation. Perhaps 2 or 3 years would be enough. He glanced at Li Wuxiang. This thing called Dao karma is mostly not up to a person to decide, but if some people have another miraculous encounter, and can think of some method to call their physical body back to the state of a baby's nakedness before practicing this true immortal body Dao chapter, I wouldn't know what kind of accomplishments they would have down the road. Okay, enough of the bullshit, listen up. He will be a true immortal body Tao chapter and flying immortal sword chapter said once again, and the Dao decision, then stride back to the house to sit at the table of food are swept away. Also do not look at Li Wuxiang, patting the stomach and said satiated, walked back to the woodshed and fell asleep. Xue Baobao watched him enter the door. Then he scrunched his neck. Is he angry? He wasn't even angry when you knocked him unconscious with a doorbolt. So how can this be angry? Li Wuxiang said with a smile. He is not happy that we forced him to teach me the technique, but it's okay. He is a warrior. Well, the warrior was bullied by the villain. Haha, laugh on the past. Sleep, wake up on the good. I'm not going to help you clean up. I'm going to ponder over his kung fu. Well, go on, and teach me when you figure it out. There were too many things to ponder over. Li Wuxiang returned to his house, sat down cross-legged on his bed, and first thought over the true immortal body Dao chapter, then sighed slightly, picked up the knife from the cabinet next to his bed, and cut open his stomach. He lowered his head and looked carefully inside through the sunlight. The outermost layer was human skin, and the inner side was the gold stalker. Now that the gold tangles had mostly grown into the human skin, only a few exposed gold filaments could be seen, and the white whiskers inside were growing out from the top of the skin that had been strangled by the gold tangles into a rapid succession of tiny rhombus shapes, as if each one had its own nursery. These white whiskers reminded him of Zhao Xi. When he killed Zhao Xi, quite a lot of talisman paper fell from her body. At that time, he thought that those talisman paper was attached to a ball of white threads. Now he saw that it should be this kind of white whiskers. The present self, Zhao Xi, the corpse of Zhao Puppet at that time, perhaps represented the 3 states practiced by this Taoist book of Guang Cicada Z. The first one was like himself, with only a human skin and whiskers in his body, and the second step would be like Zhao Xi, with talisman paper replacing the organs that should have been in the middle of the body. At this second step, to continue practicing, will it really be cultivated to be like Zhao Puppet who was in the secret room at that time? At that time looked at him as flesh and blood. Zhang Jianqiu said that those flesh and blood viscera may just look like. Is it possible to use the talisman paper illusion or cultivation out? Only how was that refined? There's no mention of that in Broad Cicada. Li Wuxiang then used his hands to pick at his chest and sat quietly for a while. Now he faces a choice. In his previous life, very occasionally, he would choose to relax his mind with a game. Back then, he had a pet peeve, wanting to make the best of all the initial conditions from the very beginning. For this reason, he might spend an extreme amount of time before the game started to make all the preparations, strategies, repeatedly refreshing the villain's initial attributes, and then choosing a very strong, difficult, and time-consuming feat or path of promotion. As a result, many times he had to give up halfway through because it was too tough up front. Now he seemed to be facing the same decision, to practice or not to practice the true immortal body Dao chapter and the flying immortal sword transformation chapter? Green Fairy asked. Stable old V5's new book hit the shelves today. The name of the book is Green Immortal asked. The Underworld Scrolls is in progress. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 66. He closed his eyes and slowly recalled all those former passages he could think of in his memory, and then realized that out of everything, the one thought that had popped up the most for him was that it would be nice to do it all over again. In this life, he really started over, and now, in this started over life, he has been given another chance to start over if he can complete his body and turn it into a state similar to Zhao Qi's. Wouldn't it be the same as a newly born child with a brilliant mind who can start cultivating directly? Zhao Qi's state. Wouldn't it be the same as a newly born child with a brilliant mind, directly starting to cultivate? And if nothing unexpected, himself is not subject to the youthful longevity of this thing limitations. His time is almost unlimited. Right. This might be Zhao Puppet's purpose. He probably didn't want to become a ghost immortal in the first place, but rather wanted to bypass the youthful lifespan restriction through this method. That would explain why he was in such a hurry. Why spend time on something he was destined not to care about? Li Wuxiang closed his chest and felt his mind was made up. Not many people could literally do it all over again like he could, and he wasn't willing to do it all without making the best of it. He jumped out of bed, sat down on the table by the window, and fished out 3 sheets of ranchan bamboo paper from his arms, the only 3 left that Zhao Xi carried. Then he laid out 1 sheet, mixed the vermilion sand, and attempted to write a heart character with a fine brush. But he changed his mind when the tip of the brush was about to fall. Instead of writing it, he used a drawing. As for what the painting should be, an explicitly realistic heart, he remembered Zhao Qi's trapped character, the Zhao Wang master under the roof, and the scene in the courtyard when he started the formation yesterday. Zhao Qi seemed to use a rather simple brush when he drew these, only pursuing a meaning. He has seen Zhao Qi writing. The handwriting is very good. This world a person who writes well, the painting should not be poor. He then drew a peach heart shape and then laughed a little at himself. Then he peeled back his chest and mentally placed the talisman on the left side of his chest cavity. But after thinking about it, he placed it on the right side, the white whiskers poking out and wrapping and balling up the talisman into a ball. He stared at the thing, running his essence and injecting it through his white beard. An inexplicable feeling of palpitations suddenly spread throughout the body, and Li Wuxiang could not help but inhale violently like a living person, wrapped in white whiskers, and jumped up. Really? Despite having been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. How in the world did the Ranchan School's talisman paper come out? How is it so evil? He carefully closed his chest and looked at the 2 remaining sheets of talisman paper. That's right, Ranchan Talisman Art Divine is the paper rather than the art. The problem is that now there are only so many left. Perhaps you can make another lung or liver, but it does not seem to be of much use. True Immortal Body Dao Chapter Gong Method Run when the complexity of the internal organs and meridians involved in the channel, far beyond the Ranchan School's Weilu embracing the Xia chapter or the broad cicada Z, can be comparable to the whole body without replenishment, without replenishing the entire body and internal organs. It is impossible to practice, so he kept the remaining 2 close to him, saving them for later for emergencies. Then the problem now was that he had to figure out what was going on with the Ranchan sect's talisman paper, and to get a little more or learn how to refine it. Zhao Xi said that this paper was refined by Zhao Puppet, and also said that the disciples of Ranchan had already made birds and beasts before. Maybe there are other people who know about it. The next 5 days, Li Wuxiang felt that they were the 5 days he had spent with the most ease and pleasure since he came to this world. Zhang Jianqiu eat hard every day. Cheeks and body gradually plumped up, although did not become the same strong man before, but no longer skinny and scary. After he rested, he made a trip to the Chen family, and in a few words persuaded Chen Xian that he should move the Jinshui away, and then asked him to slowly persuade the people in the town. For the rest of the time, he would practice punching and kicking, but hardly ever meditated to cultivate qi. When he saw that Xue Baobao had some free time, he taught her another set of simple qi refining techniques, but this time he didn't allow Li Wuxiang to listen on the sidelines. After teaching her another set of swordsmanship and drawing out all the sword positions for her with straw paper, she went up to Bishan every day. When he came back from the mountain on the 5th day, there was a black bird on his arm, looking like a crow, but with a red beak and white tail, and 2 claws that were vaguely green. It didn't look like a crow. Li Wuxiang poked fun at him. Older brother is now planning to lift the cage and set up the bird? Zhang Jianqiu smiled and glanced towards the courtyard. The 2 of them were standing by the river, and Xue Baobao was in the courtyard holding a wooden sword and pondering over her newly learned swordsmanship. It's time for me to go. It's time for you to go too, isn't it? Li Wuxiang then looked into the courtyard as well. Once you've recuperated, I'll be leaving as well. I want to go to Ran Mountain to see if I can find something more, or if I can find the former Ran Mountain disciples. Zhao Qi said they went down the mountain, so I guess it shouldn't be too far from Ran Mountain. There's nothing else to it. A person would tend to stay near a more familiar place. Zhang Jianqiu nodded. I see that this little girl of yours can't bear to part with you. Ran Mountain is more than 1,000 miles from here, and once you go like this, you won't know when you'll see her again next time. Li Wuxiang frowned and thought, is it alright? More than 1,000 kilometers may be far enough for ordinary people in this era. No map navigation, no convenient food, no convenient lodging, not to mention flat and safe roads. But for himself, it was really difficult to connect the concept of 500 kilometers with such things as high mountains and far waters and a farewell. He had cultivation, and he didn't need to eat or drink much, so it would only take a little more time. Zhang Jianxiu gave a heave. Step into the Jianghu and you'll know you can't help it. And again. And after that, where are you going to go? I didn't think about it. Li Wuxiang was silent for a while. I just want to look around and see how things are. If one was just an unusual person new to the world, perhaps staying in Goldwater would be the best option. Already familiar and prestigious, the town lord's family wasn't bad, and there was a pretty girl for company. But Jin Shuwei was too small, and the world was too big, and what he wanted wasn't a peaceful and quiet life, but the kind of unencumbered, free and fast life that he had never had in his previous life. It's certainly not untethered right now, but if you stay somewhere for a long time, the ties will only grow. Zhang Jianxiu nodded. Earthly drifter. Hey, I guess you must have had a bad life before. It's good that you stayed somewhere with this disposition. I'm afraid that you will unintentionally bring trouble to people. He thought about it again and flipped his wrist, revealing the small, shiny, steel-like sword in his palm. Take this one. You can't cultivate the true immortal body Dao chapter for a while with this body skin, so you can't refine the sword. So use this one of mine first. I didn't teach you before because I didn't trust you. Now that you have learned it, do I want to see you come and go with empty hands? If you are not careful, you will be caught, harmed, or forced to ask. You will not only degrade the name of my Tai swordsman, but you may also pass on your skills. Now this essence in my body is used for a moment less than a moment. Makeup has not been able to keep up with the leakage. This sword will be given to you, although you did not worship into Tua Road. But since it is considered Ranshan Patriarch, and learned the flying sword art, thousands of years ago is the same family, I also give you as a sword warrior it. The matter of keeping watch between sword warriors is something that you will encounter in the future. Li Wuxiang hesitated only slightly and picked up the sword. Good. I'll keep it then. Zhang Jianxiu again stroked the feathers of the bird on his arm. Alas, these years I have rarely seen like you and this little girl like this. Although we are now two do not owe each other, but I also bear the love of her. Also do not want to see her crying after you go. I give you to refine a bird. The next 3 days Li Wuxiang was practicing his sword. The preliminary stage of the Flying Sword Immortalization chapter required a sword line, and Li Wuxiang's sword line was readily available. He also didn't put the sword on his wrist, but hid it in his body. The golden tangle was originally like a piece of clothing with a folio in the front, and Li Wuxiang's flying sword was wrapped in his chest with a white beard. When he used the sword, he did not need to fling his wrist like Zhang Jianxiu. The small sword shot out from between his chest and abdomen, and then danced by the white whiskers, which was even more stealthy and flexible. Just his white beard, even with the body of those stored in the incense, wished to urge and urge. I can only extend out at most 6 feet long and short, and not like Zhang Jianxiu's sword line is extremely sharp and tough. Cannot be like him. Looks as if it is really killing in the invisible flying sword. By the evening of the 3rd day, Li Wuxiang was still practicing his flying swords inside his house when he suddenly heard Shui Baobao calling out in surprise in the courtyard, and then was calling him, Li Wuxiang, come out and look. He jumped out of bed and walked out into the courtyard. And what he saw was the red-billed crow that had been hidden in the house by Zhang Jianxiu for the past 3 days, squatting on Shui Baobao's shoulder. 3 days ago this bird was still just a flat-furred beast, but now its eyes were extremely agile, almost as if it was following Shui Baobao's movements as it looked at people when she looked at herself. The bird slightly tilted its head and stared at itself, as if it was seriously thinking, like a little girl who has gotten a new toy. Shui Baobian was so excited that the tip of her nose was slightly sweaty, and she said to this bird with a sideways glance, Brother Hong, give it to me. The bird then tilted its head and pecked under its own wing, pecking a black feather. Shui Baohua reached out and took it, adding, Brother Hong, more. The bird pecked another one. Shui Baobao said again, Brother Hong, more. The bird then pecked another one, and then squatted on her shoulder with its beak open and wings propped up, quacking and chirping. Shui Baobian hurriedly inclined her head and closed her eyes. Fine. I don't want it. I don't want it. The bird settled back down then, crouching on her shoulder and not moving. Shui Baobing looked at the 3 feathers in his hand, and then looked at Zhang Jianxiu. Is this it? Right. Zhang Jianxiu nodded with the sea bowl. Give it to him. Shui Baobao bottle then handed 3 feathers to Li Wuxiang. Li Wuxiang took it over before Zhang Jianxiu said, This is the flying crow technique. It's not yet time to refine it, so you can only use 3 of them. When you leave, find a bird of similar size, stick this feather on its wing, and after releasing it, it will fly back to find this red-billed crow. When you're out and about, you won't be cut off. It's just that in the future, you'll still need a site to sacrifice it, so it's not suitable for those like you and me who are out and about. Shui Baobao stroked the red-billed crow's head. You can come back and get it again when you're free. I'll take good care of it. Li Wuxiang took a look at Xue Baobao and saw that although there was a bit of reluctance and loss in the look on her face, it was indeed relaxed and natural. Completely different from when he had seen her 7 nights ago. These past few days he had been practicing how to use the white whiskers in his body to make the small sword even more tricky and powerful, and had only known that Zhang Jianqiu had been teaching Xue Baobao the art of swordplay while the two of them had a pleasant conversation, but didn't care what they were actually talking about. If you look at it right now, you don't know how Zhang Jianqiu persuaded her out of her mind. He had been walking the rivers and lakes, so perhaps he was already familiar with this sort of thing, and was better at relieving people in this regard than himself. But this called out to Li Wuxiang in his heart a little bit of warning, meaning, after losing his youthful longevity, Zhang Jianqiu had become too good at talking. If you look at the new wrinkles on his face these days, when he was with Xue Baobao, he looked like a grandparent and grandchild. He taught the true immortal body Dao chapter, the flying sword transformation immortal chapter, gave away flying swords, and taught Xue Baobing quite a few things, helping her refine this bird. It's like an afterthought. He then sighed slightly in his heart. According to Zhao Xi, when one's youthful lifespan was over, there were always a dozen or so decades left to live. Now that Zhang Jianqiu had suddenly fallen into such a situation, it was difficult for him to accept it, right? Like him before, such a dashing and heroic person would also be like this. And I don't know if I can slowly calm my heart down in the future. The words were already spoken, and in the evening, Li Wuxiang tidied up the house with Xue Baobao while instructing her on something else. The people of Jinshui had all seen her send people into the square inch, and almost all of them thought that she also had Taoist skills. Now that Zhang Jianqiu had taught her swordplay and chi practice, not to say how she was progressing, but she was still considered to be a bit worthy of the name. But there was something else he wanted to teach her that was slightly more practical. As he watched Xue Baobao stuff a backpack full of the things he had brought for him, he sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "I'll teach you a way to heal people." Xue Baobao froze. "You know how to see a doctor too?" Li Wuxiang smiled. "Not all of them can see, but since people think that you also know spells, maybe in the future there will be people begging you to look at them. Then you do this: if someone says they have a pain here and there, just ignore them and tell them to go to a proper doctor. When someone sees a proper doctor and can't see anything wrong, but just says something about chronic panic and weakness, listlessness, and loss of spirit, you can say that there's a prescription in your hand that I taught you, and I don't know if it's right, so you can give it a try. The formula is sugar. You add more sugar, then add some cooked flour and so on, balled up into a thumb-sized mass. One time to give people to prescribe 10 or so pills, told them to go back to take 2 pills a day. Probably after a few days most people will say that there is a slight improvement, and at this time you will then urge them to usually take care of the body, and that's pretty much it. Candy? Quite a few people's illnesses are actually from starvation. Do as I say. It won't delay acute illnesses, and it will also call people to be in awe of you." Li Wuxiang thought for a moment. "You have to pay attention. After I leave, don't get too close to people, just deal with the Chen family. Don't be too nice. All the people in Jinshui have aged quite a bit after this, but you are still very youthful. There are times when people have bad thoughts just because you're better than them, so you need to keep people in awe." Xue Baobao nodded. "Great warrior Zhang told me the same thing." The two of them just sat quietly in the dim candlelight for a while, and Li Wuxiang said, "After a while Jinshui moved. You will live next to the Chen family. You've learned sword arts, heart techniques, and have treasures in your hands. The people in the town shouldn't do anything to you, and then if you get what I've said, they'll offer you up to in case a cultivator asks. You say you're from Ran Mountain. Aha! The Chen family is not worried about food and drink, and if his family wants to live long, they have to use another method. I give you now, but you talk to others, do not say. Their body problems at this age are mainly in the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular, and some other problems are common sense hygiene, bacteria and viruses and so on. Cardiovascular, this thing, mainly blood pressure, blood fat, but in fact this is another thing. Blood fat is." When Li Wuxiang had finished telling her this as well, he realized that he didn't seem to be as spontaneous as he had imagined. He had come to this world to experience many things that he hadn't experienced before. But just in the past few days he had realized that the kind of emotion he was experiencing right now also seemed to be something he hadn't experienced before. He let out a slight breath. Xue Baobao was sitting beside him, and when he was talking just now, because the oil lamp in this house was newly brought from the Chun family, he forgot to add oil in the past few days, and it was also extinguished, but both of them didn't think of lighting it again, and they only talked by the moonlight. Li Wuxiang looked at Xue Baobao's side and neck, suddenly wanting to resist lifting his hands, encircling her waist, and then bringing his face over. He wanted to get close to her neck, thinking that the touch should be soft and warm, and the taste should be sweet and fragrant. Such a youthful and fresh body. If. In the next moment, Li Wuxiang violently turned his face and looked into the darkness above the bed. Chapter 67 Grandfather of the Patriarch. He stared dead ahead in that direction the dirt wall the bed was leaning against, the spot above the former stove, and spoke slowly. Let's clean up tomorrow. It's time for you to go to bed. Xue Baobao was silent in the darkness for a moment. Well, I'll go back then. When Li Wuxiang heard the door to the main room being closed, he immediately got up and walked over to the bed. There was no lamp but there was moonlight, so he could see it just as clearly. Where the bed was located was originally the large stove, and over there on the stove against the wall was a portrait of Master Zhao Wang pasted on it. These days, Chen Xian has gathered the people in the town and said several times, told every family not to worship Zhao Wang, do not mention that day again, but to worship Tai Chi. Zhang Jianxiu drew the image of Tai Chi for them, and Chen Xian has sent someone to Qingjiang City to make the image, and will bring it back in a few days. The one in Xue Baobian's house was also uncovered that night, and together with the small statues and portraits of the Zhaowang master in other homes, they were all sent to the Zhaowang temple, where they were slowly sent away in a succession of 3 days of worship using the rituals that Zhang Jianxiu had said. But only now when Li Wuxiang looked carefully did he realize that there were still traces on this yellow earth wall. The portrait of Master Zhao had been pasted on the wall for a long time, and had been soaked in soot and smoke, and so when it was removed, it had even left a vague ink mark. And now, just now, he suddenly felt hungry. He wanted to press his face against Xue Baobao's neck and bite it hard. The problem was, those joss sticks left in his body by Zhao Puppet had already told him to completely get rid of his hunger these days, and the whole person was thus refreshed and happy in spirit, and hadn't had any strange feeling for a long time. After taking in the marks on the wall, he slowly took a few steps back, still staring at it while taking out his only 2 remaining pieces of talisman paper, and on one of them, fighting that strong resistance, he wrote another trapped character. Then, he fished out another piece of talisman paper from his pocket. This one was the last of the portraits of Lord Zhao that had been collected from door to door and drawn by Zhao Xi. All the others had been burned, and this one he had left behind with the intention of studying Zhao Qi's brushwork again when he had time. He then walked back to the bed and stood down with such 2 talismans in his hand, and said in a low voice, Zhao Puppet. Not much of a response. He thought briefly, and glanced down at the ground, and saw a few small firewood branches in the corner. He picked up 3 twigs and twisted them in his hand. His essence gathered at his fingertips, then he violently charged at the twigs, and the twigs sparked with a snort, and then there was green smoke drifting away. Li Wuxiang pressed the talisman drawn by Zhao Qi onto the ink of Zhao Wang's statue, and stuck 3 burning branches into the cracks of the wall, and asked again, Zhao Puppet? The green smoke instantly turned into 3 straight lines that went straight up to the roof, and a slight wind picked up in the house, and in the wind, Li Wuxiang heard, if anything, a thin sound. Hey, do you think I'm just gone? Good disciple grandson. I said I've been ranked in the immortal class. Hey. Li Wuxiang quietly listened and thought for a while longer, putting away the trapped character in his hand. I suggest you keep your mouth shut for now. If I'm not mistaken, is this your current situation? You're a pseudo-god and fake immortal created by Zhao Qi's birth, and you're meant to be worshipped by people's incense in order to live forever. But now, the people of Jinchuwei don't worship you anymore, and the talisman drawn by Zhao Qi was also collected by me, leaving only this one in my hand. In a while, the people of Jinchuwei will have to move to Lijiawan, and when this generation slowly dies out, after another 20 or 30 years, no one will know about this, and you will be gone. Li Wuxiang nodded. Right, so are you planning to beg me to help you now, but still have a lucky feeling that you can swindle me again? From the stove to the other day, you have never been able to fool me, and now you are doing it again? Do you know what that is? It's called being a vegetable and a player. The whispering voice became urgent all of a sudden. Little beast. Li Wuxiang immediately picked up the piece of talisman paper that Zhao Qi had drawn, and with a push of essence on his finger, the head of the talisman burst into flames and burned off a small portion of it. Okay, stop. Call the sovereign grandfather, patriarch grandpa, you're a living ancestor. That's more like it. Li Wuxiang threw his hand away and the flame on the talisman paper went out. Let go if you have a fart. What do you want? The green smoke on the branch surged higher again before Zhao Puppet's voice could be heard. If that swordsman didn't get rid of you, he must have told you what kind of dong you are now, right? Do you want to become like me at that time? Look like a good person? I tell you, you look like this will be caught as a magic treasure refined dash. Li Wuxiang sat down on the edge of the bed. Good point. So how did you make those talismans? you have to save me first. It's not all for me, it's also for you. You're the patriarch of Ranshan now. I'm refining this also for our Ranshan. I am. The whispering voice gradually became drifting. The sparks at the top of the 3 branches were violently bright again, burning to the bottom all at once. Zhao Puppet's voice was only slightly clearer. It's hard to bear. I'm too hard to bear. Get me 3 incense. It's hard to bear. I can't talk about it. Are you worthy? Li Wuxiang picked up 3 more branches and rekindled them before sticking them into the cracks of the wall. If you like to say it or not, I'm going to Ranshan tomorrow anyway. Zhao Puppet and violently 3 branches sucked half to go, only to say, good ah. Go to Ranshan, good ah. You are Ranshan's patriarch. You listen to me ah. I said it is for the Ranshan is true. We 36 sects, once worshipped Tai with the rest of the sects as well, are holding the heavenly way of the big god. Why now decline? It is because Tai has been suppressed. The god's power is greatly damaged. Cannot protect us. Once those top powerful means of divine power, now they have become a small trick. You look at other people's dharma teachings. Other people's big god can be prosperous. Disciples cultivation have big god, have become immortal ancestor blessing, draw talisman practice, also have the upper blessing. The power is amazing ah. That's why I'm doing this. I'll refine myself into an immortal, and then ask my descendants to worship me as an ancestor to enjoy the incense. I will also be able to bless you ah. Although not as good as those big gods, but on the 36 sects said, as long as we stay in the mountain gate properly and ask me to bless, and do not need to be afraid of others is not it. I'm this hard for the mountain gate. Li Wuxiang nodded. Not for supply. How did you make your talisman paper? The breeze in the room blew violently, and those 3 branches were almost sucked to the bottom again. You're hardened. You think you've hugged the swordsman's thigh, don't you? Let me tell you, you're just seeking death. That Zheng Jianxiu didn't teach you before. Do you think he really doesn't want to? He's dying for you to learn it. He said their sword sex techniques are the best in the world, but if it's really just slow practice, how come there are only so many of them? 81 sword warriors? Laughable. I'm telling you it's because all of these sword sects are being watched by the Dharma sects people. Why do you think they don't have mountain gates and dojos like the other 36 sects? You think they like to run around the Jianghu in bits and pieces? Because as soon as they get established, form a society and build a mountain gate, the Dharma sect people will immediately find their lair and smash it. Didn't he tell you about the Yuzhou Yuan? That shitty place has only been built for about 50 years. You have also become a thorn in the side of the Dharma sect by learning their gong method. You also gave him the broad cicada Z. Why do you think this divine power has been passed down from generation to generation of Ranshan patriarchs but none of them practiced it? Because the Grandmaster said that this thing is evil. Never let anyone know we have it. And why did I practice it? Because now those sword warriors know that this gong method is in Ran Mountain and are coming to look for it. That's why I rushed to avoid the trouble. After I become an immortal, no one in Ran Mountain will know about this technique, and those swordsmen won't be able to find me. Li Wuxiang was roughly aware of the swordsman's dilemma today. In fact, from the time Zhao Xi told him that the swordsman only claimed to have inherited the Tai orthodoxy, he had guessed roughly. Why else would the Ran Mountain sect not be called the Tai sect and give up this orthodox name? It was also to avoid trouble, right? It's just, I know that broad cicada is evil, but why can't you tell people that it's in your hands? Li Wuxiang flicked the branch that was about to burn to the bottom. And aren't you a god and an immortal now? What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of the Dharma sect. Ancestor said that we must not tell the people of the Dharma sect to know that Guansakata Z is in our hands. And as for why, it has been passed down from generation to generation and has been lost. But this must be very important to the Dharma sect. Who is Grandmaster? Our Grandmaster was King Zhao after he became a Taoist. The words left behind by Master Zhao. But now this thing, if you call the law teachings know about it, they move to kill, to cut off the roots. You are not afraid of death does not matter. They are sure to chase me again Not to mention that you still have a foreign evil in your body. Dharma teach the means of foreign evil. Within a radius of 10 miles all killed and burned. Do you understand? If you want to refine your own method, hurry up and take me to Ranshan. Talisman paper can only be refined in the mountain gate. You offer me to the successive generations of ancestral tablets. I'll teach you, and then I'll tell you how to find a good place to hide. You first refine yourself into a good person before you say. Li Wuxiang thought for a while, listening to you say that. It's weirdly scary. It's good that you know you're afraid. But since you can't figure out why you can't call people to know about Broad Cicada Z, I'd better go ask Zheng Jianxiu, even if he doesn't know. Aren't there 3 other sword immortals? It's better than a half-assed person like you. Li Wuxiang reached out and flicked the 3 firewood sticks inserted on the wall. the starfire immediately drifted away, and Zhao Puppet's voice also drifted away with it. Good boy, you think this is the end of the matter. The Taoist masters, I'm already immortal. In the spirit mountain occupying the ancient caves to call for troops. Wherever you go I'm pestering you. The starfire went out and Zhao Puppet's voice disappeared. Li Wuxiang took a look at the Zhaowang drawing talisman in his hand, but he still put it away. Zhang Jianqiu really wasn't wrong. Zhao Puppet thing seems to be unable to die in a short period of time. He thought about what he just said slowly and felt that it was 9 truths and 1 lie. Zhao Mu's situation was not very good. It was true. Otherwise he had said that he had achieved immortality. He would not have let go of the arrogance in his heart and come to call himself sovereign's grandfather. It should also be true that the swordsmen were in a bad situation and that Broad Cicada Z was involved in something important. But this does not matter, since he decided to cultivate the true immortal body Dao chapter. This idea will not change. Wandering there is an external evil to protect his life, even if he cannot protect the so-called Dharma religion. That's 6 parts of the Xian religion, but also only occupies a part of the world. In his previous life, he was engaged in the engagement industry, faced much more pressure than this, but not so much as to be scared off by this kind of thing. He had to find Ranchen's former disciple to ask about the method of refining paper before, but now Zhao Puppet had jumped out on his own, so he could really ask him about it in the future. But there was no need to be in a hurry now. This was also a negotiation tactic of sorts. He was much more anxious than himself. But what does occupying an ancient cave on Spirit Mountain mean? These days, Zhang Jianqiu had talked about a lot of general knowledge about cultivation, but he had never heard of this. Li Wuxiang thought about it and walked out the door to the firewood room, but just as he was about to push the door, his hand stopped for a moment. There's no sound in there. He exhaled slowly and pushed the door a crack. The room was empty. He then stepped inside and found the bedding already folded. Then he looked at the walls again and didn't see any writing left behind. No wonder Zhao Puppet dared to show up just now, perhaps because Zhang Jianqiu had left. He then sat down on the bunk for a while, sighed again and patted the bedding, and walked back to his house as well. By the time the next day dawned, he finished breakfast with Shui Baobao and put down his chopsticks. Zhang Jianqiu left last night, and I'm moving today. If things go well, I'll see if I can come back for the new year. After you move to Li Jiawan, ask Chen Xin to pick you a slightly bigger house. In case Zhang Jianqiu comes back too, we'll both be considered half of his disciples. Were you able to eat then? What do you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you in advance. Li Wuxiang laughed and thought for a moment. To say that my favorite food is actually seafood. Have you ever eaten it? Shui Baobao shook his head. I'll see if I can get you some back then. Anything else I guess is actually fine. Tofu, chicken, whatever. And in the winter you can freeze me a couple pears and apples, and a couple blocks of tofu. Well, I'll freeze it in the tank when I get there. Li Wuxiang then got up and walked to his room to carry his parcel, pushed the door to open the courtyard gate. It was foggy outside, but there were already a few people and a black horse standing under the big willow tree outside the gate. Chen Xian was holding the reins in his hand, and when he saw Li Wuxiang walk out he arched his hand. Last night my master said goodbye to me, and I guess that you, immortal master, were going to leave as well, so I prepared a horse in this. He handed over a long blade. My master said you might be able to use it. Immortal master. Li Wuxiang nodded. Thanks a lot. I won't be polite. He took the sword, tied it around his waist, rolled onto his horse again, and waved his hand at Shui Baobao. Let's go. Shui Baowa covered her mouth and waved her hand at him as well, and Li Wuxiang pivoted over the horse's head, clamped his legs together slightly, and the black horse took off at a trot. He spurred his horse across the bridge and turned his face to look up at it. A gaunt young woman stood looking at him in the thick fog, touched his gaze, and hastened to shrink back into the mist. It seems to be Qin Xiu. Chapter 68 Immortal Su. This world's way of recognizing direction was similar to where Li Wuxiang came from, but it was different. It was also divided into southeast and northwest, but it could be divided into 6 southeast and northwest. The 6 sects were not clustered together in one place, but were spread out, each with a vast space around it. The major sect near Jinshui is the True Form Tao, which is dedicated to the True Form Emperor of the Woyue Mountains, so the neighborhood is called Sect North, Sect South, Sect East, Sect West, and the other sects are exactly the same. In the southeast, northwest, and northwest directions of each diocese, where the rule of the 6 sect cults fails to penetrate, are the areas where the 36 orthodox sects and many more Dharma sects and loose practitioners operate. Although Jinshui was remote, it was also more than 400 miles east of the True Form Taoist Church, while Li Wuxiang was traveling further east these days. For the first 3 or 4 days there was a main road, and in the meantime I passed through 2 small towns, met some passers-by on the way, and bought a few needles and a small saw and a small hammer at a high price at the hands of a freight holder. Waiting for another 3 or 4 days. The main road is deserted. The path is also hidden in the grass. It is completely a wilderness look. By this time, he could understand why a town like Jinshui, with a population of several hundred, dozens of town soldiers, and no city walls, was somehow worried about foreign invasion or banditry, because the world is too barren. The endless wasteland is scattered in the valleys between the mountains, the flatlands, and the riverside, and the vegetation is lush and fertile, so as long as a fire burns through, the bottom should be full of fertile soil. If someone really can't live without land, it should be much better to run away to clear the land than to rob a house. But when you think about it, this is also not very realistic. Without a path to connect to, salt and iron are all very worrying. There are also many wild animals in the wasteland, so safety is also a problem. The people of Jinshui were not doing well, and Chen Xian said that he had clashed with Li Zhaoan a few times over land. So it seems that in addition to these reasons, there should also be more dangerous factors. Perhaps it was a demon or something like that. Although he hadn't bumped into one in the past few days, Zhang Jianqiu had said that there were indeed elves and demons in the world, and that amongst the seemingly uninhabited mountains and fields, there would exist another kind of rule, another kind of sovereignty. Along the way, he had also seen some long abandoned paths in the wilderness, and even found a few stone bricks that had long since been eroded by the wind and rain to the point of not being able to be seen. Thinking that they had once been a part of a certain gorgeous building, he wondered if that could have been left over from the Yi dynasty. It was said that the former Yi dynasty was extremely prosperous, and the densely populated area today was only a very small part of the Yi dynasty. This was something that he couldn't figure out even after thinking about it. The six-part Xian sect should understand that even though cultivators were no longer mortals, they still came from mortals. A long time ago there was a Karma dynasty that called for the world to be prosperous and populous. To this day, why don't they make a few more dynasties to control the people so that they can recuperate and produce more highly gifted cultivation seeds? No matter how brutal the tyranny is, overall it should be much better than what it is today, right? Since the six-part Xian sect still had a diocese, it didn't look like it didn't care about that. Walking and thinking in this way, on the 10th day he seemed at last to have emerged from the wilderness after leading his horse slowly up the bank from the muddy shallows of the river and through the trees. There was suddenly an open field ahead. The ground was still barren, but there was a clear boundary line with the woodland by the river, a small grove of trees that had been growing for only a few years. This means that once upon a time someone would have cleared the land, only to abandon it and call it wild trees and grasses to occupy it again. Li Wuxian was slightly relieved. These days he was using the sun and the moon to locate himself, and there was no existing road, so from time to time he had to go around the mountains and cross the river, and he had been worried that he was slowly going in the wrong direction. But when he saw such a piece of wasteland, he knew that he should not be so wrong. 36 Orthodox sect is actually a bit like a small six-part of the mystery religion. Also some people attached to the sect near the life, and gradually gathered for a slightly larger town. In front of the eyes of this land, perhaps it is the neighborhood of the former reclamation of the people. He walked forward a bit more, finally finding a path hidden amongst the weeds, before turning on his horse and continuing along the road. Have been walking to the time when the sky will fall dark. These 7 or 8 days before the first time to see a man-made building that once should be a village, smaller than the Jinshui quite a lot, and now there are only the remains of the wall. Tiny trees have emerged from the houses, from a distance some of the beauty of the garden landscape, but when you get closer, you will find that there is no tiles to cover your head, only a little blocking the wind. However, the path was wider when it reached here, and Li Wuxian also found horse dung on the road, although it has long been dried, but it means that this road will occasionally people pass by. Contrasted with the scene along the way, can be called a traffic. He jumped off his horse, found a neighboring house with only 3 crumbling walls remaining, and went in first to sniff, listen, and look to make sure that there were no rat holes or snake holes in it, and then pushed a little harder to make sure that the remaining walls were still sturdy. By this time the sky, which had been overcast during the day, was thick with clouds, which gradually poured down. The wind had risen again, and was full of vapor, making the weeds and horsehair around it shiver. It was time for a downpour. Li Wuxian then led the horse into the wrecked house as well, and took out half of a hollowed-out wrecked brick from the package on the horse's back, and used his dagger to cut a hole in the wall, just enough to tell this brick to be put in. Then he embedded another thin wooden board into the break of the broken brick, and with a grip of the talisman paper in his hand, a man and a horse then dug into the bricks. This half-brick was secretly stuffed into his package by Shuabaobao, and it was also drawn to look like the talisman that Zhao Xi had left for her. It looked like the character for prisoner, but the person inside was really the appearance of a small person. Li Wuxian used the rest of the talisman. Li Wuxian used the remaining Ranshan bamboo paper to draw it with great difficulty, and it really worked. He slowly coaxed the black horse to rest on its side while he walked over to the break in the crumbling bricks. The thin planks were like a wooden wall with vertical thorns, and he could see the night outside through the gaps in the edges. Then the rain fell. The rain pounded on the walls, the grass, the trees, the ground, sounding like muffled thunder with different rhythms, while the real thunder in the sky was so indistinct and distant that it seemed like the sound of a gale blowing. Waiting for a while longer, some raindrops splashed onto the wooden boards and ran down the edges again, turning into a trickle. Li Wuxian took off his clothes, removed his bucket hat, dipped his hand in the water, and slowly coated his entire body. In these days of wind and sun, his exposed parts were peeling, and there were also some tiny cracks, but now once he saw the water, all of them became obedient. After applying it on his body a few more times, it became smooth again. Once this water on his face had dried, he ate a little to replenish some sustenance to the skin and the tentacles beneath it. And then, while listening to the rain outside, he sawed strips of wood from the boards with the small saw he had purchased earlier, and began to continue to build the table, chairs, and beds. These things could be brought in from outside. When he was on the road to avoid the wind, he had tied a chaise long under a tree with vines and branches and brought it in. But when he went out and came back, the recliner had become extremely strange. The vines and branches had fused together, as if they had grown together by nature. The shape of the chaise long was gone, and it became a pile of strange shapes, as if a child had put it together in a haphazard way. After a few more trials, he knew that the world in this remnant brick was not simply small or large in relation to the outside. Everything here seemed to be weird and twisted when a person wasn't in it, and only things created in it could exist for a long time. When he first came to this second level, he saw some bulging bumps on the Dan furnace used by Zhao Puppet, and at the time, he thought it had some other purpose. At that time, he felt that it had another purpose, but now he had figured it out. That thing of his must have been forged in here, hence the rough appearance. After half an hour, he had the chair built. It was made of mortise and tenon, but the technique was not refined. It didn't look beautiful, and it wasn't really strong and firm, but it was enough to carry such a light human skin as his. Li Wuxian then put away the small saw and hammer, moved the chair to the door and sat down, and took another comfortable breath like a living person. Then something other than the rain was heard: feet on the mud, water-soaked garments slapping against the skin, a broad bucket hat splitting the rain curtains, and it seemed that a man had rushed into the wrecked house as well. Li Wuxian got up from the chair and walked to the gap to look out. He can't see the whole picture at this height, and can only see a wet body in the darkness, also leading a horse. No, the white mouth of the burrow. The man unloaded a roll of linoleum cloth from the donkey's back, and with a violent shake in the downpour it came apart, stirring up a great mist of water. Then, listening to the tinkling, feeling the vibration of the half-ruined brick, the rain disappeared all at once. The man leaned against the wall and built a simple canopy out of the linoleum cloth. The donkey was whinnying outside, and the man hurriedly brought the donkey in and placed it in a corner of the awning, and took a jar off the donkey's back, and felt out a firebrand from the jar and blew a few times and poked it into the jar to ignite the charcoal or something inside. The man sighed with relief at this and carefully set the fire can down and squatted against the wall to roast the fire. Li Wuxian dipped into the water and slowly rubbed his face while getting a good look at his face. It was a man, about 30 years old, skin dark and rough. The corners of the mouth are deeply carved, blown by the wind and rain, shivering, squatting down and then closed his eyes, hands resting on the abdomen. Seems to be intended to exercise to drive away the cold, but after a while it seems to be too cold to bear. Just simply put the pot to hold in the arms, hugged for a while, should be warmed up, put down the tile jar to draw out the waste of a sword. First through the jar in the dim red light, carefully look over the blade, seems to see a rust marks, immediately frown in pain, smacked his mouth, from the back of the donkey's leather pouch to take out a side of the pad, carefully wipe up the sword. But before the sword had finished wiping, he suddenly threw himself up, his posture into a half-crouch, his sword-bearing elbow back, and looked into the darkness of the rain. Friend, can you come in and take shelter from the rain? Li Wuxian heard another voice in the darkness, very wretched and hasty. This rain is too heavy, my poncho is broken, just borrow a corner of your precious land and take shelter for a while. This swordsman frowned and looked out for a moment, a somewhat hesitant look on his face. Li Wuxian thought he would refuse, but he heard him say, fine, come in. It's raining hard and the ground is slippery, so come slowly. Friend, yes, you're a good man. The man in the curtain of rain slowly approached, looking slightly older looking, about 40 years old, but instead of being a short dresser like the swordsman, he wore a Taoist robe, all plastered to his body. he bowed and spread his hands, also holding a sword with a sheath in his hand, when he walked to the outside of the rain shelter. First slightly forced the sword into the edge of the shelter to avoid the water, which then moved away 2 steps horizontally, walked to the other side of the rain shelter, crouched down. The swordsman also brought the sword in his hand back across his knee, slightly sidestepped, wiped the blade again, and slowly tucked the pad in his hand into his sleeve. Come in. The Taoist priest dress up wiped the water on his face, and the head of the Taoist bun to unravel, wringing the water. Look at the floor of the tile pot, and look at the white-mouthed donkey. This family is really complete. Alas, my things yesterday across the river all trapped, just left me so personal. What do you call your friend? The swordsman nodded and smiled. Call me Old Gua. Good, good. You look like a swordsman in that outfit. I wouldn't dare. I'm just a swordsman. What about you, my friend? Just call me Old Deng. And don't laugh. Monks don't have names. The two smiled at each other again and stopped talking. Waiting for a little while, Lao Deng retied her hair bun, took a long breath and rubbed her arms. This is going to be the beginning of summer. The sky is cold. Alas. As he spoke, he looked around, but the ground was all soaked grass and trees. So he touched the wall again. This wall was once built with straw mixed with loess. He slowly snapped dry straw from the wall, saved a handful of it, and in his hand shook off the dirt and dust on it, made a gesture to throw it into the jar, and seeing that Laogua didn't oppose it, he directly threw it in, raising a small flame. Laogua also sheathed the sword in his hand and placed it against the wall at his side, and moved the fire pot toward Lao Deng. After thinking about it, he took out a dry cake from the leather pouch on his donkey's back, ate a few bites himself, and tore off a small piece and handed it over in a half-squat. Older brother, fill your stomach? Old Deng looked flattered and hurriedly said, break the bank, break the bank. Good, good. He took it with both hands, resting on the small piece of pie and bowing his head slightly in appreciation. In just such a moment, Li Wuxiang saw Laogua's fingers flick and a tiny paper figure was affixed to Lao Deng's wet back shoulder. The two men redrew some distance. Laogua slowly chewed on his biscuit while Lao Deng held the biscuit in his hand, took another deep breath, and frowned. Why do I smell a strange odor around here? Laogua also inhaled. What's that smell? Old Deng said. You smell again. Is it a jackal, tiger and leopard of the? Before he finished speaking, his body trembled violently, and the cake in his hand fell to the ground. His face became wooden and stiff as he crouched there, his limbs twisting slightly, and Li Wuxiang realized that his posture had become exactly the same as the swordsman Laogua. At this time, Laogua also dropped most of the dried biscuits in his hand, and his entire body flopped to the ground at once. As he did so, Old Deng also immediately twisted his body and fell to the ground like him, exposing the villain behind him completely. The paper man on his back looked like it had come to life, and was slowly dancing its limbs, mimicking Laogua's movements, and seemed to have this Old Deng completely under control. Only then did Laogua grunt and drank. Stop! The little paper man immediately did not move. That Old Deng also fell to the ground. Except for the eyes can turn, mouth can open, a movement cannot move. As soon as Laogua drew his longsword, he bowed and crossed over, raising his hand to stab Old Deng's neck. Old Deng shouted, wait, we have no grudges. Laogua snorted coldly, you have no other mind would deliberately crowd into my shed? You go to the underworld to talk to. The tip of his sword was only an inch away from Old Deng's neck, but he couldn't stab it. First his fingers spasmed, then his limbs jerked out, the sword snapped to the ground, and the man fell to the ground with a plop, coming face to face with Old Deng. Old Deng only then vaguely poo-pooed, told you to smell. Smell the good. Do you smell that jar? Does my 5 mysteries Dan smell good? Ha! Old Gua also poo-pooed the mud in his mouth, slurring his words, Pa, I won't accept this soul-sucking talisman. You'll just lie down with me, and when my medicine passes in a while, I'll kill you. And will revenge dog thing. 2 people scolded. Li Wuxian look also feel interesting. Zhang Jianqiu really right. Walking in this world, everywhere have to be on guard. 2 people look do not know, but the rainy night saw, immediately began to undermine Old Deng's so-called 5 fans of Dan. It is just to add straw to the tile jar when thrown in. The Old Gua's soul-snatching talisman is to pass the food when the shot up, but it is like what Zhang Jianqiu said, cannot figure out what the other side of the means. The 2 are caught up in each other's path, is not sure whether the Old Gua's medicine first eliminated, or the roadside beasts come first. He retraced his steps back to the chair and sat down, intending to wait until both of them passed out before jumping out and capturing them all himself and asking about the neighborhood. Just as I sat down, I heard Old Deng cursing again. I tell you, I was invited by Immortal Su to go to Ranchan to look for treasures. You delayed me. His business you have to be in bad luck. Su Xianrun, you know. He said whoever finds him will be the Ranshan patriarch. Lao Guo froze and immediately said, you too? Old Deng also froze. What do you mean, you too? Li Wuxiang slowly leaned his back against the chair. Immortal Su. What the hell? What's with the big mouth? Shelf preview and testimonials. The 21st, that is Monday, the book will be on the shelves. On the shelves of the time is at 12 o'clock noon. So originally in the 21st, 005 update, I delayed to the same day at 12:05 noon. More 2 chapters, adding up to more than 6,000 words, for me is considered to be the explosion of the more. Many of the readers are old friends, so I'll skip the melodrama and focus on my actual situation and plans for updating after I hit the shelves. My main problem is that I'm not very well and have sleep apnea syndrome, which is when I go to sleep at night and my breathing stops and then I wake up suffocating from lack of oxygen. This problem causes me to sleep very, very poorly. My brain never gets up during the day in optimal condition. My blood oxygen levels are very low, and I only get a good night's sleep 3 or 4 days a month, so I'm struggling to code during the day. Plus I've been trying to make the book as good as I can, so 4,000 words a day is my limit. My general condition is that I can't write for long before my head gets numb and I'm not awake, so I even bought an oxygen concentrator at home, and I have to breathe in oxygen a lot while I write, so no kidding, I'm really breathing in oxygen while I'm coding for you all. This leads to the fact that, actually, even at 4,000 words a day right now, I'm not happy with what I'm writing, because if I get a good night's sleep every day, I know I can write better, and what's coming out right now isn't at my normal level. This is a problem that I'm planning to buy a respirator to wear while I sleep in the near future to see if I can gradually improve it a bit, and if I can, the book should be a lot more readable, and maybe a lot more written. So after the shelves, I will still be 4,000 words per day. If the plot is more coherent and not good enough to be divided, it is a 2-in-1 chapter of 4,000 words, but certainly more than 4,000, at 005 every day to update, if the plot can be separated. But also, by the way, to break a chapter called You Hate Itchy Teeth, is a shift at 005. The second shift at 8 o'clock in the morning. You can wake up to read 2 chapters, and then I still can't help but feel a little emotional. When I was writing about the devil in my heart, I said that I wanted to be famous in the world and leave a mark on history, which seems to be a bit arrogant when I look back now, but at that time, I was in good health, in good spirits, and everything was really beautiful and daring to dream of. But over the years, there has been some slight progress. Joined the provincial and municipal writers' associations, got more readers, got married, and felt that although it wasn't as awesome as it was during the heart of the devil's testimonials, it was a bit of an uphill climb in my own life. My only regret is that all of my work, when I look at it now, is unsatisfactory. It's not that I've done my best and it's still flawed, but that I don't feel like I've done my best. I've had so many difficulties in the last few years, one after another, and now that they're all behind me, I'm hoping that when I write this book, I'll be able to do my best in every chapter and plot, and write a finished book that I don't have a lot of regrets about. Anyway, that is to say, unlikely to burst more, I can only do in the future, not more or less leave. Try to write this book steadily and steadily, accompanied by the longest confession. We accompany each other, the good days in the future. I'd also like to thank editor North River. If it wasn't for him, you guys probably wouldn't have seen me or this book. So I'd also like to advertise that if you guys want to code and submit too, just ask him, he's very nice. For those of you who are raising books, please give me a first order after 12 o'clock on the 21st so that you can raise your books with more peace of mind. And then what else to say is that, dates and bananas are very tasty together, so you can try it. Chapter 69, The Daisy. Come to see me on purpose? Do you have something to do? Xia Huan was a bit surprised to hear Xia Chengxi say that he was specially looking for her. Tao Tingting did not understand the situation for a moment, blindfolded and looked at Lu. Don't be too sad. However, on second thought she also understands that Lu Zichen, like Huo Qingnan, has never been the cause of the current. As for the rest of it, all ranked in the back, but she used to be able to understand Lu Zichen. She just does not know that now. Mu Jiachi is not the same as her to understand Lu Zichen as well. Halfway through his words, the shopkeeper suddenly saw the thing in Song Jiuyao's hand, and the rest of his half-sentence got stuck hard in his throat. I didn't answer, just smiled, and Sterling hesitated for a minute or so and instructed the staff, open it, all of it. The staff didn't act, but looked hesitantly at Sterling and then at me. Although this is Huo Qingnan's place, right, and he can come anytime he wants to, it's late in the evening, so what's he doing here? Drinking? Go to mother's room and get some medicine to stop the bleeding and disinfect it. Huashi pulled the shirt down a little on her shoulders. The sunrise seems to be a blood sun smeared red the whole sky. Cloudbeard with the village's strong men came back in great numbers. Someone asked, "Can we attack indiscriminately now?" The tone was distinctive, and it was Li Shuecheng's, before Xia October left, once again despised his sentence. These two men, one more than a respectable, one more than a heavy suspicion. Xia October is this move. Test out these two, on their own in the end, believe or not trust. When the crowd heard this, they were inexplicably relieved, including the viewers in front of the TV. They actually had this worry. Although there was the Xuanwu realm to go to, but the earth was also their home, they still didn't want to abandon it. Xueju, is the original Sui spy? In Jiankong turned back the Chen general Xiao Moku, and then was able to be promoted due to merit, and later embraced the prince's thighs, was able to become a deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Curator, do you mean that my 5 viscera have gotten stronger, but nothing has changed in terms of external strength and so on? Xiao Hui was puzzled. As for Su Jia, at this time is still Yuzhang assassin, in addition to promoted to from the 3rd grade Jindong general, management of Yuzhang, Guangzhou, Jiaosu military, when Xiao scepter retreated, and Zhou Luoshu for the handover. Go back to Lingnan garrison. The ascension of the golden immortal to Tai is the process of enlightenment, a state that recalls the hiragana into the state of seeking the way. Before, because of secrecy, he was not allowed to disclose it to the public, even to his father, and now that this restriction had been lifted, he couldn't wait to pick up his father to share this joy with him. For a while, the entire city of Taichang was plunged into grief, and it could be said that the generals who had gathered here were all loyal to the kingdom of Chen. Al Black Ruga raised his voice to the sky, and a crimson flame spread across the grass, instantly forming a wall of fire that blocked the pursuit of Team Rocket's party. Mu Jianlang was not the purpose of Mu Yunfan summoning Cheng Ruo here today, but in a few words, he had so determined the future belonging of the Xia kingdom. Suddenly but a suction force from the Bagua figure violently attacked. She was shocked to find that she was not absorbing the mystery essence coming from the Bagua figure, but the body's just solidified liquid aura was slowly being sucked away by the young world on the side of the Bagua figure. However, the gangsters at the back didn't know what their boss was thinking. Seeing their boss being knocked down in one move, instead of fleeing in fear, they all rushed even more vigorously. The last training match at the Purple and Gold Battle Team's home field was just an accident, a special encounter that the Purple and Gold Battle Team gave to Wang Kai alone. Furthermore, the closeness between him and Nianyun is very clear to His Majesty. With His Majesty's heart, if His Majesty still has Nianyun in his heart, I'm afraid that if he hears these words, his heart will be a little bit more comfortable. Li Li then raised his head as he had been instructed to do, and instead of dropping his eyelids respectfully like the others, he looked directly at him, his gaze still spotless, and he saw his own yellowish shadow reflected in his eyes, which nevertheless seemed to follow him in purity. This kind of strength was like a mole cricket to him, not to mention before, even now, he casually pinched it to death. At this time, those guards on the city wall felt the disappearance of the roaming alien army, and their eyes all flashed with a sense of relief, and then their bodies actually began to dissipate a little bit. Xia Sun had already gotten a bargain, so naturally he couldn't go overboard, and with a forceful jerk, he pulled out the dagger on his body. If the other party hadn't been careless, plus the basement was very secretive, their brothers were afraid they would have been silenced that day as well. Ha ha, big man, let's continue the match. Wearing a bronze armor, Wu Enemy still came to Budabu Duo's side, naming Sang Dong to continue the match with him. However, if Bai Yi knew that Lin Moyen had described her as kind and naive, she would probably vomit blood. These two words had been irrelevant to her since she was reborn, but it was also clear that she meant to wait until after tomorrow, knowing that yesterday's battle, and then the fight, the only person she was certain to lose was just herself, and that she didn't need to worry about anything at all. Remember, this has nothing to do with you. Father Xia gave his son a deep look and walked towards the door. Feed once again recalled the words spoken by the conveyor, and all the signs gave Feed a particular feeling that the guildmaster intended to take something from himself. The other party knew that he had gotten some parchment scrolls from the City of Decrees. What was the relationship between him and Katsai Shamus? The blinding sunlight at once illuminated a few people could not open their eyes. Jania and Yaotai felt a tightening of their arms, and they were pulled out by a few strong forces in a trance. Just as Yang Chong was confident, even though the special energy was dyed black, and even the trajectory of the silk force could be seen in the air, Yang Chong once again felt that as soon as he entered the door, there was someone blowing the special energy towards himself. I thumped in my heart, asked what exactly is hidden inside. Shu Lin shook his head. He just said that he cannot break the rules of the road. Let me slowly experience. To pay attention. I did not pursue this matter. but instead pulled away from the topic and asked him if he knew anything about Dongqingli. Chapter 70 Newbie Village Full Level. With that, Old Dun reached into his hair again and hurried up at a quick pace. He walked over to the black horse, reached out and touched his hand on the horse's mane. His face was full of smiles. Young warrior, your horse is really good. How's the footing? Li Wuxiang then smelled an extremely faint stench in the horse's mane, mixed with the smell of the horse's body. If it wasn't for his 5 keen senses, an ordinary person shouldn't be able to smell it. But the smell didn't help him at all. He remembered Zhao Xi. If the Liao people get together an army of 200,000 to surround the city, then at that time, it will truly be a battle of strangulation. However, Wu Dawei at this time is equally determined to the team will be the score gap back. So the offense and defense will inevitably produce an extremely intense collision. There were portals located on each of these caves, some open and some closed, and Lin Feng walked into an open cave. After passing through 1,000 meters of aisles to discover that inside was a huge empty room that was empty. After hearing the great eagle chirping in the sky, the azure toad only slightly raised his head to look at it before lowering his head once again. The youth in front of him, on the other hand, didn't even move a bit, still sitting there in cross-legged meditation. In the first half of the game, 19 shots brought a total of 3 goals, of which Jin Yuan scored a goal, Suarez scored a goal, and Emmanuel Sun also scored a goal, an average of 6 shots for a goal. The efficiency is not bad. After 11 days of long-distance trekking, the fleet finally arrived at the eastern foot of Laoling, located in the remaining veins of the Changbai Mountains. Suifen City is located in the southeast of Heilongjiang province. The two of you, the things in the file room I have seen, really shocked. Don't really want to participate in this matter. You see how to do it? Liang Feng found Lu Zhang too, directly said. When he saw Lin Hongfei, Han Tao's face obviously flashed a trace of surprise color. Obviously did not think Lin Hongfei would come. According to the time to judge, it seems that Lin Hongfei has not yet gone to the municipal full arrangement of the lodging place to come directly in here. This made Han Tao's heart deeply moved. He knew the life of those 4 people, but he still had to go out and beat them. But it was just for show. Where is this place? Lin Feng's own soul woke up and looked at the world around him and the 2 souls that he had split off, and said in a somewhat bewildered manner, someone wants to be a hero. Why not fulfill him? He wants to be a hero so badly. Why not fulfill him? This look immediately caught the teacher's attention. So pale, as if he would have fainted the next moment, that it startled the figure on the podium. And Ruo's heart's remaining shock was not fruitful, so she did not immediately say anything in. Looking at the window of the house above, the other side of the shelf seems to be falling down as well. If hit will certainly be injured. Cannot imagine. One opening was 2 legions, although it was said that it was only 300,000 people. However, in the current legions, mechanical talents were the big head, and the significance of 2 legions was greater than the 10 of the old legions combined. Perhaps Tu Long did not hear his son's movement. My Z after the pot of vegetables out of the dish. Not too late to put down the spatula and scrambled out of the kitchen. There was an uninvited guest in the house. His own son surrounded him. The 2 of them head-to-head squatting on the living room floor do not know what they are fiddling with. Moreover, the fact that it was even seen, and Rua's heart was shocked, accompanied by a slight change in color. There was a very large number of media reporters in attendance, and for the first time in history, the NCAA and a private training unit partnered up, and there was a lot of stuff to cover. What do you think of them? County Mistress Yunji looked at Xiao Yuan's demeanor, pondered slightly, and asked. This was almost the speed of mainstream warships, and the most cost-effective attack distance for most warships, considering the accuracy of long-range attacks, was the distance of 5 to 6 miles. Chapter 71 Ranshan Sect. Old Guo must have humbled himself. According to his experience, for something like gathering a group of Jianghu people to go to Ranshan Mountain to look for treasures, the manpower that can be found, although not considered top-notch, should be the type that has a little bit of fame in all walks of life. In the eyes of ordinary people, no matter Lao Gua or Lao Deng, should be the kind of real high people. Only now it looked like the cultivation of people in this world was much tougher than he thought. He'd learned the willow and embraced the Xia chapter from Zhao Xi. Elder Jiao was kicked in the chest. His body flew backwards, blood spurting out of his mouth, obviously not lightly injured. His face full of shock, no longer daring to go forward, suspended in the air several feet away. Then the one who bore the brunt was Qiuyu. His eyes were filled with red blood. In front of him were the members of the underworld sect who had become a gang. Seeing him come over, several strong men rushed to launch an attack, holding all kinds of weapons to greet each other. The fronts crisscrossed and presented all kinds of colors, wanting to chop up Qiuyu into mincemeat like. Extremely ferocious, She shook her head and said that she knew I was coming to a very dangerous place and had been in the blood purge to get her strength up, hoping that she could help me. I estimated that you should be back in the next 2 days, so I came over to take a look, and indeed you are back. Fuang looked Li Chuan up and down. In the garden on the outskirts of Tongjiang town, Li Dong stood in the courtyard like a tuft of ting-ting burning brightly, and the opposite side of Li Crone on her crutches glared back at Li Dong without showing any weakness. I nodded softly and turned toward the side of the road. It always felt like something was different tonight, but couldn't quite put my finger on what. People are just dancing and he's dying of nervousness. How ironic is that? As for old Mrs. Yen, the style of painting was the opposite of old Master Yen, an old lady who was not very tall looking, but smiling and full of charity. Considering that most men don't like sweets, this chocolate cake doesn't add a lot of sugar, and the chocolate is pure dark chocolate with greater than or equal to 70% cocoa content, which is not sweet and has a slightly bitter flavor, so it should be more acceptable to men. By the evening, when there was still a minute to go before the end of the shift, Su Moyan walked to the window to look, just in time to see a black Cayenne slowly parked on the curb below the company. Once Yun Shireen saw her peddling pills to outsiders, she was struck with wonder and mentioned it to the family head, but as it turned out, before the door was even closed, Chidori Isuzu, who had gotten the message, rushed over and insisted on coming to assist Jikong in changing his clothes. Peter, who had solved all this and prevented himself from killing again, finally took a prominent breath and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Every time he broke free from that state of using the dark force, it was this uncomfortable feeling of weakness, and he felt afraid that if he moved around much more he would simply vomit. Later, Calderon and Mijatovic successively dismissed. Real Madrid once again stopped at the round of 16. Florentino returned to the Bernabeu. Calls are getting higher and higher, and even many fans began to shout out the slogan that only Florentino can save Real Madrid. Snap! The thick snaketail swung up in the air and drew towards Golden Key's serpentine sword. Ka ka ka! Boom boom! Explosions of light flew up as the two golden shadows were shaken back. Viper Madness was also shaken back several steps and crashed into the green stone. Looking at the crowd in the pool, all mesmerized by the song, Ji Kong's heart welled up with a strong sense of pride. In the nick of time, Yuan Ji's origin purple chi stopped the repeated souls. Almost at the same time, 8 formation flags fell, protecting the 3 people and 1 soul in the center. At the same time, and Lyman, who heard the two talking, remembered. In the hinterland of the Black Desert, there were 2 sacred mountains, 1 red and 1 white Sagrama, which were said to be the 2 sacred mountains where the ancestors were buried. Lin Yu sniffed strangely. The wine sword immortal knew that a furry had gone. Why did he have to wait until next month? At the same time, he knew that next month was when the plot would begin. Chapter 72 Illusion. Feng Ji froze, and those around him who were still talking before also quieted down. The young man who brought him here also froze for a moment and slowly squeezed back. This person was brought by me, but I didn't ask for anything, and I didn't beat or scold him. With that said, squeezed to the back of the crowd. Only then did Feng Ji cough. Are you really a Ranchon disciple? What is your name? I was once upon a time, wasn't I? The teenager looked again at the youth laughed evilly, and the flame mark on his forehead pulsed as if it were burning, and the temperature of the entire box seemed to be 30% higher, precisely because it was not cultivated by the sorcerer himself. The sorcery caste always had such and such shortcomings, such as such a large and such a powerful air mass. It would definitely be difficult to increase the speed due to the lack of control. What's more, what Evie felt at the moment was not silence, but a dead silence. Yes, dead silence. Outside the police station, the sky was already cloudy at the moment, and a cool breeze blew through. Lin Xinghai's influence in F-City, they as locals are very clear. Did not expect such a strong person. In front of Lei Jun and his friends also had to bow. There is also that cold breath on Lei Jun's body. Tan Yingxin felt so strange. The big man with the open mouth who was carrying him was so startled by his mournful cry that he threw him off his shoulders with a shiver in his hand. Indeed, it's Ji Nang's fortune. But what this king said is different from what Ji Nang thought. Zxin laughed. Zixin didn't know how many people this passage would unravel, but it characterized things in such a way that no one would be held accountable for any fault. Ma Changming naturally also heard out, but did not put on the heart. Took the police officer handed over the cell phone. At the moment the phone is still ringing. Read the caller ID on it. 010 beginning of the phone. Ma Changming looked dazed for a moment, but hung up the phone a few moments later. After this time, I will be able to compensate them twice as much for what I owe them. At this moment, Ji Scorn also can't help but make up his mind. Both fists can't help but clench tightly. Said, at this moment, he is also determined to make up for the Ji Cheng 3 people. Give the Ji Cheng three people the real father's love. The two walked side by side into the high-walled compound. The first thing that caught their eyes was a garden, and there were several corridors weaving through this garden. On the 28th day of the Lunar New Year, the people of the old house came back from the city and cleaned up the house. The house was cold and empty. Everything had been moved out, and there was not even a single piece of firewood to start a fire. Mr. Nan, I came to see you because I want to ask you something. I don't know if it's convenient. Luo Shiyu said. You didn't clunk me. My son isn't dead? Ma's mother grabbed Tian Danny's wrist like a lifesaver. In fact, at the beginning of the Zhao Xi invested in their own time, even Zhang Qi himself is not much sure how much money can be made, because one can slowly regenerate all of one's body even if only a single drop of blood exists. Fu Shiyu looked like spitting it out is also dirtying my mouth, turned his eyes and got up, wanting to go to the living room to get paper towels. The shadow of the sky wolf and the burning sky fire dragon collided in the air, bringing up a roar like thunder in the sky. A piece of purple fire also exploded in the air, straight diffused to more than 10 feet away. The violent airwaves will be far away from dozens of feet outside of the burning sky disciples or rush down a large number. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Noticing the strange movement around him, the next just had time to let out a yelp before following in his companion's footsteps. The easiest thing to do was naturally to reopen the Shinnon Grand Formation and trap the crowd into it again. A member of the Taoist sect can't do that kind of thing of seeing death and saving lives. Not to mention that saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. People have their own aspirations and can't be forced to do so. Just be blameless yourself. Lin Yu shook his head and said calmly, "Ha ha, it's actually an advertisement for my security company, Shenbang." Chai Hua said seemingly bullishly. Chapter 73, The Masterminds. This drink to Zhao Fong scared a shiver. I have not gone in. I have heard of She's senior sister said. The patriarch is still in the time. There is a time also took Lu's senior brother went in. Lu's senior brother out after the private to the big guys said. Originally thought that Ranshan is not as good as the surrounding power of some of the uninvited clans, but the results of a visit to the illusionary realm, it is really worth it. The result went to the illusion of a look, really worthy of the Xianmen authentic sect, really have the heritage of. The crowd stirred slightly, and Feng Ji's fire seemed to die down a bit. This is only right. Thunder Beast perceived Xinyan's change was also surprised, did not expect the mind to occur, also followed the change, and became like two people. Just as he was walking down the street in a vain and powerless state, he received a call from Mingy, who told him that Chi-Chi was back, yet the place where they had agreed to meet was the hospital. Beautiful you, tell you, in the future without our consent do not enter our house, Gowlon very domineering said. Just like a full landlord. That's not even the point, because feelings can be discovered slowly. But can Xiao Jun wait that long? With Chi-Yi's level of slowness and dedication, can she wait that long? Could she? The attendant was startled by the icy aura of Ninth Argo that hadn't appeared for a long time and stumbled out. If it wasn't for Chen Yun's sudden visit to look for old Zhao and old Lu, I'm afraid that all of them, even old Dao, would have all been persecuted by the old man. Li Jinghua stepped forward and looked at Zhao Hui with a smile, who raised her camera and took a picture of Li Jinghua. In a short while they were quiet and rested a little more, then got up for breakfast. Auntie gave Li Jinghua $15 and said, "Here's $15 for you to buy 2 bearings." Then Li Jinghua's father and mother went to work in the field. Those lake blue eyes in the sunlight, appear clear, solid back. He slightly hesitant. In the days to come, he didn't know how to spend his time, and he didn't know how to face her, who was maturing slightly. Mr. Fu, the housekeeper did not expect Fu Jincheng to rush up to the second floor after all, and hurriedly stopped him. But the shoes she had prepared for this trip were high heels for parties, and climbing this kind of slope was a disadvantage. With this thought, Xiansheng began to calculate again how he should explain this decision to his agent and how he should conceal his star status for those transactions. In the future, the 8 tripods in hand, the victory is in the hands. I think the mausoleum keeper cannot afford to make a big wave, a palm to kill the matter. In order to avenge the revenge of the year, 4 people smile and gossip left. The house is still light, smashing iron sound filled with house. Cast iron store noise is very big at night. Office is easy to affect the rest of others. So opened in the commercial street around the Palace of Martial Souls. Master, you here to recruit workers? Tang San walked into to a strong years asked. She couldn't change it, yet she wasn't obligated to do for the original owner of this body what she had failed to accomplish. Stabbing shadow lizard suddenly jumped out of the darkness. Speed such as flash until it will be alone 5 people. One of them instantly wounded and then continued to disappear in the darkness. Jing Jiaran ignored her, but it was Shinibai who reacted greatly and stood up at once when he saw Tang Changma come over. Her vision was blurry at the moment as her contact lenses had been removed and her rimmed glasses were in the living room. Just as the two of them, Lin Yuxiang and Su Xiao, were seated in their chairs, Xiao Wan walked into the conference room. The one who spoke was Lin Ning, and if she remembered correctly, the first thing she looked at after entering the store was this pair. Xiao Binglan was filled with sadness, but she couldn't help but be amused by them, and Lin Qingxian couldn't help but laugh, because the ones led directly by the two attendants were just too few, definitely both non-rich and rich, and crucially, the passageway that the attendants led the crowd into was a special passageway. At this moment, the two had long forgotten everything around them, forgetting that they were in the middle of the dangerous Star Do Great Forest, and that their only goal was Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 74, Painting. Li Wuxiang quietly slid down from the roof and turned into a person again. Then, under the cover of the night, he reappeared at the place where this group of Jianghu guests had gathered just now. In today's world, to say that the most knowledgeable about the Ranshan school, perhaps he is the only one. Some words that sounded ordinary and strange to those who didn't know what was going on were like riddles to him. If Zhao Fan was immortal Su pretending to be him, then he should have seen the real Zhao Fan and gotten a lot of stuff out of him. The situation was already like this. It was impossible to fight, but if Ing Si struck a wandering sword again, all of them here at the top of the 6th Regiment would not survive. Duanqiu had the shadow cloak easily lurking to the side of the school building. Red clothes naturally needless to say. She wanted to hide unless she was a saint level. Ordinary heaven levels couldn't find out at all. While 6 Patrol's name in his previous life was Bright Assassin, the only one of all the assassins who was not afraid of not being invisible, Li Fengxuan's name in his previous life was Killer of the Wind. By Baiha is impossible. They do not accept male. As for someone to raise the matter of sex change, this is absolutely impossible. Although the original technological world, sex change surgery has been very common and mature, but with the recovery ability of the current combat profession, sex change surgery cannot work or hard to say. Chu Tianyu's 3 stopped moving and slowly turned around, realizing that they had been surrounded by 100 or so people, and the situation was extremely bleak. She couldn't help but give him a slightly surprised look, but even if she looked twice, Dabai was still Dabai and wouldn't change. And right after Dugohan showed up, Long Tianwei's eyes narrowed slightly and his eyes turned cold for a moment. Utilizing the special ability of the Eye of Heavenly Confusion, he silently left the scene, then turned a corner and followed the flow of people to the east. If they catch Moligny, then the rest of the plan is going to be so much easier and pretty much follow their original script. How could Chu Tianyu not know that this was specially arranged by Mei Kan to have Shadow Hunt correct Chu Tianyu, just to protect him on the road, then leave an army below the city, in case the enemy breaks through the gates, by which they will intercept. Ragnarka finished arranging the defense measures on this side, and then hurriedly ran to the tower gate, and ever since then, he had mysteriously disappeared, and even many of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tsang Tower were unaware of his whereabouts. Outer Academy student Xiao Yi, meet the elder. Xiao Yi, however, was not intimidated by the old man's aura, but instead arched his hand at him and said with an unassuming face, the Persian army stretched north and south for more than a dozen miles, and in order to get a fuller picture of the columns of the Persian army, Davos rode forward from south to north at the front of the Dionysian army, observing the enemy on the opposite side as he went. If this matter was not handled well, then they, the Bayan sect, were afraid that they would really be in danger of extinction. The two collided together forcefully, and the 100 feet of sword awnings looked like they were chopping on top of a mountain of iron, and after trembling fiercely, they unexpectedly split in pieces. It was just that it was not easy to chase him here, and Chen Zhan was extremely unwilling to give up so easily. Seeing the Black Mountain on the other side of the river, Chen Zhang thought of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's Cloudy Wind Mountain for no reason, and the environment between the two sides was so similar that he was 80% sure that the White Ghost Cave's lair was in the Black Mountain on the other side of the river. At this moment, Chen Zhang grasped a heavenly tribulation chi opportunity and directly performed the intercepting luck art, borrowing the power of all beings in heaven and earth to suffer the tribulation on his behalf. He even swore a heavenly oath to prove his own way. And below, Xiaoran and the girls all turned pale after hearing the cries and screams of these unjust souls. Gu Yanbei were willing to listen, and did not say anything, just hugged her from behind, quietly watching her cut potatoes. The pillars in the 10,000 Beasts Immortal Mansion taught people how to fight demonic beasts. The pillars in the Earth Palace were purely about fighting. Here, on the other hand, it was more focused on the skills of sparring. Chapter 75, Hiding. Immortal Su furrowed her brows and watched as Li Wuxiang groped at his body for a moment, unable to resist taking a half step back. There's something very wrong with this man. Can come to this Ran Mountain treasure hunting. People are heard of the Su Xianrun name, Hurt himself just asked the words, even if no longer high-minded and proud, will not dare to pretend to be a fool in front of their own face, but this person's aura of being like no one else, either he was really stupid or he didn't put himself in his eyes at all. Although Tao Chang was important to Song, if the 50,000 troops he had sent to Tao Chang were swallowed by his father, then he would surely lose the basis of his livelihood. Do you still want an autopsy? If you want to continue, I can help you, Mr. Ken said, for occasionally passes on ideas through whispers, but as a sorcerer he no longer has any trouble experiencing the feelings of mortals, so his new visions are mostly impractical. When Lord Yanling heard this, his mind pondered a little, and then he excluded the settled people and the temporarily stationed army. Isn't this the polite greeting of the country? Looking at the crowd that wants to die of anger, Lu Zhang moved a chair and sat opposite Yuan Shao. At this point in time, does Mr. Yuan still have any extra thoughts? Grumpily sitting opposite Yuan Shao, looking at the already fat Yuan Shao, Lu Zhang is also quite emotional. So at the moment Real Madrid don't need wingers because they have good enough players who are doing well enough. 25 years ago, Bodhi suddenly said that something had happened to old 8. Hua Hosher didn't believe it, and then specially passed the jade slip with 8th senior brother, and has been in contact with 8th senior brother for these 20 years. This Zhong Wuliang can be miserable, immediately twitching limbs, eyes wide open, mouth cc low roar, seems to be about to die. And Bai Jihua is also already a clay bodhisattva over the river, difficult to protect themselves, which still have the strength to take care of him. If it's 2 adults, welcome to my home for dinner. The other replies to good, yes, then pat themselves on the back and go their separate ways. Very helplessly, Yuan Tan was served the meal. As for the military generals, they went out to eat with Zhang Run and the others. Sighing, he asked, General Yuan's coming is really coincidental. My side of the meal is just right. Lu Zhang feels so bad about eating someone else to rub his nose in it. I think there's only one reason why these armors and weapons are placed this way, and that's so that these things can be preserved for a long time. The husband of the deceased suspected that his wife was having an affair, so he put poison on the deceased's underwear. But the murderer, who had an intimate relationship with the deceased, had the poison passed on to himself by the deceased, as if the whole thing was like a circular chain. However, if the deceased and the murderer were clean, then would such a tragedy still occur? Mo Sanyun naturally heard the implied mockery in those words and did not get angry. It seemed that after Su Linga completely left him, his face would only ever remain this calm. Raising his head again, his gaze was slightly mixed with a hint of burning heat. Li Fan stared straight at Li Yulong after saying 2 simple words, and did not look like he was ready to make a move. The sea of the underworld closest to Su Shi churned more and more, and the black mamba serpent's attacks, sometimes like swift arrows, sometimes without a thud, slowly lurked over. After all, there were quite a few of Andy's enemies among them, especially those who had oppressed Andy in the past were not a few, and there was more worry within them now. The voice came from a rough man, who landed on the ring in a single leap, and as the man appeared, a terrifyingly ferocious aura spread out from the man's body. After that realm, there weren't many realm lords that Lu Li was able to defeat that he couldn't defeat on his own, and it was even more so when it was just an ordinary monster. When Li Fan will be the last feat to the large array plate thrown into the void disappeared after rushing Cheng Hui faint smile. Everything is ready. At this moment Cheng Hui can already be prepared for the baby. Chapter 76 The Cave, 2 in 1 chapter. He remembered at once that he had come to Ran Mountain to find the Ran Mountain illusion. Demon, you dared to spoil my good deed? Immortal Su shouted angrily. The piece of wood carving in his hand shot towards Li Wuxian with a whimper, but at that moment he was about to disappear into the darkness, only to see a flash of blade light. The wooden board turned into 2 pieces, snapped and shattered on the mountain wall. Immortal Su immediately dug into his sleeve and took out a yellowed ivory fluorine board. The board was a foot long and 4 inches wide, and on it were painted 5 ancient. At the same time, the Scorpion Man threw out all the storage equipment on his body, and was collecting the loot from the battlefield in bulk. But of course, it was only the portion that belonged to him. Zhao Jinsi knew of her grudge against Zhao Qiner because of the original owner's memories, and with her proficiency in medicine, these clumsy tricks became somewhat insignificant in her eyes. Zhao Qinghong's power was special. Apart from her, Zhao Zhang was clear that he was at most touching the power inside someone else's perception, because his spiritual power was also not weak, so it was the spiritual brand inside a strand of yuan power of an earthy mortal that could not probe his reality at all. Another cannon boomed. This time it was the back of Badger's head that was blown open. Naturally Li Zhao saw him pretending and was upset, so he let the grass mud horse give him another cannon. 1 arrow came to his chest, and the other 2 arrows were slightly behind each other for an instant as a preemptive attack. so that it could be considered to block the opponent's evasive position on the same plane. This so-called prestigious sect had always looked at her unfavorably, and could not wait for her to vanish into thin air tomorrow. Sir, please stop. Huang Yu, she just has a poisonous mouth. Please spare her life. Seeing this scene, Song Xiang hurriedly begged Yu Yan bitterly. Near the time of lunch, the palace suddenly summoned Zhao Qingyun and Zhao Jinhong. Father and son afraid of delay, they directly followed the palace together into the palace. It would be a very unfavorable thing for Su Lanchuang to not be able to recover in time. At first, Knight Ru Ming also thought about learning Shao, because he felt that a Shao and a sword was more like a sword cultivator. But of course this idea was laughed at by Ping Yang Lan for a long time. What's the situation inside? How many robbers are there and how much firepower do they have? Hu Feng gave an annoyed wave of his hand and inquired about his current situation. But how about his own situation? And how about the battle situation outside? He simply had no time to care. The old man's heart just want to protect Lu Yanzi circumference. That's all. Rolling hooves trampled the official road, shaking. 1,000 troops on the ground is already a great momentum. 10,000 horses running as the sky is falling. No matter how one thought about it, the degree of illusionary reality of the origin spirit bead could not be compared to the immortal illusion formation created by the old monk himself. But why had he fallen? The great Sun Martyr Emperor was killing in the blood pool hell, and the ghost cultivators within a 100,000 mile radius of the entrance to the ghost gate were being swept away. And even if there was no burial mantra to suppress them, it wouldn't be long before the ghost gate twisted and collapsed. And now the biggest knot in Su Meng's heart is that her body can't give birth to a child, and Li Si also wants to take the opportunity to find a chance to help her out. Humph! Yang Fan coldly snorted. Someone hid in the clouds to sneak attack him. Yang Fan body backward to avoid the attack of the feather arrows. Who had thought that the feather arrows are very strange? Even in midair turned around, and shot towards Yang Fan again. If Loyo's disease is caused by human beings, this is the biggest possibility. The cultivators in the world who hold this kind of idea are afraid that 5 or 6 out of 10 should be accounted for. He wasn't the main target, so he was able to break free from the Yellow Springs resting Song's intent. He asked his stomach ache to bring someone to stay here to protect the 14th princess, and drove himself into the palace to visit his majesty. Sleep, he suddenly whispered. Then one of her hands was clutched over to him and placed on his stomach, fingers interlocked, rising and falling with his breathing. The reputation of the major lords in the capital can be good? To really be able to fall good, I guess the head of the government in the capital will have to be laid off collectively. In the capital, can only be the good reputation of the royal family? At most under the royal family, there are so many virtuous ministers. Others, you want so good reputation for what? Chapter 77 Present. Although it is a dark night, but to find out just now in the back of the mountain near the killing people but not difficult, fighting and killing everyone is fully concentrated. Think the neighborhood is full of enemies, compared to each other. Naturally remember clearly, there were a total of 7 people who had found it. Immortal Su told them to stand near the rock wall and threw a leather bag the size of a baby's fist onto the ground. Inside here is Dan dregs. The dregs from refining yellow bud Dan. Although it can't help you build up your foundation, taking it will be worth 2 or 3 years of your life. She's not like me, right? You see, Lan coldly hummed. As soon as she talked about Do Yun, there was an inexplicable revulsion in her heart. Yui never dreamed that the effect that he had once spent most of his divine power on would be an empty one after a few hundred years. In addition to his own amazing talent, he also needed to rely on a large amount of resources within his family to be able to do so. And to put it bluntly, it was just a large amount of spirit stones piled on top of each other. But before he could enter the hospital room, Ling Feng was stopped by Qi Shouyuan, who had been guarding the door, and ate a closed door. There's a rejuvenation pharmacy in the village, and Dr. Tian, and there is a great healer, Lu Ichio said from the back. Seeing that Ah-in is a ruthless character, the opponent is ready to run away, but Ah-in doesn't give the opponent a chance. He takes advantage of the situation and picks up his brother's gun from the ground, holding the gun in both hands, and sweeps it towards the dark shadow. That fallen autumn wind, seeing Blood God Machine's calm appearance, praised him in his heart, but he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask a question. Lin Xiao sniffed, nodded, took his cell phone and dialed a number. The opposite side seemed to be someone he trusted. He said he wanted the other side to come over now. Something was going out. She was afraid that Lin Xian would do something stupid. So, through the doorway, she quietly observed. And once Lin Xian made a move, she immediately rushed in to block it. The first time to leave the village of Qingshui Lu, not easy to have curiosity and excitement. But looking at gradually strange everything, Lu not easy to begin to miss the familiar things at home. The few people who were originally silent. However, heard him whisper, but they looked over, looking at him with different expressions. Li Yao knew that it was only a matter of time before Li Bai released a new album, so he couldn't help but blow it up a bit since he took on the role of fanning the flames for a few days. Naruto's second poke hit a tendon in the man's other shoulder, followed by the other shoulder pulling the goat down. Chomp! There was a slight sound of scraping against the ground, and the black dragon stretched and opened his eyes, but overall it was harmless. After all, a family with a strong backbone, and people were happy to give them more leniency. I'm this. Muli, who had been forcibly awakened by Elder Feather, only felt icy cold, and almost his entire body was filled with that familiar aura of death. Li Qin feels as if she has a thick cocoon. She wants to go out so much, but she can't break out, and the cocoon is getting thicker and thicker. Why is it like this? Even when the 6 states united, they were ultimately no match for Qin, and only slowed down Qin's unification of the world. On the lower level of the giant warrior, in the Super God Medical Center, Zhang Fan was lying in the medical warehouse covered in blood, and Yuzhen and Renfeng were doing their best to save him. As a few days of trial time passed, the people who had entered the secret realm returned one after another. Among them, those who were injured, those who were excited, those who were sad, those who were afraid, and so on, all kinds of people with various expressions. Don't worry, there are no feelings to talk about between Lu Xing and me, only work. Wei Qingyu gave Lu Qingqing a precautionary shot. Wang Ju was worthy of being the head of the inner sanctum, stayed at the side of the emperor for many years of people. These 3 words down the song Royal Jia's worry soothed. The worry between the eyebrows has gradually faded away. Among the reeds on the west side, Su Chu also led Su's tiger soldiers, as well as another one, 000 Yangchuan defenders to kill out. And listening to Lu Biao, this is not going to agree to Liu Bei's conditions for his brother? Mijin's heart was shocked, the awkwardness of the mind in a blink of an eye. Busy as a few steps up the wall. Chapter 78 Runic Paper. In the next moment, everything around him became empty. He remained in the stone cave and the mountain wall, still seeing the rough stones, the narrow space, the darkness outside, but at the same time, he saw the whole Ranshan sect. This is not the kind of stone has become transparent feeling. The stone wall is still solid, but Li Wuxiang is able to see through the thick mountain wall, the entire Ranshan clan range of everything. That does not seem to have anything to do with vision. It seems that it is not about vision, but a kind of super. The food disappeared like running water, plate after plate, and the waiter carrying the plates was already sweating on his forehead. Old man, I have something to ask you for advice this time. Zhang Chanan sat down and drank 2 large cups of oolong tea in a row. Gee, these stores are really well positioned to open here, facing the rich and idle aviation professionals. It's hard for these stores not to get rich. The emperor was at a loss for words, and his heart grew even more suspicious. Could it be that Princess Redshift really isn't my child? At this point in time, she still does not agree to verify. Doesn't this show that she has a ghost in her heart? However, this time, Yu Linglong's faction was so big that she actually drove a stretch limousine to pick him up. After school, Lin Chu consistently left very early. However, what surprised him a little was that this day Yusilu actually had no intention of going to the evening study hall either, and followed him right to the outside of the school. But Xiaolade saw this dagger all over his body became violently trembling due to annoyance. Cheng Feiguang's face was also ugly to the extreme. Yes, I know the Black Devil is still dormant, and should probably wait for him to make the first move so we can take advantage of a self-defense bonanza. The military department of Harrison City did immediately arrange a place to live with all the members of the 9th Squad, and the living environment was very good. A large courtyard with a spacious room for each member. After a while, it only felt like the dark clouds overhead had dispersed at some point, and the Imperial City, which had been shrouded in darkness for several days, finally reappeared in the sky. When the time was right, Yuan Shao directly tweeted her full guarantee that Sun Yuan was not the one who received gifts from fans in private and released evidence that Sun Yuan had not held any fan meetings. Yan Zi's heart jumped again, the kind of jump that comes from being caught doing something bad and having a weak heart, and some inexplicable emotions. Maharaja? What's the matter? Dong directly picked up the phone in the middle of his own Shunshin building. Lu Shang's Room 3 IP in the whole network has tens of millions of fans. Remove the water must also have a few million live powder. After the two of them hung up the phone, Jisoo Shi returned to his seat and watched the mother and son. Yuan Shao knew that something big must have happened at the company. Otherwise Qin Mo would not have been so anxious to get Jisoo back. The whole network of the whole range of genres. The results are moderate. As a network of big movies, the peak of the single-day broadcast volume can also be up to about 13 million. The first day of the good nearly a million. The poor 1 or 2 million are possible. At the end of the viewing, Lu Shang said a few polite words to Wen Ziren. Nothing more than that. It was a thrilling watch, well shot and so on. The longer he delayed, the more people would look at him as a joke, so he could only harden his head and sit in the middle of the two beauties. But they have shown an attitude of unwillingness to follow the command of any organization on our side, Cold Cocktail reminded. So even though Chi Wan loved this food, she actually only asked her parents to take her there once after she got good grades in her exams. The cadres in the entire unit who had fought in the war, besides himself, were the two squad leaders transferred from the division's base regiment, plus the correspondent that he had brought over from the main force. The training program he had formulated did not even have enough people to carry it out. How can this unit be led? How can this battle be fought? Tu Fo, however, seemed to be convinced by this statement of the patriarch, as he nodded with difficulty and ran towards the depths of the city on behalf of the group of people behind the patriarch. Algeria roars loudly, saddened by her brother's obsession and gnashing her teeth in anger at the human beings who do not see what is happening. Chapter 79 Demon Receiving Spell. There is a technique to killing. This skill does not refer to specific technical details, but to strategy. As for killing itself, it is also one of the most radical tactical means employed to achieve a certain end. The first to come for the 5 yellow bud Dan was an old man with white hair, looking older than Chen Xin. As if he had been ostracized by those outside the grotto and sent to their deaths, he walked up to the entrance of the cave, first looked at the headless body on the ground, and gasped for 2 breaths before he was taken by the, "If anything happens to Lord Protector, you will all die here," Ouyang Broke said in a loud voice. Hearing Tifa's words, Subin suddenly widened his eyes. Then he suddenly lunged towards Tifa like a madman, as if he wanted to fight with Tifa for his life, but Tifa kicked him to the ground and flew him out. Subin covered his chest and vomited uncontrollably, and the corners of his eyes were the blood left behind by the smoke. Gu Chen looked at the changes in himself. There was great joy in his heart. He hadn't thought that this effect would occur after a night of flirting with June Repentance. It was truly magical. Gu Chen next wanted to say, Gu Chen came to visit the girl, but the words were swallowed hard at the end of his mouth. Su Mingzhi's eyes had a brief moment of amazement in this moment, and Ran Lixue smiled slightly and extended her hand to him as well. Saying that, June Repentance left Gu Chen's chest and twitched a zhang of white silk cloth from his sleeve, saying, seeing the scene around him, Xingha only felt a numbness in his scalp and looked at the calm-faced Gu Chen Dao. Gu Chen came closer to the black particle, staring at the black particle with a pair of round almond eyes. Staring at the black particle, how could he not see a reason to ask in doubt? Only to see the cave shrouded in darkness again in a short while by the tens of thousands of green eyes shining bright. But this kind of light is not the daytime like the light, but the bizarre light of the light. At the same time, the Lord of the Demon Realm also took a single step and arrived directly in front of me. He laughed loudly and made a move directly at me, shaking his head helplessly. He was about to ask his subordinate to get himself some food, and just at this time, a subordinate hurriedly walked in with a post in his hand, played 10 or so times in a row. Ling Tian's anger disappeared almost. Will bamboo leaf green put away? From this moment, Ling Tian decided, in the future to give the bamboo leaf green this food preparation food, must first leave their own needs, faced by this goods a breath all to eat. When the two saw Qin Tianqi return, they immediately showed that evil smile. Qin Tianqi knew that something bad had happened, and spread his legs to run, but before he could get out of the door closed. But before he could get out of the door closed. It is a choice question in the simplest and most straightforward sense, with a golden bar on one side that you can get your hands on just by choosing it, and on the other side, unrefined sands that require a lot of effort to refine if you want to get the gold, and you don't even know what the gold content is yet. Who the hell are you? Dr. Zhang shivered as he looked at Ling Tian, his cloudy eyes flickering with fear. Could one not be afraid? The dozen or so people he had called in to save his life had knelt down to the enemy in the blink of an eye. Were their own people too useless? Or was the other party's strength too strong? Luckily, it was George Hill who reacted back in time. If he had just continued to speak, Lin Yi's big slap must have gone to his face. That one, but with no politeness. For George Hill, Lin Yi never knew what was called politeness. Hathaway let go of him and stood proudly with her chest out and her head held high. She had a slender figure, still 2 or 3 centimeters short of Teresa. If she didn't wear high heels, it would be just the right amount of difference to match Leech. From this point of view, Lin Feng, who is ranked as the richest person in this rich list, is an excellent young entrepreneur who is very valuable to study and worthy of promotion. Chapter 80 Vow to kill this Feng. It was then that Su Xian finally saved a breath. I'm dead. None of you can live. Bury me. Bury me. Only then did Feng Ji have a jolt in his body and hurriedly put down the fluorine board. Yes. I was trying to see if you have any life-saving medicines on you. Immortal Master, do you see which of these medicines I'll feed you? Immortal Su rolled his eyes, and Feng Ji immediately showed him several porcelain vials in turn, and when he was sure of one, he poured all of the elixir in the vial into his mouth. By the time he returned to the pig farm, it was already beside late. Hurriedly, he took some wine barrels inside the distillery once again, and filled them up once more with the help of Su Nguo and Su Man Sung. Several people. The wine barrels that went out today were put in these side stores. It couldn't be said to be preachy. They'd only just moved out of the area less than half a month ago after all, and they were still getting used to all the beam movement. But now that someone had actually told him that he could be given the opportunity to learn about formations, how could he not be excited? Yun Shuahua looked at it carefully. It might involve millions of dollars in one investment. She would consider it carefully. The 20 acres of contiguous grounds were dug by excavators into a large, level foundation that looked extraordinarily impressive. This time, both the guest seats, the audience, on stage, off stage, and Hakuba Jun were no longer surprised, seeing that Su Tian genuinely wanted his mount. The young man's face color was very unsightly as he coldly looked at Su Tian and said, I admit that you're very strong, but you're not even close to wanting to take my mount. This time, he rushed to absorb the Aura Lake water, but in the end, he had filled up a few large lakes, but the Aura Lake water didn't seem to have decreased in the slightest. Get up and get over there and shoot. He rolled up the blanket and gently pulled her up. She grabbed her clothes and put them on as he pulled her and ran inside. An unnameable, tearing pain filled Jiang Yi's sea of bitterness, quickly spreading throughout his body, every nerve ending twitching in pain. Li Jiancheng, Li Yuanji, accompanied by dozens of personal guards, came to the Linhu Hall. They immediately realized that the situation is a bit wrong. Originally here should have 8 guards patrol, but a walkover is one also did not run into. Quiet let a person feel terrible. Yoo-hoo, pretty big mouth. Saying that, Li Feng had already come up with a good function test question. Mu Shihan kept using various ways to pass the time, but this dark night was too long. Never had a night been this long. Her hand holding the tree branch was already sore. She could only rotate her 2 hands, and then use her back to receive some force to lean against the tree trunk, in order to reduce the burden on her hand. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. 14th Argo's hand clenched tightly into a fist. His anger instantly turned into a ball of flames that violently attacked towards 14th Argo's mind, turning into a fist that swung towards 13th Argo. In fact, there is a link Li Hao simply did not notice. This wine group would like to enter the entertainment industry. Before it is not. Now the scar is not. It should be okay, but still not, because there is no one can be in the underworld of the bull characters. Simply cannot cover. The day Tianlong recommended Li Hao. In the evening, Liang Jiaxi drove Liang Manru to Pei's manor to meet up with Pei Juanhao and Mu Jihan. Had more and more intense pain up, so that she could not help but raise her hands to rub the temples. Suddenly, Lang Wuchen came forward to hold her wrist, soft and boneless touch, so that the force of his hand involuntarily loosened a few points. The Lion King, at this time, transformed into a human form, a purple-haired lanky man covered in muscle bumps. Zhang Feng didn't need red eyes to say that he could feel his body's pores opening uncontrollably, as if sucking in air and constantly absorbing a natural substance emanating from this place. Tan Ziming really couldn't figure it out. He had never felt so tired when he closed his eyes. Even if he stayed up a few all-nighters, he wouldn't be this tired. Chapter 81, Battle Preparations. After 3 more days, in the afternoon, one after another people came up the mountain. They were all aware of Immortal Su's identity, and behaved in a very disciplined and respectful manner. Feng Ji examined them one by one, and each asked about their aptitude and means, and designated them to form a team. Naturally, it's not the kind of battle group similar to the town soldiers, but what he came up with on his own. Anyone can see that Immortal Su was furious, and before he told the people to go to their deaths one by one to explore the path, he had some playful thoughts and felt that he had figured out the means of the demon in the cave. Once the speaker heard this, the fury on his face intensified and he pulled out a sharp sword in his hand and violently stabbed at Su Yuxing. She never shed tears in front of people. She had always been that strong and optimistic template in the eyes of others, seemingly heartless, but she changed after she met her master. After she met Su Yusheng, she would easily shed tears. The Mirage Dragon realist had all but finished regulating his breathing, and when he saw that everything had returned to normal for Dao Yan, but he hadn't opened his eyes, he tugged on his ears and pulled him up. This pain of clearly seeing the path to a breakthrough, but not being allowed to advance an inch due to a lack of origin, made him a little confused. All of a sudden, a lot of cultivators came over. Hate to come over to punch and kick. Some stabbed a sword. Not long after the group was divided. Humph, they are only two early-stage baby cultivators. We one-on-one is also a tie game. Besides there are Shin nephews and other 4 people here. The odds are very good. How can we close our heads and turtle? Long the morale of others. Zhong surname Old Man Eyes a stand. Angrily drank. In front of everyone's eyes, Xian Du inserted the 7-star sword into Yang Jian's chest, and Yang Jian's chest was instantly flooded with blood, but the blood flow was so exaggerated that it was like a river flowing, and it went on, just like a river and a sea. However, it was only said in her heart. After all, she was deeply aware of the other side of Asahi de Xian's dark side. In case he held a grudge, she wouldn't want to have a good life in the future. This god's mystery gold is just magical. When it is in the body, it seems like it is illusory, but it can be driven at will. Fu Yiming sensed Yi Shua's fear, and he pressed Yi Shua's head on his own shoulder, his hands protecting him, clearly defending Yi Shua's resolute attitude in front of Shu Manlan and the others. Xuechuan sighed tersely, his body trembling slightly, as if his heart had been torn open with another wound. The Wolf Clan's Grand Protector fell to the ground, covering his injured chest and staring blankly at Chun Yufeng, almost unable to believe the fact that he had just been slashed with a palm. The other honey badger, several times drilled into the boar's belly, looking like it wanted to tear the crotch of the boar's hind legs. Such a critical part. Of course, the boar will not easily give it an opening, so the boar kept changing its position, trying to get rid of the honey badger that wanted to bite its balls. After a few more seconds of silence, the phone rang, and sure enough, it was Ning Li Chen. I picked up the phone. It's in the elevator. Zhao Manhwa glanced at me, and I used my lips to tell her it was Ning Li Chen, and she nodded gently. After about half a minute of silence, Huan's voice rang out. This is my new number. If you and Dawn are separated, then let's have a good time. She doesn't love you, I love you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ouyang Tao drove his car and saw such a shaky Han Lianyi. He initially thought that he had blurred his eyes, and with a sharp break, he looked back, and this time he could finally be sure that it was Han Lianyi. Zhao Xi raised her hand, lifted the bangs that covered Jun Juyan's eyes, and looked fixedly into his eyes. Now, these eyes of his were not like they were at first, empty and blank, as if nothing existed. I also stopped immediately, and as soon as I did, I felt something was wrong. My eyes went black, and heaven and earth were spinning, also fell down. It's about time I find something for it to replenish its nutrients. Just these fruits are definitely not enough. Chapter 82. Immortal Su immediately turned slightly sideways, staring at Li Wuxian while glancing toward the rear where the sound was emitted. Here comes another one. The visitor was now in a location near the original Tai Chi Hall after the hall had collapsed. Both the east and west paths on the side leading to the rock face of the back mountain had been buried by broken bricks and tiles, and before Feng Ji had brought people to clear only the west side, so that this back mountain, with crags at the back and west, and cliffs to the east, had become a small, separate area. And as long as there's not much time, try to be brief. Gu Yi's posture was very different from usual. That posture was unfamiliar even to Shinsini. It was only that Shinsini was hiding on the side. She couldn't see Gu Yi's posture. Nangong Yener hooked her lips. The mood is very beautiful, but also walked to the side of the wine cabinet, from which took a bottle of French red wine. Will be red wine open. Nangong Yener take a tall glass to pour a cup for themselves. Constant gunfire came from the direction of the wall, and the Jiangshang army began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, leaving behind a dead body under the corner. With this in mind, he hurriedly thought about the setting function, and in the next moment, the attribute panel went black all of a sudden, followed by many options appearing in front of his eyes. Although he looked down on the Vane family, but Dino is a real gold powerhouse. Gold powerhouse is not something he can deal with. However, Descartes is right in front of him riding a high horse. Radiant Look appeared to be a few years younger in general. Donzi Mori was just about to dodge to save Su Jin, but he was entangled by the cold moon and cold mo that appeared out of nowhere and couldn't get out of the way. The miserable Su Jin's body kept sinking downwards. The fear of death surrounded Su Jin. Her pale complexion was slightly flushed, her long, slender lashes were like bushels, and she blinked a few times, her inky, bright eyes a little dazed as she shook her head. The black bird's huge feathers like scales and armor generally close to the body emits a strange and bright light, refracted around a greenish-purple phantom, which refracted the greenish-purple phantom mixed in the white fog, making the original white fog even ultimately emit a greenish luster. Jianshan? What does it mean? Fan Dafu has gone down to the water. Although curious, but also do not dare to ask more questions, for fear of any accidents, only to pat Li Gua's shoulder to let it lead the way in front. Such a gentle Lin Mohan could not be seen in the company, Kai Binger felt happy now and endured the pain in her body and began to put on her clothes. Yen Ruoru's eyes were caught in a whirlwind of memories, and a few moments of longing flowed out of those beautiful eyes. Even though she was in pain all over, she hurriedly braced herself to get up and put her clothes back on. Lin Jishue drank ruthlessly at Guing Shue, but the pity and heartache in his eyes still weren't hidden, and being jealous of Luo Jiajiao's look, Luo Jiajia looked fiercely at Guing Shue. She immediately told the Liang Emperor about the fact that sweet potatoes and potatoes could be massively popularized for cultivation in the Liang Kingdom, because these bounty quests were posted in the bounty tavern by certain people who didn't see eye to eye with the Milewood mercenaries, or had a grudge against the Milewood mercenaries. But then again, none of them thought that there were any bounty hunters who had the strength to do so, or rather, bounty hunters who had the ability to do so, who couldn't afford to pay out that bounty. His illusory palm plunged into the skull of the skeletal warrior without any obstacles, and he pinched the leaping soul fire with one hand, and then with a fierce force, he pinched the burning soul fire of the skeletal warrior into nothingness. This is Yi Bian from the casino alive back in his clothes pocket found something. Bracelet called Cursed Silver Ring. The role of their own flesh and blood for the price of imposing a curse on others is a very evil and bizarre props. Yi Bian cannot use this thing. If he can use it to help Lu Haoxiu, he will be happy to do so. As the door opened a little bit, the crowd also saw the scene inside. The shattered Heavenly God mirror, the Heavenly God dagger that was broken in two, right on the ground, as if it was a mess of scrap metal trash. Chapter 83, Helpers. Su Daoshang stopped paying attention to them and approached Li Wuxiang 4 more steps closer to the mountain wall, staring at him expressionlessly. Is this the helper you found? Then he sneered, tilting his face slightly and closing his eyes. You can guess what they'll say. Li Wuxiang looked at the 4 men. The 2 Pongguan were both slightly stunned after seeing the words on the fluorine board. By the time Su Daoshang put away the fluorine board, Yu Xiaotong's body was still slightly leaning forward, pausing again, as if, but yesterday night, Yun Xiao went home, probably because of a little wine, said the surnamed Fong is absolutely finished. There are many people to clean him up. The result of this sentence was heard by Xia Yuming. Xiao Chang did hear his grandfather talk about how it was very difficult for the other party to detect between experts in skypeeping as long as they didn't actively release their breath, although the rock old man said so on his mouth, but the confident expression on his face, and not like what he said on his mouth. Anyone who looks at it, can find that the rock old man is now a confident look. After saying that, they also do not avoid, will come to the hands of the things out directly to Su Hanjin. Each take a let the immortal tripod door, these people exclaimed. The successive low cry line Tianqian sword sect in addition to the Xianqing several elders in a good mood, and the immortal tripod door a few people to the back has been silenced. Looking at the pile of treasures, eyes straight, hand knack wave, around immediately at the same time lit up 49 red-colored light columns. These red-colored light columns are all by a jade array symbols or triggered. Surrounded by a circle will be surrounded by thousands of feet all enveloped in it. Hearing this, Lu Yongquan immediately looked as if he was dead. Just these people of theirs who could only serve as cannon fodder could still drag their feet in the hands of the 2 supreme masters? Second master, we're not messing around. We just want to watch the show, a child shouted as he rode on the wall, a 5 or 6 meter high wall that he didn't know how they climbed up, but her husband didn't even hear her. Instead he suddenly walked out and scurried towards Xianyan with a smile on his face. He was in a place with Xian Yu Gui at the time, which was how he realized the true power of the realm of the transitional tribulation. With his strength, to fly to the place where Su Hanjin's paper talisman had been issued, it would take at least a whole day, yet Xian Yuqi took him along and arrived in just less than 2 hours. But then he felt it. Lu Chen's 5 elements of qi maintained a high degree of balance, which fully demonstrated Lu Chen's peculiarities. No wonder Lu Chen had the ability and confidence to call him out. It turned out to be a masterpiece. For Lu Chen's 5 elements of qi, even the old ancestors of the Zhuge family were red in the eyes. Zhao Hui boarded a train to Xi'an, and the next morning the train arrived in Xi'an. Zhao Hui took a bus back to the school and began to continue her university program again. The next morning, everyone woke up. Zhao Hui's father and mother were happy to see that Li Jingguo was also there. Just now, while chasing He Shun, I thought that both of them would follow, and I completely ignored the issue of the lesser soul on Rousseau. Now that he had come to this place, his soul would have sensed it, which made those ghosts inside discover him, and so he was drawn away during our chase. Even with the shelter of Hradim's power, there is no escaping the fate of death. And if there really exists a hero like Nefishan in this world, it definitely cannot be this kind of human. The realm, the underworld world. As the underworld ghost elder unfolded the realm, Bai Yuling and the others suddenly had visions and saw countless battles and heroic souls. Extremely faint black smoke wafted over the spikes of the armor, indicating that the armor was condensed from extremely dense evil breath. The Ghost King wouldn't care about how Chen Feng guessed. It only wanted to kill the intruder in front of it and make its soul a vassal of its own. Hey! He held out his hand in front of me, but my mechanics never stopped. According to Diablo 2's skill tree system, there was no way for him to unlock more powerful skills without learning new ones. So even if he had the mind to strengthen some of his previous skills, he had to prioritize learning new ones. Chapter 84, Patriarch. The two palm guards stopped in their tracks in unison, stared at each other in shock, and turned around violently. Su Daoshang also froze and suddenly laughed out loud. You beast! Are some lies told casually? Ranchon Patriarch? You're not worthy! His robe sleeves bulged as he barked at Feng Ji. Do it! But Feng Ji was still frozen there, hesitating slightly. At this time Chang Xingfei was the first to come back to his senses from the shock, glanced at her master, and without waiting for her to speak, drew his long sword with a mischievous sound. As for the money on Zhang Hongkai card, he is also helpless, because his card, the head of the account is his own. If you hit his card, his real name, but also exposed, but also at this moment, outside the field, a clear wind sword she suddenly rushed into the scene. A miserable scream. That one for the first 96 levels of the evil emperor first hit. See that a clear wind sword gasp by that one for the first 96 levels of the evil emperor chest directly into the scene. That into the sword gas. Honorable Prince Wind, why are you here? Manda was puzzled. He hadn't gotten the news before this. The corner of Bao Xingfeng's mouth floated a touch of sarcasm. Rolling in the mall for so many years. This kind of words he has long been tired of hearing. Once the other side said this kind of words, it is not that the other side is how noble, but your bid is not high enough. Just as the lid of the altar went, a black shadow rushed out from the altar and then landed on the ground, whistling ceaselessly and shrilly in one direction. What else can he say? In fact, the project payment Jia Fei never owed him, which was also explained by Jia Qingzhan's before. Husband and wife even heart. Auntie Jiang observed the words and looked at her husband's subtle body movements to understand what he was thinking, patted the back of his hand, indicating that he also agreed. Forget it, this time, even if it is a tie. Auntie Jiang also understands her husband's difficulties. Her heart panicked foot mess. A foot stepped on the foot side of the flower basket. The body then rotated in a circle, lost balance to lean backward. Flopping sound, the whole upper body fell into the bathtub. Yes, we are tourists from far away, and after hearing about the beautiful environment here, we plan to come and visit, Xiao Fei said. Of course it's true. Xin Mangro looked worriedly into the distance. Who could tell what would happen tomorrow, when they take control of the radio wave transmitters that are transmitting information waves to all of the heavens without death. These are individual information beings. In order to take care of the principal's feelings, Lu Lei directly marked the location of the tallest building and the rotten building at the easternmost intersection below the Lion City. In the courtyard, the teenager who fell on the ground silently climbed up, wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. The originally good-looking teenager. At this moment, the left half of his cheek was swollen high up, somewhat unsightly. Boom! Then with a loud blast from Prime, the masts of the 6 naval warships snapped apart one by one, which made them almost incapable of sailing, and naturally, there was no possibility of chasing after Saber. The existence of gravitons has been determined in computational models, but there has not been much progress regarding validation and experimental determination, such that gravitons are as mysterious and untouchable as the god particles once predicted in the Earth-era model of elementary particles. The Qingqing Sword Sect was also a first-class force in the Jianghu world, not much weaker than the Blood Sword Society or the Songshan Sword Sect. Tang Yu hooked out the glittering gold light, and immediately exclaimed, what was wrapped around the branch was not a gold necklace. Generally, when an expert of the innate chi condensation realm encountered it, he would not be able to take care of it in 3 or 2 strokes, and he would be injured if he was not careful. Wow, so unforgiving? Mudman still has 3 points of fire, not to mention Emperor C, who has just retired from the Korean Service King. They're both bloodied, and I still have a big move to pinch, so how can you be so disrespectful? Laozi's dunking skin is not powerful. You think I'm CXK? After the unification of the Dragon Domain, this island became the residence of the Dragon Soul Pirates, and all the residents of the island moved to other islands, so only the Dragon Soul Pirates were left on the whole island. And this time, it was also the first time that the crew members of Robin, Anne, Lucky, Wibble, and Aniru saw Optimus Prime, who had transformed into his fighting form. Chapter 85, Blocking the Road. The scars on Su Daoxing's face trembled endlessly, his teeth clenched tightly, and his hand clasped the fluorine board dead center in his sleeve. Yu Xiaodong stepped forward. Walking Su, please come down the mountain. If you start a fight here at this time, don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. Su Daoshang stared at Li Wuxiang for a moment, then suddenly took a step back and laughed out loud. Good. What a Ranshan sovereign. Good 136 sect. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked away with a big stride. Wait till you see his. Director Pan followed from a distance and saw that nothing was wrong before he walked up to the ghost grills. She believed that. She wanted to marry him too, but she always felt it was like eloping. In name only, without the prior approval and blessing of both parents. Tiger Wing. Su-er walked over and patted its head, and the dog barked in a very petulant tone. Stop the car. Who are you? What do you want? Being called out the nickname Wild Rose, Li Xiulan understood that she must be in danger now. Only, what the other party is she is still not clear. Help me and Minmin. You know Brother Zhonglin so well. Brother Zhonglin will definitely say yes. Dai Yuqing finally said. After everything was done, I was surprisingly hungry, so she puts on running music, makes fragrant rice, cooks corn rib soup, and stir-fries meat with rakio, which she bought from a nearby market. In fact, it's closer to frying. And yet, this fellow who was only at the Dao realm had only used 15 years to achieve this step. It was simply demonic to the extreme. However, he had never encountered it before, and the land collapsing here could even directly bury a person. And this matter was indeed out of everyone's expectation. Good. Shu, although Elder Patriarch Wu still had curiosity in his heart, he didn't dare to delay the main event, and in the next moment instantly had rushed out in the direction he had just sensed with the other three patriarchs. In an instant, his divine idea illusory condensed figure transformed into three and instantly disappeared. He turned his head to survey Li Jing, carefully, with a contemplative look on his face. His eyes were a bit more scrutinizing than usual, and Li Jing only felt like he was being swept inside and out once, getting some chills down his spine from his look. The lone wolf thought to himself, even if he delays something big, just push Ling Yifei out directly. I am innocent anyway. Her heart could not help but rise with the courage to go forward. No matter if the front was a mountain of swords and fire, or the 9 hells, she did not have the slightest fear, and no longer had the slightest hesitation. A day does not see like 3 autumns. Lin Yulan went out for 2 days. Situnanyun feel a long time have not tasted so lingering thirst for kisses. Someone is panting. Yen Yuan halo a piece of it. During the centuries, the shadowless Tianyin needle has only been out a few times, but anyone who has seen this needle, the death is miserable. This needle is really cruel and incomparable. However, Li Yong had expected it. Not only did he not meet the attack, he instead sat on his butt on the sofa, as if he was facing a powerful attack and was incapable of counterattacking, so he had to wait helplessly for death. Yes, the 3 researchers led by Mr. Moon are ready, and as soon as Sirius Sun gets on the bus, he can be tested on his body right away. We can even start the test directly, Basher said. I don't even want to choose. That's the most practical thought in Alex's mind, because either choice is the result of 9 deaths. In the ordinary suit, you may stand at the top of the pyramid, but compared to our awakening suit's powerhouses, you are still too young. Golden Pupil laughed coldly, staring at young Tian with one pair of eyes, saying disdainfully, in this situation, neither side could move unless one side's power was 1 level higher. Jiang Chen, who saw the scene directly, pressed his headset and shouted. The anxious Jiang Chen's face even carried a trace of panic. Right at this time of danger, the Qingfeng sword in his hand suddenly flew out, and the luster around his body steeply skyrocketed several times. Chapter 86 Incantation. Li Wuxiang walked to the mountain gate and stood down, seeing that Su Daoxing's face was quite calm, not angry or sad. 3 shovelfuls of yellow earth had been gathered up in front of him, carefully surrounded by tiny gravel stones, with a stick of incense at the top of each, looking like an incense burner, and like 3 small mounds of graves. He was sitting cross-legged, with a small wooden magic sword, a copper magic bell, and a satin earth-colored order flag on his left hand, and rune paper, stone powder, and pills on his right hand, with the ivory fluorine board inserted between his cross-legged legs. Originally, all of them were concerned about the development of the situation and were ready to watch the myths that passed with the windbreak, but to everyone's surprise, just as a few mages were about to live in infamy, the person in front of them suddenly scurried forward a bit. If they didn't have enough confidence in their eyesight, they would have thought that they had originally misread that one word, puff under Feng Yifeng's distorted face. No matter whether it was Wang Meiling or Huang Beiming, they all couldn't help but laugh out. Anyone can see that Zhang Jiwei is intentionally flirting with Feng Yifeng, but the crowd is watching the fun, not even the slightest intention to interrupt. With a complicated look, Han Bing looked at the male in front of her that she had once liked, and could even be said to be in love with. Don't think that the qualifiers had nothing to do with him. The qualifiers of each city required the combined efforts of the local church and the magic guild to set up, and the specific processes were all set up by him according to the oracle. But now Huang Quan body more inexplicable black power so that it had to obediently take the initiative to leave. Otherwise, well, the first sense of the animal is always very accurate. Xu Mingqiu did not turn back, just pressed the pace to follow the run. 5 kilometers, he basically figured out their strengths and weaknesses. Behind them are those who he is also basically clear. So that he was surprised that Lin Baishan actually caught up, while Zhu Hong is more and more pulled further and further away. While everyone's eyes were gathered here, this young man had actually breached the capital of the Xior Empire? Lu Chunming's this evil, of course, is not his true words. This evil, all Shin fun to help him write out. He just read from the book, memorized it. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Now there is a burst of whispering in his ears. Shaking his head, Zhang Yi walked back. Just as soon as he entered the door, Huang Quan's hand blade swung down. The palm of his hand still carries a strong wind spirit power. This chopping steel and cracking iron is too easy, and it's coming at Zhang Yi's back. If the Su family siblings really went out of their way to join hands to deal with Luo Feng, I'm afraid that Luo Feng wouldn't just have a simple headache. But, how are we going to stop Ming Zhan? What exactly is his plot? How is Xin Yu doing now? Why didn't he get in touch with the Dark Guards, RPGs, anti-tank sharpshooters, only to see a large number of PPP fighters carrying them on their shoulders one after another, firing at the onrushing nationalist tanks, which one after the other began to explode. Here again? Yuli looked around. It was this white space again. This was the second time she had dreamed of this place. The dream she had done before she basically couldn't remember when she woke up. Only here, it was still fresh in her mind. When Su Xia returns and learns of her existence, then His Majesty will no longer leave her alive. Gong Qi Gallop is looking at the eyes straight. This is too much, right? So many people to fight. Was he to lightning speed all knocked down? Really like the movie like the wind in clouds. However, although Gong Qizhua is not willing, but also cannot be helped. Now do not say save his son. Even his own has become a hostage of the left strong. Lu Yi's cold demeanor also returned to the weaker and powerless state when they first met, and narrated the details of what happened. The two sat quietly by the lake, eyes dead set on the rod, waiting, and a minute passed. This time, I've summoned you brothers here. It's about a terrifying corpse-drought demon. My father needs the cooperation of you brothers to kill the corpse-drought demon. Huang Zhenhu said with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 87, Sword Sect. Su Daosheng put his Dharma sword across, affixing it to Li Wuxiang's neck, and with a hideous smile, he was about to open his mouth. A white light suddenly shot out from Li Wuxiang's right eye, hitting Su Daosheng's left eye squarely. This instant Su Daosheng body surface a piece of earth-yellow talisman light emerged. The small sword only poked into the eyeballs of a sword tip, surprisingly was resisted. However, this talismanic light encountered the sword body from the former Zhang Jianxu warmed decades of sword true qi. Only a blink of an eye will be collapsed and dissipated. The small sword did not enter the whole of the. Like every late night in the past, this village was terribly quiet at night, and they didn't even seem to be willing to light up their lamps. When Lin Jiajia followed Lu Kitchen out, the entire village fell into dead silence again, lifeless. The moon wasn't very full tonight, but there was a little bit of moonlight shining through to see the trees. These gates of Beiping City, that are all easy to defend and hard to attack, a man can't open. Want to directly charge up? It's as hard as heaven. Lin Jiajia seems to be against him. Lin Jiajia has been in the marketing department for many years and is familiar with this side of the situation. And with Lin Jiajia doing this on purpose, Chen Yu has been screwed up lately. Zhang Erdonkey was able to get to this point, relying on this trick, surrendering his gun and not killing it, so he was able to be in the end of the world, have his own territory, have his own people. Some good passers-by followed them all the way to the front door of the medical center and gathered outside to watch the fun. Not going Zhang Juinxia was uncompromising. Song Moon smelled a hint of gunpowder flavor. For a position, why are they still arguing? If one wanted to raise the average cultivation level of the soul beasts through normal means, then neither Gu Chen nor Jin Zi could wait. Zhongli, one day, I will find you and challenge you. Solon wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at Zhongli with a serious expression. The court is currently being used as a training site for the men's national basketball team, and Sun Dahai's arrival interrupted the training going on in the court. That kind of injury, whether it was placed on the heavenly green bull python, which was also a soul beast king, or the titan giant ape, it was a serious injury that needed to be recuperated for a long time. Almost all of the main retainers of the Hananan family and all the members of the direct family line participated in this mutiny. Unfortunately, Hananan Hirotaka, who had been prepared for this, had his own brother moved the troops of the Waga family into Hanamaki Castle in advance, and bribed a large number of samurai of the Hananan family. Sean rested his hands on his knees and hung his head down, panting heavily as if he'd just been plucked from underwater. Xuehan called for someone to carry Hua Yujian to his room. At noon Hua Yujian woke up. He got up from the bed and came outside to surprise Xuehan's figure. The crossbow cannon with a level 5 magic base finally started working after slow winding and filling. A steel brazier as thick as an adult's thigh was shot at the city wall and the head of the wall with a whimpering wind-whistling sound. Since ancient times, the grudge between the human race and the demon race was so deep that it couldn't be told for days and nights on the stage. That was why when he had just started, Ding Qi had come to the conclusion that Xiaoyan's energy fluctuations were a step stronger than Neilan Yenrun's. Then he switched out of his body again, speaking Tang Hao's meridians, acupoints and joints, all of which were homogenized and placed well. You run, why don't you run? Yuro didn't even notice that Master had appeared at this time. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have shown such a state. At this moment, there was only Du Gohong among her eyes. She wanted to ruthlessly abuse Du Gohong. Who the hell are you? It was this question that the guy was very obsessed with right now. He wanted to know what exactly the enemy in front of him was. However, the other party up until now, it seemed like he hadn't done any self-introduction. This was undoubtedly an insult to him. A person from the long-time strong underworld spirit family. The streets were cleaned, reflecting the color of the sky. Everything was bright, and the birds standing on the eaves of the houses made no sound, standing still as statues. Chapter 88, Aftermath. Cheng Peixing froze and frowned in thought before he sucked in a breath of cool air. That sword sect of our Tai Dao orthodoxy. He's a swordsman, master. Then we. Cheng Peixing turned her face to the distant forest again, and then looked at the corpses of the several Jianghu casual cultivators on the mountain path, gasped sharply for 2 breaths, and then suddenly leaped, her feet pointing continuously on the stone wall, and drifted and leaped to the bottom of the mountain, and landed right in front of Li Wuxiang at a distance of 3 paces. Li Wuxiang lifted, or perhaps, because of his crossing, is the current heavenly power still the heavenly power he knows? With this feeling, Robin also couldn't help but become more worried, always worrying that he might not make it in time, and might even be stuck in this mountain forest forever. Lu Yang pushed Chang Wei, who was also eager to meet the living Fong-hooded sky and see the style of the tycoon. In the plot, the counselor corners the world and distributes the Misaka sisters around the world through a variety of concealment methods, and in the present, the procedures to be followed won't change, and the Misaka sisters are an indispensable part as long as the counselor still wants to build up the heavenly realm. Reduce Chi-Yu's hair, made into a flag, called Chi-Yu flag, to show the world. Fill Chi-Yu's stomach into a ball, let everyone kick. The longest ball bobbing people also have a reward. Mr. Meng, today's inspection has given me an idea. I think the soilless cultivation technology may have succeeded, and it's likely to be one of Bat's hidden killing moves. Song Shan called Meng Qingfei. His voice was slightly low and somewhat deep and cold. Next, the game went on in silence. Chu Daohong, a group of people ahead of sweat, more nervous than a wife giving birth to a child in difficult labor. Just now Feng Zimo said that she was hosting a charity dinner tonight. It couldn't be the one Ming Wanli was talking about, could it? A soft hum sounded in Shen Gui's ears, making Shen Gui, who had turned on the Buddhist mode of watching the battle after being struck by lightning, a little helpless. However, Zhang Hongjun didn't tell Nian Wanyao about this. In case the old Taoist priest didn't invite him, it would be hard to say anything. Calling over Gu Xuanjun and Helian Fong, Zhang Hongjun wrote a letter for them to bring to Yu Fei Xia. In addition, the swordsman level still need to invite people. This time people went away quite a lot. Attack Wanlong Zhongfeng Island force is not enough. Yin Yun makes a sound that borders on madness. He put all his hopes in Shinran after his mother got sick. He studied hard and worked part-time just in the hope that one day he would be able to bring Shinran back to their house in name only and travel to their house with Shinran. Laughter came out, and the one who spoke was Wu Ya, and next to him was a man, who also nodded his head in greeting to Chen Yu at this moment. He wants to take this opportunity to get Bai Yunla to his side, and if he gets Bai Yunla, he gets the power. Chen Mother thought, he is the new love object we are looking for you. I just want you to be born early. 2. Early maturity. 3. Early enthusiasm, day after day. Misunderstanding is not terrible. That is, not afraid of making a fake rail, but she did not explicitly say, just winked and said, anyway, I trust him. Not seeing. Zhang Lily yanked hard on the doorknob and tried to close the door, but Sun Ting squeezed in half his body. She's asleep? Song Qian's blank mind made this judgment. Now, he didn't dare to move around. He knew that Qin Su hardly slept during this period of time. looking at Xia Zi, who was struggling violently to the side. Lin Hao backhanded his sword and cut off the ghost handvines that were binding his body. Chen's mother was anxious to pull Sun Yuxing said, to keep her away from the circle of play before leading her to a foreign country. Must not escape from the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. You must not open this gap. Anyway, he rakes in all the money himself and doesn't give a damn about the artist's image or future. The blue thunder slurry attached itself to the surface of Chen Haoren's body, and Chen Haoren, who was bathed in blue thunder light, seemed like a thunder god descending into the world. 100 meters away, several powerful figures with feet on foreign beasts flew by, intending to pass through here, not noticing any traces of the palace. Chapter 89, The Swordsman. Li Wuxiang thought for a moment. What do you think, Master Guan? Laughing a bit more. It's better not to call me sovereign. Calling me Dao friend is quite good. Cheng Peixin smiled back. Good, fellow Daoist Li. Re-establishing a sect is not unheard of in our 36 sects. When the world talks about the 36 clans, they always say that their origins are 3,000 years old. But in reality, apart from the dozen or so big clans, the rest have all changed their patriarchs, and some have even changed several of them. But in reality, except for those dozen big clans, the rest have all changed a line of patriarchs, and some have even changed several lines of. Chen Ji's heart warmed. He knew that Qiu Runan was worried about him and had specially rushed from Qingzhou to support him. Hua Hong's face was bitter. His head lowered. Who made you so easy to cheat? Usually you spend a few taels of silver on you, and you're happy. Don't mess around. Call me if you're really out of options. After all, he couldn't help it. He gave a promise that wasn't really a promise. Mr. Zhao, how can this snail be sold to foreigners? You can't do whatever you want for money. Reporter Sun was a little indignant. What is this again? Buying a bunch of grain and some ingredients I can't understand. Han Xiao Shui shook her head helplessly, but still went and did as she was told. Give double? Good. I'm short of money to expand my power. I'll bet with you. Lu Jinhu looked at Qin Chen as if he was looking at a money-giving boy. At this time, General Li also came down from the city tower, and when he saw the vast procession outside the city, as well as the dozen or so carts of grain, a surprised smile appeared on his face. But Zhu Ji didn't, and being too gullible, he released his internal power to protect his body, leading to the result of being countered by Qin Tai. It's not that he couldn't see it before, but after this lantern came to the Yellow Springs, it seemed to have undergone some kind of change, normally invisible, like Zhao Yu's bright path lantern, which at this moment was floating in front of him, the kind that no one could see. The original intention of a few days do not want to pay attention to this person, but do not want the other party does not care about her in the gambling. The next morning unprecedented appeared in the council hall. Ji Jingxi was sent to rest. Only Yang Lily is still there, and the entire court can let the old Zhu inserted Genie Wei among the Hu ministers. Only the right prime minister Hu Wei Yong. Green Mountain Crane happily invited people back to the southern region, borrowing the name of the Heavenly Alliance, and then the Green Mountain Sect Shelf. These days also collected some disciples, but also took in some cultivators who were destroyed by the clan. But it wasn't a surprise. Su Che, as the second chair of the Qingyu Palace, should have such talented means. The good thing about having only two people in the house is that you no longer have to worry about waking up the kids when you're doing your business. Brother Pao once said that there are many hidden compartments here to hide gold and silver. Since there are hidden compartments, it's not strange to have secret rooms again. I walked around and found that this place has the least amount of dust. There must be something odd. Bai Yutang said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was thinking about how his mother had already known about this secret room, preferring not to tell him and asking them to wander around blindly. Regarding this amusement park, Tang Bingyu naturally wanted to go there, so she immediately nodded with joy. She believed in Zhou Zikai, believed that at whatever time and place, Zhou Zikai would be able to solve all the troubles, like when the other party had carried her on his back after her foot had been injured. But today, the atmosphere of Qifeng village, which has always been calm, is a bit strange, as the wife of villager He Wulio is dead. He wife died in the back of the He family on the banks of the mountain stream. The death is horrible, almost no intact flesh on the body. He wife's body was rolled up in a straw mat and placed at the head of the village. The death of people outside the village is not allowed to enter the village, which is called unlucky. Meng Fei Ran received a message from the Nine Peaks Mountain and learned that this master was going to accompany the Empress Dowager. So he entered the capital in a low profile as instructed in the letter. Even, the probability is that, in the previous game in the courtroom, the Crown Prince and the King of Jin have long since grasped the evidence of his Hu Weiyong's crimes. Xiao Hanqing suggested that Lu Nan more with Jane Ru Nan, Sun Fu who contact, the political achievements and people's hearts. The big head as far as possible tribute to the two of them. After all, They are the people who can make the board in this city. Chapter 90, Dayang. It was another afternoon's walk when the city of Dayang was finally in sight. Dayang has no city walls, and at first you see scattered houses on the far side of the long, acacia-divided fields. Then the rutted dirt road becomes wider, with more gravel and the like. As we traveled through the large fields on either side, we saw even denser clusters of houses. The taller ones are no more than 4 or 5-story flying towers, and most are 1 to 2-story wooden buildings. Pedestrians on the road. They weren't seen either, and Jiang Wushui was still pondering whether to pretend he didn't see it and sneak out, or to go and ask for a favor, when he saw them holding hands one by one, and Lu Jiushi also took the hand of Duan Garden Master. After Su Linghuan left, Su Ju checked out this hall. The dust here was disturbed, and there were some newly added cracks on the stone pillars, which seemed to be traces of a fight. Could it be that there is more than one wave of people coming to the divine artifact? It was also customary for Duan Jiazi to bring Xiong Xichen to meet with the others after everyone got off work in the evening. Therefore, Yang Weidong is a special talent, and he may be able to use him at some point, which is also an important reason why Chen Mingyu maintains a close relationship with Yang Weidong. As soon as he returned to his office, seeing everyone concentrating on their work, Su Yanshi smiled and stayed to look for a few seconds before slowly entering the office and starting his own things. During office hours, all he has to do is to do his job well, which is enough, and the rest will be said later. I'm not sleepy, and there's still someone to watch over this fire. Chiyu reached out and stroked Seven's head into his lap, and sure enough in less than a moment Seven fell asleep. I got to the airport at this time last night and the plane was supposed to leave at 9:30, but it was delayed until after 5 a.m. Although Jishu is not rich, but he loves her, made a vow to love only her. Such an infatuated man, even if there is no money. So what? Touching his lips, Rongui's mouth suddenly blossomed into a smile as he looked ahead into the darkness and realized that several more planets had already appeared. Master, if I had known it was like this, it would have been better to pounce on my head first at that time, and I would have been able to become a bit more handsome, so as not to disgrace my master. The young man spoke very seriously. The front and back were full of masked men, especially since they were all holding short arrows and bows, which was the thing he was most afraid of. Jin Yang is here. Hurry up to the bed and sit inside. The village chief had a long eye bag in his mouth, and the choking smell of smoke from the old man's cigarettes was still coming out of his mouth in front of him. Seeing the raw iron ring with +2 defense +2 magic defense, Hu Qing was still very satisfied. This together with the leather gloves and cloth clothes, his defense and magic defense could both increase by 5. Cold Palace suddenly went to water. I'm afraid that after this incident has been peaceful and quiet, the harem no longer have the peace of the past. Zhao Wangba hurriedly opened the door of the interrogation room and stopped the 2 joint defense members who were swinging their plate oranges to greet Chen Wanliang's head. This first impression should have been the day she married her husband and presented herself to him at her best. Xiao Qinin is afraid of people like Lu Kuan. The hand has a guy, dare to black hand, behind the back of a backer. These 3 are called him to account for all. However, the frosty aura became more and more dense, and the suppressed flames gradually extinguished, followed by the water vapor that covered the sky and filled the forest, like an infinite fog. But mustn't he be happy? The more the Yuan Emperor dislikes Huang Yimchang, then her eldest grandson will have a chance to win back the Sacred Heart. There are some words that are inconvenient to say, but with the matter at stake and Fox 77's prior promise, I then purposely said aloud, yes, I came back to save you. After saying that, I turned back and gave Fox 77 the first wink, signaling that I was circling around with him. But, Mother, there is one thing I need to do before I go to Yuzhou. I wanted to tell her about the Snowy Night royalty and see what she would come up with.